The two of them were led up the mountain by the bandits. Along the way, Liang Rurong carefully observed the terrain and silently memorized the route into the mountains. After walking for most of the day, the bandits grew tired and stopped at a cave to rest. One of the bandits noticed Liang Rurong's beauty and his eyes became lecherous. "Little lady, you're so pretty. It's a shame. Why not let me have you for myself?" As he spoke, he reached out his dirty hand toward Liang Rurong's face. Liang Rurong felt sick to her stomach. She quickly turned aside and secretly took out a silver needle, stabbing it sharply into a pressure point on his waist. The bandit screamed loudly and fell to the ground, writhing and crying out in pain. "Hey, you nasty woman! How dare you attack me? I'll break your legs!" He struggled to get up and grabbed an iron rod, swinging it toward Liang Rurong. Mu Xiue's eyes narrowed coldly, and he clenched his fists tightly. Just then, a loud shout came from nearby. "Hey, what are you doing? Come quickly. The boss is hurt." The bandits had no choice but to drop the iron rod and rush over quickly. Soon, a group of bandits carried the injured leader back. The leader's left leg was caught in a trap, exposing white bone, with blood pouring out. His face was pale as paper, barely holding on to life. The people around him chattered anxiously, like ants on a hot pan. "I don't think the boss's leg can be saved. Yeah, last time, Santa got caught in a trap and lost a leg but survived." Liang Rurong's mind turned, and she stood up to take a look. Calmly, she said, "I can treat his injury, and his leg doesn't have to be cut off." Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. "You can treat him? Humph, you're just a village girl. How could you possibly heal a wound?" Liang Rurong smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, just cut off his leg." The bandits looked at each other, uncertain. At this moment, the injured leader weakly spoke, "Just
do as she says."
"My leg can't be cut off." With the leader's words, the others had no choice but to agree. Liang Rurong squatted down and carefully examined his leg. The wound was deep, and the skin around it was already rotting and pus-filled. It seemed only surgery could save the leg. She stood up and calmly said, "I need some medicinal herbs." The robber impatiently frowned. "In this wild mountain, where can I find herbs for you?" Liang Rurong pointed back along the path they came from. "When I was climbing up, I saw some herbs that can be used." Hearing this, the robber sneered coldly, showing a fierce look. "I knew you were kind to treat our boss's injury, but really, you just want to escape." Liang Rurong rolled her eyes dismissively. "I only helped him so you would spare my life." Then she tilted her head and glanced at Mu Sai. "If you don't believe me, I can leave my husband here as a hostage." Mu Sai's expression darkened, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. But when he heard "husband," a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The robber thought for a moment and arranged for a little to go with Liang Rurong to pick herbs. Liang Rurong deliberately led him into a dense forest. When he wasn't paying attention, she quickly stabbed a silver needle into the back of his neck. He immediately fainted. Liang Rurong hurried into her space, took out anesthetic, surgical tools, and some disinfectants. When she came out, the had just woken up, sitting there dazed. "What is this?" Liang Rurong secretly chuckled. "You were stung by a wild bee earlier, so you fainted. Okay, I've collected the herbs. Let's go back quickly." The confused had no choice but to get up and follow her back. Back at the cave, Liang Rurong first gave the bandit leader an anesthetic. As the medicine took effect, the pain gradually faded. She carefully disinfected around the wound with iodine, then took out a scalpel and needle and started stitching the wound carefully, bit by bit. Throughout the process, the robbers didn't dare even breathe loudly, their eyes wide with shock. What surprised them even more was that, despite the bloody and brutal procedure, the leader didn't make a sound and looked calm, as if nothing was happening. After finishing the surgery, Liang Rurong wrapped the wound carefully with gauze. Finally, the task was complete. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief. "Come back in 7 days to remove the stitches and change the medicine. You'll heal in less than half a month." Now, The group of bandits looked at Liang Rurong with worshipful admiration and gasped in amazement. The bandit leader dismissed the others, leaving only Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiue in the cave. After resting for a while, his energy had recovered quite a bit. He looked at Liang Rurong and said, "Since you saved my leg, I can promise to spare your life." Liang Rurong examined him carefully and noticed he was different from the other bandits.
His clothes were patched.
She coldly mocked, "You go around robbing homes and bullying people, and you can't even afford decent clothes?" The bandit leader seemed to smile bitterly, as if helpless. "If I had a choice, no one would want to do such shameful things." He touched the patches on his clothes and paused before speaking again. "My mother is still in their hands. I can only obey them." Through their conversation, Liang Rurong learned that this bandit leader was also a villager from nearby. That day, he had gone into the mountains with his mother to pick wild vegetables and was captured by bandits. To save his mother, he had no choice but to join them. Liang Rurong felt some sympathy and asked, "Why are these bandits kidnapping so many villagers and taking them into the mountains?" The bandit leader looked troubled and didn't answer. Soon the bandits returned. Seeing that it was getting late, they got up and continued into the mountains. At sunset, they finally reached their destination. To Liang Rurong's surprise, the hideout in the deep mountains was actually a large estate. It looked a bit old, but still showed signs of former luxury. What she didn't notice was that Mu Tsiue's eyes flashed with shock. Because this estate was left behind by her maternal family. She never expected that after years of neglect, it had become a bandit hideout. Before she could think more, some bandits came over and took them to a remote woodpile. There, many villagers who had been kidnapped were held. They looked dirty and worn out, crowded together. The two of them found a relatively clean corner to sit in. Liang Rurong suddenly noticed a layer of dusty sand on the ground. She gently pinched some with her fingers. "It's iron or sand." She turned to look at Mu Sai, her eyes shining brightly, and said, "It seems there is iron ore in this mountain." These people captured the villagers to mine the iron. Mining without permission is a serious crime, and iron is mostly used to make weapons. Why would these bandits need so many weapons? Mu Sai looked down at the iron or sand on the ground, his eyes dark and deep. Maybe they are making weapons not for themselves, but for someone behind the scenes. But he wasn't sure if the person behind it was from the royal family. At that moment, the door of the shed was forcefully pushed open. A bandit, standing with his hands on his hips, walked in and looked around. Finally, he pointed at Liang Rurong and said sharply, "It's you. Come with me." Liang Rurong's heart tightened and she frowned. "Where are you taking me? If I want you to go, then go quickly." "Why all this fuss?" The bandit, with a grim face, stepped forward and roughly pulled Liang Rurong up from the ground.
"Stop."
"Where are you taking my wife?" Mu Sai's eyes sharpened as he grabbed his wrist. The bandit grimaced in pain and started cursing. You're tired of living. Be careful, or I'll throw you into the mine later and let wild dogs feed on you." Mu Sai's face turned cold. He slightly tightened his grip, making the bandit's bones creak. Liang Rurong, hearing that she would go to the mine later, quickly stopped Mu Sai. "Since we're here, we should accept it. You go with them to get familiar with the place. I won't cause trouble here." Mu Sai looked at her and understood her meaning. He released her hand and watched as the bandit took Liang Rurong away. Soon after, someone else entered and loudly ordered them, "Hurry up and get ready. Work starts in half an hour." The villagers, like puppets on strings, got up from the dirty, damp straw pile and slowly began to dress. Amid the noise, Mu Sai heard a faint call outside the window. "Master, master." He quietly moved closer, opened a small in the window, and saw Ling Feng had already arrived with people. "Master, I have checked. There aren't many bandits in this estate. We can wipe them out all at once." Mocie shook his head and lowered his voice, saying, "Just catching these bandits won't solve the problem. We also need to find out where the mine is." He thought carefully and ordered, "Later, you pretend to be me and follow the villagers into the mine. Remember, you must find out the exact location of the mine." "Yes, I understand," Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng nodded and found a hidden spot to hide. Half an hour later, the bandits began counting their numbers and headed into the mountains with them. Taking this chance, Moci switched roles with Ling Feng, staying behind at the estate to look for Liang Rurong. Meanwhile, Liang Rurong was brought to the main hall. A man with a long scar on his face sat in a chair, playing with 2 iron nuts in his hands. "I heard you are good at healing," the scar-faced man said with a fierce look. Liang Rurong calmly nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" The scar-faced man waved his hand, and 2 small thugs quickly carried in a man. The man was covered in cuts and bruises, his clothes torn, and he was crying out painfully. The scar-faced man stood up angrily and kicked him hard. "How did you escape? Why didn't you fall off the cliff and die?" Then he pointed at Liang Rurong and ordered, "You, hurry and treat his wounds." To buy time for Moci to find out the truth about the iron mine, Liang Rurong had no choice but to obediently walk over and prepare to clean the man's wounds. But when she saw the man's face clearly, she was completely shocked. How could he have been caught here? At this moment, Wang Fuyun also recognized Liang Rurong and shouted in fear, "It's you." The scar-faced man immediately looked alert and asked, "How do you two know each other?" Liang Rurong was about to deny it, but Wang Fuyun, being cowardly and scared, suddenly shouted, "She is the woman next to the regent." Hearing this, Liang Rurong was so angry she almost wished she could stab this cowardly fool with a needle. The scar-faced man was stunned, and his face darkened instantly. "Bring her to me and tie her up." Several small thugs rushed forward and tied Liang Rurong up tightly with ropes. Since her identity was exposed, Liang Rurong straightened her back and threatened, "Since you know my identity, you better release me quickly. Otherwise, the regent will not let you go." I didn't expect Scarface not only to show no fear but to laugh arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, don't think that even the Regent King can do anything to me. Right now, you and this deputy are in my hands, and he is to obey me." Liang Rurong remained calm, coldly squeezing out a few words through her teeth. "Do you think they can threaten him? You guys are robbing homes and hurting innocent people. This time, the Regent King is here to suppress the bandits. You should surrender quickly." A fierce killing intent flashed in Scarface's eyes. He stepped on Wang Fuyun's injured arm and squeezed it hard. "Deputy Wang, what do you think?" Wang Fuyun was naturally timid and couldn't withstand threats. He kept crying out in pain. "Please spare me. I will make the Regent King withdraw his troops. Just don't kill me." Satisfied, Scarface finally released his foot and sneered, "It seems Deputy Wang is smarter. Hurry up and send a letter to the Regent King, telling him to take his men and leave here quickly." Wang Fuyun was so frightened that he blurted out, He's no longer in the residence. I don't know where he went." Liang Rurong's heart immediately tightened, fearing that this cowardly traitor might reveal Mutsiu's whereabouts. Hearing this, Scarface's eyes twitched noticeably. He grabbed Liang Rurong's neck fiercely, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Tell me, where did he go?" Liang Rurong stared at him fearlessly. "You'll never know." Her face turned red, almost gasping for air, but a deep smile of mockery played on her lips. Scarface knew she was tough and that keeping her alive might force Mutsiu to retreat. So he released her and Wang Fuyun, ordering them to be thrown into the dungeon. At the same time, he sent a team to search for Mutsiu's whereabouts. Inside the dungeon, cold wind blew in, and faintly, the sounds of mice scurrying could be heard. Liang Rurong sat on a broken mat in the corner, glaring at Wang Fuyun's battered body, her teeth itching with hatred. "You're the deputy personally appointed by His Majesty, yet you're so cowardly and weak." Wang Fuyun was unashamed and confidently shouted, "I'd rather risk my life here. Do you realize that doing this puts the Regent King in danger?" Liang Rurong held back her anger. Wang Fuyun sneered selfishly. "When trouble comes, everyone runs in their own way." Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. Liang Rurong quickly signaled him to be quiet and became more alert. Unexpectedly, the person was the young leader she had saved during the day. He leaned on a cane, and bloodstains were still visible on his leg. "Why are you here?" Liang Rurong asked, surprised. The young leader sighed. "My leg is hurt. I can't go into the mine anymore, so they assigned me to guard the prison." Liang Rurong looked at his leg and asked with concern, "How is your injury?" "It's better now. At least I kept this leg." "I have to thank you for that." The young leader looked at her gratefully, but a hint of worry flickered in his eyes. "By the way, I heard them say that Scarface still plans to take your lives to scare the court, so they won't dare send soldiers to fight the bandits." Before he finished, Wang Fuyin grabbed the bars and shouted in fear, "Please, please spare my life. Tell him that if he lets me go, I will tell him everything." Liang Rurong shot him a cold glare, her face as icy as winter. "If you don't want to die right now, shut up." Wang Fuyin looked into her cold eyes, shivered, and wisely moved to the side. The young leader wanted to help Liang Rurong, but felt powerless. "Stay here first. I will come back with any news." After saying that, he dragged his injured leg and hobbled away. Liang Rurong leaned against the cold wall, biting on a piece of straw, planning her next move silently. After a while, she heard rustling sounds outside the small window above. Before she could react, Mutsiwa broke the window and appeared in front of her. "How did you know I was here?" Liang Rurong asked, very surprised. Mutsiwa dusted himself off and said, "I was outside the main hall earlier, and I followed them here." When Wang Fuyin saw him, he thought this was his chance to escape, and shouted excitedly, "Help! Help! The regent is here! Hurry!" Mu Sai didn't hesitate and directly slapped him on the neck, knocking him out instantly. He turned to Liang Rurong and said, "Let's go. We need to leave here together." Liang Rurong looked at Wang Fuyin, who was lying on the ground in a heap, and felt uneasy. "No, we can't leave him here. He knows too much. If he really joins those bandits, it will be very bad for us." Mu Sai looked up at the narrow skylight, showing a worried expression. Liang Rurong understood that it was almost impossible to save both of them. Just then, voices came from outside the dungeon. "Those two are locked in here, right?" the boss said to finish them off. "Open the door quickly." Mu Sai quickly grabbed her hand. "Forget about him. Hurry and come with me." Liang Rurong's eyes flickered, and an idea flashed in her mind. She calmly looked at Mu Sai. "You go first. I have a way to get Wang Fuyin out with me." "No, it's too dangerous for you to stay here." Mu Sai felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of someone coming to harm her. Liang Rurong held his hand tightly, full of confidence. "Trust me, I can do it." In that moment, as their eyes met, Mu Sai seemed to see the woman who once healed his wounds. His eyes showed the same determination. He no longer hesitated and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll stay outside and watch over you." After saying that, he leapt out of the skylight. Liang Rurong took a deep breath, quickly opened the space, and struggled to drag Wang Fuyin inside. This was her first time letting someone other than herself into the space. She wasn't sure if it would work, but after a long effort, the door of the space wouldn't close. As footsteps grew closer outside, Liang Rurong broke out in cold sweat. If someone found out about the supernatural space, she might be mistaken for a witch. "Please, just this once." She clasped her hands together and kept praying. Fortunately, just as the bandits were about to pass by, the door of the space suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. Liang Rurong finally relaxed and shouted loudly outside. "Oh no, oh no! Someone has escaped." Outside, the bandits heard the noise and ran over. They found only one person left in the dungeon and asked loudly, "Where is he? Where did he go?" Liang Rurong pretended to be scared and said, "How would I know? I was so tired I fell asleep, and when I woke up, he was gone." The bandit slapped the young leader hard twice on the face. "I told you to watch them here. The person ran away, and you didn't notice. I was always here. I didn't see anyone come in." The young leader touched his swollen face and looked sad. The bandit pulled Liang Rurong out of the dungeon and took her to face the scar-faced man. When the scar-faced man heard that Wang Fuyin was missing, he slammed the table and jumped up angrily. "Tell me, did that regent bring people to rescue him?" Liang Rurong curled her lips and gave a sarcastic smile. "Are you stupid? I am the regent's woman. If he had come to rescue him, why wouldn't he save me instead of Wang Fuyin?" The scar-faced man was speechless for a moment, his face turning very pale. He drew a dagger and pressed it against Liang Rurong's neck. With a cold sneer, he threatened, "I don't care who you belong to. If you don't tell the truth, I will cut your throat." The cold blade cut into Liang Rurong's smooth skin, and bright red blood immediately appeared. She endured the sharp pain and raised an eyebrow disdainfully. "If you kill me, this place will be destroyed instantly." Her tone was calm, but her powerful presence made everyone feel chills. The scar-faced man's palms sweat coldly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. At that moment, several small thugs ran in hurriedly, looking as pale as dead people. "Something's wrong. The officials have broken in. They've already taken over the mine." "What?" The scar-faced man's eyes burned with rage, and his dagger fell to the ground. He grabbed one of the thugs by the neck and shouted hysterically, "How could the officials find this place? They definitely can't find the mine," the stammered in fear, beads of sweat rolling down his face. "It's true. The officials are hiding among the villagers. They followed us to the mine, and, before we could react, they caught us. The younger ones barely escaped with their lives. Trash. You bunch of useless fools." At this moment, the scar-faced man had completely lost his mind. He could hardly stand steadily, staggering and shouting angrily. The small henchmen in the room were all terrified, not daring to breathe loudly. The scar-faced man suddenly snapped out of his rage, his face twisted with fury as he lunged at Liang Rurong, grabbing her neck with cold, hard hands. "Haha, as long as you're in my hands, the regent won't dare to act rashly." Liang Rurong's lips curled into a cold smile. She tightly clenched a bag of borax powder and forcefully threw it at his face. The white powder dispersed into the air, releasing a strong, irritating smell.
Ah!
My eyes. My eyes." The scar-faced man covered his eyes, tears streaming down as he cried out in pain. Seeing this, the others also panicked, covering their heads and scrambling to escape. The scene quickly became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Rurong opened a space portal and quickly hid inside. When the scar-faced man regained his senses, she was gone without a trace. He stood there in shock, trembling as he called out, Where is she?" The small henchmen were also frightened by what they saw, confused and unsure.
I
don't know. She was just here a moment ago, and now she's gone. Are we seeing ghosts?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned strange. Everyone stared at the spot where Liang Rurong had disappeared, their faces pale. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard, accompanied by stern shouts from soldiers. "Don't move. Stand still." The scar-faced man's legs buckled, and he was quickly pushed to the ground by the approaching soldiers before he could run. Mutsiue's tall figure approached step by step, his whole body emanating a murderous aura that made everyone shiver. "Where's the person you brought here earlier?" he asked coldly, one word at a time. The scar-faced man looked at him in terror. They're gone. Gone." Mutsiue's sharp eyes flashed with a hint of crimson. He slowly drew his sword and decisively stabbed it into the back of the scar-faced man's hand. A scream of pain followed, blood pouring out from the wound. His face twisted in agony, and veins bulged on his neck. At that moment, Mutsiue suddenly noticed a sachet lying on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, confirming that the sachet was the one Liang Rurong usually wore, and it was stained with a little blood. His cold, fierce expression immediately turned into fierce anger. He suddenly turned to Scarface and asked sternly, one word at a time, "If you don't hand over the person now, I will make sure you suffer the worst punishment." Scarface trembled all over, and the muscles around his mouth twitched constantly. He almost begged, "I really don't know. The person was just here a moment ago, and then suddenly disappeared, like they saw a ghost." Mutsiue couldn't listen to his illogical words. He coldly raised his sword again. This time, he aimed the blade at Scarface's neck. Just as he was about to strike, a shout came from behind the wide curtain. "Wait!" Mutsiue stopped and looked up. He saw Liang Rurong helping the unconscious Wang Fuyun walk out with difficulty. His heart was both surprised and happy. He quickly went over and asked, "Are you okay?" "I thought you." Liang Rurong smiled. "I told you to trust me. I can handle small things like this." At this moment, Tang Nanfeng and Ling Feng returned with soldiers. Tang Nanfeng excitedly shouted, "We just found a batch of weapons in that cave over there. I didn't expect these bandits to dare to mine and forge weapons secretly. That's a crime punishable by death for the entire family. Why are you here too?" Liang Rurong looked at him with some surprise. Tang Nanfeng raised his head proudly and said, "You brought my goods into the mountains, so I, as the boss, naturally have to care." Mu Tsiua stepped back to stand in front of Scarface again, his deep eyes like a cold lake. "Tell me, who is your mastermind behind this?" Hearing this, Scarface's pupils suddenly trembled, showing deep fear. He clenched his teeth tightly and didn't speak for a long time. It seemed that the force behind him was not ordinary. Mu Tsiua signaled to the side, and Ling Feng immediately raised his sword and pressed it against Scarface's neck. Suddenly, Scarface bit down his back molar, and a deep red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Not good. He's trying to bite his tongue and commit suicide." Liang Rurong's expression darkened. She quickly stepped forward and pinched his chin tightly with a sharp, his jaw dislocated instantly, and he couldn't close his mouth. This skillful move surprised Tang Nanfeng next to him, and he looked at Liang Rurong in disbelief. Mo Tsiua ordered someone to take the scar-faced man away for strict supervision, and the remaining bandits in the estate were also locked in the dungeon. Next, they needed to find out who was behind the scenes giving orders. Mo Tsiua was silent for a moment and said, "Our operation was very secretive, and I don't think we alerted the people behind it. We can use this chance to follow the clues and catch them all." Liang Rurong understood his meaning and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's a good idea." She turned to look at Tang Nanfeng, frowning thoughtfully. "Boss Tang, this matter is confidential. Now that you know about it, what should we do?" Tang Nanfeng rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "Miss Liang, aren't we already working together? Besides, I've been in the martial world for many years, so I know the risks involved." Liang Rurong lowered her head and smiled. "Actually, I trust Mr. Tang's character. Did Miss Liang just test me earlier?" Tang Nanfeng looked at her intently, showing admiration in his eyes. "Earlier, I saw Miss Liang's quick and decisive skills. You don't seem like an ordinary person. May I ask where your hometown is?" Liang Rurong hadn't decided how to answer when Mo Tsiua coldly interrupted. "It's getting late. We should head back soon." After speaking, he turned and left, and Liang Rurong quickly followed. Watching their figures walk away, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Tang Nanfeng's mouth. As night fell, Mo Tsiua and Liang Rurong returned to the government office and ordered someone to hide Wang Fuyun in a room. Director Liu hurried over when he learned they had returned. "Prince Wang is finally back. We didn't know where you went, and I was worried." Mo Tsiua remained calm, as if nothing had happened. "I was just nearby." "Why are you so worried, Director Liu?" Director Liu looked a bit flustered and stammered. "Prince Wang is staying at my place. Naturally, I must protect your safety." Mo Tsiua looked at him with a cold gaze. "Then I thank Director Liu for his trouble." After speaking, he left with Liang Rurong. Back in the room, Liang Rurong checked on Wang Fuyun. He was still sleeping, but all his body functions seemed normal. Could this be caused by the supernatural space? Mu Tsiua looked at his pale face and asked, "How much longer until he wakes up?" "I'm not sure. Maybe he was frightened in the bandit hideout and needs some time to rest," Liang Rurong replied.
Mu Tsiua nodded. "Good.
"If he wakes up now, it might ruin my plan." Liang Rurong turned to look at him, eyes brightening. "Have you already thought of a plan?" Mu Tsiua leaned close and whispered his entire plan into her ear. Listening, Liang Rurong's lips curled into a mysterious smile. At night, the entire government office was silent. Even the cicadas' chirping sounded much louder. In the study, a lamp flickered on and off. Director Liu paced back and forth anxiously. Around the second watch, roughly 1 to 3 a.m., a cuckoo call came from outside the window. He quickly opened the window, looked around carefully, and responded with a couple of cuckoo calls. Soon, a person in black flipped down from the roof and jumped into the study. Liu hurriedly closed the window, worried. "Why are you only here now?" The person in black sat down and lowered his voice. "The situation is tense now. Our boss wants us to be careful. What about the goods? Lu asked eagerly as he sat down. There are only 3 days left before the deadline. If we don't finish, we'll all be in trouble. The black-clad man replied calmly, There's been some trouble at the mine recently. We probably can't deliver on time. Lu's voice rose sharply in anger, and he slammed the table. Prince Ning warned us repeatedly that those weapons must not have any issues. If you can't deliver on time, you'll have to explain to the prince yourself. Just then, someone pushed open the study door forcefully. Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong slowly entered, bringing with them a tied-up prisoner. Lu was terrified. When he looked closely, he saw it was actually Scarface. However, Scarface's chin had already been removed by Liang Rurong, and he couldn't say anything at all. But from Mayor Lu's reaction, it was clear that he had long-standing dealings with Scarface. I never expected that the person secretly passing messages for them was Mayor Lu. What I didn't expect even more is that Mayor Lu is now working for Prince Ning. Mu Sai's voice was icy, cold enough to make one's bones stiffen instantly. Mayor Lu's scalp went numb. He fell to his knees with a thud, trembling like a leaf. Please, Regent King, have mercy. I know I am guilty. Mu Sai looked down at him from above, speaking slowly, but with a suffocating tone. Colluding with bandits, opening iron mines illegally, secretly forming factions, forging weapons, each of these is a crime punishable by death, including the entire family. Mayor Lu, check how many heads you have on your neck. Hearing this, Mayor Lu's vision blurred, and he almost collapsed. He crawled to Mu Sai's feet, frantically kowtowing and begging. Please, Regent King, spare me. I am willing to do anything if you let me go. Mu Sai frowned in disgust, took 2 steps back, and sat down in a chair. Liang Rurong stepped forward, still wearing a cold, charming smile. Since Mayor Lu has this intention, the Regent King is willing to give you a chance. But it depends on how sincere you are. Mayor Lu seemed to grasp the last straw of hope and immediately stood up straight. What sincerity? Just tell me what to do, and I will do my best. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Liang Rurong directly shoved a small black pill into his mouth. He hadn't even reacted before his stomach started churning violently, as if on fire. He clutched his belly and fell to the ground, rolling in pain.
You.
What did you give me to eat? It's nothing special, just a small poison, Liang Rurong said with a gentle smile, squinting. This poison activates every 3 days. Taking the antidote can relieve it. Without the antidote, in less than 7 days, your intestines will rupture and you'll die. Mayor Lu's face twisted in agony, foam bubbling from his mouth. Give me the antidote. I will do anything. Liang Rurong crouched down, smiling as she looked at him. Are you really willing to follow our plan? Yes. I am willing. Deputy Director Lu's lips were turning blue, and his eyes kept rolling upward. Liang Rurong then took out an antidote from her sleeve, opened his mouth, and pushed it in. Soon, his symptoms disappeared. She looked at Deputy Director Lu twitching on the ground, and her smile suddenly faded. From now on, pretend nothing has happened. Follow our instructions and contact Prince Ning. Once everything is done, I will naturally give you the antidote. But if I find out you're hiding anything, I will throw away all the antidote. Deputy Director Lu crawled up from the ground, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, too weak to stand steadily. Mu Tsiue had someone take him away, and a few people were assigned to secretly watch his every move. Liang Rurong remembered her heroic aura just now and couldn't help but smile secretly. Do you think I looked like a brave heroine just now? Mu Tsiue's eyes showed a hint of affection. He shook his head and smiled. I think you looked like a bandit leader, even scaring someone like Deputy Director Lu. Am I really that fierce and commanding? Liang Rurong pouted. At this moment, Ling Feng came in to report that Wang Fuyun had woken up and was causing a big fuss inside the house. The two hurried over and heard Wang Fuyun shouting wildly in the yard. Let me go back. I want to go back. They pushed open the door and saw Wang Fuyun, disheveled and unkempt, kneeling on the ground, banging his head in different directions. There are ghosts here. There are ghosts. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here even for a moment. Liang Rurong frowned with concern. It seems he's lost his mind. What should we do now? Mu Tsiwa looked serious and thought for a moment. Send a team to Vice General Wang back to the palace, and the Empress Dowager. Ling Feng hesitated. Since Vice General Wang is her nephew, if we just send him back like this, she might get very angry. Thus, Mu Sai sent a team of people to Wang Fuyan back to the capital with great fanfare. Along the way, Wang Fuyan sat on his horse, still acting crazy, shouting at everyone he saw. There's a ghost! There's a ghost! There's a ghost in the mountain. Ha ha ha, I am a reincarnation of a fairy. You can't defeat me, the onlookers pointed and whispered among themselves. Within a day, the emperor's nephew went into the mountains to fight bandits. Not only did he fail to catch any, but he also became so frightened that rumors spread throughout the city streets about his cowardice. When the news reached the Empress Dowager, she was furious. I never thought Wang Fuyan would be so useless. What a waste of my efforts. The head hurriedly tried to soothe her, saying, Your Majesty, please don't get angry. Be careful of your health. The Empress Dowager's face turned green with anger. She paced back and forth in the main hall, then grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground. Send my order to send Wang Fuyan back to his family and forbid him from entering the palace again. Yes, Your Majesty. Then nodded repeatedly and hurried out to deliver the order. A few days later, Mu Sai sent people to capture a group of bandits from another hideout and brought them back to the capital. This was partly to report to the Empress Dowager and partly to hide their true intentions, such as controlling the iron mine. That evening, Director Liu received a message from Prince Ning, asking about Mu Sai and his people. The letter naturally fell into Mu Sai's hands. After reading it, he smiled slyly. Director Liu, I believe you know what to do. Nervously, Director Liu replied. I will no longer have any contact with Prince Ning. Beside him, Liang Rurom looked at his foolishness with some frustration and sighed. The regent isn't asking you to cut all ties. Just respond according to our instructions. Then, how should I reply? Director Liu looked confused. Liang Rurom stepped closer and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing her, his face showed fear. If Prince Ning finds out, I could be in serious danger. Liang Rurom shook the antidote in her hand and chuckled softly. Don't forget, your life is in whose hands? When Mayor Liu heard this, he trembled all over and quickly replied, Yes, I understand. I will go to report to Prince Ning tomorrow. After saying that, he wiped the cold sweat from his face and left. Mu Tsiwa looked at Liang Rurom with a look of admiration. You're getting better at guessing my thoughts. Liang Rurom smiled brightly and said, That's because I am clever. Seeing that it was getting late and she was feeling sleepy, she yawned, pushed open the door, and went back to her room. The moonlight poured down like a waterfall, shining on Liang Rurong's black hair. Mu Tsiwa watched her graceful figure leave, feeling a warm feeling rise in his heart. The next day, Mayor Liu went to Prince Ning's residence as Mu Tsiwa had instructed. Prince Ning sat on a grand chair, fanning himself with a fan, with two pretty maidservants beside him. He looked down from above and asked, How is the task I gave you going? Mayor Liu hurriedly lowered his head and said, Rest assured, Your Highness. Everything has been taken care of. The Regent King took the gold and silver, but is now turning a blind eye. He only caught a few bandits and reported success. Hearing this, Prince Ning sneered disdainfully. I knew it. No one in this world doesn't love money. Even if he's the Regent King, he only cares about gold and silver. Go back and keep a close watch on him. Let me know if there's any news. Yes. I understand, Mayor Liu said, feeling relieved that he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Meanwhile, Mu Tsiwa and Liang Rurom went back to the mine again. Looking at the newly opened iron ore, Mu Tsiwa sighed, from what I've learned these past few days, the weapons made from this mine can support the army for 3 or 5 years. That's quite a harvest, Liang Rurom said happily from the bottom of her heart. Mu Tsiwa suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, Ling Feng is checking the workers at the mine. He found your second uncle, Liang De, inside. He's already been escorted back to the capital. You can rest assured. Really? Liang Rurom was surprised and happy, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for settling this for me. Now, my parents can rest easy. You're welcome. This is what I promised you. Mo Tsiue looked far into the distant valley, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Liang Rurong came to the capital to find her uncle Yang De. Now that she has found him, will she leave now? Thinking of this, Mo Tsiue's heart tightened. He suddenly realized he had gotten used to Liang Rurong being by his side. Liang Rurong sensed his changing mood and understood what he was worried about. After coming to the capital this time, I realized that there are always better people and better skills. If I want to improve my medical skills, I need to run the clinic well. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared in Mo Tsiue's eyes. So, you'll stay in the capital. Liang Rurong tilted her head and looked at him. It's hard to give up a clinic that took so much effort to open. Mo Tsiue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the village in the distance with smoke rising from chimneys, deep in thought. This town is in a good location and has many resources. Maybe we can make good use of it, but we need to check it out in person. Liang Rurong nodded. Since we have nothing to do now, why don't we prepare horses and go see the town? Mo Tsiue immediately arranged for 2 fast horses, and they went to the town together. The town is called Tualuo Town. Because it is close to the capital, it is quite prosperous. The streets were busy with carts and people, lively and bustling. As they passed by a clinic, loud noises and arguments came from inside. Go, go, go. I can't treat your illness. You should go somewhere else. This is a clinic, isn't it? It's just for treating people. Then 3 or 5 ragged men were driven out of the clinic. One of them, leaning on a crutch, was pushed and fell heavily to the ground. Liang Rurong hurried forward to help him up. Are you okay? When she looked up and saw the man's face, she was surprised. How is it you? It turned out to be the bandit leader who had tied her up that day and had his leg caught in a trap. Liang Rurong touched her head and explained, we still have some things to take care of here. By the way, how is your leg injury? It should be about time to remove the stitches. Much better now, but I've caught another strange illness. Sigh, the man said with a worried look. Liang Rurong quickly asked, what happened? The man rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in red spots. He frowned and said, recently, for some reason, these red spots appeared on my body. They are painful and itchy. I was lucky to find this clinic, but the doctor said he couldn't treat it and just turned me away. Liang Rurong carefully examined the red spots on his arm. She thought they didn't look like normal allergies. They seemed more like a virus infection. How long have you had these red spots? The man touched his head and thought for a moment. About 7 days. Since I came back from the mine, these spots appeared. It's not just me. Many others in the village who worked in the mine also have these strange marks. After hearing this, Liang Rurong roughly understood the cause of his illness. These people must have been exposed to unclean things while working in the mine, which caused these aftereffects. She thought for a moment and asked, can you take me to the village to see? The man nodded repeatedly. Of course, but our village is a bit far. You'll need to walk up a mountain path. Liang Rurong looked back at Mo Tsiue, who nodded at her. Then, the group left the town heading west. On the way, Liang Rurong learned that the man's name was Wang Quan. He was a hunter from Lu Shu village, had an elderly mother who was seriously ill, and a 2-year-old child. Because the government had ordered the mountain to be closed for the past 2 years, their family had been struggling very hard. After walking for over an hour, they finally arrived at Lu Shu village. Wang Quan led them to his home. As soon as they entered, Liang Rurong smelled a strong medicinal aroma. Next to the wooden door, there was a pile of freshly boiled medicinal residue. Inside the dark house, an elderly woman was lying in bed. She had white hair and was very thin, almost skin and bones. On the floor, a little boy was crawling around and playing. His clothes had 2 patches, and his face was dark from the sun. Miss Liang, our family doesn't even have tea leaves. Please make do with some water. Liang Rurong looked at the empty house and felt a pang of sadness. You risk your lives for those bandits and have worked at the mine for so long. Don't they even give you a little money? Hearing this, Wang Quan clenched his teeth in anger. Those heartless animals. When they tricked us into going, They said they'd pay 2 ounces of silver each. But in the end, not only did we get no silver, we almost lost our lives. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves to scratch at the red spots on his skin, looking very uncomfortable. Liang Rurong frowned and said, "Can you call all the villagers who worked in the mine? I want to examine everyone." Hearing this, Wang Quan was overjoyed and quickly went out to inform the others in the village. Taking this chance, Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiue suggested, "Although we caught the bandits, the villagers' livelihood problems still need to be addressed." Mu Tsiue understood her meaning and nodded slightly. "I'll arrange for someone to handle it immediately." Soon, Wang Quan returned with 7 or 8 villagers, all showing strange red spots on their bodies. They were all villagers who had worked in the mine before. After examining each of them, Liang Rurong became even more certain of her initial guess. These red spots are a side effect of contact with the iron ore. The villagers didn't understand and became more frightened. "What should we do? Can this disease be cured?" Liang Rurong smiled and took out a bottle of ointment from her medicine box. "Apply this to the red spots. It will stop the itching quickly." Some of them still couldn't believe it and hurriedly applied the ointment to their skin. To their surprise, the painful and itchy sensation disappeared. Wang Quan quickly led the villagers to bow and thank her, shouting excitedly, "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. You're welcome, you're welcome. Please get up quickly," Liang Rurong said modestly as she helped them to their feet. Just then, a young woman carrying a bundle of firewood returned, her face covered in sweat, with only a bamboo chopstick stuck in her hair. Seeing the situation, Wang Quan quickly stepped forward to help. "Wife, you've worked hard." The woman pushed him away angrily and said, "What's the use of working hard? Life is getting harder every day. We don't even have a bowl of rice at home. What should we do? It's all my fault. I hurt my leg and can't work outside, so I've caused you to suffer with me." Wang Quan looked sad and helpless, sighing heavily. Although the woman felt wronged, she didn't blame him too much. She held back her tears and carried the child back into the house. Liang Rurong kindly comforted her. "Don't worry, your leg will heal soon." Even if it heals, it doesn't help. We used to be involved with bandits. Who would want to take us in now? When Wang Quan said this, the remaining 7 or 8 people also sighed. After a moment of silence, Mu Tsiue suddenly spoke. "Would you like to join my team?" Everyone was surprised at first, then eagerly agreed. "Yes. As long as we can support our family, we'll do anything you ask." Mu Tsiue waved his hand and called Ling Feng over. "Write down their names. Once they recover, bring them to the estate." "Yes." Ling Feng nodded and took them away. Liang Rurong looked at him curiously. "What are you going to do with them at the estate?" "You'll find out later," Mu Tsiue said with a smile, deliberately teasing. As evening approached, the two left Lu Shu village. Before leaving, Liang Rurong left some herbs and a few taels of silver. Wang Quan refused multiple times but finally accepted. Back at the government office, Tang Nanfeng was waiting for them in the study. Seeing them return together, he joked, "Well, this is what they call a cunning rabbit dying, a hound cooked. You just finished dealing with the mine, and now you're off on a romantic trip, leaving me, your partner, behind." Liang Rurong was too tired to argue with him and took a sip of tea, asking, "It's so late. Mr. Tang is still waiting here. Is it just for fun? Or is there something you want to say? You know, my family has been in business for 3 generations. We always focus on profit. Also, secretly opening a mine is a serious crime. If it gets discovered, it could bring trouble to our family. Since I am working with you too, I need some kind of guarantee to protect myself." Mu Sai immediately understood what he wanted and took out a contract, placing it in front of him. Tang Nanfeng looked at it and saw clearly written words. "Mining and weapon-making profits will be split 70/30ths. A clever look appeared in his eyes, and he smiled slowly. The Regent King is indeed straightforward. With this, we can both feel safe. In the future, I will also share my business profits with the Regent King." Liang Rurong looked at Tang Nanfeng and felt he was very different from the charming young man who had been joking earlier. But as the saying goes, where there is business, there is trickery. The Tang family has been in business for generations, so they naturally prioritize their own interests, which is understandable. However, she became interested in Tang Nanfeng's way of doing business. She asked, "What kind of goods does young Master Tang plan to sell this time?" Tang Nanfeng smiled and looked at her. "Some clever toys brought back from the western regions. Now, wealthy families in the capital like these things." "Oh, I happen to have one here. I'll give it to Lady Liang to pass the time." He turned and took a 9-link jade ring from his box, handing it to Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong happily took it and played with it, thinking of the interesting toys from the modern world. "Actually, this 9-link ring isn't very rare. I've seen even more interesting ones." Tang Nanfeng quickly asked, "What are they? Can I see one?" "Well," Liang Rurong quickly made an excuse. "They're just toys I played with before.
I don't know where I've lost them now."
Seeing her very interested, Tang Nanfeng smiled and said, "If Lady Liang likes it, I can have someone send more later." "Thank you very much, young Master Tang," Liang Rurong said with a bright smile. Musai watched the two of them laughing and talking, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Suddenly, Tang Nanfeng changed the subject and looked at Musai. "By the way, that estate is the Qin family estate. It used to be the home of Princess Qin, the mother of the prince. Sadly, it has fallen into ruin and has become a gathering place for bandits. It's really sad." Liang Rurong looked at Musai with some surprise. No wonder since entering the estate, his mood seemed a bit low. It seems he was reminded of old memories by the scene. Musai sat silently in a chair, staring straight at a spot on the ground, as if lost in thought. Tang Nanfeng thought for a moment and continued, "But I heard that the Qin family has a branch still living in the town. They're just like ordinary people now." Hearing this, Musai's eyes flickered slightly. He quietly got up and left. He already knew what Tang Nanfeng had just said and had secretly sent people to investigate, but there was no clear result yet. When he returned to his room, Ling Feng knocked and came in. "Your Highness, there is news about that matter." "Tell me quickly," Musai said anxiously. Ling Feng took out a note from his sleeve and handed it to him. "I sent someone to investigate secretly and found out that the Qin family living in Huaji Lane, Tualuo town, has some connections with people in the palace. But now, there are not many members left in the Qin family." Musai looked at the address on the note, his eyes gradually darkening. Thoughts about his mother and princess flooded his mind, stirring his calm heart with a sudden surge of emotion. The next day, he went with Liang Rurong to Huaji Lane. At the end of the alley, they saw a modest house. A black wooden door had a sign hanging on it with the words, "Qin Residence." Musai knocked on the door. Soon, a tall, thin man came out to open it. The man looked at them and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Liang Rurong casually made up a reason. "Big brother, we are traveling merchants from out of town. We collect rare antiques from different homes. Do you have any special items you want to sell?" "Merchants?" The man frowned, looking confused. At that moment, a woman inside shouted loudly, "Actually, we still have a few glass vases. Why not sell them to these merchants? We could get some silver to help with household expenses." The man then pushed the door open to let them in. Musai looked around and saw that the Qin family was not wealthy now. The couple inside didn't seem to be related to any of his acquaintances. He felt unfamiliar with them. The man found several vases in the storage room and casually wiped them with a cloth. "That's all. How much silver do you think these are worth?" Musai glanced over casually, but felt something was off. "These vases were taken from the palace." "How do you know that?" The man was startled and quickly put the vases away. Musai looked expressionless. "I am a royal merchant. I've seen such items before. But how could these be here? Could someone have secretly taken them out?" "Oh, stealing treasures from the palace is a serious crime," Liang Rurong quickly agreed. The man's face turned pale with fear. He lowered his voice and explained, "These aren't stolen. You know Queen Qin, right? She took these out." "Queen Qin? I didn't expect this place to be related to her family." Liang Rurong pretended to be surprised. "But when were these items sent out of the palace? We need to estimate their value." The man frowned and thought for a moment. "It's been a few years. Queen Qin suddenly returned then, bringing these items. But she left in a hurry, and not long after, news spread that she had passed away." Musai's eyes grew sharp as he continued to ask, "What happened when she returned? Aren't you royal merchants? Why ask about this?" The man looked at them cautiously. Liang Rurong quietly took out a silver coin and handed it to him. She whispered, "Since we're collecting treasures, we need to know where they came from to avoid trouble in the future." Seeing the silver, the man's eyes lit up. He eagerly took it. He thought for a moment and said, "When she returned, there was also a man with her." Before he finished, the woman stepped forward and slapped him. "Stop talking nonsense. Be careful you don't cause trouble." The man didn't mind and shouted back, "I'm not lying. I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Musai's eyes turned cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. Could it be that the Empress really had secret meetings outside the palace with the man? Could it be that she really did something wrong to the Emperor? However, in my memory, my mother was so kind and gentle. She would never do such a thing. Just then, the room was filled with coughing sounds. The woman hurriedly brought in the prepared medicine. Liang Rurong asked curiously, "Is there someone sick at home?" No. The man seemed to have something he didn't want to say and quickly turned to pack some vases. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from inside. "Oh no! Come quickly and see. This person doesn't look good." The man hurriedly put down what he was holding and ran inside. Through a curtain, Liang Rurong saw on the bed a very thin man, gasping for breath and coughing, with a face turning purple from strain. The woman was anxious, like ants on a hot pan. "What should we do?" "Hurry and call a doctor." "All right, I'll go right now." The man quickly left to call a doctor, then turned and saw Liang Rurong and Mutsiua standing outside the door. He nervously closed the door, looking like the patient inside was someone important. Liang Rurong stopped him and said, "I know medicine. I can treat the patient inside." Unexpectedly, the man repeatedly waved his hands to refuse her. No need. You should take these vases and leave quickly." Liang Rurong replied calmly, "The patient inside is in critical condition. He might not last until the doctor arrives. The only one who can save him now is me." The man nervously rubbed his hands, looking anxious, then finally relaxed a little. "All right then. Please take a look." He opened the door, allowing Liang Rurong and Mutsiua to go inside. As soon as Mutsiua saw the patient's face, he was startled. It was his own uncle, lying on the bed. But how could he still be alive? Didn't the palace report that he had died from illness years ago? Liang Rurong checked his pulse and confirmed it was tuberculosis, a long-standing and serious illness. She took out a bottle of medicine, poured out a few pills, and gave them to the man. She lifted his chin and tilted his head back, letting the pills slide down his throat. Soon, the man's breathing eased. He fell into a deep sleep, not noticing Mutsiua standing nearby. Mutsiua wanted to ask about the man's identity, but suddenly Ling Feng came over and reported some news in his ear. Moci's face suddenly changed color, and he hurriedly left with Liang Rurong. Back at the government office, they learned that the Empress Dowager refused to give up on the treasure hunt and had sent a new trusted person to oversee the situation. Liang Rurong was worried and said, "If the Empress Dowager's people come, won't they find out about the iron mine?" While hesitating, Director Liu rushed in with a secret letter from Prince Ning. It turned out that Prince Ning also learned about this and, fearing the Empress Dowager's people might discover something, sent a group of men to watch over the area. "Who would have thought such a small mine would be so busy?" Liang Rurong said with a smile. Moci looked at the two letters in his hand, then suddenly had an idea. He told Director Liu, "Go immediately and tell Prince Ning the time and route of the Empress Dowager's arrival, and also tell him that those people are here to check the mine." Director Liu nodded repeatedly and hurried off to deliver the message. Liang Rurong quickly understood his plan and smiled. "You're playing a game with them. Let the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits." Moci smiled silently and asked Ling Feng to gather his guards. 3 days later, just as the Empress Dowager's people arrived at the mine, Moci had already arranged for some to hide on both sides of the valley. Soon, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, and a large group of soldiers approached from the west. Moci Yi ordered his men to hide deep in the forest and wait for the right moment. Sure enough, another group of soldiers suddenly appeared from the east, surrounding the Empress Dowager's troops. The Empress Dowager's people thought they had encountered mountain bandits, and without hesitation, they attacked. In an instant, the two groups clashed, and the entire valley echoed with deafening sounds of fighting. When the moment was right, Moci Yi signaled his men to jump down into the valley and blend in with the two groups. His goal was to eliminate the Empress Dowager's forces completely and also deal a heavy to Prince Ning's men. After a fierce battle, the valley was filled with bodies, and the strong smell of blood made it difficult for birds within several miles to land. The Empress Dowager's people were wiped out, and Prince Ning's forces were also greatly reduced, forcing them to retreat in defeat. Amid the chaos, Moci Yi and his men had already slipped away without leaving a trace. When the news reached the palace, the Empress Dowager was shocked, her face turning pale and her lips trembling. Didn't the regent say last time that all the bandits had been wiped out? Why are we still encountering such fierce bandits? The steward whispered nearby. Your Majesty, last time the regent's report did say most bandits had been eliminated, but some reckless outlaws are still on the run outside. That's why he hasn't returned to the palace to report. Such a useless bunch. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth in anger. No, I cannot let the regent take all the credit. That would make him too proud. While the Empress Dowager was planning whom to send, Prince Ning suddenly requested an audience outside. She had no choice but to summon him into the hall. Impatiently, she asked, Prince Ning, why are you here at this time? He presented a letter and said, I heard that a few tribes in the western border have been causing trouble recently, harassing the frontier. I hope the Empress Dowager will send troops to suppress them quickly. Just a few tribes, what can they do? The Empress Dowager dismissed it casually. Prince Ning looked serious and replied, although they are small tribes, if they unite, they could pose a big threat to us. The Empress Dowager frowned and thought for a moment. In that case, let General Xiao lead the troops to fight. We must prevent these rabble from disturbing our border peace. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Ning bowed politely, but a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, the Empress Dowager had no one to rely on, so she naturally paid less attention to investigating the mine affairs. Meanwhile, Mutsiwa learned that his uncle was still alive, so he secretly sent people to investigate what happened back then. But after several days, they found no news at all. Everyone involved with Queen Qin seemed to have vanished into thin air. It seemed the only lead was the man lying on the bed, barely alive. Mutsiwa and Liang Rurom once again went to Qin's residence. They had just stopped at the door. Before they could knock, the door opened from inside. The man from last time looked surprised to see them. Why are you here again? We have no more items to sell, Liang Rurom explained with a smile. We are here for a follow-up check for a patient. His condition is serious. I can't rest easy without seeing him. The man looked at them, recalling what happened a few days ago. After some hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. Then follow me. This time when they opened the door, they saw a tall but somewhat thin man sitting by the window. Musai looked at the familiar figure, and his pupils trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out, Uncle, but his throat felt dry, and his voice was stuck inside, unable to come out. At that moment, the man heard the noise and turned to look. Seeing Musai's face, which resembled his sister's quite a bit, the man's eyes instantly turned red. Royal children often lack true family bonds. In Musai's heart, only his mother and maternal family are truly close to him. He thought he had no more close relatives in the world, but unexpectedly, heaven still showed mercy. After a moment, Musai finally called out in a slightly hoarse voice, Uncle. Qin Honghu looked at him carefully, a gentle smile on his face, teasing, Our year has grown into a strong man. I almost didn't recognize you. Musai rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. He cleared his throat lightly and subtly changed the subject. Uncle, it's been many years. Are you doing well? Everything is fine. How he was doing Musai had seen with his own eyes a few days ago, so he didn't point it out now. Liang Rurom was always clever. When she saw Musai's unusual mood last time, She knew this person was not ordinary. But she didn't expect that this was Mu Sai's uncle. Finding a close relative made Liang Rurong genuinely happy for him. However, the most urgent matter now was Qin Honghu's health. She smiled and reminded him, "Young Master Mu, may I examine Mr. Qin first?" "Yes, please take a careful look." Qin Honghu had been focused on Mu Sai just now, but now he noticed Liang Rurong's presence. "Who is this young lady?" Mu Sai looked at Liang Rurong, a gentle warmth hidden in his eyes. "This is Miss Liang. She is very skilled in medicine. She treated you last time." Qin Honghu knew his nephew very well. There was no misunderstanding. He gave Mu Sai a teasing look and then slightly bowed to Liang Rurong. "Thank you, Miss Liang." Liang Rurong stepped forward to examine him carefully. She took a small blue porcelain bottle from her prepared medicine box and explained, "Your illness has been ongoing for a long time. You need long-term treatment. You should take 2 pills daily. After this course, I will prepare new medicine for you." Confirming that uncle is temporarily safe, Mu Sai carefully closes the doors and windows before speaking. He asks, "Uncle, what exactly happened back then? Why did mother consort?" This was a serious matter. Even though Qin Honghu knew his nephew favored Liang Rurong, he dared not take risks. Mu Sai understood his concern and explained, "Miss Liang is one of us. Uncle, you don't need to worry." With this reassurance, Qin Honghu's expression grew serious as he slowly began to speak. "Back then, your mother consort did meet an old friend at home. Although they were childhood sweethearts, they had both married others and had children. They would never do anything shameful. That old friend, you also know him. He is the son of Marquis Jinwu, the Piaoqi general." Mu Sai thought for a moment and remembered who he was talking about. "I remember the Piaoqi general was implicated by my father for treason. The Piaoqi general and his family are loyal and patriotic. They would never betray the country."
It was.
Cough cough. The scheming of the Empress Dowager, that wicked woman who set a trap for him. Hearing the word, treason, Qin Honghu's anger flared, so much so that he developed lung tuberculosis from his agitation. Liang Rurong quickly poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Qin, drink some water first." Qin Honghu calmed down and continued, "During the Battle of Huainan, our army could have easily defeated the enemy. But suddenly, a secret order arrived, calling the Piaoqi general back to Yicheng. This turned a sure victory into a disastrous defeat. Afterwards, the former emperor claimed he had never issued such an order, and the Piaoqi general was accused of treason. Your mother consort in the palace unexpectedly learned that all this was the work of the current Empress Dowager. Our Qin family and Marquis Jinwu are old friends, so how could we just stand by? Your mother consort had to pretend to visit her family, bribed the guards, and secretly met with the Piaoqi general. But then the Empress Dowager appeared, falsely accusing your mother consort of having an affair with the general. With the testimony of several guards, your mother could not defend herself and died unjustly. By the end, a tear slipped from Qin Honghu's eye. Mu Sai clenched his fists, his eyes red with anger, trembling with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ha! What a wicked Empress Dowager. She is involved in everything." Liang Rurong stood beside him, gently holding his hand in silent comfort. "Now, the most important thing is to ensure Mr. Qin's safety. The Empress Dowager's spies are everywhere, and it's not safe for Mr. Qin to stay here for long." Feeling the warmth in his palm, Mu Sai's heart softened slightly. He regained his composure and asked Qin Honghu for his opinion. "Uncle, would you like to come with us? Qin Honghu is very talented. If the Qin family hadn't faced trouble, he would now have a place in the court. These years, he has been living here with a broken body, hoping every day to clear his sister's name."
How could he not want that?
"All right, I will go with you. Maybe I can help a little." Having made their decision, they didn't stay long. Mu Tsiua learned that the couple in the Qin house was from a distant branch of the Qin family. They had been taking care of Qin Honghu all these years, so he left a bag of silver as a thank you. Back in the provincial capital, Mu Tsiua called Lu Zhenjiang. "This is Mr. Su. From now on, he will take over the provincial affairs, but publicly, you will still handle them." For the safety of his uncle, They discussed changing Qin Honghu's name to Su Jingyang and arranging for him to stay in the provincial capital. The provincial affairs are all under Mu Tsiu's control, making it very safe. Lu Xinjiang, whose life was still in Liang Rurong's hands, dared not object. Su Jingyang was weak and couldn't handle the journey, so he went back to rest early. Seeing him frown, Liang Rurong poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. Now that we know the truth, it will be much easier to investigate. Don't worry, I believe we will soon clear Queen Qin and the general of their innocence. The Empress Dowager will also pay the price. I think Queen Qin wouldn't want you to worry about this. When talking about Mu Tsiu's mother, Liang Rurong couldn't help but think of Liang Daxin and his wife, feeling a sudden sense of unease. Mu Tsiu thanked her and noticed her strange expression, asking, "Did you encounter any trouble?" There were many things waiting for Mu Tsiu to handle. Liang Rurong didn't want him to worry about her, so she smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. I just haven't heard from my parents in a long time. I miss them." Mu Tsiu estimated that in a few days, news from Liang Daxin and his wife should arrive. "When I get the news, I will let you know." Liang Rurong didn't expect him to still care about Liang Daxin and his wife. Her heart warmed. Suddenly, a few cuckoo calls came from outside the window. "The sky is getting late. I will rest now." Liang Rurong knew this was a polite way of asking her to leave, but since the moon was already high and the sky was dark, she nodded. "Then I will go back now." Once Liang Rurong's figure disappeared completely, Mu Sai called the person hiding in the night to come forward. This person was the guard who had delivered messages for the young emperor last time. "Prince, the master asked me to give you this secret letter." Mu Sai took the letter and waved his hand to signal him to leave. The guard understood and disappeared into the night again, as if he had never been there. Mu Sai opened the envelope and carefully read through it. When he reached the last line, his eyes showed some emotion. The young emperor had traced the former troops of the general of the cavalry and gave Mu Sai a name and an address, saying there was information he wanted. 15. Go check this person. Mu Sai burned the letter and rewrote the important clues to give to the secret guards. With the young emperor's clues, 15 returned early the next morning. "Master, after the general of the cavalry died, he left behind some soldiers, now all under the emperor's command. I also received news that the Empress Dowager already knows Mr. Qin is still alive and is preparing to send people over." Mu Sai stared at the floating tea leaves in his cup. Then, after a moment, he came back to himself and muttered, "It seems I must return to the capital immediately. 15. Go disguise the villagers' bodies as Mr. Qin, and let 16 and 17 stay to protect Mr. Su. Inform the others. We will return to the capital tomorrow." "Yes, I will handle it right away." During this period, Mu Sai's people had taken full control of the mine and many others had been left in the prefecture to assist Su Jingyang, so there were no worries left. Tang Nanfeng made a big deal with Mu Sai, but didn't plan to stay long. He was preparing to leave for a neighboring country to do business. Before leaving, Tang Nanfeng came to find Liang Rurong and happened to meet Mu Sai calling her to dine. They met at the courtyard gate. Mu Sai looked at Tang Nanfeng with a stern gaze. He really was relentless. Tang Nanfo was not afraid at all and shot him a glance, then walked ahead. "Miss Liang, I am here to say goodbye. Won't you come back to the capital with us?" Tang Nanfeng smiled and explained, "I plan to develop in the country of Nanyu, so I won't return to the capital. If you have any matters, you can contact me with this pigeon." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Nanfeng's servant stepped forward with a delicate small cage. Inside was a small, round, and cute creature covered in pure white feathers. The little creature was very intelligent and seemed to understand that it was about to follow Liang Rurong. It quickly called out softly to her a few times. Liang Rurong had loved animals very much in her past life, but her busy hospital work left her no time to care for pets. Now, she had no resistance to this chubby little thing. She happily took it in her arms. "Thank you, I really like this little one." Mu Sai watched them talk back and forth as if he wasn't there at all. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and pretended to cough twice. Liang Rurong, being sharp and observant, naturally heard him but pretended nothing was wrong and continued talking with Tang Nanfeng. Only after seeing Tang Nanfeng off did Liang Rurong walk over to him and ask with a smile, "I wonder what His Highness wants from me." Mu Sai was feeling upset inside. Not only did he ignore her, but he also turned his head to the other side. Seeing him act so childishly was rare, so Liang Rurong moved a little closer to admire him carefully. As she looked, she couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Mu Sai, embarrassed and angry, immediately looked serious and said, "What are you laughing at?" Just as he turned his head, he felt something soft and warm brush against his lips. When he looked up, he saw Liang Rurong's features enlarged in his view. Liang Rurong was momentarily stunned. When she regained her senses, her ears were already flushed. She quickly stepped back and turned to leave.
"Prince."
"If there's nothing urgent, you should go back. I have things to do, so I won't see you off." Liang Rurong took a deep breath before finishing her words. Seeing her shy expression, Mu Sai's anger instantly disappeared. A strange feeling welled up inside him, something he couldn't control but didn't dislike. After the noon incident, Liang Rurong stayed in her room until the next morning when she left for the capital. Mu Sai only saw her then. Today, Mu Sai took off his dark robe and changed into a moon-colored outfit. Although royal children didn't need to wear mourning clothes for others, everyone knew that the Regent King had a very good relationship with his mother's family, so wearing plain clothes looked more genuine. They sat quietly in the carriage, neither mentioning what happened that day. One was flipping through a book casually, while the other was focused on eating pastries. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Liang Rurong almost dropped her pastry. "What's going on?" Mu Sai asked coldly. "Prince." Suddenly someone rushed out of the woods and fell in front of the carriage. Liang Rurong heard this and immediately shouldered her medical box, jumping down from the carriage. The man on the ground looked pale, dressed in a dark, patched robe. If not for the blood seeping onto the ground, it would be hard to tell he was injured. Liang Rurong examined him carefully, then quickly took out scissors and cut open his pant leg. She saw a wound from his knee down to his ankle, bleeding heavily, with yellow pus dripping down. She hurriedly checked the man's forehead and confirmed he had a high fever. "Oh no, the wound is infected, and he has a high fever that won't go down." Fortunately, to prepare for emergencies, Liang Rurong had brought some medicine from her space and kept it in her medical box. She took out antibiotics, pinched the man's chin, and tried to give him the medicine. But he didn't swallow it all spilled out. She checked his pulse again and saw that he was no longer alive. Liang Rurong sighed helplessly and packed up her medical box. After this incident, she realized how important a sterile room was. In ancient times, medical technology was limited. If she encountered infected wounds again without a sterile environment, tragedy could still happen. Everyone has their fate. Healers should learn to accept this, Mu Sai said when he saw her expression change, adding one more sentence. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and asked, "Prince, can I stay alone for a while?" Mu Sai knew she had her own secrets, so he nodded without asking more. Liang Rurong smiled gratefully at him and then climbed into the carriage. Mu Sai ordered the guards to properly bury the man and told the convoy to continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Wang Fuyun, hiding in another carriage, thought bandits had attacked and shivered in the corner. He was so scared along the way that he fell ill even before reaching the capital. Mu Sai checked on him and found it was not a serious illness, so he didn't bother Liang Rurong. If someone lifted the curtain, they would see that the carriage Liang Rurong was in was completely empty, with not a single shadow inside. Inside her space, the room with the sterile room sign was dark and nothing could be seen. Liang Rurong looked around but found only darkness and nothing else. "It seems that to activate the sterile room, I still need to treat more patients and save more people." She sighed and then stepped out of the space. Coincidentally, the convoy had already reached the city gate. However, the convoy, which should have continued forward, stopped at the gate. Lifting the curtain, Liang Rurong saw the loyal old beside the Empress Dowager rushing over with a group of soldiers, followed by 2 red carriages decorated with dragon and phoenix patterns. "The Empress Dowager's decree has arrived. Please, Regent King, dismount to receive the decree." Everyone knelt on the ground to listen to the order along with Mutsiua. This failure to suppress the bandits has caused suffering among the people. The regent king bears the main responsibility. He should remove his crown and bow to the people to apologize. Mutsiua, in his position, has done many good deeds for the country and the people over the years. In the hearts of the common folk, he is like a divine figure. The Empress Dowager's actions seem to be aimed at embarrassing him, making him step down from his divine status and lose the people's trust. But not all the common people are foolish. They are too small and weak to oppose the Empress Dowager, and they dare not or cannot. Mutsiua was caught in a difficult position. Accepting or refusing the decree both seemed wrong. Regent King, is it true that my will is not effective? Suddenly, before Mutsiua could think of a plan, the Empress Dowager and the young emperor appeared in front of him. The young emperor wanted to help him, but he was powerless. Seeing the Empress Dowager pressuring him, Liang Rurong stood up and bowed to the Empress Dowager and the young emperor. Empress Dowager, I have something to say. Please grant me permission. The Empress Dowager, thinking Liang Rurong was on her side, nodded immediately. Speak. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Liang Rurong expressed her gratitude and then addressed everyone loudly. In ancient times, the ruler of Zheng, Duke Juechuo, married Lady Zhang. Lady Zhang bore 2 sons. The eldest son was named Wusheng. It is said that Lady Zhang had a difficult labor when she gave birth to him, and she cried out for help. Liang Rurong sighed. But the baby was too young to understand, so how could it be his fault? However, Lady Zhang disliked this child. The younger son was named Duan. He was very adorable and especially loved by Lady Zhang. She often praised him in front of Duke Juechuo, saying it would be best to pass the throne of Zheng to him. But Juechuo disagreed, insisting on following the order of birth and making the eldest son, Wusheng, the crown prince. She told the story vividly, with the flair of a storyteller in a tea-house. Years later, Juechuo passed away, and Wusheng took the throne as ruler. However, Zhang Shi saw her beloved young son lose power and said to Wusheng. She paused, then pinched her throat and imitated a middle-aged woman's tone. You inherited your father's title as a noble, but now your brothers are grown up and have no place to stay. They keep following me around. What kind of situation is this? What does Wusheng say? The nearby common people, eager to listen, forgot about the Empress Dowager and the Emperor and couldn't help but urge her to continue. Wusheng naturally wants to ask his mother for her opinion. Liang Rurong was interrupted, but was not upset. She continued calmly. Zhang Shi suggested giving the city of Ji to Duan. But before Juechuo died, he specifically said that Ji was vital to Zheng's future and must not be divided. Wusheng immediately refused. Zhang Shi then proposed giving the capital city to Duan. But the city was also very important, so Wusheng naturally disagreed. Zhang Shi got angry and scolded Wusheng. He had no choice but to discuss with his officials. The officials worried that Duan might rebel if given too much power, so no one agreed. Seeing that the first person was not punished, the common people nodded in agreement. Indeed, it shouldn't be divided. Wusheng was worried his mother would be angry, so he overruled everyone and still gave the capital city to Duan. Hearing this, the people sighed, disappointed that they didn't get the answer they wanted. Before leaving, Zhang Shi secretly told her young son that Wusheng didn't care about brothers and sisters and was forced to divide the land. She said he should train soldiers and prepare to attack the capital soon. She and her son would work together. If Duan could become king, she would be content and die happily. Is Zhang Shi too biased? A young man with a crew cut spoke up for Wusheng. In just a few years, Duan's power grew. The officials advised against it, but Wusheng defended Duan. Unexpectedly, Duan led armies to seize 2 cities. Wusheng, remembering brotherly love, preferred to lose a few cities rather than fight. Zhang Shi took advantage of Wusheng's trip to Luoyang to send a message to Duan, encouraging him to attack the capital. But Wusheng never left the city. Instead, he led his troops into the capital. Duan lost power and soon hanged himself. Good. He deserved it. The villains fell, and the common people cheered. After this, Wusheng cut off all ties with his mother. He sent Jiang Shi to a small border town, saying they would never meet again in this life. At this point, Liang Rurong looked steadily at the Empress Dowager. As a ruler, he naturally wanted his people to treat him like a parent. But Wu Sheng was branded as unfilial. How could he win the people's hearts? Although Mu Sai is not from the Empress Dowager's family line, he is still part of the family. Liang Rurong mentioned a story, which naturally made people wonder. With the Empress Dowager so aggressive, could she secretly dislike the regent? The Empress Dowager wanted to get angry but couldn't lose her composure in front of the common people. She could only swallow her anger and plan to settle the score later. Seeing that the young emperor had the advantage, he stepped forward to speak up for Mu Sai. Mother, this isn't entirely Uncle Wang's fault. The bandit was too cunning. Please don't blame Uncle Wang. When the Empress Dowager didn't respond, the young emperor lifted his robes and knelt beside Mu Sai. If Mother insists on blaming someone, I am willing to share the blame with Uncle Wang. Although I am not his brother, we are like siblings. The Empress Dowager didn't expect the weak and helpless young emperor to dare to openly oppose her. She was so angry she trembled, her eyes like poison blades, glaring fiercely at the young emperor. Please, Mother, kindly forgive. This time, the young emperor did not back down. The Empress Dowager, who had reached her position through cleverness, knew very well how to act in her best interest. She put away her vicious expression, showing a false smile, and softly said, Since the emperor has such loyalty, I, your mother, will not stand in your way. Let this matter go. Thank you, Empress Dowager, Mother, for your kindness. The planned performance was not seen, and after being upset, the Empress Dowager immediately took the young emperor and left. The Qin residence in the capital had long been given to others. As Mu Sai's only relative, Qin Honghu, he received the young emperor's permission to bring Qin Honghu's body back to the palace for a simple funeral. After settling everything, Mu Sai unconsciously walked to Liang Rurong's door. Seeing that it was late at night, Mu Sai hesitated to knock. Suddenly, the door opened. Seeing the visitor, Liang Rurong was a bit surprised. Prince, is there something you need? Mu Sai nodded softly and said, In the next few days, stay in the palace and do not go out. Although he was concerned for her, his words sounded more like an order. Why? Liang Rurong was a little unhappy. Today, you offended the Empress Dowager. She will definitely come to trouble you. Then I must go out even more. Liang Rurong stepped inside without retreating. Why? Mu Sai looked at her in confusion. Only when my reputation grows larger will the Empress Dowager be cautious when dealing with me. So I must go out often, practice medicine, and help people to build my reputation. This is a good plan, but it is a bit risky at first. However, Liang Rurong is not an ordinary girl in the palace. She has deep thoughts, great wisdom, and courage. She just needs to have her secret guards watch more closely, and Mu Tsiue does not stop her. Mu Tsiue's face is cold, and his voice is clear and calm. Just make your own plans. After speaking, before Liang Rurong can reply, Mu Tsiue leaves. Is he angry? Liang Rurong whispers to herself. Thinking about how Mu Tsiue often keeps a stern face, Liang Rurong doesn't take this matter seriously. Back in her room, Mu Tsiue calls for 15. Greetings, Master. Mu Tsiue raises his hand to signal no need for formalities and orders. Send 2 people to Liangjie village to secretly protect Liang Dashan and his wife. 15 responds and disappears. The Empress Dowager is known for her revenge. If she can't get to Liang Rurong, she will surely target Liang Dashan and his wife. The next morning after court, Mu Tsiue receives a small note secretly handed by a passing. He remains calm until he gets into the carriage, then unfolds the note. Meet at the usual place before 3/4 of an hour. The handwriting is a bit childish, but full of spirit. It's the young emperor's writing. Mu Tsiue uses a candle to burn the note until it turns to ash, then extinguishes the flame. At the agreed time, Mu Tsiue skillfully climbs over the wall into the abandoned house next door. The young emperor's guards have been waiting for a long time. Prince, the master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. The guard leads Mu Tsiue to the innermost room. Mu Qinzhua, dressed in a dark blue robe and wearing a jade crown, takes off his heavy dragon robe, and looks quite youthful. He is currently drinking tea and waiting. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Mu Xiue bows to Mu Qinzhua. "Uncle Wang, it's just the two of us here, no need for formalities." Mu Qinzhua steps forward and offers a hand. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but manners should not be neglected." The young emperor knows Mu Xiue's personality well, so he says no more. They sit down, and Mu Xiue asks Mu Qinzhua about his purpose for coming. "Your Majesty called me here. Have you found out any news?" It is likely that Uncle Wang has already received the news that I have taken in the former cavalry general's subordinates. Recently, I learned from them that before the cavalry general returned to the capital, he made a special trip to Anzhou. There may be clues there. Mu Qinzhua did not hide anything and directly shared the information to show his sincerity. After the defeat in battle, the late emperor urgently summoned the cavalry general back to the capital. Normally, the journey shouldn't have taken long, but this general risked defying the emperor's orders to stay longer. There must be important clues involved. Good, I will send someone to investigate immediately. Since this concerns Queen Qin's innocence, Mu Xiue didn't want to delay. He immediately called 15 and instructed him to handle it. "Uncle Wang, would you be willing to work with me to overthrow the Empress Dowager?" Mu Qinzhua poured a cup of tea and offered it. This time, Mu Qinzhua was confident. Last time, Mu Xiue might have hesitated, but now that he knows the Empress Dowager is the real culprit behind the queen's death, even if Mu Qinzhua didn't say anything, he already had this intention. Mu Xiue took the tea, took a sip, and agreed, "I will do my best. May we succeed quickly." After receiving the answer he wanted, a smile appeared on Mu Qinzhua's face. Putting aside his worries, Mu Qinzhua suddenly remembered the figure he saw yesterday on the city tower, arguing with the Empress Dowager, and mentioned it. "I see that Uncle Wang has a good relationship with Miss Liang. She is brave and clever. Perhaps she could be used against the Empress Dowager. What do you think?" "No, this girl is just a bit clever. She can't bear a great responsibility," Mu Xiue quickly rejected. Mu Xiue knew very well that he could only protect her temporarily, not for a lifetime. Initially, Mu Xiue didn't want Liang Rurong to get involved in his complicated situation. Now that the Empress Dowager bears a grudge against Liang Rurong, Mu Xiue would definitely not drag her into the mess again. Whether Liang Rurong is merely clever or truly wise, Mu Qinzhua had already seen her on the city tower and understood that Mu Xiue's words were just an excuse. "I greatly admire Miss Liang. If there is a chance, I hope Uncle Wang can introduce her." The more Mu Xiue kept things hidden, the more curious Mu Qinzhua became. "Your Majesty has been out for a while. It's best to return to the palace early and avoid being noticed." Mu Xiue avoided his words and reminded him. Over the years, the Empress Dowager had been watching Mu Qinzhua closely. He truly couldn't stay out too long. Mu Qinzhua had no choice but to return to the palace. On the other side, Liang Rurong had just finished prescribing medicine for a patient when the shop assistant hurried back in a rush. His anxious look made it seem like a fierce dog was chasing behind him. The young man was so out of breath that he gulped down a big sip of water before saying, "Dr. Liang, I heard that the commander has returned with a large group of people. He's at the city gate now. Should you go take a look?" "All right, I'll leave it to you here," Liang Rurong said, putting down her things and hurrying out. Fortunately, when Liang Rurong was free, she often taught the shop assistants some basic medical knowledge. Picking herbs was something they could handle well. When Liang Rurong reached the city gate, it was already crowded 3 layers deep, packed with people. She used all her strength and, with her quick movements, finally broke through the crowd and reached the front. People around her were still pushing and shoving, but Liang Rurong paid no attention. She carefully looked through the crowd for Liang De. Suddenly, Liang Rurong felt someone push her hard from behind. She lost her balance and fell forward toward the horses in front. The horses, startled, let out a loud neigh. Not far away, loud firecrackers went off again. The frightened horses reacted even more fiercely, raising their heads high and breaking free from their reins, charging wildly into the crowd. Liang Rurong had just gotten up from the ground when the runaway horse turned back and charged at her again. Luckily, Liang Rurong was quick and managed to dodge just in time. Perhaps she bumped the horse, or maybe something on her attracted it, but the horse deliberately aimed at her and collided. Liang Rurong quickly thought of a plan. She took out a silver needle from her sleeve and, when the horse charged again, she seized the moment and stabbed the needle into the horse's neck. The horse, in pain, veered off course. Soon after, it calmed down. Dust kicked up by the horse settled back onto the ground, and only then did the commander's group see Liang Rurong's appearance clearly. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here?" one of the servant boys beside the commander shouted sternly. Liang Rurong didn't want to cause trouble. She quickly bowed and apologized. "I am a doctor from Jinxiu Medical Hall. I came to see the commander's grace, but an unexpected incident occurred. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Seize this person and take her back to the camp for punishment." The servant didn't care whether he was being intentional or not. He only saw what was in front of him. Just now, Liang Rurong used a silver needle to calm the frightened horse. He saw this clearly, and now that he heard she was a doctor, he had other plans. "Can you treat the horse?" How can a divine doctor like Liang treat a horse? Isn't that insulting her? A young girl, who had benefited from Liang Rurong's kindness before, whispered unhappily. Alas, the common people can't fight the officials. Today, the divine doctor might face trouble. Recently, Liang Rurong had helped many villagers with difficult illnesses, earning their respect and calling her Divine Dr. Liang in private. As everyone felt sorry for her, Liang Rurong calmly replied, "To the Lord, I will treat the horse." The commander was pleased with her quick wit. "Bring my beloved horse here." The commander valued this horse greatly, as it was a gift from someone close and had helped him escape danger multiple times. On the way back, the horse was injured. Several doctors were consulted, but they said there was no hope. The commander refused to give up and arranged for a carriage to bring the horse to the capital. The brown horse on the carriage had a fierce wound on its belly, with torn flesh and a foul smell. Its breathing was weak, almost imperceptible, as if it was beyond saving. Liang Rurong quickly approached, lifted the horse's eyelids, and examined carefully. She was relieved to see the pupils hadn't fully dilated. "Is there still hope?" the commander asked anxiously. "Yes, the horse is old, and its recovery ability is weaker. Plus, the wound wasn't treated properly in time, leading to infection and worsening the condition." The commander didn't understand terms like infection, but hearing hope made him feel a little relieved. Using a small cloth bag as cover, Liang Rurong took out antibiotics from her space and injected them into the horse. She then put on clean cloth gloves and carefully removed the rotten flesh from the horse's body. There were sterile rubber gloves in her space, but since there were many people here, it was better not to take out such unexplained items. After removing the rotten flesh, Liang Rurong carefully cleaned the wound again before applying high-quality healing ointment to the horse. Once she finished, the horse, whose eyes were originally closed, opened its eyelids weakly and whinnied. Seeing the horse wake up, the commander's heart finally eased. "Your medical skills are good. My horse has not fully recovered yet. Today, you will return to my residence with me. From now on, take good care of my horse. Well done. I have a reward for you. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable," the commander said loudly at the end. "I have other patients waiting for treatment," Liang Rurong said after some thought, refusing the offer. "If you are worried, sir, I can come to your house every day." "What do you think? How dare you disobey me?" The commander frowned, speaking harshly. "I do not mean to disobey you, but, sir, I am here on the emperor's order to welcome you." Before Liang Rurong could finish, a cold, familiar voice came from behind. Moot Siue was ordered to the commander into the palace. He was only a little late, but unexpectedly, Liang Rurong had already encountered trouble. "Greetings, Regent King." The commander and his soldiers saluted loudly, their voices echoing far. Moot Siue stepped forward and slightly supported him. "What happened? Why is the commander so angry?" Moot Siue asked, as if he hadn't seen Liang Rurong. The commander explained the situation to Moot Siue, downplaying his words. "I just care about my horse and wanted to hire this doctor to take care of it for a while," he said. Mu Tsiue didn't expose him and agreed. That's not a big deal. He paused and continued, but I heard that Dr. Liang is very skilled. The noble ladies in the capital call her to treat them every day, so she probably can't stay at your house all the time. Why not follow her suggestion? Although the commander was a third-rank official, he didn't dare offend all the noble ladies in the capital, as their connections were complicated. He didn't want trouble. Then, you can come to my house every day at dawn to treat the horse. I live at the end of Zhuke Lane. The treatment fee won't be less than what you deserve, Mu Tsiue said. Seeing Liang Rurong didn't respond for a while, Mu Tsiue coldly urged, "What are you waiting for?" "Thank you, Your Excellency Commander." Liang Rurong didn't expect Mu Sai to appear here. She was momentarily stunned but then remembered to thank him. After the matter was settled, Mu Sai took the commander into the palace to report to the emperor. Liang Rurong was still thinking about her third uncle, Liang Dae. She stepped aside and carefully looked at the soldiers passing by her. When the group reached the end, she still didn't see Liang Dae's figure. She felt a little disappointed. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a rough, honest voice calling her by a nickname she hadn't heard in a long time. Liang Dae was very happy to meet a relative here. He hadn't expected to see her and was very pleased. Earlier, they were a bit far apart, and Liang Rurong was very different from the timid girl he remembered. He didn't dare to think too much about it. Now that he was closer and saw her familiar face, he finally dared to speak. Liang Rurong looked up at the sound. She saw a tall, strong man with darkened skin, dressed in armor, smiling at her. Third uncle, Liang Rurong's eyes lit up, and she ran over quickly. Time was tight. Liang Rurong didn't have time to say much. She just told Liang Dae the address of a clinic and asked him to come when he was free. In the imperial study, next to the dragon throne, there was now an additional phoenix chair. When Mu Sai and the commander entered the hall, the young emperor and the empress dowager were sitting upright. "I, Mu Sai, humbly greet your majesty." "Long live the emperor. I, Lu Xinian, also greet your majesty." "Long live the emperor." The empress dowager paid no attention to Mu Chenza. Before he could speak, she had already told them to stand up. Mu Chenza clenched his fists, looking angry but unable to speak out. The empress dowager saw his expression and felt very proud. "Minister Lu, has the matter of the conspiracy been handled smoothly?" she asked casually, admiring the armor on her finger. "Your Majesty, the traitors have all been executed, and there are no remaining threats. Ha ha ha." "Excellent." The Empress Dowager laughed happily, and even her tone toward Mu Sai softened a little. "Your Majesty, Minister Lu handled this matter very well. You should reward him properly. Minister Lu has made great contributions this time. He truly deserves a good reward." Mu Chenza forced a smile. Plotting rebellion is a serious matter, but the actual target is just a small village. Giving too much might upset the officials, while giving too little could hurt Lu Xian's feelings. Now that the Empress Dowager is ruling from behind the curtain, most of the court officials are her people. Mu Chenjua also wants to win people's hearts and build his own influence. He couldn't think of a good idea, so he looked at Mu Tsiue. "Uncle Wang, what kind of reward do you think is suitable for Lord Lu?" Before Mu Tsiue could answer, Lu Xian kneeled down first. "Your Majesty, I have a humble request. Please grant my wish. Speak freely." Lu Xian sighed, looking worried. "My younger brother is 28 years old. He's somewhat famous in the capital for his talents, but he's been weak since childhood. He barely passed the imperial exam with 17th place. I want to use this achievement to ask for an official position for him. Since Liangzhou is close to my hometown, could your Majesty consider giving my brother an official post there? It would also allow him to take care of our elderly mother." Lu Xian's eyes reddened, whether from concern for his brother's future or sadness that he couldn't personally care for his mother. "What does Uncle Wang think?" Mu Chenjua asked again for Mu Tsiue's opinion. It was just a meeting with a returning court official. The Empress Dowager not only came to the imperial study, but also praised Lu Xian repeatedly. It seemed Lu Xian was one of her people. The Empress Dowager probably had her own plans this time. Mu Tsiue thought for a moment and offered a compromise. Using one's own merit to get a family member an official position is unprecedented. Why not bestow your mother the title of first-class lady of the imperial decree with a salary, and then send someone to bring her to the capital so your family can reunite? Would that be acceptable? Lu Xian looked at the Empress Dowager for help. The Empress Dowager thinks that's not appropriate, she said sharply, glaring at Mu Qinzhua with a warning look. Lu Xian is filial to his mother and loyal to his brother. The emperor really shouldn't reject this. Moreover, people don't like to leave their hometowns when they grow old. Mother, this is indeed unprecedented, and it might be hard to convince others. Mu Qinzhua looked conflicted, but he was actually trying to pressure the Empress Dowager, using court officials. The Empress Dowager patted Mu Qinzhua's hand and smiled. The emperor is also a filial person. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Since my birthday is coming soon, I will be shameless and ask you for a birthday gift for Lu Xian. A large hat was placed on top, and if Mu Chenzio did not agree, the world would soon hear that he was unfilial. This was just like Liang Rurong said earlier at the city tower. If the emperor is unfilial, how can the people respect him? But Mu Chenzio really couldn't swallow this insult. He looked at Mu Tsiue, seeking his opinion. Mu Tsiue knew how serious being unfilial was, so he only nodded slightly, allowing Mu Chenzio to follow the Empress Dowager's wishes. Mother's birthday is a great celebration for the whole country. I will agree. Exactly. Now, the position of governor of Liangzhou is vacant. Mu Chenzio originally wanted to appoint Lu Xinian's younger brother as a county magistrate, but the Empress Dowager was becoming more demanding. Having already agreed to her, he couldn't go back now. Even if his hands under the dragon robe were bleeding from the grip, Mu Chenzio still had to pretend to be peaceful. Send my orders. Lu Sidai is to go to Liangzhou in 3 days and take up his post. Thank you for your grace. Lu Xinian was overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Aiqing, you've traveled a long way. Go back and rest. Mu Chenzio reluctantly appointed this official, really not wanting to see his face anymore. I will take my leave. Lu Xinian bowed and left. His goal was achieved, and the Empress Dowager no longer stayed. I am tired. I will return to the palace. Once only their own people remained in the main hall, Mu Chenzio dared to show his true temper. The Empress Dowager is becoming more and more arrogant. I think I, the emperor, should just take her place. Mu Chenzio suddenly slammed the table, startling the nearby trusted. Your Majesty, please stay calm. Meanwhile, after Lu Xinian left the palace, he did not go straight home but instead went to the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters. Invite Lord Lu to sit. Everyone else leave. The Empress Dowager dismissed the palace staff, leaving only a nursemaid who had been with her for decades from her maiden family. How is everything going? Rest assured, Empress Dowager, all the silver and money have been transferred to your private treasury, and young Master Yu has taken everything cleanly. Everyone only knew about the unworthy sons of the Marquis, but they didn't know he had a childhood sweetheart and a talented illegitimate son with remarkable knowledge. Years ago, the Empress Dowager and the Marquis had been childhood friends, and she protected this child, secretly sending him back to his hometown for careful training. Now, Yu Xiaozhi was staying in Liangzhou, managing the Empress Dowager's finances. This time, a village was unhappy with exploitation and rose up in rebellion. During the chaos, the local officials of Qi City accidentally killed a few people, making the situation worse. The Empress Dowager then falsely accused them of treason and recommended Lu Si to investigate and clear their names, as a way to cover up the truth. Did they eliminate all traces? The Empress Dowager asked, always cautious and never allowing any future problems. I have even slaughtered all the poultry in the village. There will be no chance for the rebellion to start again, Lu Si replied confidently. The Empress Dowager was very pleased with Lu Si's work, or they wouldn't have worked together for so many years. After you return, remember to deal with the people you brought back as soon as possible, she ordered. To solve the issue with Yu Xiaozhi, Lu Si used his private soldiers, who were raised locally. To avoid suspicion, on the way back, Lu Si also recruited some newly drafted soldiers. These new soldiers, drinking and eating in the camp, thought they had done a great deed under their commander and were waiting for rewards. Little did they know, their grateful commander was secretly planning to send them to their doom. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light. Liang Rurong had just finished her work at the clinic. As she stepped outside, she saw a familiar black carriage parked at the door. Her face showed surprise, but she kept her composure. "Miss Liang, the prince requests your presence," said the steward of the prince's residence, smiling with a few more wrinkles on his face. Liang Rurong nodded politely and got into the carriage. "Is the prince waiting specifically for me?" "It's just on the way." "The Empress Dowager also asked me to deliver something." Mu Saihai handed her a gold-embossed letter. The Empress Dowager and Mu Saihai were not on good terms, so it was strange for him to give her something. Liang Rurong opened the letter with suspicion. After quickly reading it, she sighed and said, "I have no official position, and I am not a noble lady from the capital. Why would the Empress Dowager invite me to the birthday banquet?" "It might be a trap," Mu Saihai guessed. Since the incident at the city gate, the Empress Dowager had not summoned Liang Rurong. She thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager was waiting for her here. However, since she was ordered to go, Liang Rurong had no choice. "No problem. When the enemy comes, I will face them. When the flood comes, I will block it," she said calmly, closing the letter. The next morning, Liang Rurong told her assistants at the clinic that she would not be seeing patients for the next 2 days and would focus on studying ointments. Since the Empress Dowager was coming to cause trouble, she planned to pay close attention to every detail and not let her find any mistakes. The birthday gift was the first challenge. The Empress Dowager is very important and has seen many rare treasures. Liang Rurong thought carefully and decided to make a beauty and skin care ointment for her. As a woman, appearance is very important. When she returned to the palace again, Liang Rurong still admired the clever design of the royal city. The palace maid took her to the front of the main hall and said with a smile, "Miss Liang, this is your seat. The banquet hasn't started yet, so you can enjoy some fruit first." If someone else were in her place, they might feel upset, but Liang Rurong was very happy with her spot. After all, sitting near the hall entrance meant being far from the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, away from trouble. About 15 minutes later, the sharp voice of the chief sounded outside the door. "His Majesty the Emperor and the Empress Dowager are arriving." As soon as he spoke, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down, kneeling in a large group. "We pay our respects to His Majesty the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress Dowager!" Mu Qinzhu followed behind the Empress Dowager, crossed the crowd, and sat on the dragon throne before addressing everyone. "Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday. A very happy day. Everyone, please relax. Thank you, Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, for your kindness." As he finished speaking, a graceful dancer entered the hall to perform. Below, Lu Xinian and his colleagues raised their cups in a toast. When he saw Liang Rurong sitting alone in the corner, he went over to greet her. "Dr. Liang, you're here today too. Thanks to the Empress Dowager's kindness, I am honored to attend the birthday celebration," Liang Rurong said with a smile, raising her cup. "This official's horse has recently had a big appetite and has gained some weight. I must thank Dr. Liang for her care these days." Lu Xinian paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, and continued, "There was a difficult matter some days ago. Please forgive me, Dr. Liang." Having seen Liang Rurong's medical skills, Lu Xinian wanted to make friends and was much friendlier. "It's all in the past, and I have forgotten about it." "You don't need to worry, Commander," she replied. The Empress Dowager sat at the top, watching the two happily talk. Thinking back to the city gate incident, she felt uncomfortable, like swallowing a fly. She raised her hand to signal the music and danced to pause, then looked at Liang Rurong and said, "Dr. Liang, I am curious about what kind of birthday gift you prepared for me today." Liang Rurong thought about the Empress Dowager's tricky question but decided to face it. She quickly set down her wine cup, took out a delicate sandalwood box she had prepared earlier, and stepped forward to kneel and pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. She carefully holds a sandalwood box above her head with both hands and respectfully says, Lady Liang Rurong wishes the Empress Dowager a long life as eternal as the heavens, celebrating endless generations with everlasting health. This is a special beauty and skin care ointment made just for the Empress Dowager. A small token of my respect. Please kindly accept it. The chief opens the sandalwood box and presents it to the Empress Dowager. Inside the box, the ointment is smooth, white, and shiny, with a faint scent of crabapple blossoms. The Empress Dowager loves crabapple flowers most. Recently, she heard from noble ladies in the capital that the ointment made by Liang Rurong is very effective. Her feelings toward her softened a little. But Liang Rurong dared to oppose her, and she would not let this girl go so easily. I have heard that your medical skills are excellent, and people call you a divine doctor. Would you like to stay in the palace and serve as my personal doctor? Other women present whispered among themselves, marveling at Liang Rurong's good fortune in gaining the Empress Dowager's favor. Unexpectedly, Liang Rurong lightly opened her lips and said, "Respectfully, Your Majesty, I do not wish to stay." Good girl, Liang Rurong. It was only because I appreciated you that I gave you this opportunity. How ungrateful you are. The Empress Dowager immediately became angry, heavily knocking down the gift Liang Rurong presented. The sound of the box hitting the table made everyone lower their heads and fall silent out of fear. Someone, Liang Rurong disturbed my birthday feast. Punish her with 50 strokes and execute her immediately. 50 strokes of punishment, compared to the future where she would stay by the Empress Dowager's side, be forced to choose sides, and become enemies with Mutsiua. Liang Rurong would rather be punished. Just as the guards dragged Liang Rurong onto a bench, the chief's voice rang out again. The regent arrives. I am late. Please forgive me. Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. A tall figure stepped in front of Liang Rurong. I wish the Empress Dowager happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as high as the southern mountain. Mutsiua signaled that to present his gift. To celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, I specially brought a calligraphy piece by Master Tanguang as a gift. The Empress Dowager initially wanted to make things difficult for Mutsiua, but upon hearing Master Tanguang, her attention shifted to the calligraphy. Master Tanguang was the Empress Dowager's maternal grandfather, and they shared a close bond. When he passed away, a fire destroyed all his belongings. With the Emperor's permission, Mutsiua walked to his seat and sat down, speaking up for Liang Rurong. Dr. Liang did not mean to offend. Her father is elderly and has difficulty walking, so he needs extra care. Please, Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, kindly forgive her for showing filial piety. The ancient Shu kingdom valued filial piety above all. A few days ago, the Empress Dowager used filial piety to pressure the young emperor. Today, Mutsiua was merely imitating her. When mentioning Liang Rurong's parents, the Empress Dowager's eyes showed a faint smile. She looked at Liang Rurong with deep meaning. Mutsiua felt something was wrong but couldn't quite put her finger on it. At that moment, Mutsiua's personal guard whispered to her, "Prince, we just received news that Liang village was raided by bandits. Mr. and Mrs. Liang are dead." Mutsiua paused while holding her teacup. "Are there any bodies?" It was chaotic at the time with many casualties. Our secret guards couldn't find any bodies. Clenching her teacup, Mutsiua ordered in a low voice, "Send more people. We must see the bodies if they're dead, and see the people if they're alive." The guard hesitated and asked, "Should we inform Miss Liang about this?"
Keep it quiet for now.
When Liang Rurong saw the worried expressions on the Empress Dowager's and Mutsiua's faces, her heart skipped a beat. She felt that something big had happened. The Empress Dowager's smile grew more forced. She ignored Mutsiua and said, "A few days ago, I heard that a small village in Fuzhou was heavily attacked by bandits, with many dead and injured." She paused and looked at Liang Rurong. "If I remember correctly, the Dr. Liang is from Fuzhou, right?" "I am indeed from Fuzhou," Liang Rurong replied through clenched teeth. The Empress Dowager's words made Liang Rurong understand clearly. Most likely Mr. and Mrs. Liang had met a tragic end. Seeing her displeasure, the Empress Dowager was pleased. "Liang Rurong, I am in a good mood today. I will give you one last chance. If you are willing to stay by my side and serve me, you will have to endure 50 lashes. The Empress Dowager stared intently at Liang Rurong and warned softly, "This tool for punishment has been specially modified. Ordinary men find 30 lashes hard to endure. How can a weak woman like you withstand 50? You must think carefully." Liang Rurong turned her head and saw that the stick in the guard's hand was as thick as a man's calf, embedded with sharp ceramic shards. 50 lashes with this would be almost the same as a death sentence. Liang Rurong's mind raced, searching for a way out. At that moment, someone least expected to be here stepped forward to wish the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. "Commoner Tang Nanfeng greets your majesty and the Empress Dowager," he said, pulling up his robes and blocking Liang Rurong's front as he knelt in a deep bow. The Empress Dowager gently raised her hand. "Please rise quickly." Seeing Tang Nanfeng, the Empress Dowager's face lit up with more joy. "I wonder, what rare treasures has Lord Tang brought me this time?" Tang Nanfeng was the Empress Dowager's favored top merchant. Usually, if he found something rare, he would be the first to bring it to her. So, she always treated him well. "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should speak." Tang Nanfeng hesitated. "Speak freely. Your Majesty, what I brought this time is a rare Buddhist treasure. It should not be opened where blood might be shed, or it might be hard to recognize the master. I kindly ask your Majesty to forgive Dr. Liang for this." The Empress Dowager knew well what kind of person Tang Nanfeng was. She was sure he wouldn't lie to her. Anyway, Liang Dashan and his wife had already been executed. She considered this a small victory, and she could always settle accounts with Liang Rurong later. "Since Lord Tang has shown kindness, I will forgive you this time. Leave now and do not block my sight." "Thank you, your Majesty." Even though Liang Rurong was filled with anger, she had to bow and thank her. After Liang Rurong left, Tang Nanfeng opened the small box made of fragrant Nanmu wood. Inside, a string of shiny Bodhi seeds lay on white silk. In everyone's puzzled gazes, Tang Nanfeng explained, "This is made from a 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree. Hanging in the middle is a relic from the former dynasty's Master Kongwu. There is only this one string in the world." The young emperor stepped closer to look, surprised. "I know. This bracelet is called Quiet Night. It is very spiritual. The former court priest used it to ward off evil and demons, and it made him famous. In the kingdom of Zhongshu, people deeply believed in gods and Buddha, especially during the previous dynasty, when this belief was at its peak. The Empress Dowager had taken many lives over the years. Even though she prayed daily and recited scriptures, she still found it hard to sleep at night. With Quiet Night, she could sleep peacefully. Tang Nanfeng's gift truly touched her heart. While everyone admired the treasures Tang Nanfeng brought, Mu Tsiue quietly left. Fortunately, Liang Rurong was not in a hurry, and when Mu Tsiue reached the imperial garden, she saw her figure. "Miss Liang," Mu Tsiue softly called. "Prince, you came just in time. Have you received any news from my parents recently?" Liang Rurong said anxiously. "According to Empress Dowager's words today, my parents might be in trouble." Mu Tsiue wanted to hide this matter, but now, if he didn't tell her, Liang Rurong might worry even more. "I just received news that your parents—" Mu Tsiue hesitated for a long time, finding it hard to speak. "Prince, please tell me." Liang Rurong's eyes turned red with worry. Mu Tsiue sighed. "Your parents have passed away." Hearing the word she least wanted to hear, Liang Rurong couldn't hold back any longer. Tears, clear and bright, fell from her eyes. Mu Tsiue raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then finally pulled Liang Rurong into his arms and gently patted her back to comfort her. "We haven't found the body yet, so there might still be hope." Liang Rurong cried in Mu Tsiue's arms, releasing all her emotions before she started to think more clearly. Yes, as long as she hasn't seen the body, there is still hope. With red eyes, Liang Rurong looked at Mu Tsiue and begged, "Please, Prince, send more people to find my parents. If you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help. Don't worry. I have already sent people to look. As soon as there is news, I will tell you immediately." Seeing her pitiful look, Mu Tsiue felt guilty and softened his tone. The Empress Dowager's strange behavior made Mutsiue realize that the bandit attack on Liangjia village was probably connected to her. If he hadn't taken Liang Rurong with him, their family wouldn't have caught her suspicion. "Thank you, Prince." Suddenly there was a noise. Liang Rurong was so frightened, she quickly withdrew from Mutsiue's embrace. "Who's there? Come out now." Mutsiue frowned and asked sternly. Lu Xinian had come to the Imperial Garden to relax, avoiding drinking. When he reached the pond and heard some movement behind the willow trees, he went to check. To his surprise, he saw the regent holding a woman, whispering to her. He wanted to leave quietly, but accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a noise. Lu Xinian touched his nose and stepped out, smiling awkwardly. "I was just passing by. I didn't mean to disturb you too. Please continue. Commander, it's not what you think." We just, Liang Rurong was anxious to explain but didn't know how. At this moment, Lu Xinian realized that the woman he was curious about was actually someone he knew. It's Dr. Liang. "No wonder our prince's iron tree can bloom," Lu Xinian said with a teasing look. "Commander," Liang Rurong's ears turned slightly red. But Lu Xinian didn't stop and continued. "Dr. Liang, don't worry. I understand these things. I promise I won't tell anyone." Lu Xinian's words made the situation worse, and Mutsiue couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. "Lord Lu, today's matter, just pretend you didn't see anything. I have important things to discuss with Dr. Liang. Please leave now," Mutsiue said coldly, giving him a stern look. Before Lu Xinian could leave, his guards came over. "Commander, Lord Wang sent someone to find you," they said. As they spoke, they looked up and saw Liang Rurong. "Ronger, how come you're here?" Liang De asked happily. Liang De had been sent back earlier to get something and didn't see the difficult situation the Empress Dowager put Liang Rurong in. "De, do you know Dr. Liang?" Lu Xinian looked back and forth between them, as if trying to find a similarity. Liang Rurong looked like her mother, so it was hard to tell they were related just by looking at her. Liang De was honest and didn't try to hide anything. He scratched his head and proudly said, "This is my niece." After the incident with the horse, Liang De asked his colleagues about Liang Rurong's recent activities and felt very proud. "Maybe you haven't seen your niece in a long time. Stay and chat with Dr. Liang. I will go back to see Lord Wang," Lu Xinian said with a smile, patting Liang De on the shoulder. "Thank you, Lord Commander," Liang De replied gratefully. Mutsiue knew that Liang Rurong came to the capital to find Liang De, so she had many things to talk about with him, and she also left. "Third uncle, have you been well these days?" Liang Rurong asked as she carefully examined him from head to toe. Seeing no injuries and that he looked healthier, she felt relieved. "Third uncle is doing well. The Lord Commander treats us very well. There's wine and meat every day, and life is quite happy." Liang De patted his chest with a big smile on his face. "By the way, how are you here? If I remember correctly, that person earlier was the Crown Prince Regent, right? How did you get involved with him?" Liang De was worried about Liang Rurong and asked several questions in a row. Liang Rurong patiently explained, "I came specifically to find you. When you suddenly disappeared, my parents were very worried. Earlier, the Crown Prince Regent went to Liangjia village for some matter and unfortunately met with an accident. I saved the Crown Prince Regent, and he asked me to come to the capital." Whenever she mentioned her parents, Liang Rurong's eyes filled with tears again. "Did someone bully you? Quickly tell Uncle San. Who bullied you? Uncle San will go and help you get revenge." Seeing her almost crying, Liang De felt a tightness in his heart. Liang Rurong wiped her tears with her hand and shook her head. "Liangjia village suffered a great disaster. My father and mother are now missing, and I am worried." "What?" Liang De's eyes widened in disbelief. "What should we do now? I am in the military camp and cannot go out freely." Thinking of his family, Liang De's eyes turned red with worry. "Uncle San, don't worry. I've already asked the Crown Prince Regent to help us find someone. We should hear news soon." Hearing this, Liang De calmed down a bit. "I also know some people in town. When I go back later, I will ask someone to send messages to them and see if they can help us find them." Liang De gently ruffled Liang Rurong's hair. "Don't worry too much. Your parents are kind-hearted. The Buddha will surely protect them. Now that things have come to this, Liang Rurong thought that worrying here was useless. It was better to care more about the person in front of her. Uncle San, how did you end up following the commander during the draft? At that time, we had just arrived at the military camp, and the commander came to select people. He was going to help suppress the rebellion. My third uncle is not ambitious, but after a few days as a new soldier in the camp, I felt a surge of passion. When I heard about suppressing the rebellion, I signed up. He hesitated a little before continuing. However, it was strange. When we arrived at our destination, the rebels had already been captured. The commander guessed that they might have heard about our arrival and committed suicide out of fear. Those who have the courage to oppose treason will not simply hear the news and then fear punishment to the point of taking their own lives. There may be other unknown reasons behind this. Seeing her silent for a while, Liang De felt a strange premonition and quickly asked, could there be a problem with this matter? It was just a guess, with no proof yet. Liang Rurong didn't want to say more, worried about her third uncle. Suppressing her doubts, Liang Rurong shook her head and comforted him. Third uncle, stay calm and stay close to the commander. If anything happens, you can send me a message. All right. If you need to find me, come to the tiger camp outside the city. Meanwhile, Mu Tsiue had just returned to the main hall when a noble lady from a powerful family started to bother him. Mu Tsiue is influential, talented, and has a handsome face that looks like a fairy. In the eyes of noble ladies, he is the best choice for a husband. Usually, the Regent King is hard to approach, but now that he has this chance, no one wants to give it up. Ah, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the hall. Mu Tsiue quickly pushed away the noble lady and went forward to check. He saw the little emperor clutching his chest in pain, trembling uncontrollably, and spitting black blood. The Empress Dowager, standing nearby, was also startled. Although she didn't like the little emperor, he was still her puppet, carefully raised by her. She was happy to see him doing well, but didn't want him to get hurt. Someone, summon the imperial doctor, Mu Tsiue shouted sternly. He carefully examined the little emperor's body, then turned to the and asked, there are no wounds on his body. It must be poisoning. What did the emperor just eat? Did he touch anything? The clenched his hands tightly, trying to stop trembling. After a while, he calmed down and answered nervously, the emperor didn't eat anything special today, just usual food. And the dishes on the table, but I have already tested for poison. Test again. They quickly took out a silver needle and tested all the dishes and drinks. Prince, as you can see, none of these are poisonous. They was both scared and anxious, tears almost coming out. The Empress Dowager regained her composure and ordered immediately, Regent King, I command you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Find the person who poisoned the emperor. Today, someone dared to poison the little emperor in the palace. Tomorrow, someone might try to harm himself. The Empress Dowager understands the risks better than anyone. As the Regent King, Mu Tsiue has power and a close relationship with the little emperor. There is no one more suitable for this role. Most importantly, everyone knows that the Regent King and the Empress Dowager do not get along, so she can distance herself from this matter. I will do my best to find the culprit and bring them to justice, Mu Tsiue said confidently. At this moment, an old man with white hair hurried in, carrying a heavy medicine box. He looked very anxious, and his hat was tilted askew. Dr. Zhang, quickly see to His Majesty. The chief's voice was trembling with worry. The imperial doctor rushed into the inner hall. As he straightened his hat and prepared to kneel, the Empress Dowager coldly scolded, no need for formalities. Just go in and examine the emperor. The doctor nodded and pushed aside the curtain to look inside. Just one glance was enough to frighten him so much that he almost prepared his last words. He saw Mu Jingyu's eyes rolled back, foam coming from his mouth, and his body gradually stiffening. With his lifetime of medical experience, he knew there was little hope. The Empress Dowager saw that he was not moving and grew anxious. But she knew she couldn't afford to lose a good official. She slightly raised her head, picked up a teacup, and threw it at the doctor's feet. If you can't save the emperor, then all of you can go to the afterlife. Useless things, she snapped. The doctor quickly knelt down, trembling as he checked the emperor's pulse. The pulse was rapid, but did not show signs of poisoning. Just when all the doctors were at a loss, Liang Rurong, a frail figure, entered the hall. She exchanged a quick look with Mu Tsiue and quietly left. Seeing Liang Rurong arrive, the Empress Dowager's face showed clear disgust. "What are you doing here again? Do you think I haven't seen enough of your face? Your Majesty, I heard this woman is skilled in medicine and has a good reputation among the people. Perhaps she can help examine the emperor," Mu Tsiue said quickly, stepping protectively in front of Liang Rurong. The Empress Dowager looked her over, but she didn't seem like a doctor. Still, in a crisis, she had no choice but to try anything. After getting permission, Liang Rurong hurried to the bed. A quick pulse check revealed that the allergy was caused by food incompatibility. She took out allergy medicine and fed it to Mu Jingyu. When she reached for an anti-inflammatory injection, she hesitated slightly. These items might not be accepted by this era. If she took out a long syringe, people might think she was trying to harm someone. After thinking carefully, she gave Mu Si a signal and then turned to bow to the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, I need a quiet place to treat the patient. May I ask you to leave?" Mu Si understood her meaning immediately. Before he could speak, the Empress Dowager interrupted him. She frowned and said with authority, "You focus on treating the emperor. I promise no one will disturb you." That was a refusal. But Mu Jingyu's condition couldn't be delayed even for a second. Liang Rurong gritted her teeth and quickly took out the syringe, rolling up Mu Jingyu's sleeve to inject. Seeing the needle as long as a finger, the Empress Dowager screamed instinctively and hurried forward, knocking Liang Rurong to the ground. "What is this? Are you trying to kill him?" Liang Rurong was anxious but tried to explain patiently. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. However, the Empress Dowager misunderstood her nervousness as guilt. "You say it works like a silver needle, but I ask you, are there any precedents for this? The syringe was invented only after 1,000 years in Shu country. There were no previous examples. Your Majesty, I dare to guarantee with my life. If I cannot cure the emperor, I am willing to sacrifice my life." Liang Rurong knelt but kept her back straight, speaking respectfully but firmly. Seeing her like this, the Empress Dowager sneered dismissively. "Do you think your life is valuable? If something happens to the emperor, your whole family won't have enough to be buried with him." The oldest imperial doctor also led the palace doctors to kneel before the Empress Dowager, protesting. "I have never seen the emperor's health as important as this. We cannot let this dirty thing enter his body. Please, Your Majesty, think twice. Silver needles are made by experienced predecessors, one stitch at a time. This strange-looking syringe, I don't even know where it came from." The Empress Dowager didn't trust Liang Rurong, but didn't dare to joke about Mu Jingyu's life. She was caught in a difficult position. Mu Jingyu, feeling unwell, opened his eyes. His blurred pupils reflected the Empress Dowager's coldness and the helpless faces of the doctors, unwilling to seek expert help. What moved him the most was Liang Rurong's cold, stubborn face. Among these people who had no real connection to him, Liang Rurong and Uncle 17 were the only ones truly caring for him. A sharp pain struck his chest, and Mu Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Mu Jingyu realized he didn't have much time left. His eyes, full of cold light, stared directly at the Empress Dowager. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring her down in this life. "Empress Dowager, the emperor can't wait any longer." Liang Rurong looked at Mu Jingyu's pale face and hurriedly urged. Although it was just an allergy, food incompatibility could cause poisoning. The black blood clearly indicated deep poisoning. If not treated soon, even bringing in top modern medical teams might be useless. The Empress Dowager frowned and thought for a moment, but still couldn't decide on a plan. At this moment, Mu Tsiue ordered his men, 15 loyal officials who had conspired with him, to kneel outside and urge the Empress Dowager to make a quick decision. Meanwhile, he also knelt beside Liang Rurong, looking serious as he met the Empress Dowager's gaze. "I swear with my life that Dr. Liang's medical skills are reliable. If there is any mistake, I will die to apologize." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression finally softened. She had been waiting for this statement. If the emperor couldn't be saved, Mu Tsiue would have to die, and no one in Zhongshu would oppose her anymore. As for the throne, she could easily pick a obedient puppet. Remember what you just said. The Empress Dowager finished speaking and turned to sit on a nearby phoenix chair. Liang Rurong rushed to Mu Jingyu's side, disinfected his wound with iodine, and gently comforted him. Your Majesty, it might hurt a bit. Please bear with it. It will be over soon. Mu Jingyu opened his eyes again. The first thing he saw was Liang Rurong's delicate face. Because he was nervous, his small face was twisted into a frown. He felt touched. She was the first person besides his biological mother to care so much for him. Am I going to die soon? Mu Jingyu's voice was weak, like a mosquito, and Liang Rurong had to lean close to his lips to hear clearly. Your Majesty, don't say such things. You just need to conserve your strength, and I will handle the rest. Liang Rurong slowly pushed the syringe into Mu Jingyu's skin. The sudden pain made him frown, but he didn't make a sound. After the treatment, Mu Jingyu fell into sleep. Fortunately, his pulse was steady, and he was out of danger. Liang Rurong heaved a sigh of relief, supporting her aching leg as she walked over to stand beside Mu Tsiue. Mu Tsiue was responsible for investigating the emperor's poisoning and left the sleeping quarters after a few words. The entire palace was thoroughly checked, but they still couldn't find the source of Mu Jingyu's poisoning. All the food appeared normal. In the end, Liang Rurong took action and discovered that the utensils Mu Jingyu used had been wiped with juice from incompatible foods, causing an allergic reaction. However, the juice was tasteless and harmless, so it was difficult for ordinary people to detect. When presenting the evidence to the Empress Dowager, everyone expected a storm of anger. Many officials knelt in a line, all afraid that divine punishment might fall on them. Using poison openly is too bold, but wiping the emperor's dishes with juice from incompatible foods, what a clever trick. I am truly impressed, said the Empress Dowager. Such talented people are just officials? Isn't that a bit unfair to you? She added. To serve as a warning and to remove trusted aides around Mu Jingyu, the Empress Dowager ordered all the servants and palace maids who served that day to be executed, everything from Mu Jingyu's personal eunuchs to the cooks and serving maids. Liang Rurong was shocked and felt a deep sadness. Innocent maids and servants, dozens of lives vanished in an instant. She was skilled in medicine, but in this era, the ruling power regarded people's lives as insignificant. She couldn't save everyone who was killed daily. Mu Tsiue noticed Liang Rurong's distress and quietly held her small hand, offering silent encouragement. After a long wait, the Empress Dowager finally ordered everyone to leave. Liang Rurong stood up to leave, eager to escape this oppressive place. Just as she was about to step out of the Golden Palace, her voice echoed behind her with authority. Dr. Liang, wait a moment. Liang Rurong calmly turned around, bowed her head in respect, and refused to look at the noble sitting high on the throne. Your Majesty, is there anything else you wish to command? Now that the Emperor's health is fragile and the Imperial Hospital is full of useless staff, I see your medical skills are excellent. Since you saved the Emperor, I order you to stay by his side and care for him until he recovers. Do you have any objections? Asked the Empress Dowager. Liang Rurong wanted to refuse, but since the Emperor was the ruler of the country, she felt she should help in any way she could. Seeing her agree, her expression softened slightly. The eunuchs then led Liang Rurong to a side room to stay. Mu Sai quietly watched Liang Rurong being taken away but he could do nothing. The inner room was quite simple, not as luxurious as the palace in the capital. It showed that the Empress Dowager didn't pay much attention to her. Fortunately, the place was quiet and remote, so Liang Rurong lived peacefully. Liang Rurong entered the inner chamber and refused the meal brought by the palace maid. She lay quietly on the bed. Seeing her asleep, the maid quickly went to report to the Empress Dowager. Inside the space, Liang Rurong stood at the door of the sterile room. When she saw the lights just beginning to turn on inside, she couldn't help feeling happy. It seemed that because Mu Jingyu had a noble status, she received more merit. As a result, a special medicine was unlocked in the space. Liang Ruong sat seriously at the experiment table, beginning to study how the special medicine worked. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in the space. Then, a stack of documents appeared before Liang Ruong. Curious, she picked them up and examined them. These were things her mother had left her. Feeling her mother's call, Liang Ruong was very excited. She finally received a signal from the 21st century in this different world. Late at night, Mu Sai, dressed in night clothes, quickly moved across the palace rocks, skillfully avoiding guards to enter the emperor's bedroom. Mu Jingyu sat quietly by the bed, and seeing Mu Sai, he was not surprised at all. 17th uncle, you finally came. It seems you already expected me to come. Mu Sai sat down and looked around. When he didn't see Liang Ruong's figure, he felt a little disappointed. Mu Jingyu nodded and took out a secret letter from under his pillow. My injury isn't fully healed, and the Empress Dowager won't stay still. This is information from my spy. The Empress Dowager is secretly colluding with others, waiting for tomorrow's court session. She plans to use my illness as an excuse to ask to rule from behind the curtain. Mu Sai sighed after hearing this. Historically, there have been many regents, but all of them clearly indicated that the reigning emperor had no real power. It seems the Empress Dowager is eager to take Mu Jingyu's place. Many officials are wavering now. If she succeeds, it won't be easy to make her step down later. Those holding real power rarely give it up easily. The next morning, the Empress Dowager was indeed dressed in a splendid outfit. She wore a red phoenix celebration robe, a crown with phoenix-shaped ornaments, and sat quietly behind a silk curtain, looking very majestic. When the ministers saw the Empress Dowager personally present, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Empress Dowager cleared her throat and was about to speak when they loudly announced, "The Emperor has arrived." The Emperor? Didn't the Empress Dowager say that His Majesty is unwell and cannot attend court? Seeing the ministers turn against her, the Empress Dowager was clearly panicked. Out of face, she could only kindly walk over to Mu Jingyu and play the role of a caring mother. "Why has my son come to court? Your health is not fully recovered. You should rest for a few more days. With your mother here in court, are you still worried?" Mu Jingyu's lips twitched slightly, but he remained respectful. "It is my fault for being useless and allowing the traitor to take advantage. But mother, you are advanced in age. I cannot bear to see you tire yourself over state affairs." The Empress Dowager clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could immediately scold Mu Jingyu for his disobedience, daring to contradict her in front of so many people. But she was already standing in the sunlight and could not leave easily. She waved her sleeve and sat back on the phoenix chair. "Everyone, as you can see, His Majesty's health is indeed fragile and not suitable for heavy work. From now on, I will handle the affairs of the court." Mu Tsiue, standing below behind the curtain, exchanged glances with the Empress Dowager. When their eyes met, it seemed to spark an invisible fire, making everyone around feel a chill. Before Mu Tsiue could speak, the ministers who had already prepared to speak out knelt down and apologized. "Empress Dowager, please reconsider. Since our founding, there has never been a woman in official positions, and the practice of court politics from behind the curtain is unprecedented. An envoy from a neighboring country will visit soon. If they see the Empress Dowager ruling from behind the curtain, they might doubt our strength. If this leads to war, countless innocent civilians and soldiers will suffer." The ministers knew their words would surely anger the Empress Dowager, so they had prepared themselves to face death before the court session. Seeing no one support her, the Empress Dowager suddenly felt angry and humiliated. As a woman from the palace, she had never been involved in state affairs in the eyes of outsiders. Besides using her status as Empress Dowager to suppress others, she could think of no other way. She cast a cold glance and pointed at the commander. "Commander Liu, what do you think?" Liu Xinian was suddenly called out. He instinctively knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe the Emperor is young and unsure about some matters. Plus, he is still recovering from his injury. Having the Empress Dowager rule from behind the curtain is undoubtedly the best solution." The morning officials quickly split into two groups, with ongoing disputes. Despite the Empress Dowager's pressure, The ministers who disagreed did not hold back. Are you rebelling? Who gave you permission to openly defy the Empress Dowager in the court? A calm male voice sounded, causing everyone to turn and look curiously. Two men, dressed in yellow robes embroidered with wild patterns and with proud expressions, strode confidently into the hall. One hand was behind his back, and a jade pendant hanging at his waist showed his noble status. Greetings, Prince 8. Greetings, Prince 15. Mu Sai led the bow, and the visitors were his 8th and 15th brothers. The 15th prince coldly glanced at Mu Sai, then walked to the center of the hall to bow to the Empress Dowager. As for Mu Jingyu, he merely nodded perfunctorily. The border war has caused a plague. With winter approaching and many displaced people fleeing the war, they will likely move to the capital. I worry these refugees might bring the disease. The 15th prince honestly reported the border situation, but he was also giving the Empress Dowager a chance to take control. The Empress Dowager was pleased and looked at the 15th prince with admiration. She knew he was reliable. As long as she could solve this problem smoothly, she could sit confidently on the throne. She looked around with a commanding gaze. Then send people to settle the refugees outside the city and block the city gates until spring. Hearing this, Mu Sai frowned. It was undoubtedly the best solution, but also the cruelest. Locking them inside the city was like sentencing them to death. But the plague was fierce, and everyone was afraid of catching it themselves. They all agreed with the Empress Dowager's plan. The Prince 8 spoke up. I think someone is most suitable for this task. Oh? Who is it? The Empress Dowager, sitting on her throne with a silk curtain, smiled openly. Mu Jingyu frowned, suspecting who it might be, but he could do nothing and could only secretly sweat for Mu Sai. This person should be the Regent King. He previously had the plague, so his body is naturally immune to the virus. Furthermore, as the Regent King, sending him would better demonstrate the royal kindness and win the people's trust. It would also praise the Empress Dowager's good deeds. His clever words convinced the Empress Dowager to agree. Does the Regent King agree to go? I will go through fire and water for the country. Moci nodded politely, but inside, he was secretly sneering. Honoring the family and country, if he refused, he would be labeled as disloyal. Seeing Moci accept the order and leave, the Empress Dowager happily announced the end of the court session. After personally sending Mo Jingyu back to his sleeping quarters, she immediately saw Liang Rurong waiting inside the hall. Since she seemed quite obedient, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but step forward to cause her some trouble. Greetings, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager impatiently waved her hand. Stand up. Liang Rurong focused on treating Mo Jingyu's illness, while the Empress Dowager watched nearby and casually discussed national affairs, which made Liang Rurong feel a bit nervous. She wondered if she would be silenced for knowing so much. Emperor, you haven't spoken a word to me since the court ended. Is it because you blame me for sending the regent to deal with the plague? Liang Rurong's needle paused. The plague? Why would a prince be sent to handle it? She listened carefully, trying to stay calm. Mother, you're joking. I just think it's a bit much for a prince to handle such a big task. The Empress Dowager smiled slightly, pretending to be casual as she fiddled with her prayer beads, but her eyes flickered, revealing her interest in Liang Rurong's reactions. For the country, there's no such thing as too big or too small a task. Mo Jingyu lowered his eyes, unwilling to engage with the Empress Dowager. Whatever he said would be useless anyway. When the Empress Dowager prepared to leave, Liang Rurong was so anxious she didn't even pack her medical box and ran outside to kneel before her. The border is suffering from a plague. As a doctor, I must do my duty. Surely the Empress Dowager ordered me to go with the regent to fight the plague. The Empress Dowager had already guessed Liang Rurong wouldn't sit still. Seeing her anxious and kneeling in front of her, she felt quite pleased. The safety of the people is important, but nothing is more important than the health of the emperor. You should stay in the palace to care for him. I will take care of the people. She pretended to hesitate, then bent down to help Liang Rurong up, mainly to enjoy her expression. Liang Rurong lowered her head, biting her back teeth tightly. Tang Jini sat in a carriage leaving the capital, recalling how the Empress Dowager had made things difficult for Liang Rurong today. feeling a bit distressed. At that moment, a servant gently knocked on the carriage door. "Young master, today, while escorting those two elders, we encountered the Empress Dowager's pursuers again, who are now actively searching for their whereabouts." Tang Genie opened his eyes upon hearing this, his eyes full of killing intent. "I didn't expect the Empress Dowager to be so persistent. You first settle them down. I won't allow anyone to come out unless I summon them." This was the only way Tang Genie could think of to protect them. Meanwhile, Mu Tsiue also received the news. With departure imminent, he needed to see Liang Rurong quickly and explain everything to her. That evening, Mu Tsiue sneaked into Mu Jingyu's sleeping quarters as usual. Seeing that his face had regained its healthy color, he felt relieved. 17th uncle? Today at court, I failed to protect you. The plague is fierce. You must take good care of yourself. Mu Tsiue bowed respectfully. There's no need to blame yourself, Your Majesty. You did your best. Even seasoned officials might struggle to handle the Empress Dowager's commanding presence at court today. Mu Tsiue's visit wasn't about that. Liang Rurong's home was closely watched by the Empress Dowager's spies, making it impossible to sneak in. That's why he chose to enter Mu Jingyu's chambers instead. Your Majesty, could you arrange for me to meet with Dr. Liang? I have something important to tell her. Mu Tsiue lowered his head, his expression unreadable. But when mentioning Liang Rurong, his slightly reddened ears caught Mu Jingyu's attention. Mu Jingyu sat up suddenly, crying out in pain, prompting Mu Tsiue to quickly hide in the shadows. Soon after, Liang Rurong entered surrounded by several palace maids. As soon as she stepped inside, she knelt before the emperor's bed to check his pulse. However, the emperor's pulse was steady, showing no signs of discomfort. Knowing that Liang Rurong preferred not to be disturbed during her treatments, the maids and eunuchs watched for a while and then quietly left once they saw no abnormalities. The door was closed, and Liang Rurong finally dared to speak. Your Majesty, are you well? Is there something else you need to discuss? It's me who wants to see you. Hearing the familiar voice, Liang Rurong turned around and saw Mu Tsiue. A smile appeared on his face. Greetings, Regent. Is there something you need from me? This was the first time she addressed him so formally. He felt a bit unfamiliar, but with the emperor present, a little distance was probably for the best. He stepped forward and helped Liang Rurong to her feet, his expression serious. I just received news. The day the bandits attacked the village, your parents escaped. We haven't found their current location yet, but we know they are still alive. That day, a large group of imperial guards suddenly appeared inside the palace. They wore armor, held long spears, and looked very serious, standing like statues at the entrances of various chambers. Such a big show made it seem like a palace coup was happening, even to those who didn't know the full story. Liang Rurong was dressed in a simple light yellow long dress, her hair neatly. She was about to leave when her guard stopped her. No one is allowed to go out without the emperor's personal order. Liang Rurong frowned, realizing that the Empress Dowager wanted to keep her under house arrest. But she was just an ordinary person with no power or influence. Was the Empress Dowager really making such a fuss over her? She took a step back, her voice tinged with anger. I am personally appointed by the Empress Dowager as the imperial doctor, responsible for caring for the emperor's health. Does that mean I can't leave for routine health checks? Even after hearing this, the guards refused to back down. The Empress Dowager said that if the emperor feels unwell, palace maids and eunuchs will report it. Dr. Liang, please stay in your room and don't cause trouble. Reluctantly, Liang Rurong had to return to her room. It was heavily guarded, so much so that not even a fly could get in, let alone secretly contact Mu Tsiue. Lu Xinian stood outside Mu Jingyu's sleeping quarters, dressed in black with silver boots. He bowed solemnly and spoke, Your servant Lu Xinian greets your majesty. Hearing the noise, Mu Jingyu strolled to the door, his gaze falling on Lu Xinian. After a moment he spoke softly. Lu Aiqing, rise. Thank you, your majesty. Lu Xinian stood up and followed Mu Jingyu into the hall. Knowing that Lu Xinian was loyal to the Empress Dowager, Mu Jingyu spoke cautiously, afraid that his words might be used against him. Mu Jingyu sat at the table, gently picking up his teacup. His tone was calm, showing no emotion. Commander, it must be hard to oversee the palace security in your fine attire. It is my duty. The Empress Dowager is worried that there are still traitors plotting harm to the Emperor, so she sent me to protect him. Lu Xinian answered respectfully, with no hint of disapproval. His careful mind made Mu Jingyu wary. He put down his teacup and looked out the window, as if speaking to Lu Xinian or perhaps to himself. It's a pity that the mother is so worried. Has anyone caused trouble for the Empress Dowager at court these days? Since the Empress Dowager sent Mu Xiue to the border, no one in the court dared to speak for Mu Jingyu. Naturally, the Empress Dowager took control of the government herself. A few days ago, she would still bring Mu Jingyu into the court to make appearances, but later she simply claimed he was unwell and not suitable for movement, so she stopped inviting him. The officials were all angry but dared not speak out. Lu Xinian realized that Mu Jingyu was testing him. He quickly knelt and replied, "I serve the country and will do my best to be loyal to Zhongshu." Mu Jingyu sneered silently, his hand clenched into a fist in the dark. What a loyal subject to Zhongshu. The implied meaning was clear. Whoever held the power in the country, he would serve whom. It didn't matter whether that person was him, Mu Jingyu, or the Empress Dowager. Mu Jingyu suddenly fell as he stood by the bed. Lu Xinian was shocked and hurriedly sent someone to call Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong was able to come out, but she didn't have time to be happy. She hurried to Mu Jingyu's residence. If anything happened to Mu Jingyu, she wouldn't survive either. Seeing Liang Rurong, Lu Xinian immediately relaxed. When she entered the room, he followed her inside. Liang Rurong understood that this was the Empress Dowager's intention, so she didn't say much and began examining Mu Jingyu. The cause was overthinking leading to liver and gallbladder stagnation. If the root cause wasn't found, he might fall into depression and die. Just as Liang Rurong was about to honestly report to Lu Xinian, Mu Jingyu suddenly squeezed her hand. Curious, she turned around and saw the man on the bed silently watching her. Mu Jingyu shook his head at her, then spoke to Lu Xinian nearby. "My body is fine. It's better not to tell the Empress Dowager, to avoid worrying her." Lu Xinian was very anxious. He was ordered by the Empress Dowager to monitor Mu Jingyu closely. Disobeying the Emperor's wishes would not end well for him. Now, with the Empress Dowager and the Emperor secretly fighting, the outcome was uncertain. Lu Xinian could only try to please both sides. He slightly bowed and looked at Liang Rurong, unsure whose side she was on. He asked cautiously, "The Empress Dowager cares about the Emperor's health. If I don't tell the truth, she might blame me. Dr. Liang, do you think the Emperor is in good health?" Liang Rurong pursed her lips, her mind racing for a moment. She quickly understood the situation. She knelt on the ground and spoke calmly. "The Emperor's health is good, but the reason he hasn't gone out these days is unclear. His mood is not very good." After saying this, she turned to Lu Xinian and asked, "People only recover quickly when they are in a good mood. Commander Lu, do you think a lady is right?" Lu Xinian's mouth twitched. He pretended to ask questions, but he didn't expect the other person to be difficult. His vague answers made it hard for him to understand her. Since things had reached this point, he could only go out for a walk with Mu Jingyu. To prevent any accidents, he asked Liang Rurong to come along. They arrived at the Imperial Garden. Mu Jingyu and Liang Rurong walked in front, one after the other. Only when they were sure no one behind them could hear their voices did Liang Rurong speak softly. "Now that the Emperor is healthy again, why not let me leave the palace to help more people?" Hearing this, Mu Jingyu suddenly stopped and looked back at her with a helpless expression. "You know, you entered the palace by the Empress Dowager's order. If she doesn't say so, I don't think I have the right to let you go." Liang Rurong frowned but didn't say anything more because she already knew the outcome. An emperor, who doesn't even have the right to leave the palace, is truly unfortunate. Seeing Liang Rurong look disappointed, Mu Jingyu felt a bit upset too. He pretended to be carefree and walked over to her, pointing at a pond full of blooming lotus flowers, and finally showed a slight smile. Lu Xinian followed behind and saw this. He realized that the emperor might have some feelings for this woman. With Liang Rurong's intelligence and skills, if she could serve the Empress Dowager, she would be a great help. Thinking of this, he immediately turned and went to the Empress Dowager's palace. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was leaning on the phoenix throne. 3 palace maids were carefully massaging her back. She was enjoying herself with her eyes closed, but when she heard Lu Xinyan's suggestion, her eyes suddenly widened. "You're saying you want that woman to become the emperor's consort?" Lu Xinyan couldn't figure out the Empress Dowager's thoughts. He could only express his opinion. "Empress Dowager, please stay calm." Today, Lady Liang accompanied the emperor to the garden for a walk. From his expression, it seems he has some interest in her. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager snorted disdainfully. A foolish little emperor. Does he understand what love and affection are? He was just touched because a woman took care of him so attentively for the first time. Lu Xinyan lowered his head, afraid to speak again, worried that any wrong words might anger the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, as if she had thought of something. "Your plan isn't impossible, but this girl is very stubborn. She might not be easily tamed. If only I had some leverage." Smart people usually speak briefly. Lu Xinyan looked down and smiled politely. "Rest assured, Empress Dowager, I will soon capture Liang Rurong's parents and bring them to you." The Empress Dowager nodded happily and waved her hand to dismiss Lu Xinyan. Once she captured Liang Rurong's parents and had their family ties as leverage, she believed Liang Rurong would have no choice but to submit. Musai learned that the palace was surrounded by the imperial guards. Worried about Liang Rurong's safety, he used the excuse of visiting the emperor to enter the palace. Inside, he was told that Liang Rurong was with the emperor in the royal garden, enjoying a walk. His face darkened immediately. How much longer will the emperor be gone? I have something important to tell him. I don't know, sir, the replied quickly. Before he could leave, 2 figures entered the room. Mu Jingyu saw Musai smile slightly at him. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Musai's gaze fixed on Liang Rurong behind him. He held back his thoughts and sat straight on the main throne. Although Mu Jingyu was younger than Musai, his presence and commanding aura were just as strong. His natural royal blood made him seem powerful without even raising his voice. "Seventh uncle, today you don't seem to be coming for me," Liang Rurong said, sensing the underlying meaning in his words. Feeling a bit awkward, she found an excuse to leave. Musai saw her go and finally looked away. "I will be heading to the frontier soon. Today, I came to ask for your leave." Mu Jingyu smiled slightly. His cold voice came from above the main hall. "I understand. I will stay here in the court, waiting for your return in victory." It felt like a promise, almost as if Mu Jingyu was making a vow to himself. After Musai left, he felt truly isolated in the palace. Dealing with the Empress Dowager would require extreme caution. As Musai left the main hall and was about to look for Liang Rurong, he found her waiting for him at the door. They exchanged a knowing smile, as if they shared a secret. Liang Rurong stepped forward and bowed politely. "Did the regent receive the letter I sent you?" "What letter?" Musai asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Liang Rurong understood. It seems that the letters were all intercepted by the Empress Dowager. Fortunately, she was cautious and only wrote about her concerns regarding the medical clinic. She suggested that the regent prince send someone to watch over it, so even if the letters fell into the Empress Dowager's hands, there would be no mistake. She looked around. The noisy surroundings were not a good place to talk. "I still have some matters at the medical clinic to handle. I didn't bring everything. Could I ask the prince to go there for me?" When Musai nodded in agreement, his gaze casually drifted to Liang Rurong's waist. He saw she was wearing a jade pendant, a fine piece that looked like something from the palace. He asked casually, "Is this jade gift from the emperor?" Liang Rurong gently touched the jade pendant, which was cool and beautiful. She liked the style very much. Since it was a gift from Mu Jingyu, out of respect and reverence, she immediately wore it. "It was a gift from the emperor when we were walking in the imperial garden. He said I was rewarded for my help and treatment." Liang Rurong answered happily, not noticing Musai's darkening expression, almost as if water could drip from his face. He displeasedly placed the jade pendant in Liang Rurong's hand, his tone filled with jealousy. The emperor hasn't given me such a fine gift before. Moreover, such personal items shouldn't be given to women. Give it to me, and I will ask the emperor for it. Liang Rurong was confused but knew that imperial gifts could not be given away or discarded, or it would be a serious crime. Before she could speak to dissuade him, Mu Sai put the pendant into his. If you like it, you must tell the emperor clearly. If he finds out, I can't bear the consequences. Liang Rurong pouted. She didn't want a quarrel between her uncle and nephew to endanger her life. Don't be afraid. The emperor is kind-hearted and won't hurt you over such things. Mu Sai smiled. For him, giving a woman a jade pendant was a symbol of commitment. In his eyes, only he could give Liang Rurong such a gift.
Liang Rurong stroquait Mu Sai's jade pendant.
Its texture was not as smooth as the one from Mu Jingyu, but it was still a high-quality material. The carved patterns on it were unique and special. Does this pattern have any meaning? Moci seemed to be waiting specifically for this moment. As Liang Rurong finished speaking, he eagerly replied, "This jade pendant is a symbol of my identity. It can activate my secret guards. If you need them, just show this." Liang Rurong was surprised and quickly tried to return the jade pendant to Moci. Seeing that he wouldn't take it back, she anxiously advised, "You gave me something so important. What if you need your secret guards? Don't worry about that. All my secret guards are carefully chosen by me. I believe they can recognize their master's face." Moci spoke confidently, and Liang Rurong felt relieved. Indeed, with Moci's handsome face, there's nothing he can't do in Shu Kingdom. "Prince, you're about to leave soon. I'm worried that some of the Empress Dowager's spies have been watching you these days. Since you're frequently entering the palace, she might become suspicious." Liang Rurong hung the jade pendant properly. Suddenly, a guard approached, making her cautious. On the way back to her room with Moci, there were always guards or palace maids moving around. Usually, there's nothing urgent that requires them to rush. Their frequent presence was just to monitor if they said anything they shouldn't. "Your Majesty, I am just visiting the Emperor. If she's suspicious, wouldn't she suspect everyone who enters the palace to see him?" Moci stood proudly. He only glanced at those people, and they hurriedly ran away, as if they had seen something terrifying. Liang Rurong was confused. Moci was very handsome, and he was also very kind in private. When they were about 10 steps from the door, Moci realized he was about to part from Liang Rurong. He felt a strong reluctance. After hesitating for a moment, he called out to stop her. "Tonight, I want to enjoy the moon with you. Do you have time?" Liang Rurong turned to look at the darkening sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming, and the moonlight should be beautiful. But because the Empress Dowager was too strict, she really couldn't go out. "It's not that I don't want to accept your kindness, Your Majesty. But as you can see, the current situation is difficult. Unless the Emperor summons me, I can't even step out of my room. Like a bird trapped in a cage, without freedom."
Creak.
Creak. Hearing a movement at the window, Liang Rurong looked up and saw Mu Tsiu's handsome face, momentarily stunned. "Miss, may I invite you to enjoy the moon together?" Mu Tsiu raised an eyebrow, his stern features softened slightly under the moonlight, with a barely noticeable smile between his brows and eyes. Seeing Liang Rurong in a dazed state, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He slowly stepped closer and looked down at her. The pleasant scent of wood from the man's body approached gently, making Liang Rurong feel her breath catch and her heart race faster. On the ceiling of the room, 2 tiles had been moved aside, allowing cold moonlight to shine into the room. Through the roof, the moon and stars in the sky illuminated the earth together. "I won't be in the capital for a while, so be careful. Everything will wait until I return," the man said in a hoarse voice, filled with suppressed emotion. Liang Rurong no longer looked at the moon. She turned to Mu Tsiu and saw that he was also looking at her, with eyes full of reluctance and worry. They gazed at each other, then quickly looked away. Mu Tsiu's ears turned slightly red, barely noticeable. "Look at the moon. Tonight's moon is very beautiful. Don't waste it." Before he finished, a dark guard suddenly appeared from nowhere and knelt before Mu Tsiu. "Master, we have news." Mutsiu's words were interrupted, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. He suppressed his emotions and told the guard, "Keep an eye on him." Liang Rurong couldn't hear what they were saying. Knowing it was important, she didn't disturb them. Instead, she took a small pouch from her box. After the guard left, she gently placed it in Mutsiu's hand. "Be very careful. The medicine I prepared for you must be carried with you." Mutsiu hesitated, swallowing some words, then nodded and disappeared into the night. As Mutsiu left, a palace maid hurriedly came to call Liang Rurong. Dr. Liang, the emperor suddenly has a stomach ache. Please come quickly." Liang Rurong's heart skipped a beat. Why would he have a stomach ache so late? "Take me there now." She didn't dare delay and hurried to Emperor Mu Jingyu's palace. Does the emperor have severe stomach cramps? Is he spitting foam? The maid described Emperor Mu Jingyu's symptoms in detail. Liang Rurong thought to herself that it might be poisoning. When they arrived at the sleeping hall, Mu Jingyu was lying on the bed, looking pale with no trace of color on his face, like a living dead person. The candles inside the room flickered in the sudden breeze, making the place seem even more silent and lifeless. Seeing Liang Rurong arrive, everyone naturally stepped outside the sleeping hall to wait. Liang Rurong quickly approached, fed Mu Jingyu a pill to detoxify and save his life, then took a handkerchief from the medicine box and placed it on Mu Jingyu's wrist. She was a bit surprised. The poison from last time had been cleared, so he shouldn't be like this. Could someone have poisoned him again? But since the last poisoning was discovered, Mu Jingyu's meals and utensils had been carefully managed. Who could it be? Thinking about the cause of his illness, Liang Rurong took out a syringe and blood collection tube from her space to test his blood. Just then, there was some movement outside the sleeping hall window. A man's figure was getting closer. Liang Rurong hurriedly put her things back into her space. A large screen shielded the outer room, so even under the moonlight, she couldn't see the face of the visitor clearly, only that the tall figure looked familiar. She knew she had to be cautious, so she secretly took out a surgical knife from her space for self-defense. When she saw who it was, Liang Rurong was a bit surprised. She put away the knife and asked, "Why are you here?" Mu Saihai lowered his voice and said, "I just found some clues. The emperor's poison was given by a court official, but I don't know exactly who it was." Liang Rurong was slightly stunned. After reacting, she said that official probably didn't do it personally. The person who poisoned him must be among the palace servants outside.
Mutsiu nodded, confirming Liang Rurong's guess.
You saw it too. The emperor has been poisoned again. I just gave him the antidote. Liang Rurong looked at Mu Jingyu lying on the bed, feeling a bit distressed. Mu Saihai sensed Liang Rurong's concern for Mu Jingyu and felt a twinge of jealousy. But tomorrow I have to leave for a campaign. You will need to find the person who poisoned the emperor, he said. Mu Jingyu's fingers twitched slightly. Seeing this, Mu Saihai turned to leave, knowing that staying would only cause more trouble. When Mu Jingyu woke up, he saw Liang Rurong looking a bit lonely, thinking she was worried about Mu Saihai's upcoming campaign. He used a hoarse voice to speak slowly and comfort her. Don't worry, Liang the healer. The regent is clever and resourceful. This time, he will be safe and sound. Liang Rurong naturally understood that Mu Jingyu was comforting her. She was still trapped in the palace and felt restricted in everything she did. I'm worried about you. If you die, the Empress Dowager definitely won't spare me. Liang Rurong joked with Mu Jingyu. Okay. The young boy's heart was beating very fast at this moment, and his ears turned red. Liang Rurong didn't notice and simply nodded, feeling her tense heart relax. The emperor is fine. Tonight, I will stay with him.
You all can leave now.
If anything happens, I will call you, Liang Rurong told the palace maids and eunuchs inside. Everyone wisely closed the door and left. In the Empress Dowager's palace, 2 maids were massaging her legs. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, the Empress Dowager said casually while eating grapes, speaking to Lu Xian. This year, we should hold a banquet. The emperor can see if there's a girl he likes. Lu Xian understood the Empress Dowager's meaning and agreed. After spitting out the grape peel, the Empress Dowager waved her hand to dismiss the maids. After they left, she continued speaking to Lu Xian. Have you found out where Liang Rurong's parents are? Lu Xian respectfully replied, I've sent people to follow them secretly, but they were rescued and taken away. Now, we don't know where they are. The Empress Dowager's face suddenly turned cold and fierce. What do you mean you don't know where they are? How did I tell you to do this? What have you done? Lu Xian immediately knelt down, his forehead touching the cold floor, trembling with fear. I failed in my task. Please punish me, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was silent for a moment, then coldly said, forget it. Keep watching them. You may leave now. Lu Xian received her order and left, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Hurried in and knelt on the ground, saying, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor have been poisoned. The next morning, a cool autumn breeze blew, and Mu Tsiue was preparing to leave for the border. At the morning court, the Empress Dowager, dressed in official robes, spoke to the ministers behind the beaded curtain. The regent is working for the country and the people. He is going to the border to fight the epidemic. You all must remember this. Her words clearly warned the regent's faction not to act recklessly. However, the people loyal to the regent did not think so. Your Majesty, I believe that only the war regent needs to lead the troops. However, since the plague is spreading rapidly, we should send doctors to help eliminate it early. A government official stood up and respectfully addressed the Empress Dowager. As soon as he spoke, other officials agreed with him. The Empress Dowager's face changed. She looked at the ministers kneeling below and asked in a serious voice, what do you think should be done? I think we should send the divine Dr. Liang with the troops. Hearing this, the other ministers also agreed. The Empress Dowager's expression turned very stern. She coldly scolded the ministers. Divine Dr. Liang is the emperor's personal doctor. He cannot leave the capital easily. This matter is not up for discussion. Court is dismissed. She waved her sleeve and left the court, leaving the ministers to discuss among themselves. On an old road, a group was traveling and reached a forest. The further north they went, the colder it became. The wind rustled the autumn leaves, making a soft sound. Everyone, stop here and rest for half an hour. No sleeping, Mu Tsiue ordered his men. He took out a small silk pouch given by Liang Rurong. It looked handmade, with uneven embroidery, obviously not learned in needlework. The embroidered mandarin ducks looked more like ducks than lovebirds. Gently, he stroked it with his hand. If they returned safely, he wanted to tell her the rest of the words he hadn't spoken that day. After the Empress Dowager finished her morning court, she returned to her palace and started smashing vases. Beautiful jade pieces fell to the ground, making everyone feel heartbroken. All useless. A regent wants to block my way, her angry voice mixed with the crisp sound of breaking porcelain. She remembered that she had once been kind-hearted and didn't kill Mu Tsiue and the lowly concubine Qin together. Otherwise, today's troubles wouldn't have happened. She calmed herself and said, someone go and summon the emperor. Tell him I have something to ask him. When Mu Jingyu arrived, it was already lunchtime. Thanks to Liang Rurong's treatment over the past few days, Mu Jingyu's health was recovering quickly. My son has arrived. Come, sit and eat together, the Empress Dowager called to Mu Jingyu. It's nothing urgent. I just care about your health. How are you feeling lately? Her face showed fake concern and affection. Mu Jingyu replied calmly, Divine Dr. Liang is very skilled. My health is improving. I believe I will be able to attend court soon, and you can enjoy your retirement peacefully. The Empress Dowager was unhappy with Mu Jingyu's answer. She wanted to be the most powerful woman, so Mu Jingyu should obediently serve as her puppet. This matter is not urgent. Since my health is improving, the palace must not be left empty. As the emperor, you should help expand the royal family. In a few days, I will host a banquet for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yes, Mu Jingyu reluctantly agreed. With the 17th uncle away and his own strength still growing, he was not strong enough to oppose the Empress Dowager. Mu Jingyu wasn't sure how he felt right now. Did he want to marry a consort? Women's faces kept appearing in his mind. Every gesture, every smile. It takes at least 8 days to travel from the capital to the border at Yangchao Mountain. Even though Mu Tsiua hurried with the army, it still took 5 days. Yangchao Mountain is high and difficult to attack, with the opposite side belonging to the territory of the northern barbarians. The northern barbarians are not as rich as Zhongshu Kingdom. Their cold climate all year round makes their resources scarce, especially food. Here, wars often happen when the weather turns cooler and food supplies decrease, leading to riots. Suppressing these uprisings is just a temporary control. Once Zhongshu's army leaves, the northern barbarians will rebel again. Mu Tsiua sat calmly in the military tent, analyzing the current situation. If it were just a plague, there would be many ways to solve it. But now, with the plague and unrest happening together, if soldiers get infected, their fighting strength will weaken. Without good solutions, it could threaten the core of Zhongshu Kingdom. Moreover, in recent years, the temperature has warmed and the northern barbarians' military power has grown rapidly. If a war breaks out, it will be the common people who suffer. Mu Tsiua thought for a long time and felt a headache coming on. He reached up and massaged his temples. He had been away for so long and didn't know how Liang Rurong was doing in the palace. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone was immersed in the happiness of reunion. Liang Rurong also missed her parents. She wondered how they were now, whether they had been injured, or where they were resting. She couldn't go out now, let alone communicate with others. Every day, she either read books or studied medicine in her space, occasionally checking Mu Jingyu's pulse. Today, the Empress Dowager held a grand mid-autumn banquet, inviting suitable noble daughters. She was also invited as a palace doctor, which was clearly meaningful. Liang Rurong leaned gently against the window and sighed. Since morning, her mind had been restless. She felt that tonight wouldn't pass peacefully. The moon was bright, the breeze gentle, and even the air felt warm and less cold than usual. The Empress Dowager looked cheerful and sat proudly on the main throne. Mu Jingyu sat beside her, expression calm and unreadable. In the capital, young noblewomen were dressed more beautifully than ever today. They saw this as a rare chance to find a good marriage. Liang Rurong was restless. Somehow, the news from the palace banquet had reached Mu Tsiua. I had secretly handed her a note just now. At the hour of you, meet outside the palace gates. There was no signature, but Liang Rurong recognized the strong handwriting as Mu Tsiua's. At this time, Mu Tsiua should be at the border. Why was he in the capital? Her heart, already tense, grew more anxious. She couldn't wait until the hour of you. Every second felt like a hot stone on her stomach. She was nervous and restless. The palace was lively with singing and dancing. The sound of strings and flutes filled the air. People drank wine, recited poetry, and enjoyed themselves. Liang Rurong used the excuse of drinking tea to go to the bathroom. She then bribed a palace maid to quietly slip out through the back door. Who dug this secret tunnel? Can't they make it bigger? It's so hard to get through, she muttered quietly. Outside the city, at a tavern, Liang De suddenly sneezed. He wondered who was talking about him. At the palace banquet, everything went on as usual. No one noticed Liang Rurong's departure. In the open-minded kingdom of Zhongshu, men and women dared to exchange glances and flirt, thinking about their future marriages. Suddenly, a small quietly entered from outside and told the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty." Liang Shini did not go to the bathroom. She slipped out through the back palace door. The music and strings at the banquet were still pleasant. The Empress Dowager looked up slightly and said, I see. Keep watching. Be sure to find out who is looking for her." Ling Feng had been waiting by the secret tunnel behind the palace gate. As the hour of you approached, he heard rustling sounds from the tunnel. Liang Rurong struggled to stand. She looked around carefully and brushed dust off her clothes. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from a tree and landed steadily in front of her. "Miss Liang." Liang Rurong was surprised. "How are you here? Didn't you go to the border with Mu Tsiua? Did something happen to the prince?" Ling Feng bowed respectfully and replied, "Master is fine. He has safely reached the border. I came to deliver a message to you. After speaking, he looked around cautiously. Liang Rurong saw Ling Feng being so cautious and knew that it was a very important matter. She became more alert. Earlier, the master asked me to find out who poisoned the emperor. I have some clues now, Ling Feng said softly to Liang Rurong after ensuring the surroundings were safe. But it's a palace made close to the emperor, Liang Rurong asked again. Yes, Xiao Chui. After hearing Ling Feng, Liang Rurong fell into thought. She remembered Xiao Chui and decided to discuss it carefully with Mu Jingyu when she returned. When they returned to the banquet, the last dance was just ending. Liang Rurong quickly sat back at her seat, trying not to attract attention. Mu Jingyu, sitting high up, noticed Liang Rurong had been gone for a long time and became curious. The Empress Dowager also saw Liang Rurong return. She felt it was about time and cleared her throat, speaking to everyone. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner. Everyone can relax. I am quite old now and love lively events. I don't know when a caring consort will come to keep me company and talk to me. Everyone understood that this was the start of looking for a suitable consort for the emperor. Your Majesty, I brought a dance today. I hope you will like it. A gentle female voice came from the guest area. A woman in a beautiful Su embroidery moonlit dress stood up. Good. Qing'er, you are thoughtful, the Empress Dowager said kindly, looking at Wang Yunqing with a smile that made her eyes narrow. Wang Yunqing was the Empress Dowager's niece. She came to the banquet today to seek a position close to the emperor. The music started slowly, matching the woman's delicate movements, earning praise from everyone. She performed her best dance, the feathered garment dance, which was very difficult. She had practiced for a long time and managed to learn about 70 to 80% of it. After the dance, the Empress Dowager led the applause, clearly pleased. Mu Jingyu, sitting nearby, still showed no expression, but his gaze occasionally lingered on Liang Rurong. While Wang Yunqing danced, she noticed Mu Jingyu kept looking at Liang Rurong. Her long nails pressed into her palm. She didn't understand what she lacked. Mu Jingyu didn't even give her a single glance. The Empress Dowager is giving you this golden-laid jade bracelet. Do you like it? The Empress Dowager said, removing her bracelet and handing it to a palace maid behind her. The maid, holding a purple sandalwood tray, presented the bracelet to Wang Yunqing. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your kindness. The gifts you gave are the best and I like them very much. Wang Yunqing also understood now. She wanted to please the Empress Dowager so that, even if the emperor didn't like her, she would still have support from the Empress Dowager. After Wang Yunqing returned to her seat, the Empress Dowager pretended to ask Mu Jingyu, "Does the emperor have a favorite lady? Tell mother about her." But her eyes showed warning. The position of empress must belong to her own family. My son will follow mother's arrangements, Mu Jingyu replied simply, but his gaze stayed on Liang Rurong. After several performances, Mu Jingyu suddenly fainted while sitting on the high throne. The quick reflexes of the eunuchs behind him caught him, preventing him from falling. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Everyone exclaimed, and the hall quickly became chaotic. Liang Rurong hurried forward, pinching Mu Jingyu's pressure point with one hand and checking his pulse with the other. After a moment, she said, Your Majesty is fine, just exhausted. Let's send him back to his chambers to rest. Everyone sighed in relief. The Mid-Autumn Festival banquet could not continue, so they all began to leave. As the music stopped and people left, the lively hall suddenly became empty. In the sleeping quarters, Mu Jingyu slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Liang Rurong watching over him, he felt a little happy. If the palace was a dark prison for him, Liang Rurong was his hope. When Liang Rurong saw he was awake, she stood up and gently asked, Your Majesty is awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Mu Jingyu shook his head and said nothing. Do you know which palace maid Xiao Chui is? Liang Rurong asked carefully, taking advantage of the fact that the Empress Dowager's spies were not present. She was my personal maid before. Why do you ask about her? Mu Jingyu looked puzzled. Xiao Chui had tried to climb into his bed before, but he sent her away when he found out. You were poisoned, and she might be involved. For now, don't make it known. We don't want to alert anyone.
Yes.
Okay. Liang Rurong walked to the door, opened it, and spoke to the waiting maids and eunuchs outside. The emperor is awake now and is fine. He needs to move around more to recover quickly. She was speaking to the servants, but secretly, she was sending a message to the Empress Dowager, knowing that these spies would pass the message along. She needed to find more opportunities to let Mu Jingyu move freely. The next morning, Liang Rurong was about to leave when a palace maid guarding outside stopped her. Dr. Liang, the Empress Dowager said you are not allowed to move around freely. If the emperor suddenly has an emergency, Liang Rurong coldly replied, "How dare you? Are you cursing the emperor?" Xiao Chui was frightened and quickly knelt down, begging, "I dare not. I am just worried about the emperor's health. Then I need to go see the emperor for follow-up. Why are you stopping me? I will report to the Empress Dowager." Liang Rurong made a move to leave. Xiao Chui hurriedly kowtowed and begged. Taking advantage of Xiao Chui's distraction, Liang Rurong gently helped her up, secretly feeling the pulse and finding her answer. "Then don't delay me giving the emperor a checkup. If something happens to the emperor, neither of us will escape trouble." This time, Xiao Chui did not stop Liang Rurong. She was afraid her secret would be discovered. Today, she must poison Mu Jingyu again, or she would be doomed. She shook off the Empress Dowager's people and headed straight to Mu Jingyu's sleeping quarters. The palace servants saw Liang Rurong coming to see the emperor and naturally stepped aside to wait outside. Mu Jingyu was lying on the bed, eyes closed, resting. When he heard Liang Rurong's footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and signaled her to help him sit up. While helping Mu Jingyu, Liang Rurong quietly asked, "Does Xiao Chui have any chance to tamper with your food, Your Majesty?" Mu Jingyu pondered. Since she was not a personal palace maid, she probably wouldn't have the chance unless it was in the kitchen. After a moment, Liang Rurong spoke again. "Your Majesty, please take this pill. I suspect she will act today." "Good." Mu Jingyu took the pill without hesitation and ate it. At the morning court, the Empress Dowager was listening to officials discuss the border plague. Mu Sai arrived at the border to report that the plague was under control, but a special medicine was needed to eliminate it completely. The officials were divided into supporters and conservatives, arguing endlessly. "I believe that since the plague is under control and not spreading to the capital, it will naturally weaken over winter," said Minister Zhao, bowing as he stepped forward. "This is just alarmist. Empress Dowager, I believe that if the plague isn't controlled, a war with the northern barbarians could break out at any time." Minister Wei, fuming and glaring, was even more hostile to the others at this moment. The ministers listened to the debate between the two, each expressing their opinions one after another. "Enough. The noise is giving me a headache. Commander Liu, please share your view." The Empress Dowager didn't want to hear the ministers argue. She only wanted someone to say something that pleased her. "I believe that since the plague is under control, we should conserve our strength and wait for the right moment to catch the northern barbarians off guard," Lu Xinian replied in a standard, safe manner, leaving no room for criticism. The Empress Dowager was pleased with his answer. If they fought now, Mu Tsiu's reputation and strength would grow, threatening her hold on power. Being in a high position, she worried about others gaining too much credit and eventually turning into enemies. Over time, seeds of hatred could grow. "I think Commander Lu's words are reasonable. Let's do as he says," she declared, dismissing the ministers without waiting for their responses, and left the court. A young tested the food for poison with a silver needle before serving it to the palace maids. He was very careful, afraid of any mistake, as if he were risking his own life like a master. Mu Jingyu cooperatively ate a few bites of porridge and vegetables, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. His vision blurred, and he fainted. The young, terrified, hurried to find Liang Rurong. Just then, the Empress Dowager finished her court session and heard that the emperor had fainted, so she rushed over. "What exactly happened? Why is the emperor unconscious?" she asked impatiently as she watched Liang Rurong check the emperor's pulse and feed him medicine. The emperor's food reacted with residual poison from earlier, causing his fainting. Liang Rurong replied slowly, her gaze sweeping over the palace staff. Her sharp eyes seemed to see through people's hearts, making everyone afraid to meet her gaze. Who dares to be so bold, repeatedly plotting to harm the emperor right under my nose? Xiao Shunzi, speak up. The young, trembling with fear, knelt and stammered, please spare me, Empress Dowager. I don't know. All the dishes were tested for poison before serving today. If anything went wrong, it was in the kitchen. Hearing his words, the kitchen staff trembled and said, Your Majesty, the kitchen has been strictly guarded these days. Not even a fly can get in. The Empress Dowager coldly scolded, You useless fools. It wasn't you? Could it be me? Liang Rurong spoke at the right moment, addressing the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, I suspect the person delivering the food is the problem. Who brought the meals today? A palace maid knelt in front of another, trembling with panic, beads of sweat on her forehead. Today, I was on duty, but I would never harm the emperor. I went to the kitchen to get food, and saw Miss Xiao Chui there. I just exchanged a few words with her, and left quickly so I wouldn't delay the emperor's meal. I really didn't put poison. Hearing Xiao Chui's name, the Empress Dowager gave a subtle signal to the maid beside her. The maid was an older servant close to the Empress Dowager, and she understood the message instantly. Soon after, news arrived that Xiao Chui, who had tried to escape, was caught and, Your Majesty, in Xiao Chui's room, we found a bag of powder and some herbal medicines. The maid presented the items to Liang Rurong. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. I didn't know. This medicine is for health and wellness. Xiao Chui cried and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, this herbal medicine is used to help women recover after childbirth or to ease menstrual pain. It contains a substance that conflicts with the emperor's food. As for the powder, it is a deadly poison, Liang Rurong said loudly, making everyone gasp in shock. How dare you hide poison? Take her away and whip her to death. The Empress Dowager was furious. Someone dared to poison the emperor today. Tomorrow, she might be poisoned herself. She had to make an example. Xiao Chui fainted from shock when she heard she was to be executed. Liang Rurong gave Mu Jingyu a white pill and turned to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, the emperor is in good health now and needs rest. I will give him medicine again later. He should also walk more and not stay in his room all the time. Liang Rurong ordered the visitors to leave, and the Empress Dowager left Mu Jingyu's chamber with her entourage. After everyone left, Mu Jingyu slowly opened his eyes, looking completely recovered from the poisoning. Did I act convincingly? Mu Jingyu asked Liang Rurong, savoring the sweet candy in his mouth. Yes, very convincing, Liang Rurong replied casually, but she still felt something was off. Xiao Chui had a miscarriage. Who was the man she was with? Following this lead might reveal something important. Mu Jingyu watched Liang Rurong lost in thought, his handsome brows furrowing then relaxing as if he had just let out a breath of relief. Xiao Chui was executed. Those who wanted to harm the emperor probably won't cause trouble for a while. I will help the emperor recover his health. She's now trapped inside the palace and cannot go out. Mu Tsiue doesn't know when he will return, so she has to put things on hold for now. She decides to focus on helping Mu Jingyu recover his health first. Once Mu Tsiue comes back, she hopes to have a better chance to overthrow the Empress Dowager. An urgent message is delivered, ordering to contain the plague and not to attack the northern barbarians. Mu Tsiue receives the order and feels conflicted. Not attacking the northern barbarians now means it will be harder to win when winter comes, but disobeying the order would be disrespectful. This situation makes overthrowing the Empress Dowager seem very close. While she is thinking, Ling Feng rushes in from outside, interrupting her thoughts. Ling Feng looks worried and says, Master, Ning Wang sent people to the iron mine, but we have detained them. Mu Tsiue's eyes turn cold, and he asks firmly, Bring the people to the prison. I will question them myself. The hall is brightly lit. Ning Wang sits there, tapping his bracelet lightly, as if resting or deep in thought. Prince, the group sent to the mine has lost contact. A secret guard kneels on the ground, lowering his head nervously, not daring to make a sound, waiting anxiously for a response. The man doesn't open his eyes and asks coldly, "Why?" The secret guard hesitates and answers trembling, "I suspect it was the regent." Suddenly, the teacup is smashed onto the ground, shattering into pieces. The flying shards cut across the guard's face, leaving a long cut. The guard's heart tightens, and he dares not speak, only lowering his head as blood drips down his cheek. Ning Wang slowly stands up, walks over to the guard, and coldly says, "The regent? Humph. I want to see what he's capable of." Ning Wang sneers, turns, and sits back at his desk. The prison at the border is smaller and darker than in the capital. There are no windows, and the place feels gloomy and damp, making people feel afraid. A small prisoner is curled up, like a shrimp, lying motionless in the cold corner of the cell. Earlier that morning, the secret guards sent to the mine were also imprisoned here. They were ambushed at the foot of the mountain and in this dungeon. The guards originally planned to bite their tongues and commit suicide, but the people on the other side quickly disarmed them. The sound of the iron door opening echoed throughout the entire dungeon. Musaya entered, radiating the aura of a king. The dark guard heard the noise and immediately became alert. Now, they had lost their pride from yesterday and only wanted to die. "Who knows if Prince Ning's people are tough or just stubborn?" Musaya sneered. He walked up to the dark guard, squatted down, and stared into his face and eyes. The dark guard turned his face away. "What did Prince Ning send you to the mine for?" Musaya's eyes showed more killing intent. The dark guard still didn't speak. Musaya's finger touched the guard's neck, causing him to tremble suddenly. "I ask you one last time. What did Prince Ning send you to do?" Musaya pressed harder, tightening his grip on the guard's neck, almost choking him. The guard coughed a few times but ignored him, turning his face away, unwilling to look at him. He didn't like being ignored. Musaya increased his strength, and the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. The guard's breathing became more difficult. With his jaw removed, he could only make muffled sounds. The oppressive feeling made him suffocate. He was so scared he wet his pants, and the entire cell was filled with the smell of. Finally, the guard couldn't hold back and gave in. Musaya's gaze was icy. He said to Ling Feng, "The useless ones don't need to stay." Ling Feng nodded, took out a dagger, and stabbed it fiercely into the guard's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. The guard's eyes widened, and he died with a look of defiance. "Prince, what should we do next?" Ling Feng threw the dagger on the ground and respectfully asked. "Leave at dawn tomorrow and go to Prince Ning's residence to take a look," Musaya said before turning and leaving the dungeon, heading outside. "Those two people." Musaya paused, then said coldly, "Kill them." "Yes," Ling Feng bowed respectfully. Early the next morning, Ling Feng prepared the horses and waited outside the military tent. As soon as Musaya came out, everyone immediately set off. Musaya and Ling Feng rode horses, leading a group of men in black toward Prince Ning's residence. From Yangchao Mountain to Prince Ning's house, it would take nearly half a day even at a fast pace. Near Prince Ning's residence, Musaya found a tea house. From a private room, he could see the main gate of the residence. Night fell, and the street was quiet. Occasionally, patrol soldiers could be seen walking around. At the entrance of Prince Ning's residence, the guards saw suddenly appearing men in black. Before they could draw their swords, they had already died. The men in black took advantage of the chaos to rush into the residence, heading toward the royal courtyard to cause confusion. In the dark night, Musai lit a torch and threw it casually. Soon, a big fire started burning. Inside the residence, flames soared high, thick smoke billowed, and the whole Prince Ning's house fell into chaos. Musai's men quickly disappeared into the night while the fire was raging. "Run! The water is coming! Hurry, and help put out the fire!" The noisy shouts broke the quiet of the night. The servants in the house were busy chasing the men in black and trying to extinguish the fire. The entire residence was in chaos. Prince Ning woke up suddenly from his sleep. He quickly put on his clothes and pushed open the door to look outside. He saw the fire spreading wildly, flames leaping out, turning the yard into a sea of fire. People were crying and shouting for help. It was obvious that the regent had set the fire with his men. They stole his iron mine, and now they were burning his home. He was so angry that his teeth almost ground together. He shouted to the Dark Guards, "Go, use my token to call the Yongning army." The Dark Guards received the order and left. Meanwhile, Musai, feeling pleased after setting the fire, returned to the tea house. Ling Feng asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Musai loosened the reins, mounted his horse smoothly, and replied, "Return to the capital." Ling Feng also mounted his horse and left with Musai. In the shadows, Musai's people kept a close watch on Prince Ning's secretly raising troops. At the palace, after days of rest, Mu Jingyu's health was improving. His once thin body had gained some weight. He still looked fragile, as if a gust of wind cut him away, but he was much better than before. The caged bird had finally enjoyed a few comfortable days. Mu Jingyu sat alone in a pavilion, playing chess. When Liang Rurong came to deliver medicine, she saw Mu Jingyu sitting alone and felt a wave of sadness. Despite being the emperor, he was living such a lonely life. While treating Mu Jingyu's illness, Liang Rurong noticed a scar on his leg. It looked like a whip mark, left untreated after being whipped. Liang Rurong couldn't imagine the hardships Mu Jingyu had suffered as a child. "Your Majesty, it's time to take your medicine," she said softly, approaching carefully so as not to disturb him. Mo Jingyu's chess game is creative. The black pieces are aggressive, while the white pieces avoid their attacks. It seems that black has the advantage on the board, but white always manages to escape danger and turn the situation around. It's like being confined in the palace. After many tests, they always find ways to solve problems. If Musai were here, solving these issues might be much easier. Thinking of this, she misses Musai and wonders how he is now. Usually, in the palace, the only news she hears is that Musai has controlled the spread of the plague at the border. If that's true, is Musai coming back? Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang are taken to a small house on the mountain. It used to be home to an elderly couple, but after they passed away, no one lived there, and it became abandoned. The house isn't big, just 4 or 5 rooms, 2 wells, and a few blue stone slabs. In the middle of the yard, there's a peach tree. Tang Jin sent people to clean the yard and asked 7 or 8 guards to protect the area. Zhao Xunyang is very active. She and Liang Dashan started a small garden behind the house, planning what to plant in spring. When Tang Nanfeng saw Tang Jin rushing back from outside, it was already lunchtime. "Brother, I've arranged everything for Miss Liang's parents. The Empress Dowager's people shouldn't find out." "Good. I'll think of a way to tell Miss Liang tomorrow." Tang Ruffing sat by a stone table, took a sip of tea. He is wearing a purple robe and a jade crown, with handsome features, giving off a noble and refined aura. "Has Musai returned?" Tang Nanfeng asked after a moment of thought. Tang Jin didn't understand why her cousin asked about Musai and said confusedly, "There are reports that Musai set fire to Prince Ning's residence in the middle of the night and then left. He should have gone back to the capital." Tang Nanfeng nodded but said nothing, letting Tang Jin chatter about her experiences on the way. Seeing her cousin silent, Tang Jin found it boring and went back to rest. In the palace, Liang Rurong was studying the space. Today, after delivering medicine to Mu Jingyu, she discovered that the space had upgraded. "That's wonderful," she exclaimed excitedly. "The space now has a basic hospital. With this hospital, she can improve her medical skills even more." Rows of medicines are neatly arranged on shelves, with some medical books stacked nearby. Advanced equipment is running, making the scene look impressive. Liang Rurong looks very satisfied. Her eyes scan a desk in the corner, where a computer is placed, which piques her curiosity. Liang Rurong walks over and clicks to open it. The system shows a list of patients she has helped since arriving in this world, sorted by time, with each name clearly visible. She also sees a familiar name, Mu Tsiwa. Liang Rurong remembers the day she went to the mountain and happened to save Mu Tsiwa. Fate is truly wonderful. Her slender hand moves the mouse carefully, checking if there is anything else in the system. Suddenly, Liang Rurong's gaze stops on a page that clearly states, "Receiving treatment rewards can upgrade the hospital continuously and can be exchanged for high-level medicines. Remaining points, Liang Rurong's eyes brighten, and a happy expression appears on her face. This is great news. With high-level medicines, she can help Mu Jingyu repair the scars left from being whipped by the Empress when he was young. She originally wanted to stay longer in the space, but the voice of a palace maid comes from outside the door. Liang Rurong quickly steps out of the space and returns to the desk, pretending to read a book. The palace maid approaches the door, bows respectfully, and then calls out, "Dr. Liang." Liang Rurong nods lazily, her expression relaxed, and asks casually, "What's the matter? Is there something you need? The emperor sent you to see him. He just took some medicine and isn't feeling well now." Liang Rurong walks into the main hall and sees Mu Jingyu reading a book. She tiptoes inside quietly. Mu Jingyu looks up at Liang Rurong with deep eyes. "Dr. Liang, you're here." Liang Rurong slightly bows. "Your Majesty, I'm here to check your pulse." Mu Jingyu nods, puts down his book. "Please, Dr. Liang." The palace attendants see Liang Rurong checking his pulse, and all step back. Liang Rurong steps closer, extends her arms, and places her hands on his wrist. His pulse is steady and gentle, with no abnormalities. Liang Rurong withdraws her hand. "Your Majesty's pulse is stable and healthy. You probably called me for something else." "Indeed. I want to tell you that the 17th uncle has returned to the capital." Mu Jingyu looks at Liang Rurong, wanting to see her reaction. As expected, she shows a look of surprise, but it quickly turns into joy. "Really? Did he tell you anything?" Liang Rurong's voice was full of excitement. Mu Jingyu frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he managed to hide it well. "Not yet, but I expect to hear something soon." They talked for a while longer, and Liang Rurong left. Night fell, and the stars filled the sky. Mu Tsiue changed into his night clothes and moved back and forth along the palace walls. After a while, he reached the emperor's sleeping quarters. During the day, he had asked Ling Feng to send a message to Mu Jingyu. This time, he returned to the capital quietly, without anyone knowing, so everyone thought he was still on the border. Mu Tsiue wanted this effect, to catch the Queen Mother's faction off guard. The Queen Mother was already greedy for wealth, and now she wanted to hold on to power. Without money, it was hard to do anything. Minister Zhao Shangren, who was close to the Queen Mother, was someone Mu Tsiue planned to deal with to weaken her influence. A soft hissing sound came from the window. Mu Tsiue slipped inside through the window. There was a candle burning inside, its light flickering faintly. Mu Jingyu had been waiting for Mu Tsiue, not sleeping. "Your Majesty," Mu Tsiue whispered as he reached the bed. 17th uncle, you finally came back," Mu Jingyu said, trying to hide his happiness. "Has everything been peaceful in the palace? Has the Queen Mother caused you any trouble?" Mu Tsiue asked casually, noticing Liang Rurong was not there and thinking of her after a long time. Mu Jingyu joked, "Thanks to Dr. Liang. I was poisoned a few days ago, and if it weren't for her, I might have been buried in the imperial tomb already. Yes. I came to talk to you about Minister Zhao Shangren," Mu Tsiue said directly. "He's close to the Queen Mother, and if we want to weaken her, we need to start with him." Mu Jingyu frowned. This was a tricky matter. He was just a puppet emperor, and normally, when asked about the treasury, he would give vague answers. 17th uncle, what do you think we should do? Zhao Shangren is corrupt and abuses power. His position will be taken from him sooner or later," Mu Tsiue said sharply, his eyes full of determination. Mu Jingyu hesitated for a moment. "First, gather evidence that Zhao Shangren embezzled treasury funds, then expose him in the court." I thought for a moment and said, "Leave this matter to me. The emperor only needs to cooperate when the time comes." Mu Jingyu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he remembered that the person who was found to have poisoned on that day was Xiao Chui. Following the clue of Xiao Chui's miscarriage, Liang Rurong found a secret guard. 17th uncle, I have some clues about the person who poisoned. Mu Tsiue was originally thinking about how to find evidence, but Mu Jingyu's words woke him up. The emperor's meaning is. Mu Jingyu recounted everything Liang Rurong discovered to Mu Tsiue. After hearing it, Mu Tsiue understood clearly. I understand. After speaking, Mu Tsiue stood up and left. He walked out of the hall, and, directly, went to Liang Rurong's house by the window. He hesitated for a long time before entering the room. The woman's sleeping posture was not elegant, but it was like a charming fairy that could captivate the soul. Mu Tsiue couldn't help but move closer. Looking at her peaceful face, Mu Tsiue involuntarily reached out to brush her bangs aside and tuck them behind her ear. His movements were gentle, afraid of waking her. Liang Rurong's long eyelashes were curled and beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she had some worries. Mu Tsiue watched her, his throat moving up and down, trying to resist the urge to kiss her. The person he missed so much was right in front of him. In the end, he shook his head, tidied her quilt, and turned to leave. The next morning, Liang Rurong was awakened by the heat. She didn't know when she had covered herself so tightly, but she had slept soundly and peacefully. The morning breeze was cold, blowing on her skin and seeming to enter her heart. Mu Jingyu arrived early. Now that he wanted to overthrow the Empress Dowager, he needed to restore his position at court quickly. No matter whether the Empress Dowager allowed him to attend court and govern, he had to come. When the Empress Dowager arrived and saw Mu Jingyu sitting on the throne, she was slightly stunned. Why was Mu Jingyu here for the morning court today? Suppressing her anger, the Empress Dowager asked coldly, "Why didn't I know that the Emperor was coming to court today? Is your health better now? How do the palace servants handle affairs? Such matters haven't been reported to me. What was destined to come would come." Mu Jingyu adjusted his mood, put on a calm expression, and slowly said, "My health has recovered under Dr. Liang's care. As the ruler of a country, I cannot miss the morning court. Mother, do not worry. I am the son of heaven, protected by the true dragon's aura." The Empress Dowager was stunned by Mu Jingyu's words and couldn't think of a way to reply. She could only turn and leave with a flick of her sleeve. The ministers inside the main hall looked at each other in surprise, afraid to speak, worried that either of the two might take offense and target them. Seeing the Empress Dowager leave, Mu Jingyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed the first test, but this was only the beginning. "I am now recovered, so there is no need to trouble Mother Empress Dowager with government affairs," Mu Jingyu said deliberately, pausing to look at everyone with a sharp gaze. "If any of you are unhappy, I suggest you step down and make way for someone else." Hearing this, everyone trembled with fear. Today, Mu Jingyu seemed like a different person. His words were not just threats, but also warnings. The Minister of War, Zhang Lan, was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, I believe the Empress Dowager has been handling state affairs during your Majesty's recovery. It is now time for her to continue." Mu Jingyu only lowered his eyes without speaking, waiting for the next person to speak. A deep voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone. It was Mu Sai. He had actually returned from the border. "Minister Zhang, why do I feel like you want to handle the affairs of the emperor instead?" Mu Sai said. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned icy, whether from the cooling breeze or Mu Sai's words. Zhang Lan knelt on the ground, but remained calm and respectful. He replied slowly, "Please, Your Majesty, see clearly. I have no intention of rebellion." Mu Sai raised an eyebrow, his tone cold as iron. "Is that so? Then I must have a serious talk with you. Bring the evidence." Lin Feng took out a letter from his and quickly stepped forward, handing it to Mu Sai. "Minister Zhang, do you recognize this letter?" Mu Sai waved the letter, making Zhang Lan's heart race. "What letter?" Zhang Lan asked, pretending to be calm. Mu Sai didn't answer but asked instead, "Who wrote this letter to you? Do you know?" Your Majesty." Mu Sai cut him off before he could speak further. "Does this letter mention anything about hiding soldiers or weapons?" Zhang Lan's face grew paler, but he stubbornly insisted, "I don't know what you're talking about. Minister Zhang, are you pretending to be ignorant in front of me?" Mu Sai snorted coldly, his eyes full of icy suspicion. "Do you know about the Yoning army of Prince Ning?" he asked. Beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Lan's forehead, soaking his clothes. Mu Sai's voice sounded like it came from the depths of. "Well said, I don't know." Mu Sai played with the letter in his hand, looking at Zhang Lan with a half-smile. "It seems you, Lord Zhang, won't cry until you see the coffin. So, what crime is it to collude with bandits and hide weapons?" Suddenly, Zhao Shangren, who was being accused, felt nervous. They had handled these matters carefully, especially their dealings with King Ning. How could they be caught? But Zhao Shangren was clever and quickly calmed himself, trying to shift all the blame onto Zhang Wan. Regent, I have been working hard for the country of Zhongshu. I would never be careless. Is there some misunderstanding about my collusion with Lord Zhang? There is indeed a misunderstanding. Musai paused, then continued. Your people and the palace maid are having an affair, and you even poisoned the emperor. But this kind of poison is not something ordinary people can buy. This caused Zhao Shangren, who had just relaxed, to choke and turn red in the face. He didn't expect his actions to be discovered. Now, if he were to be brought before the court, he would surely be doomed. There are many good things in the prison. I believe we can get the two of you to talk, Musai said coldly, signaling Ling Feng. Two eunuchs immediately came forward, dragging the two men away into the prison. Mu Jingyu, who had been silent, thought for a moment and then spoke. Now that the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of War positions are vacant, someone should take over. Musai slightly turned his head, speaking casually with a meaningful tone. Your Majesty, I think we can boldly appoint some young talents. Young and capable people will surely help our country of Zhongshu. Mu Jingyu nodded in agreement. The two of them then recommended this year's top scholars, the top scorer and the second-place scholar, for promotion. After the morning court, Musai did not leave immediately, waiting for Mu Jingyu to join him. The news of what happened in court must have already reached the Empress Dowager. Since she hadn't acted yet, she was probably considering her options. 17th Uncle, I am grateful for your help today. Without you, it wouldn't have been easy for me to stand firm, Mu Jingyu said sincerely, full of gratitude. Musai, taking advantage of the lack of people around, whispered to Mu Jingyu, Lu Yi and Dong Xuanjin come from clean backgrounds. At least for now, they're not close to the Empress Dowager. The Emperor can make good use of them. All right, 17th Uncle, the nanny from Queen Qin's palace, is now at the prison. When you have time, you should go see her. As Musai stepped into the prison, a strong musty smell hit his nose. This was the place where officials who made mistakes were held and punished. The smell was surely unpleasant. The head maid hurried over to bow and say, Your Highness, I humbly greet you. Why have you come to such a dirty place suddenly? Musai looked down slowly and asked calmly, Is there someone named Song Juing here? The head maid thought for a moment and quickly replied, Yes, yes. Old Madame Song has been here for over 10 years. She should be in the backyard washing clothes now. I'll have someone bring her out. More than 10 years ago, that was when the Empress was sentenced to death. A dark cloud of sadness appeared in Musai's eyes. Soon, old Madame Song was brought out. The years of hardship had turned her hair white and filled her face with deep lines. She even had a limp, but she still recognized Musai at once. Her dull eyes flickered with tears. The head maid immediately scolded sternly, How can you not bow when you see the regent? You're becoming more and more rude. Old Madame Song had to shakily kneel down, trembling as she said, I humbly greet your highness. In front of so many people, Musai felt anger boiling inside, but he could only hold it in. I have some questions for old Madame Song. Please step back. The head maid nodded and led everyone out. At this moment, Musai quickly helped old Madame Song to her feet. Old Madame Song, you've suffered all these years. Old Madame Song struggled to stand and wiped her tears with a dirty sleeve. I never thought I would see the prince again. When the Empress was in trouble, her personal servants were all ordered to be executed by the Empress Dowager. It was His Majesty who secretly saved me and hid me here. I endured humiliation and suffering all these years just to clear the Empress's name someday. Musai admired her loyalty and bravery. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate what happened to the mother. But before that, I'm afraid you will have to endure some more hardship here. Madame Song smiled knowingly and said casually, Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep this life safe and wait for the day when those wicked people get their just desserts. Before leaving, Musai gave her a gold hairpin. This was the favorite jewelry of the former consort. After she was sentenced to death, the Empress Dowager ordered all her belongings in the palace to be destroyed. I secretly kept this. Mu Sai sneered inwardly. It seemed the Empress Dowager hated the former consort so deeply that she couldn't tolerate even a single leaf or piece of furniture from her palace. He carefully stored the hairpin and walked out calmly. Seeing the hypocritical, flattering face of the steward aunt, he paused and reminded her, "You've been in charge of this granary for some years. You should know what to do and what not to do." Hearing this, the steward aunt's smile suddenly faded, and her face turned pale. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Liang Rurong sought an audience with the Empress Dowager, expressing her wish to leave the palace. The Empress Dowager refused coldly, saying, "The Emperor's condition has not improved. How can I let you leave the palace at this time?" Liang Rurong remained calm and replied, "I just examined His Majesty's pulse. His condition is stable now, and there's no serious problem. Moreover, I am leaving the palace to handle my parents' funeral. Filial piety is the foundation of our country. Since my parents have sadly passed away, as their daughter, I cannot ignore it. If this gets out, it will harm the royal family's reputation." Knowing she couldn't stop her, the Empress Dowager had no choice but to let her go, ordering her to return immediately after the funeral. Liang Rurong packed her things and arrived at the palace gate, where she saw Mu Sai's carriage parked. She approached curiously and asked, "Why are you here?" Mu Sai's voice was calm as he replied, "I guessed you were leaving the palace." "Get in the carriage." Liang Rurong nodded and got into the carriage. During the ride, she sensed that Mu Sai's mood seemed a bit off. She wanted to comfort him but hesitated, recalling the conversation she overheard between him and Mu Jingyu that day. What kind of feelings did she have for Mu Sai? Their shared journey had made her reluctant to part, but the gap between them was too wide to cross. Suddenly, the carriage jolted sharply. Liang Rurong almost fell, but Mu Sai quickly reached out and caught her. Liang Rurong's cheeks were slightly red, and she quickly lowered her head. Outside, Ling Feng's shout came. "Who are you? Why are you rushing around on the street?" The two hurriedly got off the carriage and saw a man lying under the horse's hooves, clutching his knee and crying out in pain. Ling Feng stepped forward and said, "I was driving the carriage carefully. I didn't expect this person to suddenly jump out from the roadside." The horse was startled and kicked him. Seeing that the man's clothes and appearance didn't look like an ordinary person, Liang Rurong thought for a moment and stepped forward to check his injury. As she crouched down, she saw a badge hanging at his waist with a character, Tang, written on it. She had seen this badge before on Tang Nanfeng and Tang Jin. It seemed that he was one of Tang Nanfeng's people. Liang Rurong exchanged a glance with him, then turned to Mu Tsiue and said, "He is badly hurt. Let's take him back to treat him." Mu Tsiue also sensed that this person's identity was unusual and nodded in agreement. Back at the palace, the man finally revealed his identity. He was indeed one of Tang Nanfeng's subordinates. "My master asked me to tell Miss Liang that your parents have been rescued. Currently, my young master is sending people to take care of them. Please don't worry, Miss Liang." Hearing this news, Liang Rurong's tense heart finally relaxed. She was so excited that she burst into tears and couldn't help but hug Mu Tsiue, calling out happily, "That's wonderful. My parents are safe." "They're safe." The sudden hug surprised Mu Tsiue. Then he felt his heart beat faster for no reason, and his ears burned like fire. He carefully reached out and gently patted Liang Rurong's back. "Good, as long as you're fine. You can rest assured now." Coming back to himself, Liang Rurong quickly jumped out of his arms, her face pale and flushed like a ripe apple. She quickly tidied her messy hair and pretended to be calm while looking at the injured man. "Since Tang Nanfeng sent you to deliver the message, it's better for you to stay at the palace." "Why risk so much?" The man sighed and said, "My master said that now the capital is tense, and the palace might not be safe. He told me not to reveal my identity." This Tang Nanfeng really knew a lot about the situation in the capital. But he was right. Who knew if there were secret guards around the palace watching for enemies? After applying medicine to his wound, Liang Rurong let him go. Mu Sai and Liang Rurong walked to the moon-gazing pavilion. He told Liang Rurong about Granny's song. Liang Rurong happily said, "Nowadays, there aren't many people who value loyalty and kindness. It seems the day when the truth is revealed is getting closer. Mu Sai nodded and took out a golden hairpin. This was left by my mother before she passed away. It was her favorite. Looking at the beautifully crafted rose hairpin, Liang Rurong smiled. I believe your mother was also a stunning beauty back then. It's a pity that in this deep palace, even the most beautiful face is fleeting, ending quickly. Mu Sai held the hairpin tightly, as if he had made a big decision. He looked up at Liang Rurong. Rurong, I want to give you this hairpin. Give me? Liang Rurong was surprised but quickly understood his meaning. This hairpin was the only keepsake left by his mother, so it was very important to him. And now he wanted to give this meaningful item to her. Liang Rurong hesitated, lowering her head and biting her lip, unsure how to respond to his kindness. Mu Sai saw her hesitation, but still firmly placed the hairpin in her palm. I know everything is not settled yet and you're worried. But I want you to know, while I am here, you can rest assured. These 3 words were like stones causing ripples in her heart. The future is unpredictable. Why let uncertain fate betray 2 honest hearts? Maybe this time, she should be brave for herself. After thinking over and over, Liang Rurong finally looked up at Mu Sai's bright, determined eyes. She clenched the golden hairpin. Though she said nothing, her gentle eyes revealed everything. At this moment, the breeze and bright moon added a faint scent of osmanthus to the air. Liang Rurong only stayed outside the palace for 2 days before the Empress Dowager summoned her back. Because the Emperor's selection of a consort was about to begin. Although Liang Rurong and Mu Sai had made their feelings clear, the matter could not be made public yet. She had to muster her courage and participate in the selection. Fortunately, the Emperor understood everything. She could just pretend to be casual. As they reached the door of the sleeping hall, they met Liang Dae, who was waiting there. Second uncle, why are you here? Liang Rurong asked curiously. Liang Dae saw she was wearing a plain moon-white dress, with only 2 simple silver hairpins in her hair, and frowned slightly. Rurong, today is the Emperor's selection ceremony for a new consort. Other noble daughters are dressed very grandly. Why are you dressed so simply? Liang Rurong smiled and said, Second uncle, I won't actually become a consort, so there's no need to dress so fancy. Liang Dae pulled her aside and kindly advised her. Rurong, if you have this chance to compete, you should do your best. If the Emperor chooses you, not only will you live a good life, but our Liang family will also benefit. Liang Rurong had a gentle smile on her face. Second uncle, look at those noble daughters. They all come from famous families and are very proud. I'm just a girl from the countryside. What can I compare to them? Besides, I don't want to be a royal consort. I just hope our family stays safe and peaceful. Liang Dae looked worried. He turned and pointed at some beautiful clothes and a set of sparkling jewelry placed nearby. These were sent by the commander to you. Change into them before you go to compete. Liang Rurong was a bit puzzled. The commander? Why did he send me such fancy clothes and jewelry? Liang Dae scratched his head and honestly said, I don't know either. But I work under Lord Lu now. If you refuse, I can't report back. Feeling helpless, Liang Rurong had no choice but to accept the items. She went back to her room with her maid to change clothes. Mo Sai waited outside for a while, then Lu Xian suddenly arrived. Mo Sai's face grew a little colder. I didn't expect the commander to care so much about the Emperor's selection. Lu Xian smiled happily. The Emperor's choice of a consort is a big event for the whole country. As officials, we should care. Also, Miss Liang once helped me. I hope she can become a palace lady and have a bright future, unbeknownst to him. Mo Sai, after hearing this, clenched his fists silently. He kept his emotions in check and changed the subject. Commander, I heard that Miss Liang's second uncle, Liang Dae, is now serving under your command. Could you possibly transfer him to my army? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinian's eyes flashed with a clever look. He slightly smiled and said slowly, This Liang Dae has only recently joined my team, but he works very well. I plan to promote him. Mu Tsiue did not hide his intentions and directly said, As long as the commander is willing to release him, I will reward you generously. However, Lu Xinian was not moved at all. Instead, He changed the subject and mentioned something else. The Regent King truly values talent, but I remembered another matter. I heard yesterday that Scholar Chi from the Hanlin Academy is planning to resign and return home. Mu Tsiue's eyes brightened. Are you talking about Scholar Chi Liangmin? Yes, Lu Xinian nodded. This Scholar Chi is a teacher to 2 emperors. It's a pity if he just resigns and goes back home. Mu Tsiue understood what he was talking about, but he was more surprised that Lu Xinian brought up this matter. Scholar Chi was known for his integrity and uprightness. The Empress Dowager once secretly gifted him 1,000 taels of gold and 100 acres of good land to try to persuade him, but he refused to accept a single coin, almost making the Empress Dowager angry. If Lu Xinian truly served the Empress Dowager, he would not care about this matter. Could there be some hidden reason behind it? While they were talking, Liang Rurong appeared surrounded by maids. She was dressed in a long silk and gold thread embroidered gown, with her hair styled in a lotus-shaped bun. A golden hairpin sparkled in her hair, making her skin look as white as snow and her beauty even more dazzling. Mu Tsiue was momentarily stunned, thinking she looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Lu Xinian praised her endlessly. Miss Liang, with such a dress, you truly outshine everyone. At the upcoming selection ceremony for the princess consort, Miss Liang is sure to have good luck. Liang Rurong was weighed down by heavy, elaborate jewelry on her head and dared not move. She could only smile and say, "Thank you very much, Lord Lu." A reported that the princess selection ceremony in Changchun Garden was about to begin. The Empress Dowager ordered Lu Xinian to go and oversee palace security. After Lu Xinian left, Liang Rurong quickly rushed into her room, took off the heavy shackles, and washed all her makeup and rouge off her face. That was so comfortable, she sighed in relief, feeling completely relaxed. When she walked out of the room again, she was wearing the simple moon-white dress, and her hair still held the long silver hairpin she had worn for a long time. Although her makeup was not as bright and delicate as before, she looked more pure and elegant. Mu Tsiue's eyes brightened, and a small smile appeared on his face, filled with love he couldn't hide. Liang Rurong walked quickly to him and said, "All right, let's go." Mu Tsiue nodded with a smile, and the two went to Changchun Garden together. At this time, Changchun Garden was lively and busy. Many noble young women gathered together, competing in beauty and secretly comparing themselves, all afraid of falling behind others. The niece of the Minister of War touched her fine clothes and smiled charmingly, saying, "This embroidered dress with Su embroidery is truly extraordinary. It feels very light when worn." The granddaughter of the censorate official showed her jade bracelet and said proudly, "This bracelet is made of top-quality Lantian jade, which is rare to see in the capital now." Just then, a slight cough came from the garden. Everyone turned to look and saw Yuqing, the emperor's niece, standing beside a peony flower, holding her head high, with beautiful eyes shining. She wore a blue scattered flower brocade dress called Yuehua, and her hair was decorated with double phoenix guards and gold-winged jade hairpins. The red lychee bracelet on her wrist was quite valuable. The chatter of the birds and swallows that had been lively just now quieted down in front of her. They looked like chickens in front of a phoenix, lowering their heads and stepping aside. Someone nearby, a noble young woman, hurried to flatter her, saying, "Yuqing's sister's beautiful dress must be worth a fortune." The hairpin makes her look even more radiant. Yuqing smirked proudly, lifting her chin slightly and saying haughtily, "This dress was given by the Empress Dowager. It is naturally very luxurious, not comparable to those tacky Su embroidery." The niece of the Minister of War clenched her teeth, her face flushing with embarrassment. At this moment, people started whispering. "I heard that among the candidates for the concubine selection, there is a country girl brought back by the Regent King, a healer, a village girl, and she dares to compete with us." Yuqing walked over to them and scoffed. That woman only treated the emperor once, and then dared to want to become his concubine. How shameless. Maybe she's just pretending to treat the emperor to him. She's just a wild girl from a poor village. While they were talking, Mu Sai brought Liang Rurong over. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Liang Rurong, examining her from head to toe. Then they showed surprised expressions. They were surprised that Liang Rurong appeared together with Musai. They were amazed that, although she was not wearing makeup, her pure and elegant face still outshined everyone else present. Yuqing saw her dressed plainly and deliberately mocked her, saying, "Today is the Emperor's selection ceremony for a consort. You came dressed like this to compete? That's quite rude, but you're so poor-looking, that simple silver hairpin is probably the best thing you have to show." Liang Rurong smiled but said nothing. She casually found a place to sit down and started drinking tea and eating snacks. Seeing that she ignored her, Yuqing became angry and stormed over. "The Emperor's selection requires candidates to come from a pure background. I heard you have a close relationship with the regent. Why are you here?" Liang Rurong narrowed her eyes, about to reply, but Musai spoke softly first. "Today is the Emperor's selection ceremony. If your harsh words reach His Majesty's ears, it might ruin his mood and anger the dragon. Do you think you can bear such responsibility?" Yuqing's face turned ugly. She pressed her lips tightly and raised her voice sharply. "Regent, you are defending Liang Rurong so fiercely. Do you have other intentions?" Musai touched his teacup and said coldly, "Liang Yishur is now treating the Emperor and is trusted by him. If I have any hidden motives, it is only to wish for the Emperor's good health." Yuqing was speechless, her face pale as if she had just been painted with a layer of white paint. "Empress Dowager has arrived. His Majesty has arrived." A shout came from outside the garden. Everyone quickly stood up and knelt to pay their respects. "Welcome, Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager signaled for everyone to rise. Her sharp gaze swept over the faces like flowers, finally resting on Liang Rurong. A cold, fierce look appeared in her eyes, but in front of everyone, she could only act kindly and gentle. "Today, I ordered someone to prepare a grand selection ceremony for choosing a consort. The goal was to have more suitable people around the Emperor. In our culture, women are valued for their virtue rather than talent. The women who serve the Emperor in the future don't need to be very clever, just obedient and virtuous, helping to expand the royal family." Yuqing nodded repeatedly beside her, shyly and quietly saying, "The Empress Dowager is right. When I was at home, I studied the rules and teachings for women, just to serve my husband better." As she spoke, she looked affectionately at the young emperor, but to her surprise, Mu Jingyu's gaze was fixed on Liang Rurong. Yuqing's smile froze instantly, and her jealousy flared up uncontrollably like a blazing fire. Why was Liang Rurong, dressed like a poor refugee, able to easily attract the emperor's attention? Meanwhile, she, dressed beautifully and practicing her manners countless times at home, was ignored by the emperor. Seeing that Yuqing failed to catch the emperor's eye, the Empress Dowager suggested, "I heard you can perform the rainbow dance. Why not show us a dance, Your Majesty?" And the Empress Dowager, Yuqing quickly forced a bright smile and nodded, saying, "The rainbow dance is difficult to master perfectly. I have practiced for many years just to learn a little. Today, I dare to perform in front of the Empress Dowager and Your Majesty. Please don't mind." The Empress Dowager exchanged a glance with someone nearby, and the musicians waiting outside the garden began to play. Yuqing lifted her skirt gracefully and stepped to the center, starting to dance with the music. Her exquisite face wore a captivating smile, and even her blinking was perfectly rehearsed. As her dress fluttered, everyone around gasped in amazement. However, Mu Jingyu's gaze never lingered on her for a moment. Instead, he kept glancing toward Liang Rurong. Yuqing felt annoyed and distracted, slipping on her dress and falling heavily to the ground. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She hurriedly got up, knelt down, and began to apologize. "I was inappropriate in front of the Empress Dowager. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Mu Jingyu's eyes were not on her, so he naturally did not blame her. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Step back." Yuqing was full of resentment and regret, but couldn't show it. She pouted and stepped back. The Empress Dowager also felt disappointed in her niece. She cleared her throat and looked at everyone. "Do you have anything else you'd like to show me and the Emperor? These noble young women have been trained since childhood. Each is talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They're just waiting for the Empress Dowager to give the signal so they can show their skills, hoping to catch the Emperor's eye. However, Mu Jingyu's reactions are all very flat, seeming uninterested. After an hour, everyone has finished their performances, except for Liang Rurong, who sits quietly in the corner. All eyes turn to her. Yu Qing quickly steps forward and calls out, "Liang Rurong, we've all finished. Now it's your turn." Liang Rurong puts down her pastry, stands calmly, and smiles, saying, "I come from the countryside and have no special talents to show." But Yu Qing isn't willing to let her go. She looks provocatively and says, "Miss Liang, you're too modest. I've heard that not only does His Majesty rely on you a lot, but even the usually proud regent prince highly respects you. Surely, you have some remarkable qualities. Today, in front of the Empress Dowager and His Majesty, why be so shy?" As she speaks, she walks toward Liang Rurong, trying to reach out and pull her to the front. Suddenly, she feels a sharp pain in her abdomen. She clutches her stomach, bends over, and her face turns pale instantly. Liang Rurong, being a healer, instinctively steps forward to support her and asks, "Are you all right?" Unexpectedly, Yu Qing pushes her away with disgust, frowning and saying, "Go away. You, an unqualified healer, have no right to pull at my clothes. My dress is worth a fortune. If you ruin it, I doubt you can afford to pay for it." Although Liang Rurong has long known that medical books are considered low-class in Zhongshu Kingdom, hearing these words still feels harsh. She lifts her lips slightly and calmly says, "A profession has no high or low status. Teachers educate, street vendors sell goods, soldiers fight for the country, and healers treat illnesses. Because everyone has their role, the country runs smoothly. May I ask, Miss Yu Qing, if there were no healers, would you just wait to die when you are unwell?" This remark makes Yu Qing's face turn pale and flush alternately. Her teeth grind loudly, but she doesn't say a word. The Empress Dowager nearby looks even more displeased, her expression cold and fierce as she looks at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong's mind turns quickly. She fears her words might have been too sharp and could provoke the Empress Dowager's anger. She turned around, poured a glass of wine, and smiled as she brought it to Yu Qing, saying, "Miss Yu Qing comes from a noble family and naturally understands these principles. What I just said was only my humble opinion. Please accept this small drink as an apology from me. Take it away. Stop being so flirtatious." Yu Qing coldly waved her hand, knocking the wine glass onto the ground. Liang Rurong took the opportunity to place her hand on Yu Qing's wrist. She originally wanted to teach her a lesson with a silver needle, but unexpectedly, she discovered a joyful pulse. Yu Qing was actually pregnant. Then why did she still want to enter the palace to choose a consort? Yu Qing pretended to be frightened, tightly grabbing Liang Rurong's arm and shouting, "I think you deliberately stained my clothes." Liang Rurong curled her lips, a faint gleam in her eyes. She leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Miss Yu Qing is pregnant. If your emotions get too excited, it could harm the baby." Hearing this, Yu Qing's face instantly turned pale, and she stared in shock. She bit her lip tightly, standing still, her palms already sweating coldly. "Yu Qing, what's wrong with you? I heard you even specially painted a picture of autumn scenery. Why not show it to the Emperor?" The Empress Dowager gave her a meaningful look. But right now, Yu Qing was only thinking about her own embarrassment being exposed. She had no time to think about seducing the Emperor. Replying to the Empress Dowager, "I am feeling unwell and want to sit down and rest," she replied. The Empress Dowager frowned disdainfully, showing a look of disappointment. Seeing that the selection of consorts was about to turn into a joke, Liang Rurong also found it pointless. She excused herself, saying she needed to prepare medicine for the Emperor, and left Changchun Garden. Not far from Changchun Garden was Lufeng Pavilion, where flowing water babbled, bringing a gentle breeze. Liang Rurong leisurely walked over, leaning on the railing to enjoy the palace scenery. Suddenly, Mu Jingyu called out to her with a smile from behind, "Miss Liang, why are you leaving the banquet? It turns out you're here alone enjoying the view." Liang Rurong was startled and quickly cupped her hands, saying, Long live the emperor. Mu Jingyu smiled and patted her hand. From now on, you don't need to bow before me. Prince Mu Jingyu smiled faintly. Such faces, I have seen many since I was young. They may be pretty, but they are only surface deep. My lifelong wish is to find a true friend who can stay by my side. He then looked at Liang Rurong with meaningful eyes. Miss Liang, do you have any wishes of your own? Liang Rurong replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sincere. I only wish to travel the world, help those in need, and stay away from worldly troubles. Prince Mu Jingyu felt a bit disappointed but asked, Can I help others and heal in the palace too? Liang Rurong knew his feelings but firmly refused. I come from the countryside and might not adapt well to palace life. It could cause trouble. Besides, there are many imperial doctors here, so they don't need me. Just then Mu Sai came down the stairs. Seeing him, Liang Rurong's eyes brightened slightly. Prince Mu Jingyu noticed and felt a strange sadness in his heart. Mu Sai stopped in front of him, bowed, then stood up and said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has chosen 3 consorts for you, and Yuqing is one of them. Prince Mu Jingyu had already expected this. He sneered. She won't miss any chance to control me. She says she's choosing a consort for me, but the women she brings into the palace are probably her spies. Liang Rurong was surprised. But Yuqing has been pregnant for 2 months. How can she become your Majesty's consort? What? She's pregnant. Mu Jingyu's eyes widened.
Mucheje nadat coldly.
Yes, and I have also found out that Yuqing has had a secret affair with Prince Ning. The child in her belly is likely Prince Ning's. Liang Rurong's mind raced quickly, but couldn't make sense of this complicated drama. What should we do now? The Empress Dowager is eager to place her by Her Majesty's side, but she probably doesn't know about this. Prince Mu Jingyu furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, a faint light flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, I might as well play along. Let her stay close for now and see what she and Prince Ning and the Empress Dowager are really planning. This idea matched Mu Sai's thoughts. He smiled happily. Your Majesty has been hiding your strength these years and has learned many schemes. Dealing with these people is no longer difficult. Mo Jingyu approached him gratefully and said, Without the support of the Regent King, I might not have come this far. A messenger announced that the selection ceremony at Changchun Garden had ended, and the Empress Dowager told His Majesty to return immediately. After saying goodbye to Mo Jingyu, Mo Tsiue also left the palace with Liang Rurong. Watching the busy street scene, Liang Rurong suddenly felt playful. She pulled on Mo Tsiue and asked, Since it's still early, why don't we take a walk around the street? Mo Tsiue held her hand and apologized. I have some things to do, so I can't stay with you. Liang Rurong didn't ask further and nodded with a smile. Then go ahead and do your work. I'll finish my walk and head back on my own. I'll ask Ling Feng to stay and protect you. Mo Tsiue said, feeling uneasy about her safety. Liang Rurong chuckled softly. I'm not a 3-year-old. I don't need someone to follow me everywhere. A gentle look appeared in Mo Tsiue's eyes. I feel uneasy when you're not in front of me. Liang Rurong's heart skipped a beat, and she panicked. She quickly turned and ran into the crowd, leaving only a shy, lovely back view. Mo Tsiue stood still until her figure disappeared, then mounted his horse and headed to the scholar's residence. Grand Scholar Qi was over 60, with a white beard. He invited Mo Tsiue into the flower hall but only offered a cup of plain water. Please don't be offended, Regent King. My home doesn't have fragrant tea, only a cup of plain water. Mo Tsiue took the cup and sipped, showing respect. Grand Scholar Qi is honest and upright. Looking around this flower hall, apart from some calligraphy and paintings, there are no gold or silver decorations. It truly reflects your scholarly character. Qi Liangmin stroked his beard and smiled. The word integrity can't be seen just with the eyes. May I ask why the Regent King has come today? Mo Tsiue didn't beat around the bush and explained his purpose directly. Grand Scholar Qi is well-read and knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times. Many students wish to study under you. Today, I come to invite you to gather talented scholars in your name. After hearing this, Qi Liangmin looked up and laughed loudly. Since the Regent King knows me so well, you should also know that I prefer to stay out of court disputes. Besides, I will soon resign and return to my hometown. I'm afraid I can't fulfill your request. Moci shook his water cup gently, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Scholar Chi once served in the court for the good of the nation. As the imperial tutor for 2 dynasties, he has seen through the tricks of the palace. Such insight and vision are rare. However, upon hearing this, Qi Liangmin's face suddenly turned serious. Because I see through all this, I no longer want to be involved in these conflicts. I don't have much time left, and I just want to spend my remaining days peacefully, like a carefree cloud. Moci stood up, about to say more, but a servant hurriedly rushed in. Master, young master's asthma has flared up again. Qi Liangmin immediately became tense and quickly ordered, "Hurry and fetch the doctor." Then he directly told Moci to leave, saying, "Regent King, I have spoken my piece.
Please leave now.
I have urgent matters to attend to." Moci knew he was stubborn and that convincing him wouldn't be easy, so he could only leave for the moment. Back at the palace, he happened to meet Liang Rurong returning as well. Seeing his somber expression, Liang Rurong asked with concern, "Where have you been? Why do you look so upset?" Moci honestly told her what had just happened. Liang Rurong smiled and said, "It's just asthma, not a serious illness. I happen to have medicine for asthma here. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the scholar's house again." Moci felt grateful and took her hand. "Luckily, I have you by my side. You always help me at critical moments." Liang Rurong blushed a little from his praise and quickly changed the subject. "I just bought some osmanthus honey. It's very sweet. Let's go taste it." She pushed Moci toward the flower hall. The next day, they went to the scholar's house again, but this time, Qi Liangmin claimed to be ill and refused to see visitors. Liang Rurong found it amusing. These scholars are always so peculiar. Moci stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the simple yet elegant courtyard. Scholar Qi has always been proud and aloof. I heard he served as an official for 30 years and only held banquets for red and white celebrations. Even the strangest person has their weaknesses. Just then, the main door suddenly opened, and a young servant hurried out in a panic. Liang Rurong quickly stopped him. "Has something happened at the Qi residence? The young master suddenly had an asthma attack and is now struggling to breathe. The master told me to hurry and call the doctor." The servant was so anxious he couldn't speak clearly. Liang Rurong quickly said, "I have medicine for asthma. Take me to see your master." The servant looked at her with disbelief. "This is serious. If we delay the young master's treatment, I might not survive." Mutsiua stepped forward and said firmly, "If anything happens, I will take responsibility." With the regent's guarantee, the servant finally led them inside. As they reached the backyard, they heard Qi Liangmin crying out in grief. "Zhuer, my Zhuer, you can't just give up like this." Liang Rurong hurried inside and took out the prepared pills, handing them over. "Quickly give this to him." Qi Liangmin turned to look at them, angry. "How did you get in?" "These servants are becoming more and more unruly." Liang Rurong stared sharply at him. "If you keep talking nonsense, your grandson might really be beyond saving." Qi Liangmin looked at the medicine in her hand, still doubtful. "Can this medicine really save my Zhuer?" Mutsiua stepped beside Liang Rurong and said with conviction, "Miss Liang is a doctor treating His Majesty. You can trust her medical skills." Qi Liangmin looked at his grandson, who was barely breathing on the bed, and finally nodded in agreement. Liang Rurong stepped forward calmly, took out a pill, and gently put it into the boy's mouth. After a moment, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Qi Liangmin rushed forward excitedly, trembling as he asked, "Zhuer, how do you feel now? Are you better?" Zhuer half opened his eyes, weakly mumbling, "Grandpa, I feel better, but I still have some chest tightness." Seeing Liang Rurong's medical skill, Qi Liangmin's attitude changed completely. He stood up, walked over to them, and was about to kneel, lifting his robes. "Thank you, Miss Liang, for saving my grandson's life." "Grand Scholar Qi, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up." "I was only doing my duty as a doctor." Liang Rurong quickly helped him to his feet. Grand Scholar Chi wiped his tears and said sadly, I only have this one grandson. Unfortunately, Zhuer has weak health. He was born with a cough and hasn't improved despite seeing many famous doctors over the years. Moved by his love for his grandson, Liang Rurong took out a bottle of medicine powder and handed it to him. If the young master has another attack, just inhale a bit of this powder to ease it. Qi Liangmin took the medicine, and his eyes instantly turned red. Today, Miss Liang saved my grandson's life. She is truly a benefactor to the Qi family. If the Regent King has any requests, I will agree to them. Mu Tsiue smiled faintly and said, I do not wish to take advantage of others' misfortune. What I ask for requires the sincere help of Grand Scholar Qi. I have long heard that the Regent King is just and upright. Today, seeing him in person, I can confirm that is true, Qi Liangmin said, stroking his beard thoughtfully, then made a gesture to the butler beside him. The butler understood immediately and led the servants out of the room. Qi Liangmin brushed his sleeves and left, his previously dull eyes gradually sharpening. He picked up the water cup on the table, took a slow sip, and seemed to have made a firm decision as he lifted his head. I have realized my purpose. I am willing to lend my strength to the Regent King. Mu Tsiue seemed to have expected his choice, a calm smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Back then, Grand Scholar Qi entered the court and swore to clear the corruption and uphold justice. Though now he is over 70, I believe that fiery spirit still remains. Recalling past events, Qi Liangmin's heart suddenly surged with years of suppressed anger and sorrow. He clenched his fists tightly and slammed them on the table, saying, Though I have this resolve, the court is now filled with chaos. I can only focus on myself. Mu Tsiue suddenly turned to look at him, his eyes shining with determination and righteousness, stirring deep emotions. Rest assured, Grand Scholar Qi, the day will come when the world you wish to see will arrive. Inspired by his words, Qi Liangmin's long-buried passion was reignited. He nodded heavily.
Good.
With the Regent King's words, I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. After reaching an agreement, Qi Liangmin sent the two out the door. 3 days later is Zhu Er's birthday. The old official will hold a banquet at his residence, and he kindly invites the regent to attend. Mu Tsiue understood immediately and nodded. Since Grand Scholar Qi has invited me, I will definitely come. After saying farewell to Qi Liangmin, the two of them prepared to return home. On the way back, Liang Rurong kept glancing at Mu Tsiue, then secretly giggled. Mu Tsiue felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and asked, What are you looking at? Do I have something on my face? Liang Rurong teased with a smile, Listening to your conversation with Grand Scholar Qi, just now, I saw a different side of you. Different how? Mu Tsiue became more curious. But Liang Rurong deliberately kept him in suspense. That's something only understood, not spoken. After saying that, she quickly ran to buy candy from a street vendor. Mu Tsiue had no choice but to smile helplessly and wait for her to return. Liang Rurong ran to the small stall, turned to look at him, and her usually serious face now showed a heroic spirit. He dreamed of a peaceful and clear world, with bright skies and calm waters. And she was willing to work with him, little by little, to make this beautiful vision come true. 3 days later, in front of the Qi residence, the streets were busy with carriages and people, and guests filled the place. Officials from the court heard that Grand Scholar Qi, who usually disliked lively events, was holding a grand feast today, so they brought gifts and came to celebrate. Among the guests invited by Qi Liangmin were mostly scholars and literary figures, besides some court officials. Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong were also there. They took this chance to observe whether any talented students could be useful. At that moment, Liang Rurong noticed a young man sitting alone in the corner, wearing a moon-white robe. He had delicate features, handsome and elegant, but he was apart from the crowd, drinking alone, giving off a sense of independence and detachment. Curious, Liang Rurong approached politely and asked, May I ask, young sir, why are you drinking here alone? The man lifted his eyelids and replied with 2 words, peaceful. Liang Rurong found it amusing. Since you enjoy peace and quiet, Why come to such a lively banquet? The man put down his cup and said proudly, I came here because I heard that Grand Scholar Chi personally designed the moon-gazing pavilion, which is very elegant. I wanted to see it. For some reason, Liang Rurong always felt that he had a cold, distant aura that kept people at arm's length. At this moment, Mu Tsiua slowly approached from outside the pavilion and said calmly, No wonder you are known as a talented calligrapher. Truly unique. Talented calligrapher? Liang Rurong looked surprised at the man in front of her. Are you the same person who became the top scholar last year but resigned from official service during the announcement? Shen Weiming? That's me. Shen Weiming smiled casually and took a sip from his cup. But those are old stories, not worth mentioning. No wonder this person was so proud and confident. He was a famous, talented scholar of the time. Mu Tsiua sat across from Shen Weiming and asked softly, Since you have already become the top scholar, why don't you serve in the court? It's something all students dream of. Shen Weiming's cheerful smile hid a deep, unpredictable gaze. Things that all students desire are just SOSO to me. Even if I entered the court, I would only want to assist a wise and clever ruler. When he said this, both Mu Tsiua and Liang Rurong became alert. Liang Rurong carefully looked around and lowered her voice to warn, Young Master Shen, be careful with your words. Today, many officials are present. What you just said could be considered treason. Shen Weiming didn't mind and replied with a slight smile, The emperor is young and weak. The Empress Dowager holds power and officials form factions and oppose each other. Everyone knows these things. How can they be considered treason? Moreover, the regent sitting across from me is clearly eager for me to speak the truth. Liang Rurong was startled. So, you already knew our identities. It seemed that although Shen Weiming claimed he was not interested in serving in the court, he was very knowledgeable about court affairs in private. Just then, Lu Xinian suddenly arrived with a group of people, causing the lively courtyard to fall silent. Qi Liangmin stepped forward and asked with a smile, Commander, what brings you here today? Lu Xinian's face was cold as he ordered 2 large chests filled with gold and silver to be brought forward and placed before everyone. I am here today to deliver a congratulatory gift from the Empress Dowager to Grand Scholar Qi. Qi Liangmin glanced at the 2 boxes and chuckled indifferently. The Empress Dowager's gift, I understand. However, these presents are too expensive, and I usually dislike gold and silver. Please have the commander carry them back. Are you, Scholar Qi, planning to disobey the Empress Dowager's orders? Lu Xinian narrowed his eyes, showing a threatening look. Everyone in the courtyard shivered, afraid to say anything. Lu Xinian looked at Mu Yi and Shen Weiming with a meaningful smile. The Regent King rarely attends banquets or interacts with officials, but today he is here and talking happily with young Master Zhu. If the Empress Dowager knew, she would be very pleased. Liang Rurong clenched her teeth tightly, sweating coldly. Lu Xinian's words were clearly a threat. If they showed affection for Mu Yi, they would be going against the Empress Dowager. She thought Shen Weiming would be scared, but he simply smiled calmly. Yes, I didn't expect the Regent King to be interested in poetry and songs. We talked a bit more because of that. If the Empress Dowager also enjoyed such hobbies, I could send her a poetry collection. Liang Rurong almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She was surprised that Shen Weiming was quick-witted. Lu Xinian could only leave with a cold face, feeling annoyed. Liang Rurong was worried for him and said, You're too bold. Lu Xinian is close to the Empress Dowager. If you embarrass him publicly, won't she be angry? Shen Weiming raised a sharp gaze and smiled. The Empress Dowager is currently gathering scholars everywhere. She wouldn't ruin her reputation. After the conversation, Mu Yi understood that this person had ambitions and was waiting for the right opportunity. He didn't say much and left Qi's residence with Liang Rurong. On the way back, Liang Rurong was deep in thought, staring out the window of the carriage. Mu Yi knew she was thinking about how Qi Liangmin loved his grandson and remembered her own parents, feeling nostalgic. He gently took her hand and said softly, Don't worry. Your parents are safe with Tang Nanfeng. If you're worried about them, you can write to them. I will have my men deliver the letter to Tang Nanfeng. Liang Rurong did not expect him to see through her worries at a glance. She felt unexpectedly touched, and her nose slightly stung. Siwa instinctively raised his hand and wiped away a tear at the corner of her eye. That warm feeling spread through her body instantly. Liang Rurong shyly lowered her head. During the selection ceremony, Mu Jingyu did not choose any noble daughter from the families. The Empress Dowager directly added 3 women to the harem, including Yu Qing. Although Mu Jingyu did not openly oppose, he had not entered the harem for several days. He had been busy reading documents in the Office of Political Affairs. Now, with the court situation dangerous, he had to be very careful to avoid falling into others' traps. While deep in thought, Mu Jingyu suddenly smelled a faint tea aroma. He tiredly looked up and saw Yu Qing standing beside him with a cup of tea, wearing a charming smile on her face. "Your Majesty has been in the Office of Political Affairs for many hours. You must be tired. Have some tea to rest." Mu Jingyu frowned and asked angrily, "Who told you to come here?" Yu Qing lowered her head nervously and said, "It was the Empress Dowager who asked me to come." Again, the Empress Dowager. Does she want to control every move of mine? A coldness flashed in Mu Jingyu's eyes, but he quickly restrained it. "If the Empress Dowager asked you to come, then leave it here." Seeing that he did not blame her, Yu Qing sighed in relief and hurriedly handed over the tea and snacks. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager cares about your health." These snacks were specially made by the Imperial Kitchen on her orders. Mu Jingyu smiled and deliberately continued her words. "Yes, I understand the Empress Dowager's kindness. By the way, how is the Empress Dowager's health lately?" Yu Qing's eyes shifted and she slowly said, "The Empress Dowager has been coughing recently and sleeping poorly at night." Mu Jingyu quickly put down the document in his hand and asked with concern, "Has she had the Imperial doctor check her?" "Why hasn't anyone told me?" Yu Qing nodded and replied, "The Imperial doctor has already examined her. He said there's nothing serious. The Empress Dowager is worried you might be concerned, so she didn't want it to be known. I heard that Minister of War Fong sent a bottle of imported loquat syrup from the western regions. After drinking it, the Empress Dowager's cough improved a lot." "Fong's sure? Well, he's quite thoughtful." Mu Jingyu watched the rising blue smoke from the incense burner on the table, then rhythmically tapped the table twice with his fingers. As night fell, Mu Jingyu still sent his trusted aide to deliver a message to Mu Tsiwa, arranging a meeting at their usual place, and told Mu Tsiwa about it. After hearing this, Mu Tsiwa's eyes slightly darkened. "It's really him. 17th uncle, have you discovered anything?" Mu Jingyu quickly asked.
Mu Jingyu nodded.
"In the past few days, I found out that Minister of War Fong Zishur has been secretly bought by Prince Ning. When Yu Qing suddenly mentioned this person in front of the emperor, she was probably acting on Prince Ning's orders. Isn't Yu Qing a person close to the Empress Dowager?" Mu Tsiwa asked with some confusion.
Mu Jingyu smiled coldly.
"I think Yu Qing was originally a spy placed by Prince Ning near the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, she was also kept close to the emperor by the Empress Dowager. It seems that the interests between these people are not as unbreakable as they seem." Mu Jingyu nodded in agreement, a faint, cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 17th uncle, why don't we use their plan against them? It will catch them off guard." The two looked at each other, understanding without words. A few days later, news spread throughout the capital that Fong Zishur had caused a scene in a brothel over a courtesan. In the Xianshi Palace, the Empress Dowager was furious and immediately ordered Fong Zishur to be dismissed from his position and imprisoned. Worried that his power might be reduced, Prince Ning hurried forward to plead. "Empress Dowager, although Fong Zishur made a mistake, considering his years of hard work and efficiency, please forgive him this time." On the delicate face of the Empress Dowager, a sinister smile appeared. "If someone in the court is capable, they can do as they please outside. If they tarnish the court's reputation, what rules are left to uphold?" Prince Ning slightly pulled at his mouth and smiled calmly. "The Empress Dowager's words are reasonable, but the Ministry of War is busy now. If we punish Fong Zishur at this moment, it might cause chaos." The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, her smile unchanged. "There are many talented people in the court. We can just choose another to fill the spot." At this moment, Mu Tsiwa, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and spoke slowly. Empress Dowager, you are right. There are many talented people in the court. Naturally, we can select the best among them. Mu Jingyu, who had been sitting quietly beside the Empress Dowager without speaking, finally spoke up. Then, who in the court can be trusted? Minister Zhao Qian, the Deputy Minister of War, is diligent in his work and can be trusted with important tasks. Hearing this, Mu Jingyu looked at him with some surprise. A few days ago, the palace guards had just confirmed that Zhao Qian was loyal to Lu Xinian. If he became the Minister of War, wouldn't the entire department fall under the Empress Dowager's control? Mu Xiue only nodded with a faint smile. Although Mu Jingyu was confused and unsure, he trusted Mu Xiue's decision and turned to ask the Empress Dowager, "What is your Majesty's opinion?" At this moment, the Empress Dowager was very pleased, thinking she had everything under control, and happily agreed. Then, let Zhao Qian be promoted to Minister of War. Lu Xinian secretly looked at Mu Xiue with a meaningful gaze. After the court session, Lu Xinian stopped Mu Xiue at the palace gate. The Regent King is truly concerned about state affairs, even personally involved in the appointment of a minor Minister of War. Mu Xiue's eyes flickered and he smiled. "What, Lord Lu? Are you dissatisfied with my suggestion?" Lu Xinian raised his head and chuckled twice. "All the officials, both civil and military, are chosen through the imperial examination. Wouldn't it be the same whoever is appointed?" "Lord Lu, you are right. I hope Zhao Qian will not betray the trust the emperor has placed in him." After speaking, Mu Xiue got into his carriage and left. Lu Xinian stood there, the smile on his face fading, his eyes sharp and inscrutable. Since the story of Liang Rurong saving Grand Secretary Qi's grandson spread, people have been coming to the clinic every day for treatment, almost crowding the door. Liang Rurong was busy every day at the clinic, hardly having time even to drink water. One day, just after sending a patient out, a group of people suddenly carried several large boxes wrapped with red silk and rushed through the street, surrounding the clinic tightly. The leader was dressed in silk clothes, looking like the steward of that household. Liang Rurong stepped out, frowning, and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing at my clinic?" The man, acting arrogantly, stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, "Our master has taken a liking to you and wants to hire you as a secondary wife. These are the betrothal gifts from my master. You should count them." "Secondary wife? Betrothal gifts?" Liang Rurong stared at him in surprise, annoyed, and raised her voice. "Who is your master?" The man, with his nostrils flaring proudly, shouted arrogantly, "I am Lu Duren, the official in charge of the Guanglu Temple." Liang Rurong coldly snorted and said, "No matter who you are, stealing from civilians in broad daylight is a serious crime." The man, embarrassed and angry, pointed at her nose and began to curse. "You, a wild girl from a remote village, how dare you be rude to us? If the official wants you to be his concubine, he's showing respect. Be smart and accept the marriage gift and come with me, or I'll be rude to you." Liang Rurong was not afraid. She crossed her arms and smiled challengingly. "I don't want to. What can you do to me?" The man's face turned fierce, and he gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Everyone, break down this clinic." A group of guards rushed forward, swinging their sticks. Liang Rurong remained calm, raising an eyebrow. "I've treated the emperor before. My clinic is valued by him. If you're not afraid of losing your head, then go ahead and smash it." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, afraid to step forward. The man, feeling a bit scared, spat out harshly, "You wicked woman, just wait and see." Then he led his followers away in a hurry. Liang Rurong didn't mind at all and continued her work, opening the door to see patients. But unexpectedly, 3 days later, her clinic's business suddenly plummeted. Many people preferred to take longer routes to the East Street to see a doctor rather than come to Jiren Hall. Liang Rurong found this strange and went out to investigate. As she passed by a tea house, she overheard people talking loudly inside. "Did you hear? The doctor at Jishatang is actually a village girl who can't even read. That's impossible. Didn't she treat the emperor? You don't know this, but I heard that Dr. Liang has close ties with the regent. As long as a woman is willing to flatter men, she can get anything, ha ha ha." The people were speaking filthy words, none of which were true. Liang Rurong found it very funny but also guessed that Lu Duren was probably still angry and seeking revenge, deliberately spreading rumors to ruin her reputation. She didn't bother to explain. Instead, she closed her clinic and focused on studying her space. During these days, she had helped many people and unlocked many new medicines. What made her even happier was that she found a jade bracelet inside her space. This bracelet is exactly her biological mother's. Although she didn't know why the bracelet appeared in the space, it brought her some comfort. Just as she was feeling happy, there was a knocking at the door outside the clinic. Liang Rurong placed the bracelet on the table, stood up, and opened the door. "Second uncle, why are you here?" Liang Rurong asked in surprise. Liang De came in, looked around, and smiled happily. "I didn't expect you to open such a clinic in the capital. If your parents knew, they would be very happy. I don't have many skills, just a little medical knowledge," Liang Rurong modestly said. She pulled out a chair for Liang De to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Liang De thought for a moment and mentioned the rumors in the capital. "Have you heard the recent gossip in the city?" Liang Rurong smiled indifferently. "Second uncle, don't worry. Other people's rumors don't affect me." Liang De looked at her meaningfully. "Does the Regent King know about this?" Liang Rurong lowered her head shyly. "It's not related to the Regent King." Liang De chuckled warmly, squinting kindly. "Rurong, the Regent King is brave and clever, cares a lot about you, and is a good person." "Oh, second uncle, what are you talking about?" Liang Rurong hurriedly hid her nervousness and stood up quickly to tidy the herbs on the counter. Liang De sighed softly and said sincerely, "You're not young anymore. It's time to think about marriage. If you had someone to care for you, your parents and I would be more at ease." "Second uncle, I understand." Liang Rurong quietly packed up the herbs. At this moment, Liang De noticed the jade bracelet on her table and asked curiously, "Isn't this bracelet your dowry? Why is it here with you?" "Second uncle, you say this is my mother's dowry?" Liang Rurong was also surprised. Since it was her mother's dowry, why did it suddenly appear in the space without explanation? Just then, Mu Cus suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Liang De quickly stepped forward to bow. "Regent King, why do you have time to come to the clinic?" Whenever I hear the name Rurong, Liang De immediately understands and smiles happily. "Your Highness is truly thoughtful, but our Rurong is a sensible girl. Since she was young, our family hasn't had to worry about her. Whoever marries her in the future will really be lucky." Hearing this, Liang Rurong almost choked and blushed with embarrassment. She shyly whispered, "Second uncle, why are you saying these things? There's nothing wrong with that. Your Highness is one of us." Liang De enthusiastically pulled Liang Rurong forward, as if showing off a rare treasure. "Our Rurong isn't as delicate as those noble daughters, but she's quite pretty and knows how to treat illnesses." The more he spoke, the more nervous Liang Rurong felt. She quickly blushed and interrupted him. "Second uncle, please stop. I'm just telling the truth." "Your Highness, don't you agree?" Liang De looked at Mu Cui with lingering admiration. Mu Cui cleared his throat to hide his nervousness. Before he could speak, Ling Feng answered first. "Yes, Miss Liang is kind-hearted, skilled in medicine, and quite rare in this world." Mu Cui glanced at him and said, "No more words." Liang Rurong understood his concerns and knew that before he fulfilled his own wishes, he couldn't focus on personal matters. Just then, someone came to deliver an order for Liang De to return to the camp immediately. Liang De left the clinic. After he left, Liang Rurong took out the letter she had just written and handed it to Mu Cui. "Please give this to my parents." Mu Cui took the letter, looked around, and felt that the clinic was a bit quiet. "I heard that many people came here for treatment a few days ago. Why are there no patients today?" Liang Rurong didn't want him to worry about rumors, so she forced a relaxed smile and said, "Fewer patients are actually good. It means everyone is healthy and safe." Mu Cui looked at her evasive gaze and had a suspicion in his mind. After leaving the clinic, he secretly asked Ling Feng to investigate. 2 days later, the story of Lord Lu being attacked by bandits and breaking his legs spread throughout the capital. At the same time, rumors also surfaced about Lord Lu abusing his power over the years, seizing property and forcibly taking women. When Liang Rurong learned about this matter, she was still in the clinic studying new medicine behind closed doors. Just as she was feeling confused, Mu Sai arrived. Liang Rurong quickly went over and looked him up and down, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Mu Sai smiled and said, "I'm fine. Nothing's wrong." About Lord Liu. "Isn't it something you arranged?" Liang Rurong saw through him at once. Mu Sai gently tapped her forehead with his hand, showing a hint of affection in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me when something like this happened?" Liang Rurong turned around and poured him a cup of tea, calmly taking a sip. "It's not a big deal. In a few days, those people will forget." Hearing her say this, Mu Sai felt a pang in his heart, a little uncomfortable. He asked anxiously, "Don't you know I would worry?" Liang Rurong's palm trembled slightly, almost spilling the hot tea on her hand. Mu Sai hurried forward and held her hand. "Are you okay? Did you get burned anywhere?" "I'm fine." Liang Rurong withdrew her hand, and her ears suddenly felt hot and itchy. It was as if a few little deer were rushing around inside her, making her restless. The aroma of tea mixed with a faint medicinal scent, gradually filling the air. The intimate atmosphere made both of them lower their heads shyly. At this moment, someone came to the clinic for treatment. Liang Rurong checked the patient's temperature, high fever, along with cough and shortness of breath. Strange, there have been several patients with high fever these days. Liang Rurong felt a growing sense of unease. With winter approaching, it was the peak season for flu. If not handled properly, the outbreak could become even worse. She prescribed some medicine for the patient and advised him to stay away from his family for a few days, not to share bowls or water, to prevent spreading the illness. After the patient left, Liang Rurong shared her worries with Mu Sai. "The court needs to prepare early to prevent the flu from spreading out of control." Mu Sai nodded, noticing her tired look, and couldn't help but remind her, "No matter how busy the clinic is, you must take care of yourself. I'll send more people to help you." Liang Rurong smiled confidently and said, "I can handle this." After seeing Mu Sai leave, Liang Rurong quickly returned to the clinic to prepare medicinal herbs. Based on the recent patient cases, she has made an initial judgment and plans to develop a special medicine to prevent the flu. Being prepared is always better than being caught off guard. The next morning, Mu Sai brought up this matter in the court. However, the Empress Dowager was not impressed. She coldly said, "You're overthinking. The capital is peaceful. There's no way there will be a flu." Mu Sai looked serious and firmly replied, "This concerns the country's well-being. It's not just worry for nothing. The Empress Dowager and His Majesty should take precautions." Then, several officials in the court also agreed. "I think what the regent said is very true. Recently, the clinics in the city have been very crowded. I support that." The Empress Dowager was surprised that so many people supported Mu Sai and became very angry. "You all like to spread alarmist rumors. People eat grains and will get sick sometimes. It's normal to catch a cold in winter. It's not strange that more people are visiting the clinics." At this moment, Mu Jingyu, who usually listened to the Empress Dowager, suddenly spoke. "I think what the regent and the officials said makes sense. Let the doctors in the medical office prepare early, just in case." The Empress Dowager's face darkened. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Back in the palace, she started to rage. She smashed the teacup on the table. This Mu Sai is usually quiet, but he's secretly gathering so many officials. "I really underestimated him." Sueju, standing nearby, agreed. "The Empress Dowager is right. I heard that Liang Rurong has been selling some medicine to prevent the flu in the city, attracting many people. Now, the common people call her Dr. Liang. Dr. Liang is just a young girl. She can't possibly be that powerful." The Empress Dowager sat angrily on her bed, her eyes showing a fierce look. "But the emperor is growing stronger. Now he even dares to disobey my orders. If this continues, he will eventually break free from my control." Sueju stepped forward with a cold tone. "Don't worry, Empress Dowager. We still hold a key piece in our hands." The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. "Yes, as long as Yuqing becomes pregnant with the emperor's child, this can also step down from her position. The Empress Dowager is wise." Shuizhua hands over delicate snacks, while flattering with a smile. At night, the candle flames flicker in Manhwa Palace, and the scent of dragon saliva incense gradually fills the air. Mu Jingyu, who had been reviewing documents all day, just returned and felt a bit tired. He usually dislikes being served, so after dismissing the palace attendants, he undressed alone to rest. Just as he blew out the candle, a figure suddenly appeared from behind the curtain, and from behind, embraced Mu Jingyu tightly. "Who are you?" Startled, Mu Jingyu quickly sat up, looking alertly at the person on the bed. To his surprise, the person emerging from the curtain was Yuqing, wearing only a red undergarment. Mu Jingyu was furious, pointing at her and shouting, "Who told you to come in? Didn't I order no one to enter?" Yuqing shyly pulled the blanket to cover her upper body, speaking in a tempting voice, "Your Majesty, I came to serve you on the Empress Dowager's orders." "It's late at night now, please rest peacefully, Your Majesty." Hearing it was the Empress Dowager's command, Mu Jingyu's anger surged. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he ordered, "I don't need you to serve me. Get out now." Yuqing got off the bed, the dim light making her look charming and alluring, her eyes full of emotion. She stepped forward, hugging Mu Jingyu's waist, and cried softly, "Your Majesty, I have been in the harem for some time, but you haven't touched me once. I don't know what I did wrong to make you dislike me." Mu Jingyu forcefully pushed her away and turned his back, not wanting to look at her. "You know yourself very well. I didn't say anything because I want to save some face for you and the Empress Dowager. Hurry up and put on your clothes and leave." Yuqing tried every method but still couldn't gain his favor, feeling full of resentment. She bit her lip and knelt on the ground with a thud, tears falling instantly. "Although I am the Empress Dowager's niece, I truly admire Your Majesty. Can't you give me a chance?" Mu Jingyu looked back at her, his eyes hiding uncontrollable disgust. He sneered and said, "You truly admire me? Then where did that illegitimate child in your belly come from? What?" Yuqing looked at him in shock, and her previous look of innocence instantly disappeared. In fear, she kept denying, "Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. When I entered the palace to participate in this election, I was already a..." "How could I be pregnant?" Mu Jingyu unceremoniously pulled her up from the ground, glaring at her with a fierce look. With Prince Ning's influence, it shouldn't be hard to avoid the palace maid's inspections. "You have such boldness to dare to defile the palace." When her scandal was exposed, Yuqing was extremely frightened and could only kneel on the ground, begging desperately, "Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mu Tsiue had already discussed with Mu Tsiue and decided not to reveal this matter for now. However, he no longer wanted to see her hateful face in the harem, so he ordered someone to take Yuqing away and keep her under house arrest. Winter was approaching, and the flu was spreading in the capital. Many clinics and pharmacies were crowded with feverish patients. Liang Rurong was busy from morning till night, but the medicinal herbs she prepared in advance were in short supply. Mu Tsiue sent some people to help, and he himself often came to accompany Liang Rurong when he was free. Liang Rurong looked at the coughing people on the streets, her brow never relaxing. "From what I see, more and more people might get infected. The virus is very aggressive. Recently, patients only had fever and cough, but now they also have diarrhea and vomiting." Mu Tsiue comforted her. "You don't need to worry too much. His Majesty has already ordered the imperial doctors to quickly develop a cure for the epidemic." Just then, Ling Feng hurriedly reported, "Something's wrong. Many infected refugees are gathering near the city gates. Lord Zhou, responsible for defending the capital, has ordered the gates to be closed. No one is allowed in." Hearing this, Liang Rurong immediately became anxious. These refugees are probably coming to the capital to seek medical help. How can Lord Zhou turn them away? That could cause a riot. Mu Tsiue nodded without hesitation and led her quickly toward the city gates. Outside Chaoyang Gate, cries and shouts filled the air. "Please, let us in. Our child is sick and close to death. We need to see a doctor." But Lord Zhou, guarding the city, ignored them and shouted coldly at them. "Now the city is overcrowded. Those of you coming from outside, please go back quickly. When Liang Ruong arrived, she saw a soldier push a mother and daughter to the ground. The little girl was very sick and almost unconscious, with no sign of life. She rushed forward, pointing at Lord Zhou's nose angrily and scolding. "Lord Zhou, aren't the people outside the city from Zhongshu country? Your rude and violent behavior is just like disregarding human life." Lord Zhou, proud and haughty, sneered and looked at her with disdain. "Where did you come from, daring to give orders to me?" The general, Liang Ruong, endured her anger and looked at him coldly. "I am a doctor from Jishir Hall. The people outside the city are infected with a plague and need immediate help. Please, General Zhou, open the city gates and let them in." General Zhou, with a sword hanging at his waist, sneered arrogantly. "So you're that fake healer? You cause trouble in the capital every day, and now you come here spreading rumors. I think you're tired of living. Someone, arrest this talkative witch." The nearby soldiers received the order and started pulling Liang Ruong's arm. Suddenly, several hard stones flew through the air and hit their faces, making them cry out in pain. General Zhou, covering his bleeding face, shouted angrily, "Who dares to fight me?" Mu Tsiua, with a cold expression, stepped forward holding a long sword that shimmered with a cold light. "General Zhou, how bold of you to arrest people at the city gate without permission." The arrogance from General Zhou vanished instantly.
Saw thee.
"I was just following orders. I had no choice." Mu Tsiua shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "Whose orders?" Nervously, General Zhou stammered, The Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager just issued an order that all refugees outside are not allowed to enter the city. Liang Ruong frowned. She couldn't believe that these high-ranking officials didn't care about the lives and deaths of the common people. In the next moment, this extremely foolish General Zhou poured fuel on the fire again. He forced a sickly smile and cautiously asked, "The Empress Dowager's orders. I suppose no one dares to disobey them." This angered Mu Sai immediately. He raised his sword and pressed it hard against General Zhou's neck, while slowly raising a royal decree in his other hand. His Majesty commands, all refugees must be allowed into the city to see a doctor immediately. No delays are allowed. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by death. Seeing the shiny, golden decree in his hand, General Zhou had no choice but to open the city gates. The refugees rushed in, kneeling before Mu Sai and Liang Ruong, begging desperately. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please save my child. My child is about to die from illness." Seeing this tragic scene, Liang Ruong felt a lump in her throat and a bitter feeling in her heart. She tried to control her emotions, then turned to discuss with Mu Sai. "For those with serious illnesses, I will take them back to the clinic for treatment. The rest will need your help to settle. I will have someone send the medicine supplies over." Mu Sai nodded and reminded her, "Yes, be very careful." Then Liang Ruong took the patients with high fever, unconsciousness, or constant vomiting back to the relief hall, giving them 4 drips. Fortunately, they had stored plenty of medicine in the space earlier, which now came in handy. At this moment, a weak woman suddenly knelt in front of her and started crying. "Doctor, can you lower the consultation fee a bit? We came from far away, and we really have no money left." Liang Ruong quickly helped her up and gently comforted her. "Don't worry, ma'am. This is a free clinic, no charge at all." Everyone heard this and immediately regarded Liang Ruong as a savior, feeling grateful. "Dr. Liang is truly our lifesaver. When we go back, we must build a monument to honor Dr. Liang." Meanwhile, Mu Sai arranged the less severely ill refugees in several inns within the city. Ling Feng and his team distributed medicine according to Liang Ruong's prescriptions. Within half a day, the situation in the capital stabilized. Mu Sai left the inn and unexpectedly met Shen Weiming. Shen Weiming had set up a porridge stall on the street, and many refugees were already lining up to receive porridge. Mu Sai was a bit surprised and walked over, asking, "I didn't expect young Master Shen to also care about the epidemic." Shen Weiming looked up at him, her eyes calm and clear. "Not wanting to take part in court affairs doesn't mean I don't care about the world." Mu Chie's lips curved slightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Shun Weiming glanced at the ragged, hungry refugees and gave a cold, mocking smile. I wonder what the Empress Dowager and His Majesty would think if they saw this scene? Mu Chia's gaze deepened as he looked at the long line of people, remaining silent. At that moment, in the Hall of Fragrant Breezes, the Empress Dowager was furious because Mu Jingyu had secretly issued an imperial decree without her knowledge. The emperor truly no longer shows me any respect. And that Mu Chia and Liang Rurong, how dare they hold free medical clinics in the city? Are they trying to turn the people against the court? Beside her, Sueju spoke anxiously. Now everyone inside and outside the city is praising the regent for caring about the people. They even say that Lady Liang is like a living saint, able to heal the sick with great skill. The Empress Dowager's face twisted with anger. With a sweep of her sleeve, the vase and teacup on the table crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Humph. Caring for the people? Great healer? It's all just for fame. What do those foolish commoners know? Her fury slowly turned into a cold, calculating smile. Since the capital is already in chaos, perhaps I should let it become even more chaotic. A sudden autumn wind rose, bringing a chill both inside and outside the palace walls. Liang Rurong had been busy all day and finally found a moment to rest at dusk. She stepped outside the clinic, gazing at the glowing sunset, and let out a long breath. Being able to help and heal so many people filled her heart with quiet joy. Just then, Mu Chia arrived after finishing his work at the inn. Seeing the redness in her tired eyes, he said with concern, "Everything here seems under control. You should go back and rest." "No, there are still a few children whose conditions aren't stable. I need to stay and watch over them," Liang Rurong replied without hesitation. Mu Chia saw her determination and didn't argue further. He took out 2 flatbreads and handed them to her. Even a hero needs to eat before continuing the fight. "I bought these on the street, please have some." As she smelled the aroma of the flatbread, Liang Rurong's stomach started to growl. Her face, which had been clouded with worry all day, finally showed a small smile. Just as she took the flatbread, suddenly a group of people rushed out onto the street and charged at the 2 of them. Mu Tsiue quickly pulled her behind him and drew his sword to fight. This group fought fiercely and mercilessly. While battling Mu Tsiue, they also stormed into the clinic and started smashing everything. The villagers inside, receiving 4 treatments, screamed in fear and panic.
Who are you?
"Stop right now," Liang Rurong shouted as she protected the villagers. But they ignored her and poured all the herbs from the medicine cabinet onto the ground, crushing them. Mu Tsiue fought to defend himself and also tried to protect the frightened villagers from harm. Gradually, he began to struggle. At this moment, a man in black appeared with a dagger and lunged straight at Mu Tsiue's back. Liang Rurong didn't have time to warn him. She used all her strength to run toward him and pushed him away forcefully. By the time Mu Tsiue reacted, the dagger had already pierced deeply into Liang Rurong's left shoulder. Blood spurted out, instantly staining her light blue dress. Mu Tsiue roared and rushed forward to hold her. The smell of blood filled his nose, and for the first time, he felt overwhelming fear. At that moment, Ling Feng and his men arrived. The group scattered and disappeared. Liang Rurong collapsed into Mu Tsiue's arms, sweat dripping from her forehead. The wound was soaked with blood, and each breath brought sharp pain. "Go back to the mansion quickly. Call the doctor," Mu Tsiue shouted as he carried her, running desperately forward, calling her name. "Rurong, hold on a little longer. Don't fall asleep," he urged. Liang Rurong managed a pale smile and tried to reach out and touch his face.
I'm Fine.
"Just a little tired," she said stubbornly. After finishing the last word, her vision blurred into endless darkness. All she could hear was Mu Tsiue's nearly hoarse shouts. In her daze, Liang Rurong felt as if she was on the edge of a huge cliff. Before her was a dark abyss swallowing everything, and behind her, fierce monsters pressed closer. She tried to grasp the only lifeline, but looked around helplessly with nowhere to go. She could only keep running forward, even as blood stained the ground. "Rurong, don't be afraid. I'm here. A pair of hands held her tightly, and gentle calls from Moot Siue reached her ears. Ru Rong, wake up. Liang Ru Rong struggled to open her eyes, unsure if she was in reality or dreaming. What she saw was Moot Siue's happy face. Ru Rong, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for a whole day and night. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. You haven't rested well. Liang Ru Rong wanted to reach up and touch his face, but accidentally pulled her wound, causing her to frown in pain. Be careful. Don't forget you're injured. Moot Siue looked at her with gentle eyes. Yesterday was too dangerous. You shouldn't have rushed over so impulsively. I'm not impulsive, Liang Ru Rong blinked, feeling a bit wronged. At that moment, Ling Feng hurried in. Your Highness, something's happened outside. Moot Siue and Liang Ru Rong immediately became tense. What's going on? The plague in the capital suddenly broke out. More than half the people in the city have a high fever. Some wealthy merchants are spreading rumors outside, saying that the outbreak was caused by the refugees you led into the city. Now, they've gathered some citizens to drive the refugees out, and chaos has already started outside. Hearing this, Liang Ru Rong could no longer lie still. She struggled to sit up, but her injuries were too serious. She didn't even have the strength to turn over. Liang Ru Rong looked at Moot Siue and urged, I'm fine now. You should go out and see what's happening. You must not cause a bigger riot. Although Moot Siue was worried, he had a duty to protect the city. He could only lead his people to restore order first. As soon as they reached the street, they saw some wealthy merchants leading a group of people who had the sick and elderly. Moot Siue stepped forward and asked coldly, Who gave you the courage to arrest people on the street like this? The merchants loudly declared, It's because of them that the plague entered the city. We want to drive them out. A wave of anger rose in Moot Siue's eyes. He said clearly, The plague is a natural disaster. It has nothing to do with these people. They are just coming to the city to seek medical help. What's wrong with that? We don't care. These people are unclean. If we don't drive them out, the plague will never go away. The wealthy merchants stirred up the crowd, who were eager to chase the people out of the city immediately. Meanwhile, unarmed women and children huddled in the corner, begging desperately. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhao Qian arrived with a group of guards. The wealthy merchants, afraid of getting into trouble, quickly ran away. Prince, the riot in the west of the city has been settled. Zhao Qian dismounted and bowed to Moot Siue. Moot Siue looked at the newly appointed Minister of War and nodded.
Good.
I'll leave this to you. I will go to the medical clinic to settle the refugees. After speaking, he mounted his horse and headed to the medical clinic. By noon, Liang Rurong had just finished her medicine and was about to lie down to rest when loud shouts suddenly came from outside the mansion. She sent her maid in and ordered, Go out quickly and see what's happening. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Feng hurried in. Miss Liang, those people are crazy. They are outside smashing the doors. The prince has ordered me to take you somewhere safe. Liang Rurong gritted her teeth and got off the bed, anxiously asking, Is Moot Siue safe? Ling Feng frowned and shook his head. The prince is settling the refugees at the medical clinic. Miss Liang, we should leave the mansion quickly. No, I can't leave now. Liang Rurong looked at him with firm eyes. I want to face this crisis with him. I will not run away at this moment. The banging outside grew more intense. The butler quickly called all the household guards to guard the courtyard. Ling Feng looked worried. Miss Liang, it's too dangerous here. If something happens to you, the prince will worry even more. But Liang Rurong had already made up her mind. She endured the pain, dressed slowly, and walked toward the mansion gate. Open the door, she said calmly. The butler hurriedly stopped her. Miss Liang, it's very dangerous outside. Let's wait out this storm. Liang Rurong smiled calmly. Not fighting back is not something a regent's mansion person would do. Ling Feng was inspired by her words and immediately went forward to open the gate. At that moment, the villagers who had been waiting outside cheered loudly. Quickly make those people leave the city, or we will burn down this house. They raised their torches, and the flames revealed all the ugliness within. Liang Rurong did not step back at all, her determined gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those sick people are just like you. They are citizens of Zhongshu. Seeking medical help is normal. Do you think they should be denied the right to live just because they are ill? The crowd refused to listen to Liang Rurong's words and became even more reckless.
We don't care about that.
These plague spreaders only make the disease worse in the city. If that happens, we're all doomed. Exactly. Drive them all out so the disease can be controlled, Liang Rurong patiently explained. If the disease is handled properly, it can be cured quickly. Forcing the sick people out of the city doesn't solve the problem. It only causes more chaos. You're in league with those people. Get out of here now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd threw a torch at Liang Rurong's face. Ling Feng drew his sword and cut the torch in half, shielding Liang Rurong. Miss Liang, you can't reason with these people. Let's go inside first. Liang Rurong looked down at the still-burning torch on the ground, its faint light shining in her eyes. When she looked up again, her determination had turned into an unbreakable strength. If you or your family were the one sick today, could you still say such things openly? Liang Rurong stepped forward over the ashes, her fearless courage enough to shake hearts. She forgot her pain and shouted loudly, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." If in the face of this disaster, all you think about is fighting each other, don't be surprised when tomorrow you're the ones lying in the clinic. Her words completely stunned the troublemakers, making them lower their heads in shame. This scene was seen by Mu Tsiue, who had just returned. He was moved deeply. He dismounted and walked over, standing beside Liang Rurong and looking at the crowd. Please trust us. We will handle the epidemic well and will not abandon any citizen. Everyone looked at each other, putting down their stones and torches. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "What if you can't handle it? Won't all of us suffer because of it?"
Yeah.
Are you risking all our lives? Others added. The crowd, which had calmed down, started to become restless again. Just half a month. If there's no improvement after half a month, you must leave the city, someone yelled loudly. Liang Rurong answered firmly, with a single word. After receiving a satisfactory reply, the crowd gradually dispersed. Liang Rurong noticed with her peripheral vision that the two men who had been the loudest earlier had fair skin and no hair. Suddenly, the pain from her wound made her tremble all over, and she couldn't help but squat down. Mu Tsiue quickly supported her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Liang Rurong forced herself to shake her head, enduring the pain. Let's go to the medical clinic quickly, or we'll run out of time. Mu Tsiue frowned. Your wound isn't healed yet. You shouldn't be traveling. Go back and rest, but there's only half a month left. I must develop this special medicine immediately. Liang Rurong's forehead was covered in sweat, and her lips turned pale. Mu Tsiue knew Liang Rurong's personality well. At times like this, she wouldn't abandon the citizens to rest. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. All right, then stay at the mansion these days to study the herbs. Don't run around. If you need anything, just tell me. Liang Rurong responded with a hum and followed him back to her room. Actually, she had almost finished researching the special medicine, only missing one ingredient. This ingredient was common in modern times, but in the capital, she rarely saw it. Only the Sun family pharmacy in the west of the city had it. Moreover, her space was still upgrading, and this ingredient hadn't been unlocked yet. So, she could only ask someone to buy it from the Sun family pharmacy. However, within half a day, the servant returned angrily, saying that the Sun family pharmacy refused to sell the ingredient and even drove them out. Why is that? Liang Rurong was a bit confused. Now that the plague is raging in the city, these pharmacies should be helping us, not turning us away. The servant touched his head in confusion. We just told them who we are and what we want, and the pharmacy people kicked us out. There must be a problem. Liang Rurong couldn't sit still. She stood up, ready to go to the pharmacy herself to find out the truth. Before she could leave the room, Mu Tsiue stopped her. You don't need to go. The Sun family pharmacy is run by the Empress Dowager's people. They won't sell us medicine. Not only that, most pharmacies in the city are now afraid to sell us medicine. Hearing this, Liang Rurong's eyes flashed with anger. How can the Empress Dowager do this? Isn't she risking the lives of all the people in the city? Those who caused trouble at the gate yesterday are probably also her people. Mu Tsiue comforted her. I've arranged for people to get medicinal herbs from nearby towns, but it will take a day or two to arrive in the capital. A day or two is too long. Time is urgent now. If we run out of medicine, we're just waiting to die, Liang Rurong said anxiously, her wound starting to ache again. Just then, Tang Nanfeng came in with a big smile. I knew you were worried about the medicine, so I came to help. Liang Rurong was curious and went outside to look. The yard was filled with several large boxes. Inside the boxes were rare medicinal herbs brought from various places by Tang Nanfeng. Besides the urgently needed herbs, there were also Pu Di Lan and Ji Ma Huang. Young Master Tang, you've really saved us in our time of need. Liang Rurong was so excited she forgot her pain and punched him on the shoulder. But she accidentally pulled at her wound, and a little blood seeped out. Tang Nanfeng's eyes showed concern. How did you get hurt? Liang Rurong sighed casually. Bit by a dog, but it's fine. It's almost healed. Tang Nanfeng took out a letter and handed it to her. I think this is what you want to see most right now. Liang Rurong took it and opened it. It was from her parents. In the letter, they mentioned that Tang Nanfeng had taken care of them in a hidden estate and looked after them very well, telling her not to worry. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Liang Rurong's heavy heart finally eased, and a smile appeared on her face. Young Master Tang, thank you for letting me know about my parents, and thank you for sending people to take care of them. Tang Nanfeng smiled slightly. It's just a small favor. I originally planned to bring my parents to the capital to reunite with you, but since the city is experiencing a serious outbreak now, they are better off staying at the estate. As long as my parents are safe, that's what matters. Liang Rurong carefully kept the letter. Today was the happiest day she had had in a while. With these medicines, Liang Rurong quickly developed a special cure for the outbreak. She also brought out many masks and protective clothing from her space and asked Mu Sai to distribute them to the people in the city. A few days later, her wounds had almost healed, and she was busy visiting the clinic again. On the way, she saw a father and son buying baked flatbreads. The man looked pale and thin, coughing repeatedly and spitting phlegm on the ground. Liang Rurong hurried forward to stop him. Sir, saliva and phlegm are the easiest ways for the disease to spread. It's better to wrap your spit in paper and burn it. Also, why aren't you wearing the masks distributed in the city a few days ago? The man looked at her impatiently. What masks? They make it hard to breathe. It's just a disease. What's the fuss about? Sir, wearing a mask is not only to protect yourself but also your family. I see your son hasn't gotten sick yet. Do you want to pass the illness to him? Liang Rurong looked calmly at the little boy beside him. She realized that the key to prevention was raising people's awareness. The young baker also nodded in agreement. Yes, a few days ago, my wife caught the disease. I thought I wouldn't escape it, but since I started wearing this mask, I haven't been infected. So, big brother, please put on a mask. Otherwise, I might not be able to sell you baked flatbreads anymore. The man was speechless and could only accept the mask Liang Rurong handed him and put it on. At the clinic, Liang Rurong saw several doctors already there, but they were all unfamiliar faces. She asked Ling Feng about the situation. Didn't you say that the other clinics in the city closed down a few days ago? Where did these doctors come from? Ling Feng put down the herbs and said, these are famous doctors brought in from outside by the prince to help the young lady with her treatment. Is that so? Liang Rurong slightly pursed her lips, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment and sincerely said, Miss Liang, I have served the prince for many years, but I have never seen him care so much about any young lady. Liang Rurong was stunned and slowly lowered her head. Why are you telling me this? Ling Feng smiled softly. I have no other meaning. The prince's feelings are hard to express. If I keep silent, then there will be 2 more confused people in this world. After speaking, he took the herbs and left. Liang Rurong stood still, carefully thinking about his words. It seemed as if a hidden part of her heart was touched. Just then, someone came to see the doctor. She quickly pulled herself together and went back to her work. The half-month deadline agreed with the common people was almost up, and the city's epidemic was under control. Those seriously ill were gradually recovering, and the unaffected people, wearing masks, had returned to normal life. Now, everyone in the streets was talking about Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong's good deeds. In the court, Mu Tsiue's reputation among officials was growing stronger. All of this made the Empress Dowager increasingly dissatisfied with them. After the morning court, she brought some snacks to the palace of diligent governance. Mu Jingyu was reading memorials and stood up to greet her when she entered. "Your son greets the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager pretended to be kind and took his hand, asking about his health. "Why does the Empress Dowager think the emperor hasn't looked well these days?" "Is he tired?" Mu Jingyu respectfully replied. "The epidemic in the capital has not yet been cleared, so I naturally worry." "Thank you for your concern." Hearing this, a faint, clever smile appeared in the Empress Dowager's eyes. "Speaking of the epidemic, I've heard that now the people in the city praise Mu Tsiue and Miss Liang, saying they are compassionate and like bodhisattvas." Mu Jingyu's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly concealed it. "The regent and Miss Liang have indeed worked hard for the epidemic. I will reward them." The Empress Dowager looked somewhat displeased and frowned, saying, "Of course, rewards should be given, but Liang Rurong is just a folk healer. In my opinion, matters of the epidemic are better handled by the palace's imperial doctors to be safe." Mu Jingyu quietly rubbed his hands, feeling a bit hesitant. Recently, news of the people's praise for Mu Tsiue had been constantly reaching him. He was happy about it, but also felt a faint worry. After a while, he respectfully nodded and said, "Everything depends on the Empress Dowager's decision." The next morning at court, the Empress Dowager awarded Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong with 100 taels of gold, 100 bolts of fine silk, and several sets of gold and silver utensils. "If all the high officials in the court cared for the people like the regent, I and the emperor would feel much more at ease." Mu Tsiue bowed and thanked her, saying, "Thank you, your majesty, for the reward." The Empress Dowager then changed the subject and smiled. "You and Miss Liang have worked hard these days. It's time to rest well. I have discussed with the emperor, and the epidemic matters should be left to the imperial doctors. The formulas for treating the epidemic should also be kept by the doctors." As soon as she said this, there was a murmur of disapproval. The officials looked at each other, afraid to speak. The scene of turning against someone once they are no longer useful was common on that dragon throne. Seeing Mu Tsiue remain silent, the Empress Dowager sneered coldly. "How is it? Does the regent not trust the imperial doctors?" Mu Tsiue glanced at Mu Jingyu, but his eyes seemed to flicker with hesitation. He lowered his head silently. He understood what Mu Jingyu was worried about, and in the end, he nodded in agreement. "I will obey the emperor's orders." After the court session, Mu Jingyu sent someone to arrange a meeting with Mu Tsiue at the Lantern Moon Pavilion. He sighed somewhat helplessly, saying, "Seventh uncle, I am also helpless about the epidemic. I hope you won't take it to heart." Mu Tsiue shook his head lightly, with a calm expression. "The emperor is the ruler of the world. Naturally, he must worry about the affairs of the realm. I will do my best to assist him and share his burdens." Ruler of the world. Mu Jingyu smiled bitterly. "But no one knows that sitting on this throne makes me feel uneasy every day. I am always worried. 17th uncle, only you understand my thoughts in this palace. I trust only you." He looked sincerely at Mu Tsiue, as if he drew strength from him during those difficult and dark years. Now, however, that strength made him feel a little afraid. "Your Majesty, I will remember your words." Mu Tsiue bowed and handed over a prescription. "This is a carefully prepared remedy for the epidemic, made by Ru Rong. Please keep it safe." "I am also at ease now." After leaving the palace, Mu Tsiue went to Yunyan Pavilion to pick up a special hairpin he ordered a few days ago. It was a gold phoenix hairpin embedded with precious stones. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped the hairpin and handed it to him with a smile. "Your Highness, I've never seen you buy something from this small shop before. May I ask who this hairpin is for?" Mu Tsiue looked at the shining hairpin in his hand and slowly smiled. Since he saw Liang Rurong wearing a plain silver hairpin a few days ago, he felt uneasy. The shopkeeper seemed to understand and smiled knowingly. "This hairpin is a token of love. especially this gold phoenix one. It's hard to find such a treasure. Your wish will surely come true. Mutsiwa stored the hairpin carefully, paid the silver, and turned to leave. When he returned to the palace, he saw a large crowd kneeling outside the gate. The people were kowtowing and shouting together. The Regent King is wise and loves the people. The divine Dr. Liang has miraculous skills. Thank you, divine Dr. Liang, for saving my son's life. Hearing these praises, Mutsiwa felt not happiness but worry. No emperor likes to be overshadowed by others. Sometimes, too much brilliance can become a sword that harms oneself. Just then, Liang Rurong came out. She gently helped the crowd to their feet, wearing a humble and kind smile. Everyone, please don't say that. I am just doing my duty as a doctor. As for the Regent Prince, I am only following His Majesty's orders. His Majesty cares for the people like family and works tirelessly to eliminate the epidemic in such a short time. A look of surprise appeared in Musai's eyes, which then turned into deep admiration. Even Ling Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, Miss Liang is so clever. She truly is different from other women. After the crowd of common people dispersed, Musai stepped forward and looked at Liang Rurong with gentle eyes. You've worked hard these days. Now you can rest well. Liang Rurong stretched lazily and smiled, saying, Yes, I don't like putting pressure on myself. Being able to sleep in naturally and do what I enjoy each day makes me happy. After a moment of silence, Musai slowly told her, At the morning court today, I handed the prescription for treating the epidemic to His Majesty. In the future, the imperial doctors will be responsible for managing the epidemic. Liang Rurong was not surprised by his decision and instead felt relieved for him. She had heard many rumors circulating in the capital these days. Although Mu Jingyu is still young, he was born into the imperial family and has been exposed to court affairs since childhood. He is naturally suspicious and may not easily trust his beloved uncle, who is well-loved by the people. Dealing with the ruler like dealing with a tiger, stepping back at this moment is wise. All right, Liang Rurong said calmly with a smile. I was worried no one would take over my duties, but now I can rest assured. After saying that, she turned to go back to her room. Wait a moment. Musai called out to her. Liang Rurong looked back at him. Is there something else? Musai hesitated for a moment before taking out a hairpin and handing it to her. When I passed by Yunyan Pavilion earlier, I saw this hairpin. It's quite nice and suits you. I bought it. Passed by, Liang Rurong asked in surprise. This is a golden phoenix hairpin. I doubt there are many like it in the entire capital. This person really is bad at lying. I just thought the style of this hairpin was interesting, so I bought it, Musai said, trying to hide his guilt. Liang Rurong couldn't help but smile. All right, since the prince just happened to pass by Yunyan Pavilion and went through so much trouble to buy it, I guess I have no choice but to accept it. She took the hairpin and naturally inserted it into her hair bun, smiling as she asked, How does it look? Is it pretty? Mutsiwa looked at her long, black hair, with the golden phoenix hairpin stuck in it. It shimmered like a bright gemstone embedded in black silk, very eye-catching. It looks beautiful, he said with a gentle smile. Just then, Tang Nanfeng came to discuss southern goods with Mutsiwa, so Liang Rurong went back to her room alone. As soon as she entered, she heard a beeping sound from the space. She looked inside and saw that her space was upgrading. The rare herbs that were hard to find before were now available without limit. That's really a blessing from heaven. Liang Rurong clapped her hands happily, lost in her beautiful plans. Although she didn't dream of saving the world, she wanted to make her medical hall the best in the capital and earn some money to become rich. That day, after breakfast, she was about to go to the medical hall when the butler came to tell her that several shopkeepers from other pharmacies were waiting outside to see her. Why are they here so early in the morning? Liang Rurong muttered, but she still asked the butler to invite them in. The visitors were Shopkeeper Li from Tongxin Hall, Shopkeeper Zhao from Zhongjing Hall, and Shopkeeper Zhou from Huichun Hall. The first two were old friends of Liang Rurong. During the recent epidemic, they helped a lot by selling medicine at low prices and inviting doctors for free clinics. As for the last one, although she didn't know him well, since he sincerely wanted to cooperate, she didn't want to turn him away. Why are you all here today? Liang Rurong asked politely. Shopkeeper Li and Shopkeeper Zhao looked at each other and said, Miss Liang, we came today to talk about cooperation. Your medical hall, Jisher Hall, is now very famous in the city. We believe you will need to buy herbs in the future. Would you consider working with our pharmacies? Of course, we will offer you the best prices. Exactly. Your Jisher Hall is the biggest in the city, and among the pharmacies, we are all quite evenly matched. If we cooperate, there will be many benefits, Shopkeeper Zhou added. Cooperation for mutual benefit is the way of business. Liang Rurong had already planned to choose a few pharmacies as her suppliers. She didn't expect them to come to her first. Liang Rurong smiled kindly and said, You shopkeepers are very polite. A few days ago, there was a sudden outbreak of illness in the capital, and all of you helped a lot. I have always remembered that and wanted to find a chance to thank you. Miss Liang, you're too kind. You are a compassionate healer with exceptional skills. We all admire you very much. After a light and friendly exchange, everyone took out their price lists. Liang Rurong looked them over and found them very reasonable. She agreed to cooperate with the 3 pharmacies. From now on, patients who brought her prescriptions to these pharmacies would get a discount. Once the agreement was made, the 3 shopkeepers left the palace. I didn't expect Miss Liang to be so brave. She's truly impressive, said Shopkeeper Li with admiration. Shopkeeper Zhao also nodded sincerely. Yes, I thought Miss Liang was just a gentle woman with little experience, but her vision and broad mind are even greater than a man's. She's truly remarkable. Only Shopkeeper Zhou looked dismissive. Listen, you two, don't be fooled by her false appearance. The reason she can run this charity clinic in the capital is all thanks to the regent. Without him, how could a woman have such power? Shopkeeper Li and Shopkeeper Zhao knew Zhou was often mean and petty, so neither wanted to argue with him. They each went home. Over the next month, the capital gradually returned to normal. The major restaurants and inns, affected by the outbreak, reopened. The streets were lively again with busy traffic and noise. Occasionally, some patients still not fully recovered came to the clinic. Liang Rurong patiently and carefully answered their questions and prepared medicine according to the previous prescriptions. Dr. Liang, I've been having recurring fevers these days. What could be the cause? Asked an elderly man, walking into the clinic with a cane. He coughed repeatedly, clearly suffering from lung inflammation. After feeling his pulse, Liang Rurong comforted him. Don't worry, sir. Your body is weaker because of your age, so you're more prone to relapses. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it regularly and you'll recover soon. She then picked up her brush, wrote a prescription, and handed it to Yen Yun behind her. Yen Yun was a refugee who fled from another city to Beijing to seek medical help. Her parents had both passed away, so she almost became a beggar. Luckily, Liang Rurong rescued her and took her to the clinic for treatment. After she recovered, Yen Yun chose to stay and help at the clinic. Although she was only about 13 or 14 years old, Yen Yun was hardworking and eager to learn. She quickly learned how to prepare medicine from Liang Rurong. Good, she replied confidently, taking the prescription and efficiently preparing several doses. Liang Rurong checked her work and smiled, saying, You're getting more skilled every day, of course. I can't let you, Dr. Liang, down, Yen Yun said with a bright smile, showing her small, lively teeth. Liang Rurong handed the medicine to the old man and advised, This is enough for 3 days. Remember to come back for more once you're done. Thank you very much, Dr. Liang. The old man nodded and left with the medicine. Yen Yun looked at the medicine cabinet and said calmly, There isn't much of the herbs for Jinyinhua, licorice, and ephedra left. I need to restock. Have the herbal supplies from those pharmacies arrived? Liang Rurong asked. Yes, they were delivered this morning. Yen Yun nodded and rolled up her sleeves. All the herbs are labeled, so I just need to match and put them in the cabinet. Don't worry. After saying that, she turned to the backyard to get more herbs. Seeing how energetic the girl was, Liang Rurong found it hard to imagine that not long ago she had been lying on the street, weak and barely breathing, holding a broken bowl and begging for a meal. As the reputation of the medical hall grew, Many officials and wealthy people also came to seek treatment. Liang Rurong noticed that although these people lived comfortably and didn't do physical work, many showed signs of weakness and poor digestion. While not serious illnesses, long-term neglect could harm their health. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. She could develop a set of health-boosting herbal recipes. She was sure she could make a good profit from it. In the following days, whenever she had free time, Liang Rurong would dive into her space to study health-preserving formulas. She also planned to create some beauty and skincare ointments, as wealthy ladies and young women loved such products, especially when they had nothing else to do. One day, Liang Rurong was examining patients in the clinic when suddenly, loud noises and commotion erupted outside. The Ji Tang sells fake medicine that endangers lives. Liang Rurong frowned and walked out. Outside, many villagers had gathered to watch, pointing and whispering about her. A young man dressed in mourning clothes cried loudly, gasping for breath, "You caused my father's death. I will go to the authorities to report you." "Who is your father? What exactly happened?" Liang Rurong asked calmly. The young man wiped his tears and said, "A few days ago, my father came here for treatment. He took some medicine and went home. Last night, after taking it, he had a high fever that wouldn't go down. Within an hour or two, he passed away. I don't know what illness your father had or what medicine he took," Liang Rurong replied. Many people come to the clinic every day, and she couldn't remember all of them. The young man thought Liang Rurong was trying to avoid responsibility. He suddenly grabbed her arm and shouted, "Are you trying to deny it? My father was killed by your unscrupulous medicine. Come on, let's go see the officials." "Let go of me." At this moment, Mu Zihui arrived just in time. He slapped away the young man's hand and pulled Liang Rurong behind him. Seeing this, the young man's anger grew. "Are you trying to bully us because you're powerful? My father's body is still at home. You can't just blame us." Liang Rurong thought for a moment and stepped forward. "I'm not trying to avoid responsibility. We haven't finished investigating yet. You shouldn't jump to conclusions. Would you mind taking me to your home to see?" The young man hesitated but nodded. "All right, come with me." They followed him to a village outside the city. From a distance, they saw a house with white curtains hanging in front and a coffin parked outside. Liang Rurong approached and realized that the deceased was the old man who had come for treatment 7 days ago. She felt a bit suspicious and asked, "Please tell me in detail what happened when your father fell ill yesterday." The young man looked sad. "Actually, my father was feeling better after taking the medicine a few days ago. But I don't know why, in the past 2 days, he started running a high fever again. Yesterday, after taking medicine, it didn't help. May I see the leftover medicine residue?" Liang Rurong asked. Yes. The young man went inside and rummaged through a pile of firewood, bringing out some remaining medicine scraps. Liang Rurong carefully examined them. Suddenly, she saw some darkened herbs, smelled them, and noticed a bitter smell. "What's going on?" She hurriedly turned to Yan Yun. "These forsythia are already moldy. They shouldn't be given to patients." Yan Yun looked nervous and said, "They shouldn't. These herbs were sent by the pharmacy just 2 days ago. How could there be a problem?" 2 days ago, Liang Rurong suddenly remembered something. "Are you saying that the medicine the old man took these past 2 days was made from fresh herbs sent by the pharmacy?" Yan Yun nodded. "Exactly. I followed your prescription carefully. There's no way it could be wrong. No wonder the old man's condition improved at first, but then suddenly worsened these past 2 days. It seems he ate expired herbs." Liang Rurong frowned and asked, "You just said your father had a high fever for 2 hours before he passed away. Why didn't you go to the clinic during those 2 hours and instead waited at home?" The young man's voice was hoarse. "I wanted to go to the clinic to see the doctor, but on the way, I met shopkeeper Zhou from Huichun Hall. He gave me some medicine saying it would help my father." "But then, what medicine?" Liang Rurong asked sharply. The young man pointed to the jar of medicine on the ground. "That one. I didn't even have time to throw away the leftovers." Yan Yun quickly stepped forward, took the jar and examined it. Liang Rurong sniffed and exclaimed, "This isn't fever medicine at all. It's a calming herb. Shopkeeper Zhou is really playing with people's lives." At this moment, Yan suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, I just remembered. The only place that sent us for Scythia these days was Huichun Hall. It looks like this expired medicine was all they're doing. Liang Rurong's face immediately darkened with anger. She grabbed 2 sets of herb remnants and stormed toward Huichun Hall. But shopkeeper Zhou had already heard the news and slipped away. This is terrible. I must catch shopkeeper Zhou and make him pay for the old man's life. Mu Xiue calmly comforted her. Don't worry. He won't get away. I've already sent someone to investigate. Just then Ling Feng returned and said, My subordinate has found out. Shopkeeper Zhou lives in Beefing Alley. Over the years, he has often used expired herbs to pass off as good quality, selling them to the townspeople. Some people even went to the officials to complain, but for some reason, nothing was done. This is a matter of life and death, yet they are acting so carelessly. Liang Rurong clenched her fists in anger, her chest feeling like it was crushed by a heavy stone. She turned to Mu Xiue and said, Prince, I need to borrow something from you. Mu Xiue's dark eyes flashed with a faint light. He silently nodded and instructed Ling Feng, Take some people and go with Miss Liang. Remember, you must protect her safety. Yes, I understand, Ling Feng replied respectfully. Then, Liang Rurong led a group of people confidently toward Beefing Alley. Meanwhile, shopkeeper Zhou was at home, anxiously packing his belongings to run away. He had filled a large box with gold, silver, and treasures. Just as he stepped outside, he ran straight into Liang Rurong, who looked furious. He was so scared he screamed and fell to the ground, scattering his treasures everywhere. How did you find me here? He shouted. Liang Rurong sneered coldly. What, you want to run after doing so many bad things? There's no such easy escape in this world. Shopkeeper Zhou got up, his face pale and guilty. He stammered, I don't understand what you're saying. I was just going to visit a distant relative. Is that a crime? Liang Rurong didn't bother to argue. She threw some medicinal residue in his face and gritted her teeth as she asked, Look at this. You used expired herbs to cut corners, causing many people to die. Do you still want to deny it? Sweat dripped down Zhou's face, but he stubbornly insisted, These are high-quality herbs, just a little damp. They're not poison, so how could they harm anyone? Stop spreading false rumors. Herbs that are damp and moldy will lose their effectiveness. For an elderly person with a high fever that won't go away, even jujube is a life-saving medicine. Yet, you tampered with the herbs for your own gain. That's despicable. Liang Rurong was so angry her teeth itched, almost ready to punch him. But Zhou was like a piece of stubborn meat, completely unrepentant. He simply said, It's only my old body that couldn't hold up. I can't be blamed for that. This remark ignited Liang Rurong's long-suppressed anger. She could no longer hold back and shouted at Ling Feng, Teach him a good lesson. Yes. Ling Feng responded with a single word, and his dozen or so followers charged forward like a cloud of black smoke. Then, a series of loud, pig-like squeals echoed through the alley, but no one stepped forward to stop them. When the black smoke dispersed, only Zhou Changgue, bruised and battered, sat on the ground, crying out loudly. You actually used private punishment. I will go to the officials and report you. Liang Rurong curled her lips and sneered. Good. I want to see how the authorities will deal with someone as wicked as you. Just then, Mu Xiu arrived with Ouying Sun, the prefect of Jingzhou. Seeing this, Zhou Changgue scrambled to crawl over and grabbed his leg. Sir, you must help me. Liang Rurong and her men came to my house and beat me up. Please, arrest them all. Ouying Sun looked disgusted and took a step back. Get up quickly. What are you doing pulling and tugging in public? Liang Rurong handed over 2 packets of herbal residue and said firmly, Zhou Changgue sold fake medicine to the people, which caused a man to die unjustly. I ask Lord Ouyang to handle this fairly and give the people justice. Well, Ouyang Sun looked uncomfortable, hesitating. Anyway, Liang girl has already taught him a lesson. Zhou Changgue probably won't get out of bed for 10 days or more. Maybe we should just forget about it. Liang Rurong looked incredulous. Forget it? Who will stand up for the innocent old man who died? If we let such cunning villains continue to do evil, how many more innocent people will suffer? Exactly. Such people should be thrown in prison or exiled. I think they should be beheaded directly. The villagers around were furious, many of whom had been harmed by Zhou Chongwei. They all wanted him to be brought to justice. Ouyang Sun hesitated again, then pulled Mu Tsiue and Liang Rurong aside and whispered, "You don't know this, but Zhou Chongwei is the nephew of the palace's Yu doctor, and that doctor is close to the Empress Dowager. No wonder. Zhou Chongwei has been selling fake medicine for years, and no one could stop him," Liang Rurong said with a cold smile, clearly disgusted by such bullying. She also looked down on these lazy officials who did nothing but occupy their positions. Mu Tsiue's gaze was cold and sharp. She said directly, "Lord Ouyang, this matter has already become a big issue. If you don't give the people an explanation, you might also be involved." Ouyang Sun looked at the angry villagers and felt unsure. But he didn't think it was worth risking his position over a petty official like Zhou Chongwei. After thinking for a moment, he ordered, "Take Zhou Chongwei back to the Jingzhou office. I will investigate and decide later." Several guards quickly moved in, shackling Zhou Chongwei. He struggled and shouted loudly, "How dare you arrest me? Aren't you afraid of losing your jobs?" Ouyang Sun waved impatiently. "Hurry up and take him away." At this moment, Li Zhonggui from the Tongxin Hall stepped out of the crowd, looking a bit ashamed. He said, "Miss Liang, I actually wanted to warn you that day. But Zhou Chongwei has been running wild in the city for years, causing us a lot of trouble. I didn't expect such a thing to happen now." Liang Rurong understood that people like Zhou Chongwei, who cheat and deceive, were not rare. She thought it was a good chance to make an example out of him and stop this bad behavior for good. She smiled at Li Zhonggui and said, "Since Zhou Chongwei has been caught, I hope he will be the last person to do such dirty things. If I find out that any pharmacy in the city is still selling expired herbs without conscience, I will make sure their business cannot continue." Hearing this, Li Zhonggui's lips trembled slightly. He quickly replied, "Yes, Miss Liang. You're right. From now on, Tongxin Hall will strictly check all herbs, making sure they are fresh." After everyone left, Liang Rurong saw a young man crying alone in a corner. She sighed and walked over, handing him 50 taels of silver. "Although your father did not pass away because of me, I also bear some responsibility for my negligence. If I had been more careful, this might not have happened. Here is some money. Use it to give your father a proper burial." The young man choked and shook his head. "It's not Dr. Liang's fault. During the recent epidemic, my son almost died at home. Luckily, Dr. Liang saved him. I know Dr. Liang is not a bad person. Fortunately, that Zhou Chongwei has been caught. My father can now rest in peace." Liang Rurong's eyes reddened. She still handed him the money, telling him to take it home to help his family. Then she returned to the clinic. As soon as she entered, Yan Yun nervously lowered her head and apologized. "Sister Liang, it's all my fault. I didn't check the herbs carefully, so this happened. I won't complain no matter how you punish me. Please don't ask me to leave. I really have nowhere else to go." Seeing her like this, Liang Rurong couldn't help but smile. "Who said I want to send you away? If anyone should be punished, it's me, but you just reminded me. I should teach you how to identify herbs when I have free time. That way, you'll be able to tell which herbs are good and which are not." Yan Yun was surprised and said, "Really, Sister Liang? You're willing to teach me? Don't worry, I'll learn well and won't trouble you anymore. All right, go quickly and deal with the herbs sent from the spring hall last time. I don't dare to use them anymore," Liang Rurong said with a smile. Since Zhou Chongwei was caught, Liang Rurong's reputation among the people improved even more. The Jishur Hall gradually became the top medical clinic in the capital. However, the vacated Spring Hall was bought by someone else. In the following days, Liang Rurong was busy developing new medicines. She also took time to teach Yan Yun how to identify herbs. Yan Yun was very smart and learned quickly. Liang Rurong liked her a lot and almost treated her like a younger sister. "Sister Liang, I just went to the market and heard that several pharmacies have been bought by someone again," Yan Yun said while tidying the counter. Liang Rurong was a bit puzzled. Could it be the same person buying all these pharmacies? But what would they want with so many? Of course, to make money. A clear voice came from outside the door. Liang Rurong looked up and saw Tang Nanfeng walking in with a big smile, holding several property deeds. He looked very proud. She then lowered her head and casually said, "When did young Master Tang become interested in running a pharmacy business?" Tang Nanfeng sat down in front of her and placed the deeds on the table. "Look, all the names on these are yours. From now on, these pharmacies will be under your control. The last incident won't happen again. My name?" Liang Rurong was surprised. She picked up the deeds and saw that it was true, just as Tang Nanfeng said. She frowned, confused, and asked, "If you bought them, why did you write my name? This is a gift I bought for you." "Of course, I had to put your name on it," Tang Nanfeng said sincerely, blinking. This made Liang Rurong a little nervous. She kept a serious face and returned the deeds. "I don't want them. Your Tang family is rich, but not to the point of throwing away money. Besides, I already have Jishir Hall. I don't have time for anything else." Seeing her evasive attitude, Tang Nanfeng's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he finally laughed. "I was just joking. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Like you said, I am a businessman. I always consider profit first. I only learned from this meeting how profitable pharmacies can be. I couldn't miss this chance, so I bought these pharmacies." And the deeds. Liang Rurong still felt uneasy. She wouldn't accept someone's kindness for no reason. Tang Nanfeng replied casually, "You know I don't understand much about pharmacies or clinics. If I want to make money in this field, I need to find someone trustworthy. But don't worry, I'll handle the procurement of herbs. You just need to supervise. If we make money, we split it 3 ways. How does that sound?" Hearing his explanation, Liang Rurong finally relaxed. Just then, Mu Tsiwa arrived. He stood at the door, looking coldly at the 2 people happily talking, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "I don't think it's that great," he said. Liang Rurong and Tang Nanfeng both looked up at him. Mu Tsiwa's face was serious and expressionless. "What do you think of the Regent King?" Tang Nanfeng took a sip of tea, watching him with interest. Mu Sai stepped forward, glancing around at Liang Rurong before speaking softly. "If you want to grow the pharmacy business in the capital, you need support behind you. Zhou Changwei has been so bold here for years because of Dr. Yi. Does the regent also want to join in?" Tang Nanfeng quickly saw through his plan. "Is that not possible?" Mu Sai asked calmly. Tang Nanfeng immediately refused. "Of course not. You are the regent, part of the royal family, with a noble status. How can you get involved in business matters? But so what? Royal relatives all have their own businesses. Why can't I?" Mu Sai said seriously. Tang Nanfeng quickly changed his excuse. "I'm just worried the regent might tire himself out." "This kind of work is not easy." Mu Sai turned to look at Liang Rurong, a slight smile on his face. "But there's Miss Liang. I only need to invest." "Huh?" Liang Rurong was surprised. "So, it turns out I was the one being used." Tang Nanfeng watched the tense atmosphere between them and couldn't help but smile secretly. "No, that won't do. Business is about who comes first. Miss Liang was my guess first," he said. "All right, then let Miss Liang decide," Mu Sai said firmly, with a calm yet slightly scheming look in his eyes. Tang Nanfeng also looked at her sincerely. "Yes, let Miss Liang make the decision." At this moment, Liang Rurong only wanted to toss both of them into a pot of medicine and see if she could brew a potion of sharp-tongued mischief. She slowly stood up, offering a polite but dismissive smile. "Take your time arguing. I'll go to the back to prepare medicine," she said, then turned and walked away without looking back, pulling aside the curtain. Only Mu Sai and Tang Nanfeng remained, silent but tense. "As far as I know, young Master Tang's family business does not involve a pharmacy," Mu Sai said lightly. "And I know that the regent has never been interested in commercial affairs," Tang Nanfeng replied with a knowing smile. In the backyard, several medicine jars were steaming hot on the stove. Liang Rurong was fanning herself vigorously while venting her frustration. "These 2 people treat me like some toy, fighting over me. Do they think I am just a plaything?" Next to her, Yun couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Liang, I think young Master Tang and the prince both care about you very much. So who do you like more?" Cough, cough. Liang Rurong almost choked and shyly patted her head. You little girl, what do you know about liking someone? Yenyun covered her head, feeling a bit wronged. Sister Liang, I'm already 14. It's normal for me to know these things, right? At 14, Sister Liang is still studying hard and preparing for high school. Liang Rurom shook her fan and sighed. All I want now is to run the clinic well. If possible, I'd like to open a few branches. By the way, about the apprentice recruitment I told you last time, how is it going? Yenyun smiled happily. Of course, it's all settled. The townspeople heard you're recruiting apprentices, and they're very eager. They want to send their children to our Jisher Hall. That's not possible. Recruiting apprentices depends on luck. I can't teach just anyone, Liang Rurom said with a slight smile. 7 days later, the grand apprentice recruitment event at Jisher Hall officially began. Early in the morning, the outside of Jisher Hall was crowded with curious townspeople. Families with children dressed them neatly and brought them over, hoping their kids could become Liang the Divine Doctor's apprentices and someday gain fame. Liang Rurom looked at the more than 10 young faces and nodded slightly. Today, we are recruiting apprentices at Jisher Hall. You will need to pass 3 tests: sense of smell, technique, and courage. When she said this, the onlookers were confused. To become an apprentice here, we need to take tests. That's a bit strict. Yeah, knowing how to make medicine should be enough. Why do we need technique and courage? Some people even muttered skeptically, I think this is just a gimmick by Jisher Hall. Hearing these comments, Liang Rurom just smiled faintly and said nothing. Soon, Yenyun brought out several kinds of herbs and placed them on the table. She also took out more than 10 white cloth strips and handed them out to everyone. Please cover your eyes now. Soon, I will let everyone smell a certain medicinal herb, then mix it into several other herbs. Whoever can identify this herb will move on to the next round. These people looked at each other, confused, but still followed Yenyun's instructions and covered their eyes. Next, Yenyun took out one herb, asked each person to smell it for 10 seconds, then mixed it into the remaining herbs. After removing their blindfolds, they walked to the table, bent down, and started searching through the herbs. Liang Rurom watched their reactions. Most of them frowned at the colorful herbs, hesitated a long time, and then randomly picked some. Others searched through the herbs repeatedly, trying to be sure of the one they needed. Only a young girl stood calmly in front of the herbs. She didn't search desperately like the others or look frustrated. Instead, she closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes, a confident smile appeared on her face. She reached out almost immediately and picked up the herb without hesitation. Liang Rurong's eyes lit up, and she became very interested in her. After the first round, only 6 people passed the test and moved on to the next stage, technique. Yenyun brought out a bowl of washed bean sprouts, some slices of ham, and 6 silver needles. Now, you 6 need to use these silver needles to insert the ham into the bean sprouts without breaking them. If you can do it within the incense stick's burning time, you will advance to the next round. Hearing the rules, the crowd burst into more intense discussion than before. Is this for a doctor or a chef? Why do we need to cook now? Yeah, what exactly is Dr. Liang up to? Liang Rurong remained calm and smiled softly, glancing around at everyone. The 6 stepped forward, took the silver needles, and began carefully inserting the ham into the bean sprouts. The rules seem simple, but they require patience and focus. Otherwise, their hands would shake, breaking the bean sprouts, or they wouldn't manage to insert the ham in time. Sure enough, after most of the incense stick's length passed, some people looked discouraged and gave up. Others became more anxious, breaking more than 10 bean sprouts in the process. Only the young girl just now remained calm and focused. She held a silver needle in her right hand and pinched a bean sprout with her left. Carefully and steadily, she inserted the minced meat into the bean sprout little by little. Throughout the process, she showed no sign of panic. After finishing, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Time's up. At Yenyun's command, everyone stopped what they were doing. Yenyun stepped forward and checked their work. Only 3 people had successfully threaded the meat through the bean sprouts and moved on to the next round. This final round was a test of courage. Yenyun brought out a large bucket from inside the room. When she opened it, There were several frogs croaking loudly inside.
Ah, frogs.
I am most afraid of frogs, one person shouted and took a few steps back in fear. Dr. Liang, why did you bring so many frogs? Yan Yun explained calmly. This last test is about bravery. You need to skin and tense the frogs to pass and become apprentices at our Jisher Hall. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. This is too cruel. Who can do this? Exactly. What kind of test is this? It has nothing to do with medicine or preparing herbs. The other two among the three hesitated, sweating and swallowing nervously. In the end, no one dared to step forward. Only the young girl remained silent, staring at the lively frogs in the bucket. She showed no emotion. She walked up, caught a frog, and then pulled out a hairpin. With quick precision, she stabbed it behind the frog's neck. Instantly, the frog went limp, its legs swinging in the air like two green strips of cloth. Without hesitation, she picked up a dagger from the table and cut deeply along the frog's back, quickly peeling off a complete frog skin. The whole process was clean and swift. Liang Rurong even thought she was a top student from a modern medical university who had traveled back in time. Watching the frog skin thrown on the ground, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Everything was silent, and everyone's eyes focused on the young girl. She calmly walked over to Liang Rurong and said, "Can I now become your apprentice?" Liang Rurong looked her up and down, noticing a cold detachment and some resilience in her eyes that didn't seem to match her age. "What is your name?" "I don't have a name." "You can give me one," the girl said confidently. Liang Rurong smiled. "How can you not have a name? Didn't your parents give you one?" "I don't have parents. They are gone," the girl said stubbornly, frowning. Liang Rurong sensed there was a hidden story behind her, but she didn't ask further. Instead, she patted her shoulder and said, "All right, from now on, you will be my apprentice at Jisher Hall. I'll give you a name. From now on, call yourself Huaishi." "Huaishi? What does that mean?" the girl asked Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong casually picked a herb from the table. Huaishi grass can help disperse blood clots and strengthen muscles and bones. "I hope you can be as tough and resilient as this grass." The girl lowered her head, thought for a moment, then smiled brightly. "Okay, from now on, I will be called Huaishi." Liang Rurong took her hand and led her to the crowd, saying, "Today's test for apprentices at Jisher Hall is over. Only Huaishi passed and became my apprentice." The crowd clapped softly, and Huaishi's eyes sparkled with a lively smile. Back at Jisher Hall, Liang Rurong said to Yan Yun, "You take Huaishi to organize the herbs. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while." "Okay," Yan Yun nodded firmly. She turned and pulled Huaishi. "Let's go, don't touch me." Huaishi suddenly pulled away, refusing strongly and walking off alone. Yan Yun was a little angry and shouted, "Hey, how can you be so rude?" Liang Rurong could only advise, "Huaishi is new here, so she's not familiar with everything. Be a little more patient with her. She's only a year younger than you." "All right then," Yan Yun said reluctantly, pouting. Just then, an old man entered, holding his chest tightly, sweating from the pain. "Dr. Liang, please take a look. I just finished working outside and my chest hurts so badly." Liang Rurong quickly helped him sit down. When she touched his left shoulder, the old man winced in pain again. "Grandpa, besides chest pain, do you have any other discomfort?" The old man frowned deeply. "I used to feel chest tightness and pain all the time. Since I got sick a few days ago, the pain has gotten worse. Sometimes I even cough up blood." With her experience, Liang Rurong quickly diagnosed that he was likely suffering from angina caused by coronary heart disease. She hurriedly took out a small pill and handed it to him. "Put this under your tongue, and you'll feel better soon." The old man followed her instructions and placed the pill in his mouth. Sure enough, within half an hour, his chest pain eased. Liang Rurong checked his pulse again, but the situation looked serious. If he didn't get treatment quickly, he might not live more than half a year. But to treat him, they would need to perform open-heart surgery, a coronary artery bypass. For people of this time, that would be more frightening than invasions by foreign tribes. Moreover, she needed time to practice and simulate the procedure to gain confidence in performing the surgery. After thinking for a moment, she said to the old man. Grandpa, go home and take your medicine regularly. Come back for a checkup in 2 weeks. Thank you very much, Dr. Liang, he said, taking the medicine and walking unsteadily away. After giving instructions to Yen Yun and Huai Shi about the clinic, Liang Rurong returned alone to the backyard. She locked herself in her room and entered the space's operating room. Since the pandemic, her space had been upgraded to be very complete, with the most advanced surgical equipment, even capable of running simulated experiments. And her test subject was a pure white big rabbit. Liang Rurong clasped her hands in prayer and bowed deeply, silently saying in her mind, "Thank you for contributing to the development of human medicine." Then she put on a surgical gown, picked up a scalpel, and focused intently on performing open-heart surgery. Unconsciously, several hours passed. She lifted her sore neck and looked at the blood on her hands, feeling a deep sense of achievement. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. She hurriedly left the space to see who was there, just in time to bump into Mu Tsiue and Yen Yun pushing the door open. Yen Yun saw the scalpel and blood on her hands and screamed, "Sister Liang, what happened to you? Why is there blood all over your hands? And this rabbit, why is it on the table like that?" Mu Tsiue also looked at her with concern. "But where are you hurt?" Liang Rurong quickly waved her hand and made up an excuse. I was planning to cook a braised rabbit dish myself." Yen Yun, who is simple-hearted, believed her without hesitation. "If Sister Liang wants to eat rabbit, I can buy some from the restaurant outside."
Why?
"Do it yourself?" Yen Yun covered her eyes and didn't dare to look. "Your cooking is delicious." "All right, you go ahead and get busy," Liang Rurong said kindly, patting her head. After Yen Yun left, Mu Tsiue looked again at the table and the rabbit lying on it, bloodied. "What exactly are you doing?" he asked calmly. Liang Rurong smiled a little nervously. "Didn't I just explain earlier?" Mu Tsiue's eyes flashed with sharpness as he pointed at the rabbit's chest. "To make braised rabbit, you only need to skin and prepare the rabbit. Why did you only cut open the chest and then sew up the wound with a needle and thread?" Could it be that Dr. Liang, while cooking, suddenly felt sorry and decided to save the rabbit? Liang Rurong swallowed saliva, feeling a bit embarrassed. Mu Tsiue didn't give her a chance to explain and continued, "Are you doing some kind of experiment again?" Liang Rurong hesitated, unsure how to explain what she wanted to do. Even if he was used to war and battlefield injuries, he might not accept the idea of cutting open a person's chest and placing a metal-like object inside the heart. Seeing her hesitation, Mu Tsiue said calmly, "If you don't want to say, you don't have to. I just hope that whatever you do, you protect yourself." After speaking, he silently turned and left. Liang Rurong watched his back, feeling a faint sense of disappointment. Maybe once everything is finished, he will understand what she did today. At that moment, Liang Rurong suddenly realized that the sun outside didn't seem to have moved much, but she had been in the space for several hours. Could it be that time in the space is different from real time? If so, it would be much easier for her to perform surgery in the space. Mu Tsiue arrived at the entrance of the medical hall and saw Yen Yun tidying up the counter. He stepped forward and asked, "Have there been any special patients coming to the medical hall these days?" Yen Yun thought for a moment and replied, "An old man came earlier." As soon as he entered, he was shouting about chest pain. Sister Liang gave him medicine and told him to come back in 7 days. Mu Sai nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing, then turned and left the clinic. Walking on the street, Ling Feng couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, do you think Lady Liang might want to use the experiment she did on the rabbit on a person?" Mu Sai suddenly stopped, frowning slightly. Could she really be planning to do something so bold? "Your Highness, you should try to persuade Lady Liang. The Empress Dowager is watching the clinic closely. If anything goes wrong, Lady Liang might be in danger," Ling Feng said worriedly. Mu Sai thought silently for a long time before giving an order. "Go investigate who else is at that old man's house. Also, send a message to Dongfang Hao." "Dr. Dongfang?" Ling Feng was surprised. "Are you worried that Lady Liang might fail and need Dr. Dongfang's help in time?" Mu Sai replied calmly, "I trust her. She just wants to be worry-free." "Your Highness really cares about Lady Liang," Ling Feng smiled. He had never seen his prince so attentive to that girl. In the next few days, Liang Rurong spent all her free time practicing chest surgery simulations, trying to make everything perfect. Sometimes she worked so hard she forgot to eat, even when Yen Yun brought her food. However, less than 7 days later, the old man was brought back by neighbors. This time his chest pain was worse, and he was almost unable to get up. I just came back from outside and saw Mr. Li collapsed in the yard. I hurried to bring him here, the neighbor said anxiously. Liang Rurong quickly examined him. The situation was not good. Surgery was needed immediately, or his life would be at risk. Dr. Liang, am I going to die? The old man clutched his chest, sweating heavily, with his lips turning blue. Liang Rurong thought for a moment and told him honestly, Old sir, if you want to cure your illness, there is only one way now. What? What way? The old man looked hopeful, asking excitedly. Open chest surgery, Liang Rurong said gravely, word by word. Everyone was shocked. Open chest surgery? Cut open a person's chest. Yes, Liang Rurong nodded. Open up a person's chest. That's just like opening their belly. Yes, that's too cruel. It's the same as killing someone. Faced with everyone's accusations and doubts, Liang Rurong calmly explained, the old man's heart has a blocked vein, which causes poor blood flow. He needs surgery to fix it, or his life will be in danger. She turned to the old man and said, but all surgeries have risks, so it's up to you to decide whether to go through with it. The old man was in so much pain that he was starting to lose consciousness, but he nodded slightly. I'm old now, and I'm the only one left in my family. What is there to be afraid of? Not doing it means death anyway. I might as well try. Then he faced the crowd and sincerely said, please witness this. Whether I live or die today, it has nothing to do with Dr. Liang. Hearing this, Liang Rurong felt a little sad, but as a doctor, her unconditional trust was a great comfort. Don't worry, sir. I will do my best to treat you, she said with a smile. People from the town and other doctors heard that Liang Rurong was going to perform open chest surgery. They rushed over and crowded outside the clinic, chattering excitedly.
Liang Rurong pulled Mushiyu aside.
I need a completely quiet environment for the surgery. Later, I will take the old man into the room. You send someone to guard outside. No one is allowed to come in. Okay? Mu Siua nodded and immediately made arrangements. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Liang Rurong gave the old man anesthesia. Once he was fully unconscious, she pushed him into the operating room. Mu Siua arranged for Ling Feng to bring a team of guards to stand tightly outside, so no one, not even a fly, could get in. Inside, only the beeping of the heart monitor could be heard. Liang Rurong put on her surgical gown, took a deep breath, and stood in front of the operating table. She looked at the sleeping old man and silently prayed 3 times in her heart. After all, animal experiments and human surgeries are very different. She hoped she could bring some hope to this old man. Liang Rurong picked up her scalpel, took a deep breath, and made a small cut on his chest skin. Immediately, blood slowly flowed out along the scalpel. Liang Rurong quickly took out gauze and pressed it on the cut to stop the bleeding. Through the precise instrument display, she quickly found the source of the old man's illness. Now, she just needed to rebuild a pathway at both the near and far ends of the blocked artery to restore smooth blood flow. Liang Rurong carefully operated with various tools. The heart monitor beeped steadily, showing the old man's vital signs were stable. After 6 tense hours, she finally cut the stitches with a surgical knife and let out a long, relieved breath. Outside the clinic, almost half of the city's people had gathered. Everyone wanted to see if the old man, who seemed to be near death, could still walk out of the room alive. I think it's unlikely he'll survive. Who can live after being cut open like that? Someone said. Yeah, even a great doctor can't save someone from the gates of death, another added. Amid the crowd, Dong Fonghao looked at Mu Tsiua and smiled. It seems this Miss Liang is very important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent me a message to come to the city immediately. But if you're worried about her, you could just stop her. I've only done a bone scraping treatment once myself, he said. I trust her, Mu Tsiua said, his eyes fixed on the tightly closed door. but I don't want her to make any mistakes. Dong Fong Hao looked at him in surprise. It's rare to hear you say that.
It really surprises me.
At that moment, the door to the operating room slowly opened. Liang Rurong, looking a bit tired, came out. Yan Yun and Huaishi hurried over and asked Sister Liang, how did it go? Was it successful? People crowded outside the door also craned their necks to look inside, but all they saw was Old Man Li lying pale on the bed, connected to various tubes. Old Li has no color in his face. He might have already passed away. Someone whispered. Liang Rurong wiped her sweat and gradually smiled. The surgery was very successful. With good rest, he can live at least 10 more years. 10 years. That's impossible. Someone shouted. Last year, I checked his pulse. He was already very ill. How could he live so long?
Exactly.
I think you're just bragging, another said. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Liang Rurong didn't speak. It wasn't that she didn't want to explain, but she was simply too exhausted. Although only an hour had passed outside, 7 or 8 hours had already gone by in the space. She was now weak in her legs and her stomach was growling with hunger. I have a way to prove her innocence, a clear voice came from the crowd. Following the sound, a tall, handsome man with neat features stepped forward. His hair was casually tousled, giving him a relaxed, natural look. Someone recognized him and shouted excitedly, that's the famous healer, Dong Fong Hao. Legend says he once healed a dying patient by scraping the bone and only needed to give one injection to make the person feel no pain. Dong Fong Hao approached Liang Ruyong, looking at her curiously. So, you are the legendary Dr. Liang. Liang Ruyong looked back at him with the same gaze. Compared to the fame of Dr. Dong Fong, my reputation is nothing. Just then, Yan Yun and Huaishi pushed Old Man Li forward. Dong Fong Hao looked at the tubes all over his body and the wound on his chest, showing surprise. Dr. Liang's way of saving people is the first I've seen. Who is your master? Self-taught. Liang Ruyong replied with a faint smile, saying just 2 words. A look of admiration appeared in Dong Fong Hao's eyes. He reached out to check Old Man Li's pulse and nodded. Although he is very weak now, his old illness is gone, and his meridians are clear. He should be fine. Hearing this, everyone's doubts turned into shock. Dr. Liang is truly a miracle worker. She managed to save him. Yes, from now on, if we have a headache or a cold, we should go see Dr. Liang. Liang Ruyong waved her hand. Everyone, please disperse. Old Mr. Li just finished surgery and needs rest. The crowd nodded and left, still talking about her. Moot Siua stepped forward, looking at the bloodshot in her eyes, and asked with concern, Are you tired? You should rest early. Did you call Dr. Dong Fong? Liang Ruyong looked at him. Legend says he travels all over the world. Hard to find. If not for the regent's intervention, it might have been impossible to find him. Moot Siua pursed his lips and smiled silently. Eastern House saw the subtle relationship between the two and chuckled. It's rare to see a noble woman make the regent king so nervous. Well, you finished what you needed to say, so I should be going. Next time, you must treat me to a good drink. After speaking, he turned with a smile and disappeared into the busy crowd. Liang Rurong supported herself on the table corner, closed her eyes, and frowned. The surgery had truly drained her mentally. Are you okay? Moot Siua poured her a cup of hot tea. I'm fine, but I really need a good rest. Liang Rurong took some paper and a pen, wrote detailed post-surgery instructions, and handed them to Yan Yun and Huaishi. Just then, the carriage Moot Siua had arranged in advance arrived. He took Liang Rurong back to the palace to rest. After this incident, Liang Rurong's fame grew again. People in the capital called her ghost-seeing troublemaker. The next day, a gift from Prince Ning was delivered. Liang Rurong looked at the large boxes outside the clinic, filled with jewelry almost overflowing, but she felt nothing. The steward of Prince Ning's residence respectfully said, Dr. Liang, these are from our prince. He admires your medical skills very much and invites you to visit Prince Ning's residence. Liang Rurong understood his intention. She glanced at Moot Siua beside her. Oh, Regent King, look at how eager Prince Ning is to win me over. Should I agree or not? Moot Siua smiled slightly and replied, That depends on your feelings, Liang. But from what I know about Prince Ning, if he wants to win someone over, he has many ways. What should I do? I live in the regent's residence now. If I go to drink tea at Prince Ning's house, I'd be like a dog eating from two bowls. Won't my reputation be ruined? Liang Rurong pretended to look very troubled and scared. The steward beside them was speechless for a moment before managing to say, "The regent and Miss Liang are overthinking. My prince has no such intention. He just wants to." Liang Rurong quickly interrupted, "I understand. Your prince is sick and wants me to treat him, right?" No, my prince is in good health." The steward hurriedly waved his hands. Liang Rurong smiled sincerely and brightly. "I understand. Someone like Prince Ning wouldn't openly admit to being sick. You can secretly come to the clinic. I will make sure to treat the prince well." The steward's face turned pale, and then pale again, looking terrible. He could only leave with his people in a dejected manner. After resolving the trouble, Liang Rurong's smile turned into a look of disgust. She turned to Mu Sai and said, "This Prince Ning is really shameless. I wonder how things are going on with His Majesty, considering that Yuqing's due date is near." "I will go to the palace later to find out," Mu Sai replied. As they spoke, they turned back toward the clinic. At the street corner, Tang Nanfeng just saw Liang Rurong bravely confront Prince Ning's steward. He thought she was clever and calm in danger. At that moment, two women passed by, gossiping excitedly. "Did you see that? That divine Dr. Liang is really loyal to the Regent King. I heard she was invited to the capital by him and now lives in the regent's residence. From what I see, this divine Dr. Liang won't be long before she becomes the Regent King's wife. Dr. Liang is skilled and looks handsome. The Regent King is also a handsome man. They are a perfect match." Listening to these words, Nanfeng felt a bit sad, as if someone had stolen a treasure he dared not touch. He entered the clinic and saw Liang Rurong counting herbs. He joked, "Now, divine Dr. Liang is really famous. I fear one day our Tang family will rely on you too. Young Master Tang, you are the richest merchant in the capital." "Why do you say that?" Liang Rurong looked up at him. Nanfeng mentioned the rumors he overheard, testing her. "One day, if you become the Regent King's wife, I will naturally rely on you. Please, young Master Tang, don't say such things anymore." She interrupted him before he finished. "I'm busy with the clinic now and have no time to think about other things. Besides, I and the Regent King are just friends," she said. For some reason, hearing her say this made Nanfeng feel a little more at ease and even rekindled some hope. "Big Sister Liang, everything you asked me to prepare is ready." Yanyan spoke as she pushed aside the curtain and stepped out, holding a thick stack of paper. Liang Rurong took a look and nodded, saying, "Yes, this is it. Find some people to post it around. Also, send someone to take back the doctors who helped at our clinic recently. All right, I'll go now." Yanyan always shows great enthusiasm for her work. No matter what task Liang Rurong gives her, she always responds happily. She is truly a top worker in the ancient workplace. "What's written on the paper?" Tang Nanfeng asked casually. Liang Rurong didn't look up and replied calmly, "Methods to prevent and cure the epidemic." Hearing this, Tang Nanfeng became a bit excited. "You let Yanyan post the prescriptions? That means all the clinics in the city can learn from it. That's very bad for your charity hall. I don't care about that," Liang Rurong said with a gentle smile. "A doctor's duty is to heal the sick and prevent the epidemic from spreading again. Making money is a business matter." Her words felt like sharp needles stabbing Tang Nanfeng's heart. Maybe, in Liang Rurong's eyes, he's just a businessman who only cares about profit. Liang Rurong's actions earned praise from the people of the city and even reached the palace. Mu Jingyu was very happy and personally wrote 4 characters to give to Liang Rurong as a gift. But the Empress Dowager sneered at this. She's just a simple doctor girl. Why is the Emperor personally writing a note for her? Doing so lowers his status. If Mu Jingyu had heard this before, he would have been very annoyed. But now, he just slowly put down his brush and smiled quietly. He said, "If it weren't for Miss Liang, many people would have died from the epidemic again. Not only does she cure the sick, but she also shares her hard-earned prescriptions with everyone. She has done a great service to our country and its people. These 4 words can't fully express my gratitude. The Empress Dowager's lips twitched slightly, unnoticed. She understood that this young beast, once under her control, was starting to grow claws of his own. If she didn't seize the chance to crush him completely, one day he might fight back, tearing her apart until nothing was left. The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and put on a fake smile. Why haven't I seen Yuqing these days? She used to come to pay her respects every day. Mu Jingyu slightly raised his lips and replied casually, Princess Yuqing hasn't been feeling well lately, and I can't come to see the Empress Dowager. Yuqing, princess. The Empress Dowager's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. She chuckled softly. Yuqing now lives in your palace. Even if you don't want to make her your consort, you should at least give her a title. Yuqing is clever and beautiful, and she's the best person to serve you. I am just waiting to enjoy grandchildren. Mu Jingyu knew her intentions, but unfortunately, although Yuqing was pregnant, the child was not his. The Empress Dowager's carefully planned scheme ended in failure. However, Mu Tsiue had once instructed him not to cause trouble before Yuqing gave birth. Mu Jingyu could only nod in agreement. What the Empress Dowager wishes will surely come true. After respectfully seeing the Empress Dowager off, Mu Jingyu's false display of fear disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold, ruthless expression. He ordered someone to open the secret passage door and carried a faint candle into the dark, quiet room, which was as silent as a tomb. At the end, faint cries and wails of women could be heard from time to time. Mu Jingyu approached Yuqing and looked at her beautiful face, which was now disheveled and battered in the dark, silent chamber. How about it? Will you speak today? Yuqing was chained to the bed with iron shackles. Her belly was visibly swollen, but due to long-term malnutrition, she was almost as thin as a skeleton. Her eyes, peeking through messy hair, showed a look of resentment. I won't say anything. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Mu Jingyu's expression was cold and merciless, with no trace of pity. He took out a jade pendant and waved it in front of Yuqing. Do you recognize this? Yuqing weakly lifted her eyes. When she saw the jade pendant, her resentment turned into fear. This was found on you. The style of this jade pendant looks familiar. Mu Jingyu's lips curled coldly. Yuqing coughed heavily, almost using all her strength to reply. This is just an ordinary jade pendant. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. I won't kill you now. Your worthless life still has other uses, said Mu Jingyu coldly. After speaking, Mu Jingyu mercilessly stood up and left the dark room, giving a strict order to the guards watching over her. Watch her carefully. Do not let her die. Yes, Your Majesty. We obey. The guards responded in unison. Mu Jingyu stepped out of the palace and stood under the silver moonlight. The moonlight was pure white like water, but cold and lonely, just like his heart, solitary and without support. Born into the royal family, he understood the heavy responsibility he carried. Yet, sometimes a thought would suddenly pop into his mind, echoing in his ears. If he weren't wearing the emperor's robes, could he also meet someone special and spend his life with her? The next day, Mu Tsiue brought people to deliver the plaque with the emperor's inscription to Jishir Hall. Divine Healer and Master of Medicine, the 4 golden characters shimmered brightly, attracting many common people to gather and look. This was personally written by His Majesty. There's only this one in the whole capital. Yes, Jishir Hall is so grand. Liang Rurong stood in the sunlight, looking up at the golden plaque with a happy smile. But compared to this honor, she preferred to see ordinary people free from illness and living peacefully. The weather is nice today. Why not go out for a walk? Mu Tsiue asked beside her. Liang Rurong looked up at the bright sun, rubbed her neck, and relaxed. Good idea. I've been a bit tired these days. Going out for a walk can be like giving myself a break. After saying that, the two walked side by side through the busy streets, watching the osmanthus flowers falling by the river and listening to the vendors' lively shouts. Everything had returned to normal, and Liang Rurong felt very happy. Suddenly, a woman and a little girl approached from the front. The woman quickly knelt when she saw Liang Rurong, gratefully saying, "Thank you. Divine Healer Liang, for saving my daughter's life. Thank you so much. Liang Rurong hurried to help her up, looking a bit surprised. Auntie, please don't do that. I was just doing my duty as a healer. The woman stood up, her eyes red, and held her hand tightly. Dr. Liang, you don't know. When the epidemic broke out in the capital before, the officials ordered people to be burned alive. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my daughter would have. Cough, cough. Before she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and started coughing heavily. Liang Rurong saw her face turning pale and quickly checked her pulse. Annie, how long have you been coughing like this? It's been over 2 months. Lately, I've been feeling more and more weak. The woman gasped for breath, and after a few words, she began to sweat profusely. This is a typical aftereffect of the plague. Liang Rurong frowned and muttered to herself, "It's my fault for not thinking of this earlier." Next to her, Mu Siwa looked at her and asked, "What did you say?" Usually, serious cases of the damp plague leave lasting effects, like coughing, shortness of breath, and weakness all over the body. It may seem harmless at first, but if it lasts too long, it causes irreversible damage. Liang Rurong thought for a moment, then immediately turned back. Let's go to the clinic. I need to quickly develop a medicine to treat these aftereffects. Mu Siwa could only follow her silently, shaking his head. To Liang Rurong, it seemed that anything was more important than herself. As soon as Liang Rurong returned to the clinic, she saw a ragged girl standing there, looking around nervously. "Who are you looking for?" she asked as she stepped forward. The girl carefully peeked inside. "I'm looking for my little Yao." "Yao? We don't have anyone named Yao here. You got the wrong place." Just as Liang Rurong finished speaking, she saw Yan Yun and Huaishi coming back from outside, happily playing and holding newly bought sugar figurines. Suddenly, the woman rushed straight at Huaishi, grabbing her hair and shouting loudly, "You little brat, where have you been all these days? Just wait, I'll beat you to death." Huaishi angrily grabbed her arm and gritted her teeth as she shouted, "I told you already, I don't have anything to do with you anymore. I can go wherever I want. None of you can control me. Not our business? Then give back that 2 or 3 silver coins." The woman's voice grew more agitated, and she slapped Huaishi the head. Huaishi struggled to get up from the ground, her eyes full of anger and resentment. "I never took those 2 or 3 silver coins. That old man spent all the money gambling. You ungrateful person. I'll beat you to death." The woman suddenly lunged at her, pulling her hair forcefully. Seeing this, Liang Rurong quickly stepped forward and held the woman back, sternly saying, "Stop. This is my clinic." "Who are you?" The woman roughly brushed her messy hair aside, stood with her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "I am her real mother. I'm just teaching my daughter a lesson." "What does that have to do with you? You're not my mother." "I've already cut ties with you long ago," Huaishi shouted, tears in her eyes, mixed with anger. "You only care about that old man and your 3 younger brothers. Have you ever considered me as your daughter?" It turned out Huaishi had 3 younger brothers. It seems this woman also favored boys over girls. Liang Rurong took out 3 or 2 silver coins and threw them to her. "Huaishi is now part of my shop. I paid you for her. Don't bother her anymore." The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the money and quickly reached out to grab it. All right. From now on, this girl is yours. She's no longer my concern." Liang Rurong thought for a moment, then took out 10 silver coins and handed them to her, along with a contract of sale. "Sign this contract. From now on, Huaishi has nothing to do with you." She expected the woman to show some reluctance or sadness, but surprisingly, she didn't hesitate. She bit her finger and pressed it on the contract. Then she took the 10 silver coins and walked away without looking back. It's said that all parents care deeply for their children, but some only have a heart of darkness and favoritism. Liang Rurong took the contract into her clinic and saw Huaishi crying sadly in a corner, with Yan Yin comforting her nearby. She handed the contract to Huaishi and smiled. "From now on, you are free. No one can bully you anymore." Huaishi looked up, her wet eyes showing surprise and unease. "Big Sister Liang, don't worry. I'll work hard for you and I'll pay back those 10 silver coins. I don't want you to work hard for me. I just want you to be happy. Lan Rurong looked at her gently and asked, "Is your name Yaoer? Does it mean young peach?" Why she lowered her head and was silent for a moment before biting her lip and saying, "It means cut short or early death. When I was born, my father hoped I would die early because I was a girl." Lan Rurong's heart felt like it was hit hard by a heavy stone. She couldn't believe someone would curse their own daughter so cruelly. Why she wiped her tears fiercely and stubbornly lifted her chin. Later, he gambled and owed some silver. He wanted to sell me to pay his debts. Luckily, I escaped. I stayed alone in the mountains for a month, eating wolf hearts and hunting wild rabbits. I thought, even if I were swallowed whole by tigers or wolves, I would never go back. No wonder she could stay calm and fierce when recruiting disciples that day. Lan Rurong looked at the young girl in front of her and felt a wave of pity and sadness. All right, all that is in the past. Things will get better from now on. Lan Rurong held her and gently stroked her back. Why she was brave and careful. Lan Rurong planned to train her as her surgical assistant. She often took her to do anatomy experiments and explained the distribution of human bones, hoping she would learn more about medical theory. At the same time, Lan Rurong developed a medicinal formula to help people in the city recover from aftereffects. She gave it to her pharmacies, asking them to prepare the medicine and give it for free to the city folk. Moot Cus sometimes came to help at the clinic, but now a bigger danger was approaching. After a heart-wrenching scream, the midwife ran out holding a tiny baby. "Your Majesty, it's a boy. He was born early, nearly 3 months premature, and is very weak." Mu Jingyu looked at the baby in the blanket, but his eyes were cold and lacked tenderness. "Make sure someone watches that woman carefully. Don't let her die too soon." Before he finished speaking, the Empress Dowager arrived. She saw the baby in the midwife's arms, her face full of excitement and joy. "Yuqing is pregnant. How could you not tell me? This is my first grandson." She took the baby from the nanny, smiling so broadly her face almost split. Her scheming heart couldn't help but jump with excitement. Why does this child look so weak? But his features are exactly like the Emperor's when he was a child. Mu Jingyu sneered softly and said calmly, "Perhaps the Empress Dowager is too happy too soon." "What does the Emperor mean?" "This is Yuqing's first child for you. Now, no matter what, you should give her a proper title." The Empress Dowager frowned, looking confused. Mu Jingyu didn't explain. Instead, he beckoned someone to bring a basin of water and a silver needle. Then, he took the silver needle and stabbed his own finger hard. Blood dripped into the basin, one drop after another. "Emperor, what are you doing?" The Empress Dowager's confusion turned into deep fear. "I just want the Empress Dowager to understand more clearly." He then grabbed the baby's foot and pricked his toe with the silver needle. As blood poured out, the baby's crying echoed throughout the palace. The Empress Dowager stared wide-eyed at the 2 spots of blood in the water. But as time passed, they didn't merge together. Suddenly, shock and surprise froze her in place. Only one question remained on her lips. What? What is going on? Where did this child come from? Mu Jingyu waved his hand, and people took the items away. He approached the Empress Dowager and said expressionlessly, "As you can see, the child Yuqing gave birth to is not mine. She was already involved with someone and pregnant before she was sent into the palace. This. Impossible. Yuqing is my niece. I know her best. She would never do such a thing. I will ask her myself." The Empress Dowager was still overwhelmed by the successive shocks. Mu Jingyu's lips curled slightly, but his face remained emotionless. "She just gave birth. I doubt the Empress Dowager can get any answers now. And whose fault do you think it is that such a scandal happened in the palace?" he asked. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately understood Mu Jingyu's meaning. She quickly suppressed her shock and slowly sat down in a chair. "Are you saying this is my fault, Emperor?" Emperor Mu Jingyu only said these 2 sentences, but they were enough to make the Empress Dowager's eyes flash with anger and fear. "I recommended her to you, so there would be someone to take care of you. As for her having an affair with someone, I have no idea." Mu Jingyu smiled coldly, no longer showing his previous weakness, but speaking firmly. "Managing the harem is the Empress Dowager's duty. Now that something has happened, shouldn't you be willing to pay the price?" The Empress Dowager was furious and slammed the table, standing up. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Suddenly, loud noises came as the palace doors were forcefully opened from outside. Mu Tsiue, along with hundreds of Yulin guards, surrounded the entire hall tightly. The Empress Dowager's face turned pale instantly. She shouted in alarm, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Mu Tsiue held his sword, his eyes cold. "I heard someone has been disturbing the palace. I brought the guards here to wait for the emperor's orders." This meant that, once Mu Jingyu gave the command, no one in the palace could escape. The Empress Dowager realized she had fallen into Mu Jingyu's trap. He kept Yu Qing, who was pregnant, just to force her someday. Why is the emperor doing this? What does he want? Mu Jingyu narrowed his eyes, looking at the flickering flames on the candlestick. He said calmly, "I don't want anything. I just think the Empress Dowager has been overworked lately and should rest well. From now on, you don't need to worry about palace affairs." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's hands trembled slightly, but she forced her emotions down and forced a smile. "I also don't want to worry too much about your palace affairs. But since you haven't appointed an empress yet and have no trusted person to serve you, how can I be at ease?" Mu Jingyu's eyes were cold and sharp. He spoke softly, "You don't need to worry about that. I have already issued an order for the Liang Duerwei to manage the harem. From now on, all palace matters will be handled by Master Liang. You can rest assured and focus on your health." The Empress Dowager couldn't even force a faint smile. She only twitched slightly, feeling helpless. "So, the emperor has already arranged everything. But what if I don't agree with this?" Before the words finished, Mu Tsiue led a team of Yulin guards forward confidently, raising their sharp spears. Suddenly, cold wind howled through the windows from all sides, like fierce beasts roaring nearby, making everyone tremble and feel frozen with fear. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager realized her situation was hopeless. She slumped into her chair, closed her eyes in despair. Mu Jingyu quickly turned around and loudly ordered the Yulin guards, "Immediately secure the palace tightly. All people in the palace are to be under the command of Chief Liang. Also, send someone to the Empress Dowager's residence to retrieve all the palace records." "Yes, Your Majesty. I obey your command." Then, Mu Tsiue led the guards out of the main hall, leaving the Empress Dowager sitting there numb, staring blankly at the cold, unlit candles. After a long while, Sueju cautiously approached and asked, "Empress Dowager, please don't get angry. Be careful not to hurt your health." Suddenly, the Empress Dowager stood up and shouted angrily, her voice trembling, "Immediately find out who Jade Qing is secretly with and has a child with. I want to skin him alive." Yes, I will go right now." Sueju nodded hurriedly and quickly left the room. The night, filled with fear and tension, had not yet passed. Inside the Chengzheng Hall, the lights remained bright. Mu Jingyu looked at the records just retrieved from the Empress Dowager's residence, but his brow was tightly furrowed. "Now I don't even know how many trustworthy people are left in the palace, and these records involve important secrets. We must find someone completely reliable to handle this." Mu Tsiue remained silent, thinking carefully about who could be trusted. Suddenly, Mu Jingyu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "I have thought of someone I can trust completely." "Who does Your Majesty mean?" Mu Tsiue asked. "Miss Liang," Mu Jingyu replied calmly. This surprised Mu Tsiue. He hesitated and said, "Rurong is not part of the palace. How can she manage palace affairs? That might cause trouble. Uncle 17 is worried that Miss Liang's management of the palace might be improper." "That's no problem. I will issue an order to bring her into the palace immediately," Mu Jingyu said firmly, already decided. Mu Tsiue could only follow the order. When he returned, he told Liang Rurong about it, and she was also very confused. "Is there no other chief steward in the palace? Do I, an outsider, have to help with the accounting?" Mu Tsiue also felt a bit helpless and said, "The Empress Dowager has been in power for many years. Her trusted aides are everywhere in the palace. Now, there are very few people the emperor can rely on. To completely remove the Empress Dowager's influence in the harem, we can only find an unrelated outsider. But I still have my clinic to take care of, and I don't want to get too involved in palace affairs." Liang Rurong hesitated. Although she hadn't personally experienced the dark struggles in the harem, she had seen enough. It was a place where one could be eaten alive if they weren't careful. Unexpectedly, Mu Sai smiled and said, "Is Lady Liang afraid? She can't handle it. Is the regent trying to provoke me?" Liang Rurong's eyes flickered, but inside, she felt a bit competitive. "It's just about counting the accounts. It's not difficult. I'll go into the palace tomorrow," he said. Yan Yun and Huai Shi, watching nearby, teased, "It seems that to deal with Sister Liang, the prince has to step in. You two can't even keep quiet while organizing herbs." "No dinner for you tonight," Liang Rurong said with a smile, grabbing some herbs and lightly patting their heads before walking out. Early the next morning, Liang Rurong got into a carriage to go to the palace. At the gate, she met Ling Feng, who had been waiting there. "Why are you here?" she asked, feeling a bit surprised. Ling Feng bowed and said, "The prince ordered me to stay close and protect Miss Liang's safety these days. Mu Sai had already arranged everything for her, worried she might have any mishap in the harem." Liang Rurong felt a warm breeze in her heart. Even though it was late autumn, she felt very warm inside. At this moment, Liang Duerwei came over and respectfully said, "Your Majesty asked me to wait here for Miss Liang." "Please, Miss Liang." "Thank you, Head Steward Liang," Liang Rurong replied, following him into the harem. Since Mu Jingyu had no consorts in the palace, many of the halls were empty. Only some maids and eunuchs moved back and forth. Even the garden, once full of autumn chrysanthemums and crabapple trees, looked very lonely. Liang Duerwei took her to a grand palace and stopped, saying, "Your Majesty has already ordered that Jingyun Pavilion be prepared for Miss Liang to live in. All the accounts have been sent over. If Miss Liang has any other needs, just tell me." "Thank you, Manager Liang. I don't have any other needs right now," Liang Rurong politely replied. Liang Duerwei nodded. "Then I will take my leave now." After he left, Liang Rurong entered Jingyun Pavilion. Inside the sleeping hall, the ceiling was supported by sandalwood beams, crystal and jade lamps hung from above, and pearl curtains decorated the space. It looked luxurious and magnificent, like a fairy palace. At this moment, several maids came over neatly and knelt in a row before her. Servants pay their respects to Miss Liang. Hearing the words, "servants," Liang Rurong felt a bit uncomfortable. She quickly gestured for them to stand up. The slightly older maid lowered her head and said, "We are personally appointed by His Majesty to serve Miss Liang. Is the arrangement of Jingyun Pavilion also His Majesty's idea?" Liang Rurong asked. The maid replied, "His Majesty arranged for Manager Liang to prepare Jingyun Pavilion early on, so Miss Liang would feel comfortable living here." Liang Rurong nodded thoughtfully. "What is your name?" "Servant's name is Shinger." "Good. Shinger, take them downstairs. You don't need to serve me anymore." Liang Rurong had to admit that living with so many people was very stressful for her. However, when Shinger heard this, she immediately knelt down in panic. "Is it because we didn't serve properly?" Liang Rurong quickly helped her up. "It's not your fault. I just don't like being served," but Shinger refused to get up, pleading, "If Miss Liang doesn't let me serve, Your Majesty will surely blame me. I have a sick mother at home to take care of. Please, Miss Liang, let me stay and serve you." Liang Rurong felt a bit helpless. Seeing Shinger begging so earnestly, she couldn't bear to make things difficult for her. She nodded in agreement. "All right, then go get the account books for me." Seeing that Liang Rurong finally accepted her, Shinger happily stood up. "Yes, I will go now." Soon, Shinger returned holding several thick account books. Liang Rurong was surprised and said, "Why are there so many entries in this account book? Are the expenses for the palace really that high every month?" "Yes, the palace not only has the 6 main halls but also the showrooms, dining halls, and other buildings. There are many servants, so the costs are naturally high," Shinger explained nearby. A glint appeared in Liang Rurong's eyes. She smiled and said, "Shinger, even though you're just a palace maid, you know quite a lot." "I've been in the palace for many years, so I know a lot," Shinger answered smoothly. But Liang Rurong still felt something was a bit strange. She kept looking through the account book and saw that just the renovation of the palace buildings costs over 1,000 taels of silver each year. She looked at the grand and majestic Jinyun Pavilion and couldn't help but think that pride and luxury are shameful. Suddenly, she felt her fingertips were a bit sticky. She closed the account book and saw that her fingers had some ink stains. Liang Rurong wondered and took out the dirty account book, muttering to herself, "This account book is from 3 years ago. Why are there still some ink marks that haven't dried? Maybe His Majesty was worried that the account book was old and some characters might be blurry, so he had someone copy it again. That's why there are still some wet ink marks," Xinger said casually while grinding something. "Perhaps that's the case," Liang Rurong replied thoughtfully, pursing her lips. She then stood up and stretched lazily. "I've looked at the account book for most of the day. I'm a bit tired and want to go for a walk."
"You don't need to follow me."
"But, Your Majesty," Xinga wanted to speak, but Liang Rurong cut her off. "I will explain to His Majesty. Since he sent you to serve me, you should listen to me, right?" Xinger hesitated and lowered her head, replying softly, "Yes, Lady Liang." "Please be careful," seeing that she was only wearing a few velvet flowers in her hair, which looked simple. Liang Rurong took out a hairpin and gave it to her. "You've been serving me these days, and it must be tiring. Consider this a gift from me. Servant, I can't accept." Xinger refused verbally, but her eyes kept flicking to the gold hairpin in Liang Rurong's hand. Liang Rurong gently placed the hairpin on her head and smiled warmly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Star Air excitedly thanked her repeatedly, saying, "Thank you very much, Miss Liang, for your kindness." "Thank you. All right, I want to go out for a walk alone. You stay here and organize the account books." After speaking, Liang Rurong rubbed her aching shoulders and left Jingyun Pavilion. She wandered aimlessly in the palace. The weather was cool and clear, and the sweet scent of osmanthus filled the air. After working for most of the day, her stomach finally growled loudly. Liang Rurong casually stopped a palace maid and asked, "Excuse me, where's the kitchen?" "The kitchen. The kitchen." The maid looked around nervously, then pointed to the west. "It should be over there." "What do you mean, should be?" "You work in the palace. Don't you know where the kitchen is?" Before Liang Rurong finished asking, the maid hurriedly lowered her head and walked away in a panic. "Why are the people in the palace so strange?" Liang Rurong frowned, feeling full of questions as she headed west. But after walking for a long time, she didn't see the kitchen. Instead, she saw an old, dilapidated palace building. The dull gray plaque on it read Shangyun Pavilion. Shangyun Pavilion. That name sounds so familiar. Before she could think more, she felt as if someone was watching her from behind, making her feel uneasy. She suddenly turned her head to look, but saw no one. Only a faint, lingering fragrance remained in the air. She wandered for another half-hour until sunset, then returned to Jingyun Pavilion. "Miss Liang, why are you only just now back?" It made the servant girl so worried. Star Air greeted warmly, asking with concern, "Where have you been all this time?" Liang Rurong replied calmly, "Just wandering around. I was a bit hungry, so I came back. Then I will immediately tell the kitchen to prepare dinner." After saying that, Star Air hurriedly turned to go outside. Liang Rurong caught a glimpse of her skirt, noticing it was slightly stained with dirt. A sharp gaze appeared in her eyes, and her lips curled up slightly without making a sound. Soon, Star Air arranged a lavish dinner. She busily served tea and dishes, seeming to treat Liang Rurong as her mistress entirely. "Miss Liang, you've been tired all day. You must eat more, and this snowy mountain cold tea is only available in the palace. Please try some." Liang Rurong took the teacup, sniffed it gently, and smiled softly. "It is indeed good tea." After saying that, she took a sip and continued eating her food. Soon, she began to feel sleepy, her eyes half closed, and her head feeling heavy. "Miss Liang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xinger asked with concern, noticing her dazed eyes. Liang Rurong weakly supported her forehead. "Maybe I'm just tired from today. I feel a bit sleepy." Xinger quickly helped her up and led her inside. Miss Liang has been looking at the ledgers all day. She must be exhausted. It's better to rest early. Liang Rurong leaned on Xinger's shoulder, letting her lay her on the bed inside. She felt completely weak and could only hear a faint sound in her ears. Miss Liang, rest well. I will take my leave now." As the hurried footsteps grew farther away, Liang Rurong, who had been sleeping on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes wide. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes showed disdain. "Such petty tricks. Trying to use them against me? That's too naive." Outside Jingyun Pavilion, everything was silent. Only the faint crackling of candles burning could be heard. At this moment, two sneaky figures were whispering outside the palace gate. "How's it going? Did she find out anything?" one masked person asked in a hushed voice. Xinger lowered her voice and replied, "This Liang Rurong is really a formidable character. She's already noticed something strange about the ledgers. And today she went to the kitchen. Who knows if she discovered anything? I need to go back quickly and tell the Empress Dowager," the masked person said anxiously. Xinger hurriedly urged, "Yes, go back quickly and report this to the Empress Dowager." The masked person adjusted his scarf and turned to leave. Just then, a group of guards rushed in, holding torches. They surrounded Jingyun Pavilion, and the blazing torches lit up the courtyard like daytime. The masked person and Xinger were startled and froze in place, staring wide-eyed at the two people walking in from outside the palace gate. It was Mu Jingyu and Mu Tsiue. "Your Majesty." The two knelt trembling on the ground, beads of cold sweat running down their faces. Mu Jingyu stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the masked person before him. He sternly said, "How bold! In front of me. You still refuse to show your true face." Yes. The masked person was so frightened he seemed to lose his soul. He hurriedly lowered the cloth covering his face. Mu Jingyu looked at him with a cold smile. "Chief Gao, it's so late. You're not with the Empress Dowager. Why are you here at Jingyun Pavilion?" "Servant, I have something to tell Star." Gaobin knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to speak a complete sentence. "Your servant admits fault, Your Majesty. Please forgive." Mu Jingyu then looked at the pale-faced Star beside him. "Miss Liang, why don't you come out and greet me?" "Your Majesty, Miss Liang was tired from checking the account books today and has already gone to sleep," Star dared to reply. Suddenly, a lively voice came from behind. "Hey, you put so much sleeping powder in that tea. Even if I weren't tired, I would have fallen asleep." Star turned around in shock, staring at Liang Rurong, who was unharmed, as if she had seen a ghost. "Miss Liang, how come I drank your sleeping powder and still haven't fallen asleep?" Liang Rurong squinted and smiled, then sighed. "Didn't your Empress Dowager tell you? I am a doctor. Your sleeping powder was so strong it almost choked me." How could I not recognize the smell? Star finally realized she had fallen into Liang Rurong's trap from the very beginning, but she still knelt down and tried to explain. "Miss Liang, you misunderstood. I only added some calming herbs to your tea because I thought you were too tired today to help you sleep more peacefully. I had no other intentions." "Then why did you follow me to Shengyun Pavilion today?" Liang Rurong asked with a calm smile. Star nervously swallowed and immediately denied. "Miss Liang, what are you talking about? I didn't leave Jingyun Pavilion today. How could I have followed you?" It seems you really don't know how to read the situation," Liang Rurong said helplessly, shaking her head. She stepped forward and took down the hairpin she had given her. "This hairpin is coated with my special perfume, unique in the world. Today, outside the Cloud Auspicious Pavilion, I clearly smelled this scent. Also, your skirt has red mud on it, a type of soil found only outside the pavilion. Are you still going to lie in front of His Majesty?" Star was caught in public, sweating heavily and trembling as she begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare me. Please." Mu Jingyu's eyes flashed with deep coldness as he sternly asked, "Quick, tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Manager Gao and Star knelt in fear, biting their lips and refusing to admit anything. Mu Tsiue stepped forward directly, grabbing Manager Gao's arm and twisting it behind his back like a twisted rope, then forcefully broke it. With a loud, Manager Gao's face twisted in pain, and he let out a loud scream that echoed through the palace. Liang Rurong also quickly grabbed Star's chin, gently took out a small bottle, and smiled sweetly. "This is sulfuric acid. If you drop it on your face, your skin will instantly turn black and burn away. TSK, that would be worse than death. Smelling the strong, pungent odor from the bottle, Star could only close her eyes and scream in shock. Through her skin, Liang Rurong could even feel her bones trembling. Using both methods together, the effect doubled. Soon, these two people completely broke down, kneeling and shouting, "It's the Empress Dowager. It was her order that sent us to Jinyun Pavilion. Please, Your Majesty, spare us." Although this answer was not surprising, Mu Jingyu's brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, Liang Rurong took out a ledger from the hall and handed it to Mu Jingyu. "I think the Empress Dowager arranged for Star to stay close to me because she was afraid I would find out about the ledger's issues." "What's wrong with this ledger?" Mu Jingyu casually flipped through it. Liang Rurong sighed deeply again. In recent years, the biggest expense in the palace was rebuilding the halls. Just the Cloud Auspicious Pavilion cost thousands of taels of silver. But when I visited the pavilion today, it looked dilapidated, covered in dust, not at all like a recently renovated place. Also, this ledger has been tampered with. Even the ink on the last page hasn't dried. Mu Jingyu looked at the shocking numbers in the account book and felt anger burning inside him. He closed the book heavily, his face clouded with worry. A few days ago, the plague was spreading widely. He wanted to allocate some funds to help with relief efforts, but the Empress Dowager refused, claiming the treasury was empty. He never expected that she was secretly enriching herself in the palace behind his back. Liang Rurong remembered what happened during the day and found it amusing. The Empress Dowager was afraid the truth might come out, so she probably had many people watching him in the palace. Mu Tsiua thought for a moment and suggested, "Your Majesty, today's matter is sensitive. It's better not to cause a fuss. We should plan carefully." Mu Jingyu nodded and looked seriously at the two people kneeling before him. He ordered, "You two go back to your places. If you leak even a little information, I will have you destroyed." "Yes, Your Majesty. We obey your command." "We won't say a word." Manager Gao trembled as he stood up, his broken arms swinging in the air. Liang Rurong felt her eyes sting and half closed them, yawning. "All right, I've been busy all day. I'm really tired. I'm going to sleep now. The rest is up to you." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. After all, this was Mu Jingyu's family matter, not her responsibility. At dawn, the palace was bathed in a warm, golden sunlight. In the Bixiang Palace, the Empress Dowager had been waiting anxiously for most of the day. Gaobin finally returned. Seeing his broken arm, the Empress Dowager exclaimed, "What happened to you? Were you discovered?" Replying to the Empress Dowager, "I fell by myself," Gaobin said carefully, trying to protect himself and not reveal anything about Mu Jingyu's orders. The Empress Dowager didn't suspect anything and asked worriedly about the palace's situation. "Did Liang Rurong find any clues?" Gaobin shook his head nervously. "No, Your Majesty. Nothing is wrong in the palace. Liang Rurong spends her days idly in Jinyun Pavilion and isn't interested in checking the accounts." "Humph, I knew it. That girl from a poor village doesn't understand anything about bookkeeping. The emperor is still too young." The Empress Dowager looked proud and turned comfortably to sit on the bed, beginning to drink tea. At that moment, Cui Zhu hurriedly ran inside, gasping for breath. "Your Majesty, I just found out that the child in Jade Sunshine's belly is Prince Ning's." "What? Is this true?" The Empress Dowager suddenly sat up straight, her hand trembling, spilling tea all over the table. Cui Zhu nodded with a frown and said, "It's absolutely true. Jade Sunshine's maid said she visited Prince Ning's private residence more than once to meet with him. These two are really tired of life, daring to cause trouble right under my nose." The Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the table, her face turning pale with anger. The servants in the palace knelt down, not daring to speak. "Immediately summon Prince Ning to the palace," she shouted loudly. An hour later, Prince Ning arrived at Bixiang Palace, looking confused. Seeing the pale-faced Empress Dowager, he felt a bit uneasy inside. But he still respectfully stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I come to see the Empress Dowager. May I ask what commands you have for me? Look at what you've done. You've truly betrayed my trust. The Empress Dowager threw a silk pouch embroidered with mandarin ducks at him. It was the token of love Jade Sunshine had given him that day. Jade Sunshine is my niece. You two secretly had an affair and even had a child. This is a crime punishable by death for the entire family. Prince Ning looked coldly at the pouch on the ground, realizing his secret was exposed. No wonder he hadn't been able to contact Jade Sunshine these days. He didn't expect that this woman not only was pregnant, but had also given birth. His mind raced, and he quickly knelt down, shouting in regret. Empress Dowager, please calm down. It was Jade Sunshine who seduced me first. I have no feelings for her at all. I am loyal to the Empress Dowager, as the heavens and the sun can testify. Although he spoke confidently, the Empress Dowager's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. But she calmed down and suddenly thought of a good way to make Prince Ning give up power. Since he no longer shared her loyalty, keeping him around was a threat. Now that Jade Sunshine has given birth, the Emperor will find out sooner or later. When that happens, not only will your reputation and Jade Sunshine's be ruined, but the Emperor might also kill you both for causing chaos in the palace. I think you should leave the capital as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Prince Ning immediately understood the Empress Dowager's malicious intentions. His lips twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly, and he slowly stood up. The Empress Dowager wants me to leave the capital. I will obey, but I also ask the Empress Dowager to think carefully. Now His Majesty is gaining strength, and many high officials support him. Moreover, behind him is Regent Mu Tsiue. If I leave the capital, the Empress Dowager will be left all alone. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's eyebrows twitched sharply and a cold, fierce look appeared in her eyes. She couldn't deny that Prince Ning was her biggest bargaining chip against Mu Jingyu. Even if he was cunning and hiding other schemes, now was not the best time to get rid of him. What do you think should be done? The Empress Dowager asked more calmly. Prince Ning smiled faintly, stepped forward, and lowered his voice. In my opinion, the Empress Dowager could consider a plan. Let the court officials believe that this child is the Emperor's. Then, the Empress Dowager can easily frame a crime, depose Mu Jingyu, and install a new emperor. Wouldn't the power still be in the Empress Dowager's hands? Hearing this, the Empress Dowager silently frowned and paced back and forth in the large Pixiang Palace. Prince Ning's eyes sharpened, and he added fuel to the fire. The Empress Dowager protected Mu Jingyu as emperor for so many years, but he secretly teamed up with Tsiue to weaken her. If the Empress Dowager doesn't make a firm decision now, all your efforts over the years will be wasted. Moreover, back then, Lady Liang was investigated secretly by Tsiue. This last remark made the Empress Dowager shiver with horror, standing there as if struck by lightning. Her eyes grew more sinister, and she gritted her teeth. You may leave now, then I will take my leave first. Seeing her attitude soften slightly, Prince Ning's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He turned and left the Pixiang Palace. Outside in the courtyard, he felt increasingly uneasy. If he let Yu Qing, that contemptible woman, live any longer, she would eventually bring disaster to him. The only solution was to eliminate her completely and control that child in his hands. By now, it was fully daylight. Liang Rurong rubbed her sleepy eyes and stepped outside. She had been exhausted all night yesterday, and her spirit still hadn't fully recovered. However, because she was entrusted with a task, she still needed to quickly finish what Mu Tsiue had told her to do. After a simple breakfast, she planned to continue exploring the harem to see if there were any new clues. Along a stone path, she leisurely walked toward the deep part of the 100 Flowers garden. Although few people lived in the harem, various exotic flowers and plants were still blooming, and some rare herbs she had never seen before. Just as she was paying close attention, a figure suddenly darted out from behind a rockery. Liang Rurong immediately became alert and silently followed, only to find that the figure was sneaking into a remote palace. She crouched at the door, listening carefully. Soon, she heard a woman scream from inside. Without thinking much, She grabbed a piece of blue stone and rushed in. Inside, she saw Yuqing, who had been imprisoned for many days, now gaunt, disheveled, and unkempt. Next to her, a crying baby lay on the ground, likely her newborn. The man who had burst into the palace was tightly choking Yuqing's neck. She was crying out in pain, struggling wildly with her hands. Liang Rurong gritted her teeth and swung a brick at him, hitting him the back of the head. The man screamed and clutched his head, falling to the ground with blood pouring out. She didn't give him a chance to breathe and struck him several more times with the brick. The man was dazed from the blows, and with all his strength, he kicked Liang Rurong hard in the stomach. Then he scrambled to his feet and fled in panic. Liang Rurong, enduring sharp pain, stood up and looked at Yuqing, who was trembling with fear. Are you okay, my child?" Yuqing seemed to hear nothing she said. She quickly picked up the swaddled baby and held him tightly, muttering and crying. "Please don't kill me." Seeing her numb expression and pale face, she was probably on the verge of complete madness. Liang Rurong cautiously approached and gently placed her hand on Yuqing's shoulder. "It's over now. The bad man has been driven away. You can rest assured." Yuqing slowly turned her head, staring at Liang Rurong with hollow eyes, then suddenly tilted her head back and burst into near-crazy laughter. "Ha ha, the bad person ran away." She desperately tore at her hair, seeming not to feel any pain. Nearby, there was cold leftover food with a dead fly lying on it. "It looks like she is imprisoned here, living a life worse than death." Liang Rurong suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if a heavy stone was pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Although Yuqing once caused her a lot of trouble, and she secretly had an affair with Prince Ning, doing many bad things, in the end, she was just a victim of political power struggles. She felt like born to be placed on a chessboard and controlled by others. Who should she blame for such a sad fate? For some reason, Liang Rurong felt a little sympathy for her. "Is this your child? He looks very cute," Liang Rurong said with a rare smile. "Can I hold him?" Unexpectedly, Yuqing, like a frightened bird, pushed her away forcefully and tightly hugged the child, stepping back.
Who are you?
"Are you trying to take my child away?" Liang Rurong was stunned and softly said, "I am Liang Rurong. Don't you remember? I won't take your child, Liang Rurong." Yuqing repeated her name several times thoughtfully, then suddenly knelt down in front of her, holding the child. "Please tell the emperor, beg him to spare my child." She desperately kowtowed on the ground, ignoring the bruise forming on her pale forehead. Liang Rurong quickly helped her up. "Get up first. I will go and tell the emperor for you." At that moment, Liang Rurong's hand accidentally brushed the child's cheek and felt a sudden burning sensation. She quickly reached out, trying to take the child from Yuqing's arms. "The child has a fever and needs immediate treatment, or it could be dangerous." But Yuqing had lost her mind. She clung tightly to the baby, refusing to let go. "Don't take my child, you bad people." Seeing that the child had stopped crying and was in danger, Liang Rurong didn't have time to explain. She rushed forward and forcibly took the child. She carried the baby to the side and saw that the infant's lips were purple and his breathing was weak. It was clear he was suffocating. She quickly took out a silver needle and stabbed it into a specific point on the baby's head. But in the next moment, the blood-stained brick suddenly smashed onto her back of the head. Instantly, Liang Rurong felt dizzy, seeing stars, and a warm liquid started to flow down her neck. But she ignored the pain and continued to take out a second silver needle. Behind her, Yuqing was crying out loudly, "Let go of my child." After 3 silver needles, the baby in the swaddle finally let out a loud cry, and his lips gradually turned from purple to pink. Liang Rurong sighed in relief, a small smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She closed her eyes, almost fainting. Fortunately, a pair of hands supported her from behind in time. "Are you okay?" Liang Rurong looked back and saw it was Lu Xinian. "Why are you here?" she asked in confusion. "Just now, I was passing outside and heard some noise inside, so I came in to check," Lu Xinian replied. He looked at Yuqing, who was acting crazy and wild in the corner, and gave a cold smile. Is it worth getting hurt to save her? Liang Rurong expressionlessly wrapped the baby and took a moment before replying. I am a doctor. Saving people is my duty. At this moment, Yu Qing suddenly charged forward like crazy, grabbing Liang Rurong's clothes tightly. It's you. You want to kill me and harm my child. Lu Xinian ruthlessly grabbed her wrist and forcefully pushed her aside. Look carefully. The person who tried to kill you just now was sent by Prince Ning. You are so worried about him, but he actually wants to get rid of you. Hearing this, Yu Qing froze like a statue, standing there blankly. After 10 seconds, she pointed at Lu Xinian's nose and shouted, No way. He wouldn't do this to me. Everything I did was for him. Lu Xinian bent down, picked up a badge from the ground, and threw it to her. This is what the person who tried to kill you dropped. You should recognize the writing. Yu Qing struggled to clear her hair from her face and looked carefully. The badge clearly had a name written on it. It was a badge only the loyal soldiers of Prince Ning's residence would have. Realizing the truth, she felt as if all her strength had been drained. She collapsed to the ground and burst into loud laughter. But this laughter, mixed with tears pouring out, completely overwhelmed her. Liang Rurong looked at her, neither fully human nor ghost, and suddenly remembered her first impression of her, an arrogant and domineering face, yet unstoppable. If her love had not been misplaced, she might have been a golden canary in a cage for her whole life. All right, it's time for us to go out. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter, said Lu Xinian, turning and leaving. Liang Rurong's gaze fell on the baby boy. With Yu Qing's current condition, she was not suitable to continue caring for the child. She thought for a moment and then picked up the baby to leave. Just outside the hall, she saw Mu Tsiue and Mu Jingyu rushing over hurriedly. Seeing the bloodstains on her clothes, Mu Tsiue asked anxiously, What happened? How did you get hurt? Mu Jingyu looked at the baby she was holding and immediately understood what had happened. Which wicked person hurt you? Hearing this, Mu Tsiue's eyes burned with anger. He clenched his sword and headed into the hall. Liang Rurong quickly stopped him and explained, It's not her fault. It was just now that Prince Ning sent people to eliminate her, but I drove them away. It's all my fault. I will immediately send people to guard this place strictly, said Mu Jingyu with some guilt. He looked at the crying baby in her arms and said, Hand the child over to General Gao. You just got hurt and need to rest well. General Gao hurried forward and extended his hand to her. Miss Liang, let this old servant take care of the child. Liang Rurong refused him without hesitation, with a hint of questioning tone. If I hand the child to you, what do you plan to do with him? Mu Tsiue, standing nearby, secretly glanced at her, signaling her not to be so rude to Mu Jingyu. Mu Jingyu's eyes showed no mercy. He curled his lips into a cold smile and said, That wicked woman has disturbed the palace. The child she bore will naturally be sent to the Yeding. Yeding was a place where punished palace servants suffered, dark and sunless, like. If the child was sent there, it would be a death sentence. Liang Rurong's brows furrowed deeply, feeling some compassion. I know Yu Qing committed a serious crime, but this child is innocent. I wonder if Your Majesty can show mercy and allow me to take the child out of the palace to care for him. Rurong, according to the rules, this child cannot leave the palace, Mu Tsiue reminded her. Unexpectedly, Mu Jingyu agreed quickly, saying, All right, I approve, Your Majesty. Mu Tsiue felt a bit surprised. This didn't seem like Mu Jingyu's usual way of doing things. Mu Jingyu looked meaningfully and said, 17th uncle, this child might help us one day, but he can't stay in the palace. Mu Tsiue thought for a moment and understood. He nodded and said, In that case, I will take the child back to my house first. After saying goodbye to Mu Jingyu, the two of them headed to the palace gate, where Ling Feng was already waiting with a carriage. Once on the carriage, Liang Rurong, exhausted, managed to hold her last strength and carefully place the child in Mu Tsiue's arms. Then she leaned on his shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Rurong, what's wrong? Are you tired? Mu Tsiue called her several times but received no response. He suddenly realized something was wrong and became more anxious. Hurry, go back to the house quickly and call the doctor. Ling Feng whipped the horse, striking at the rear, causing the horse to neigh loudly and gallop away wildly. After some time, Liang Rurong finally opened her eyes weakly. Mu Tsiue, who had been watching her closely, hurriedly asked, "How do you feel? Does your head still hurt?" "Much better." Liang Rurong's voice was hoarse, and her head still felt dizzy. Mu Tsiue quickly ordered someone to bring the hot herbal medicine he had prepared and carefully helped her sit up. The doctor said that once you wake up, you must take the medicine. Smelling the bitter medicine, Liang Rurong couldn't help but frown. "This medicine is too bitter. I only had a small injury, I don't need to take medicine." "No, the doctor said you not only got hurt but also caught a cold. You must take this medicine. As a doctor yourself, you should understand that good medicine is often bitter but beneficial." Mu Tsiue explained patiently, then used a spoon to scoop a sip of the medicine, blew on it to cool, and gently brought it to her lips. Liang Rurong had no choice but to open her mouth, hold her breath, and drink it bit by bit. At this moment, her respect for modern medicine reached its peak. After finishing the medicine, Liang Rurong suddenly remembered the child and asked, "What about the child? Is he all right?" "He's fine. The servants have already taken him away to feed him milk." Moci looked at her with some confusion. "Why do you insist on saving this child?" Liang Rurong leaned against the pillow, a faint smile on her lips. "Because the child is innocent. He doesn't want to be born into a world where he becomes in others' power struggles. I know I am just an ordinary person, and my words don't matter to His Majesty, but I still want to try." Her pure heart moved Moci, who was used to schemes and tricks, but he couldn't help but remind her. "Saving this child might bring you trouble. I just don't want to feel guilty," she replied. Liang Rurong remembered the assassination attempt earlier that day and still felt a bit scared. Ning Wang failed to kill once, but he might try again. Yu Qing's life is in danger. Moci looked at her with a bandage on her head. "You should rest and recover first. You don't need to worry about palace affairs." He helped Liang Rurong lie down and patiently tucked her in. When his hand accidentally brushed her face, both of them blushed a little. Liang Rurong quickly closed her eyes, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. Listening to Moci's footsteps fading away, she fell into a peaceful sleep. The clock struck midnight, and the entire palace was shrouded in deep night. The dying candle flickered in the wind, casting shadows on Yu Qing's pale face, making her look even more eerie. "Good girl, sleep tight." She curled up in a cold corner, clutching a dirty pillow, looking like a walking corpse. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew in, opening the slightly ajar window. A figure slipped inside and slowly approached her from behind. Yu Qing heard the noise, stiffened, and looked up at him with a cold smile. "You're here to take my child too. I am here to take your life, as ordered," the masked man said, drawing a cold dagger. Yu Qing's face showed no fear. Instead, her smile grew more fierce. "Ordered? Whose order? Is it his? I have done everything he asked. Does he still refuse to let me go?" The masked person's eyes were full of anger and hatred as he looked at Yu Qing, like he was looking at a dead body. Yu Qing staggered to her feet and burst into wild laughter. "Haha, you can't kill me. I am the Emperor's niece. The Empress will save me. Humph, I doubt you'll see that day." The masked man sneered coldly and quickly stabbed a dagger into Yu Qing's left shoulder. Blood flowed out from her torn clothes, dripping onto the ground. Yu Qing froze in place, staring at him with wide eyes, and she saw the mole at the corner of his eye. "It's you," she whispered, trembling, uttering 3 words. "Now you understand. Your only ending is death." After saying this, the masked man forcefully pulled out his dagger and aimed it at her chest again. This time, Yu Qing didn't just wait passively. She kicked him as hard as she could in the leg. Then, clutching her bleeding wound, she turned and ran toward the door. "Help! Help!" she shouted desperately, pounding on the door and crying out in distress. But the guards outside had already lost consciousness from the sleeping powder. Behind her, the masked man's heavy footsteps grew closer, and the silver gleam from his dagger made her shiver all over. Just as he raised his dagger to finish her off, a small stone flew in from the window and hit his wrist precisely. The masked man screamed in pain and had to drop his dagger. In the next moment, Mutsiwa leapt in from the window. He drew his sword and aimed it at the masked man's neck. The masked man snapped back to his senses. Just as the sword was about to reach his face, he clasped his hands together, steadying the cold blade, then kicked out at Mutsiwa's knee. While Mutsiwa was momentarily caught off guard, the masked man quickly ran toward the window and jumped into the darkness. Mutsiwa didn't chase after him. Instead, he looked at Yuqing, who was staring blankly in the corner. "They've tried to kill you several times. Do you still want to hide it from them?" This sentence hit Yuqing like a thunderclap. She trembled all over, and her numb eyes gradually filled with anger and hatred. She grabbed the jade pendant she had always kept close and threw it forcefully at the wall. After a sharp cracking sound, the jade pendant was shattered into pieces. She laughed with relief, saying, "It turns out I am just for them. Now that I have a child, I have become a discarded piece. Your child is just their next," Musai said coldly. When she mentioned her child, Yuqing's eyes filled with tears. She turned to Musai, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is my child all right?" "He's fine. Rurong is taking good care of him," Musai replied honestly. Yuqing swayed and forced a sad smile. "I never thought that, at this point, my only hope would be her." Then she wiped her tears, took out a crumpled piece of paper from her sleeve, and handed it to Musai.
"Here, take this.
It has what you want." Finally, she slowly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Musai. "Please take care of my child." Musai held the crumpled paper in his hand, looked at her with meaning, then turned and left. As he reached the palace gate, he met Lu Xinian, who was on patrol. He stepped forward and said with a faint smile, "It's so late. Why is the regent still in the palace?" "I am discussing state affairs with His Majesty and lost track of time." Musai glanced at him sideways and asked, "It's so late." "The commander is still patrolling the palace." "Truly hard work. I am responsible for palace security, so I must stay vigilant," Lu Xinian said deliberately, hiding his right hand behind his back. Musai swept a glance at the red mud on his shoes and said intentionally, "Yes, if an assassin sneaks in, it would be your fault, Lord Lu." At that moment, a fierce fire suddenly erupted in the northwest corner of the palace. "There's a fire! There's a fire!" someone shouted loudly.
Muche smiled faintly.
"It seems Lord Lu has to go and handle this. I will take my leave now." After speaking, he turned and quickened his pace, leaving the palace. On the way back to his residence, he opened the note, feeling surprised. It clearly listed the names of more than 10 high officials in the court. These people were all part of the Empress Dowager and Prince Ning's faction. Musai's eyes darkened, and he clenched the note tightly in his hand. After the morning court the next day, Musai went to the Qingjing Hall. Mu Jingyu asked with concern, "Is Miss Liang's injury better now?" "It's much better," Musai nodded. "That's good to hear." Mu Jingyu sighed in relief and took several memorials from the desk, handing them to him. "Please take a look at these." They were submitted before today's morning court. "I don't know what happened to the Zhejiang Governor-General. He suddenly fell seriously ill. Also, the Shaanxi Governor-General unexpectedly requested to return home to mourn his family." After carefully reading the memorials, Musai said calmly, "These two are indeed getting older. Some illness is normal, but if that's the case, how will the official affairs in those regions be managed?" Mu Jingyu frowned. Musai thought for a moment and said slowly, "According to the court system, we can promote 2 experienced officials from below to temporarily oversee the regions." Mu Jingyu considered this and nodded. "Yes, that's a good idea." At this moment, Chief Gao hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, the water leak in the palace yesterday has been investigated. It was arson and we found flint and oil outside Lanin Pavilion." Lanin Pavilion. Mu Jingyu immediately became alert. "Did anything get stolen?" Chief Gao trembled and replied, "Nothing was stolen, Your Majesty. The people inside are missing." Hearing this, Mu Jingyu was furious and raised his voice. "Start the investigation immediately. Send Lu Xinian to search the entire city. We must catch that scoundrel." "Yes, yes, I will go right away." Chief Gao bowed and hurried out. "It must be that scoundrel," setting the fire himself and then escaping. Mu Jingyu, full of anger, paced back and forth in the main hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, Mu Sai spoke. Your Majesty, I heard that there are bandits causing trouble in Yuezhou. I plan to go and investigate myself. Mu Jingyu hesitated and said, but the Empress Dowager is now watching over the court closely. If Uncle Shichi leaves the capital now, how will I handle things? Now, Your Majesty is no longer a child. There are many ministers to help you. You can handle affairs on your own. Mu Sai smiled. Hearing this, the faint hint of suspicion in Mu Jingyu's eyes gradually disappeared. Since that's the case, I will leave it to Uncle Shichi. I will wait for your return in the palace. After receiving the imperial decree, Mu Sai bid farewell to the palace and returned to the prince's residence. As soon as he entered, Liang Rurong hurried over, anxiously grabbing his arm and looking him over carefully. Are you all right? Mu Sai smiled confusedly. What's wrong? Of course, I'm fine. Liang Rurong cautiously pulled him aside and lowered her voice. I heard there was a flood in the palace last night, and Yuqing suddenly disappeared under strange circumstances. Is it because of you? Mu Sai slightly curled his lips, half smiling. Liang Rurong, you can already guess what I'm thinking. Liang Rurong smiled faintly, a blush appearing on her fair face. I've already told the emperor that I will go to Yuezhou to deal with the bandits, Mu Sai said. Liang Rurong's heart moved. Yuezhou? There is a small village on the border called Shimu Village. Mu Sai looked at her increasingly bright eyes and nodded seriously. Your parents live there. Hearing this confirmation, Liang Rurong smiled happily. She had received letters from Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang earlier, knowing they were safe in the estate arranged by Mu Sai, which eased her worries. Now that the plague in the capital had been resolved, it was time for the family to reunite. When will you leave? Liang Rurong asked. In 3 days, Mu Sai replied. She had 3 days to prepare thoroughly. Liang Rurong nodded. Then rest early, Your Highness. After speaking, she went back to her room to get ready. Mu Sai shook his head with some helplessness. The next day, Liang Rurong arrived early at Jisher Hall, entrusting some matters to Yan Yun and Huai Shi. Although their medical skills were modest, they could handle simple colds and fevers. Moreover, Liang Rurong had left some special medicines for emergencies. After arranging the clinic's affairs, she wandered around the vicinity of Jisher Hall. Eventually, she settled on a 3-entry courtyard. Her parents were about to move to the capital, and now that she had money, she wanted them to live well. The houses in the capital weren't cheap, and Liang Rurong had spent quite a bit. Thinking about her family living here, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. In recent days, Liang Rurong had been leaving early and returning late, busy with renovating the new courtyard and preparing new bedding and clothes. Even Mu Sai couldn't find her shadow. Until the day of departure, the two finally met. Liang Rurong rode her white horse at the front, eager to rush over and see her parents. Slow down, Mu Tsiwa called out, riding ahead to remind her. We still have a few days of travel. If you keep riding like this, you'll tire yourself out. Hearing his voice, Liang Rurong relaxed her tense body. Maybe I was too impatient. Mu Tsiwa looked into the distance casually. I heard Lingfeng say you bought a house? Yes, I can't keep my parents in the palace, Liang Rurong replied. Why not? Mu Tsiwa said. After a moment, he realized he sounded too excited and cleared his throat. The palace is too big. Living alone feels empty, and with many people, it's lively. Liang Rurong understood his thoughts. Right now, everyone in the capital is talking about us. I don't mind, but my parents are very proper. If they hear gossip, it wouldn't be good. Her gentle, pleasant voice made Mu Tsiwa feel a little moved. I was careless, Mu Tsiwa said, no longer insisting. He usually stood firm, but for some reason, Liang Rurong's calm words could break his resolve. At the same time, Mu Tsiwa decided that once Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang settled in the capital, he would officially propose. No matter what, he wouldn't let Liang Rurong suffer from rumors. They should have a clear answer soon. In Yuezhou, Xiaomu village. On a hillside, there was a small mud brick house. It wasn't big, but the yard in front and back was full of vegetables. Occasionally, a few chickens and ducks ran around nearby. Zhao Xunyang carried a basket of corn and came out, calling softly, "Goo goo goo goo." A group of chickens and ducks immediately ran over to her. She scattered some corn and they quickly started eating. Xunyang, Liang Dashan came from the backyard, carrying and holding a bamboo basket. "You asked me to pick peas." Zhao Xunyang put down her basket and let the chickens and ducks scramble for the corn. Then she looked at the bamboo basket in Liang Dashan's hand. "The soil on the mountain is better. These peas are really big. We can have stir-fried peas with cured meat tonight. Let's also make some roasted peanuts. The wine we bought last time is still not finished," Liang Dashan said. "All right, I'll do as you say," Zhao Xunyang smiled. Liang Rurong stood outside the yard and saw the scene before her, her eyes filling with tears. However, the two people inside were busy planning when to eat dumplings and didn't notice her outside. Liang Rurong felt a bit helpless. She wiped her eyes and called out, "Dad, Mom." Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang heard her voice. They were startled and turned around to see Liang Rurong standing outside the fence, holding a white horse. Zhao Xunyang reacted quickly, threw down her basket, ran out, and hugged Liang Rurong tightly. Ronger, I missed you so much." "Mom, I missed you too." Liang Rurong thought about being apart from her parents for so long, facing life and death, and now that the family was reunited, she felt especially grateful. Liang Dashan's leg wasn't fully healed. Although it didn't stop him from walking, he moved more slowly. He came over to the two women, wiped his eyes, and said, "All right, it's windy outside. Let's go inside." As a man, his love for his children was restrained. "Okay, let's go inside quickly." Zhao Xunyang wiped her tears and pulled Liang Rurong toward the house. Liang Rurong also held Liang Dashan's hand. "Dad, how's your leg? You've suffered." "What's suffering?" "The yard here is bigger than the one in Liangjia village. Your mother and I have some savings and life is good," Liang Dashan said with a smile. The family talked happily as they entered the house. Inside, the furnishings hadn't changed much from what they had in Liangjia village. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang still maintained their usual habits. Zhao Xunyang specially prepared a glass of sugar water for Liang Rurong. After all, this was something the village children could only dream of. "How did you find us?" "Your father and I thought Master Mu would come back with you," Zhao Xunyang said. "Master Mu? It should be called the prince now," Liang Dashan reminded her. Zhao Xunyang clapped her hands. Yes, the prince," Liang Rurong smiled. "The prince just took me to the hillside, and then left. Their visit was mainly to deal with the bandits. I heard there are mountain bandits in Yuezhou, but since we're in the south and they're in the north, there haven't been any bandits coming here yet," Liang Dashan said with relief, feeling a bit lucky. "Is it dangerous to fight the bandits?" "I heard those people are reckless," Zhao Xunyang worried. Liang Rurong leaned on Zhao Xunyang's shoulder. "Mother, don't worry. The soldiers the prince brought are all experienced in battle. A group of ragged fighters won't be a problem." The family was happily reunited after a long time when suddenly they heard sounds at the door. "Help! Help! Is anyone there? Please help!" The cries for help outside sounded very desperate. Hearing this, Liang Rurong quickly went outside. She saw a bloodied man leaning against the half-open bamboo door. When he saw Liang Rurong, he reached out his hand. "Help!" Before she could reach him, the man's hand fell, and he fainted. Liang Rurong ran over, grabbed his wrist to check his pulse, and then looked back at Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang, who were standing there stunned. "Father, Mother, come help!" The couple finally reacted. Together, the three of them managed to carry the man into the house. Liang Rurong tore open his clothes and saw old wounds on his body. But the reason he fainted was a fresh wound on his abdomen, about 3 inches long. Such a serious injury, and he was still alive. He was quite strong. Liang Rurong told Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang to boil water. She then went into her space, took some medicine, and performed surgery on him. It was mainly stopping the bleeding, stitching the wound, and giving him anti-inflammatory treatment. "Ronger, the water is ready." Zhao Xunyang knocked on the door. Liang Rurong finished bandaging the man's wound, then took off her gloves and opened the door. "Give it to me. I'll wipe the blood off him," Liang Rurong said. Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang frowned. Rong'er, you're an unmarried girl. How can you look at a stranger's body? If the prince finds out, it was Liang Dashan who interrupted Zhao Xunyang, probably worried that his daughter might feel shy. All right, I'll wipe him down. Rong'er, rest for a bit. Let your mother make you something tasty. In Liang Rurong's view, patients should be treated equally regardless of gender. But Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang still held traditional ideas, so she didn't insist. All right then, father. I'll leave it to you. I'll go rest. Liang Dashan smiled, took a wooden basin, and went into the room. Zhao Xunyang finally relaxed and pulled Liang Rurong to the kitchen. She carefully brought a small stool for Liang Rurong to sit on and started a fire to cook. By the way, Rong'er, how are things with the prince? The prince is very good, Liang Rurong replied. Zhao Xunyang leaned in closer. You've been with the prince for so long, haven't you thought about anything else? As a mother, she was eager to know about her daughter's feelings. Liang Rurong understood, but since she and Mu Tsiua hadn't yet made plans for marriage, she didn't want to continue that topic. Oh, mother, the pot is about to burn. Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang's attention was diverted. Don't let it burn, she said as she added water to the pot. I just had your father kill a chicken. If it burns, he'll blame me. Liang Rurong smiled at her. Since the family split, Zhao Xunyang had become noticeably more cheerful. Her once pale face now looked fuller. Mother, I really want to eat your chicken stew with mushrooms, she said softly. Zhao Xunyang covered the pot and added some firewood to the stove. All right, I'll make you chicken stew with mushrooms. Liang Rurong enjoyed her days with her parents very much. No matter how much money she earned in the capital, she felt more at ease being with her family. After a while, Liang Dashan came out. Rong'er, that person is awake. Got it. Liang Rurong quickly went into the room. Liang Dashan poured water into a basin and went to the stove. I'll light the fire. By the way, the lean meat is ready, right? The child likes it. When Liang Rurong entered the room, she saw the man looking around with a frightened expression. He was very cautious in this unfamiliar environment. Where is this? He asked warily when he saw Liang Rurong come in. This is my home. You fainted outside my door, she said, pouring a cup of water. Don't be afraid. I am a healer. Saving people is my duty. Hearing that Liang Rurong was a healer, the man relaxed a little. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Liang Rurong covered him with a blanket. Your wound is quite deep, so try not to move. If you need anything, just tell us. Then she poured water onto a cloth to wipe the cracked corners of his mouth. After losing a lot of blood, he couldn't drink water immediately. The man's pupils slightly constricted, and his dark face showed a touch of emotion. Since my parents left, no one has been so kind to me. He was very weak, speaking in a faint voice. Thank you, he said gratefully with a simple look and honest words. Liang Rurong smiled. You're welcome. Right now, you should focus on healing. She paused before continuing, but the people around here are villagers. Usually, even if there are disagreements, they wouldn't hurt someone like that, right? She asked, expressing her doubt. She also came from a village and knew that villagers are simple, but there are always a few exceptions. Even if they fight over disagreements, they wouldn't go so far as to seriously hurt each other. Moreover, villagers usually use farm tools in fights, but the wounds on this man clearly came from a blade. The smoothness of the cuts shows that the person who hurt him is skilled. The man's eyes flickered, then hesitated before saying, It was just bandits. I see you have old injuries too. It looks like you've been fighting and struggling for a long time, Liang Rurong asked. Are you a soldier? Yes, I am a soldier, he nodded. I was just returning home to visit my family when I met the bandits. The brothers I was with. They're gone now. Tears shimmered in his eyes. Liang Rurong felt a bit sorry for him, but he didn't seem eager to dwell on that. Miss, when will my injuries heal? Liang Rurong said, You should rest well. Don't worry about the medical expenses. The man was touched again. Miss, you're such a kind person. You're like an angel from heaven. Liang Rurong couldn't help but laugh. This man looked like he was used to rough work and didn't know how to praise others properly. When he fell asleep, Liang Rurong left the room. The chicken stew was ready, and the family finally gathered to enjoy a reunion meal. In the following days, there was no news from Mutsiwa. Liang Rurong stayed peacefully at home, knowing that his secret guards were watching over him. If anything happened, they would tell her. Under Liang Rurong's care, the man's health improved quickly. He said he was from the village to the north, named Juzi, and was about 25 or 26. He hadn't married yet. Liang Dashan often talked and chatted with him because he was very kind. Liang Rurong was busy making medicine for Juzi and helping Zhao Xunyang pack things, since their family was going to live in the capital. Take 2 of these chickens and ducks to the village chief. The rest can be sold at the market. Don't throw away the vegetables in the backyard. I picked them, and we can eat them on the way, Zhao Xunyang said busily. Liang Rurong felt a little helpless. Mom, everything is in the capital. She looked up casually and saw a pair of shadowy eyes. Liang Rurong thought she saw it wrong and rubbed her eyes. When she looked again, Juzi had returned to his usual gentle smile. Miss Liang, are your eyes bothering you? Oh, no. Liang Rurong smiled, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Juzi covered his stomach and turned to the backyard to talk with Dashan Liang. While she was lost in thought, Liang Rurong suddenly heard the sound of hurried horse hooves. Outside the fence, Mu Tsiue rode a tall horse and stopped. Behind him were 2 carriages and about 10 guards. Liang Rurong stood up. Mu Tsiue dismounted, threw the reins to Lingfeng, and then pushed open the door to the yard. Congratulations on your safe return, Prince, Liang Rurong said with a clever smile. Mu Tsiue's eyes sparkled as he approached her. Since you came to Yuezhou, your smile has never disappeared. Staying away from trouble naturally makes me feel good, Liang Rurong replied. Don't worry, I will keep you away from trouble in the future, he said, reaching out to ruffle her hair, but then quickly withdrew his hand, feeling it might not be appropriate. At this moment, Zhao Xunyang came out holding a quilt. This is a new quilt I made with your father. You still can't have it. Madam, give it to me, Lingfeng said perceptively, taking the quilt and quickly throwing it into the carriage. Liang Rurong then realized that the 2 carriages were used for moving their family. Aunt Liang. Mu Tsiue saw Zhao Xunyang staring blankly and hurried to bow. Young Master Mu. No, Prince, I am offering this to you. Zhao Xunyang wanted to bow politely but didn't know the formal kneeling gesture of a wealthy family, so she planned to kneel. Mu Tsiue quickly helped her up. Auntie, don't make me embarrassed. Let's just be as we were before. Zhao Xunyang looked at Liang Rurong and saw her nod, then she relaxed. Your Highness has such a high position and has never shown off. No wonder Rurong is willing to stay with you. Actually, Zhao Xunyang wanted to praise Mu Saihai, but her words were unclear and sounded a bit vague. Liang Rurong immediately blushed deeply. Mother, what are you talking about? Mu Saihai, with a half-smile, turned his head away and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. By the way, where is Uncle Yang? Sorry, I forgot. I'll go call him now. Zhao Xunyang seemed a bit awkward too. She was about to go to the backyard, but suddenly stopped. Then, she saw Liang Dashan walking over from the backyard. He was carrying a rusty chopping knife around his neck, and behind him was a sinister-looking figure. Zhao Xunyang felt her legs go weak and almost fell to the ground. Brother Juzi, what are you doing? Liang Rurong asked, her smile fading. Juzi sneered coldly and looked at Mu Saihai. That's something you'll have to ask him. Recently, Juzi had become like family, eating and living with them. He was injured and couldn't do heavy work, but helped with cooking and gathering vegetables. Since he was from a farming background, he shared many common topics with Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang. Liang Rurong frowned. She wondered how she could trust him just because he looked honest and simple. Isn't he the second in command of the Black Wind village? It's really hard to find him, Mu Saihai said coldly, his gaze darkening. Black Wind village. Liang Rurong's voice changed.
Muchicha nodded.
Isn't that where we're fighting the bandits? Juzi's usually simple face now looked particularly sinister. They tried to ambush you halfway, but failed. It was too easy to catch them. The mountain bandits had their own informants. When they learned Mu Saihai was coming to fight the bandits, Juzi led people into the mountains near the small village to set an ambush. But Mu Saihai had many men, and most of them were killed. Only Zhuzi managed to escape and was saved by Liang Rurong by chance. At first, Liang Rurong thought she had saved the wrong person. Zhuzi, these days my family and I have been kind to you. How could you bear to do this? Liang Rurong was a bit emotional. To her, her parents were the most important people.
Mucihiganti patet her shoulder.
The pillar said, "You saved me, so I won't hurt you." He looked at Mu Sai. "But, Mu Sai, if you commit suicide, I will let him go." Mu Sai narrowed his eyes. "I don't even know the man in your hands. Do you think I will listen to you? I heard everything in the backyard. You're not an ordinary person when it comes to Miss Liang," the pillar said with a cold smile. Liang Rurong clenched her fists. "If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have saved you." "Sorry, Miss Liang," the pillar said. Then he raised a chopping knife, about to cut off Liang Dashan's arm, trying to threaten Mu Sai. "Wait." Mu Sai raised his hand. Then he took out a jeweled dagger from his waist. "Mu Sai," Liang Rurong said, a little worried. "Don't listen to him." But before she could stop him, Mu Sai had already stabbed the dagger into his own shoulder blade. Soon, the sound of the blade piercing flesh and the smell of blood filled the air. The pillar's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he started laughing wildly. "Haha, Mu Sai. Today is your turn. Keep stabbing." Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Feng had already quietly moved behind him. The pillar seemed to sense something and was about to turn around. Liang Rurong quickly distracted him. "Brother Zhuzi, we've been together for a long time. Do you have feelings for me?" Hearing this, the pillar was momentarily stunned. Thinking about Liang Rurong, kind-hearted and beautiful, any normal man would be tempted. But he dared not. He was just a bandit. What right did he have to like such a wonderful girl? I don't want to hurt you." Before he finished, Ling Feng kicked him away. Ling Feng was a trained fighter. That kick was with 90% strength, knocking the pillar out cold. Liang Dashan, who had been too scared to move or speak, finally relaxed and sat down heavily on the ground. Seeing that Liang Dashan was okay, Liang Rurong looked at Mu Sai. "Are you all right? Hurry, let me bandage you." "Are you a fool?" Her eyes were full of worry. Mu Sai forced a smile. "I'm fine." Then he said to Ling Feng, "Interrogate him tonight. Make sure to find out who is behind this." "Yes." Ling Feng easily pulled away the unconscious pillar as if lifting a small chicken. "Who is behind this?" Liang Rurong asked, surprised. "Are they just bandits?" Mo Tsiua sneered. "Bandits can't use the weapons of the court." "Could it be related to the Empress Dowager?" Liang Rurong wondered. Mo Tsiua nodded slightly, confirming Liang Rurong's guess. Liang Rurong was stunned. Even though the Empress Dowager's power was not as strong as before, she had ruled for many years, and her loyal followers were deeply rooted. It wasn't easy to completely remove her influence. Just then, Mo Tsiua gasped sharply, clutching his shoulder. "Hiss!" Liang Rurong quickly realized and hurried to check his injury. She saw a tear in his fine clothes on his shoulder, and blood was already staining his fingers. "Come inside, I'll bandage it," she said. Seeing her concern, Mo Tsiua's lips curled into a slight smile. When Liang Rurong took out the medical kit, Mo Tsiua had already taken off his clothes. His strong body was perfectly sculpted, but the fresh and old wounds layered together made her feel distressed. Gently, Liang Rurong cleaned his wounds and found they weren't deep, just a scratch. Mo Tsiua looked at her, tilting her head to examine his injury, and showed a tender smile. "The wound isn't deep, but it still hurts." "Don't worry, I'm here," Liang Rurong said, disinfecting his wounds quickly. Mo Tsiua raised his eyebrows slightly. He never intended to rescue Liang Dashan by hurting himself. Although the main army was gathered outside Yuezhou City, the few people he brought were skilled fighters, and there were guards around the house. It was impossible to trap them. The reason Mo Tsiua hurt himself to save Liang Dashan was simply to get Liang Rurong to take care of him. After all, Liang Rurong was very ambitious and often overlooked. Liang Rurong didn't know Mo Tsiua's true intentions. After bandaging his wound, she gave him 2 anti-inflammatory pills. "All done. It's shallow, and it should heal in 3 to 5 days." He also mentioned feeling a bit dizzy, possibly from blood loss. Not serious, but let's hurry and keep moving, he said, holding his forehead. Then, Your Highness, would you like to ride in the carriage with us? Liang Rurong asked. Mu Sai nodded quickly. That sounds good. Liang Rurong smiled slightly and then followed him out the door. At this moment, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang had just recovered from their shock. With Mu Sai's help, they had almost finished packing everything in the room. Ronger, come here, Zhao Xunyang called out mysteriously when she saw Liang Rurong come out. Liang Rurong walked over to her. What's wrong? Come. Zhao Xunyang led her to the backyard, then went under the grape arbor, took a small shovel and started digging. Soon, she uncovered a small jar. Liang Rurong's eyes widened. Mother, is this your hidden wine? What wine? Look for yourself. Zhao Xunyang handed the jar to her. Liang Rurong was surprised to see that inside was silver coins. Zhao Xunyang nodded. Farmers' houses are small, and silver shouldn't be kept in obvious places. I told you this trick so you can learn it in the future, she said mysteriously. Liang Rurong couldn't help but laugh, thinking it was a good idea. All right, Mother, I'll remember. After the mother and daughter came out of the backyard, they were ready to leave. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang kept looking back at their small courtyard, which was their home for many years. As the carriage moved slowly away, the small house grew farther and farther behind them. Liang Rurong lowered the curtain and looked at Mu Sai sitting opposite her. The man, who had been seriously injured, looked fragile and delicate, like a small baby, with no more furrowed brows. Because Mu Sai was riding in the carriage, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang felt a bit awkward and decided to take another carriage instead. So, Liang Rurong could only sit with him in one carriage. On the way to the capital, Mu Sai kept saying he was in pain. Liang Rurong checked his wounds and fed him medicine many times, fussing over him all the way to the city. If it weren't for the need to report to the palace, she might have fussed over him even more. Mother, Father, this is our home, Liang Rurong said happily as she pushed open the red lacquered wooden door. Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang looked at each other and then entered. They stared at the large courtyard, surprised and unable to close their mouths. Ronger, you earned so much money, Zhao Xunyang said. Liang Rurong nodded repeatedly. Mother, in the future, you and Father can rest assured here as the master and mistress. I will find some people to serve you then. Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang smiled happily. Oh, I never dared to dream of this. Now I can live in such a house. We are just villagers and not used to being served, Liang Dashan said. Although he knew Liang Rurong was filial, he was used to hard life and not comfortable with being waited on. Yes, just being with my daughter makes me happy, Zhao Xunyang added. Liang Rurong knew it would be hard to change their views, so she was not in a hurry. She just took them to see the rooms. The main house was already cleaned by Liang Rurong. The quilts were made of silk, filled with cotton and duck down, warm and thick. Zhao Xunyang loved the quilt and kept touching it. Liang Dashan looked around and finally was attracted by a blue and white porcelain teacup on the table. Just as Liang Rurong was about to introduce them, they heard a knock on the door. She went to open the door. Tang Nanfeng, Liang Rurong was a bit surprised. Tang Nanfeng showed his signature smile. I heard Miss Liang is back. I came to see for myself. Thank you, Mr. Tang, Liang Rurong said. Let me show you what I brought, he said, opening his folding fan. Come in, everyone. Then, several people dressed in rough cloth entered behind him, both men and women. Who are they? Liang Rurong was a little confused. Tang Nanfeng turned and saw Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang come out. He hurried forward, bowing politely. Old Master Liang, Madam Liang, I greet you. He was very respectful, and his gentle, refined look made Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang feel comfortable. Don't be so formal. We are just villagers, Liang Dashan said, helping him up. Zhao Xunyang said, yes, just call me auntie and him uncle. Tang Nanfeng's eyes flashed with joy. Then I will call you uncle and auntie. All right, whatever you call us is fine, just don't say master and mistress, it feels distant. Liang Dashan nodded in agreement. Villagers are friendly and hospitable. Although they didn't know Tang Nanfeng well, they knew he was someone Liang Rurong knew. Liang Rurong felt a little awkward. After all, in the capital city, two families need some connection or a marriage agreement before they can call each other's elders uncle or aunt. The Liang family has no relation to the Tang family. Tang Nanfeng ignored Liang Rurong and said to Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang, I just heard that uncle and aunt have returned, so I brought a few servants here.
These are the sale contracts.
There are 2 personal maids, 2 rough maids, 6 guards, and 2 cooks. He introduced each one. Zhao Xunyang held the sale contracts and looked at the group of people dressed in rough cloth clothes, unsure of what to do. Liang Rurong could only say, Thank you, Boss Tang.
How much do these people cost?
I will pay you. There's no need to talk about money, Tang Nanfeng said. I bought these people from far away. Their backgrounds are clean, so you can use them without worry. Liang Rurong knew Tang Nanfeng wasn't short of money, but she didn't want to take advantage of him. Then deduct it from the year-end bonus, she said firmly. Seeing her insistence, Tang Nanfeng didn't argue further. As you wish, as you wish. Uncle and aunt, I have other matters to attend to. I will leave now and visit you again later, Tang Nanfeng said as he turned to Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang. Why are you leaving so quickly? You haven't even come inside to sit for a while, Zhao Xunyang said. Liang Dashan complained, the child has been in the yard for so long, but no one is allowed inside. Haha, uncle and aunt, Nanfeng will visit often in the future. Please don't mind, Tang Nanfeng said with a smile. Liang Rurong crossed her arms and watched them politely exchange pleasantries as they left, feeling quite helpless. Tang Nanfeng really had a way with people. Just by one meeting, he made Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang like him a lot, even setting a date for their next meeting. Until Tang Nanfeng's carriage disappeared from sight, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang still stood at the door. Mom and Dad, aren't you tired of just watching? Liang Rurong said. Only then did they realize and walk over to her with smiles. This kid is good-looking and always cheerful. People like him, Zhao Xunyang said. Liang Dashan nodded too. Such a child is rare. He doesn't mind that we're just simple villagers. Liang Rurong helplessly pulled both of them aside. Parents, let's not worry about others for now. There are so many people here, we need to plan carefully what everyone should do. The elderly couple happily agreed, and the 3 of them went into the house together. In the following days, Liang Rurong didn't have time to go to Jishir Hall. She was busy organizing family matters. The servants had been trained by Tang Nanfeng, so they learned quickly. However, Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang still weren't used to being served, and Liang Rurong didn't force them. Chui'er, take down the 2 pearl hairpins from my head. Liang Rurong kept a young maid mainly to help her with dressing. Another maid, Green Pearl, served Zhao Xunyang, but Zhao Xunyang didn't need her to do chores. Chui'er responded and carefully removed the hairpins. Miss, you look good even without dressing up. You're just sweet-talking, Liang Rurong smiled. Let's go to the main room for dinner. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror before taking Chui'er to the main room. Liang Dashan had already gotten up and was working in the yard. Father, what are you doing? Liang Rurong asked in surprise. Liang Dashan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's still early autumn. I can plant some more vegetables. Rurong, call your father in for dinner, Zhao Xunyang called from inside. Liang Rurong could only say, Father, let's eat first. Liang Dashan put down his tools and came over. Vegetables grow fast now. Before it snows, we should be able to harvest some. As he entered, Green Pearl had already prepared hot water and politely handed Liang Dashan a handkerchief. Thank you, Green Pearl, Liang Dashan said politely. Green Pearl was a bit older than Chui'er and looked more mature. Seeing Liang Dashan's politeness, she blushed and said shyly, Sir, you're too kind to your servant. Liang Dashan wiped his face and sat at the table. Zhao Xunyang personally served them rice, as she was used to doing these chores. Rurong, my husband and I are not the kind to sit still. The front yard doesn't have much land, but the backyard is empty. Can I plant some things there with your father? Zhao Xunyang asked. Liang Rurong helplessly rubbed her forehead but understood they couldn't stay idle. If they did nothing, they might get sick from boredom. All right, parents, go ahead and plant, she said. Their faces immediately lit up with smiles, sweeter than honey. The family happily finished breakfast. Afterward, Liang Rurong wanted to visit Jisher Hall. She had been back for several days, but hadn't gone yet. Just as she was about to leave, she heard loud knocking at the door. The servant opened a small gap in the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my son, Liang Dashan." "You heartless, unkind person, come out now." The loud, strong voice stunned Liang Rurong. Hearing the shouting, Liang Dashan hurried over. The big red door swung open, revealing a group of ragged people entering. Lu Yufin, leaning on her cane, with messy gray hair, saw Liang Dashan and started crying. "Oh dear, my son lives in such a big house, yet his own mother has to beg for food." "Mother, don't cry," Liang Baorong said, helping Lu Yufin. "Second brother lives so well. We won't have to suffer anymore." Liang Rurong watched from the steps. Behind Lu Yufin and Liang Baorong stood Liang Shuiyuan and Liang Shiyu. It seemed these four had also survived hardships, but unlike Liang Dashan and Zhao Shuyuan, they weren't as lucky. Lacking Musai's help, they had to beg their way through life. They all looked quite miserable. Looking at Liang Dashan, all past grudges seemed to disappear amid their battered appearances. "Mother, you've suffered," Liang Dashan said. At that moment, someone entered the door. "I've played a big part in reuniting your family," Lu Xian said with a smile. Liang Rurong saw him come in and frowned. "Commander Lu, Liang Shini," he said, smiling as he approached. "I was out traveling and met them on the road. They asked about Liang Dae, and I found out they are his family. Now Liang Dae is in the army, so he can't bring his family along. I personally brought them here," Lu Xian explained proudly. He seemed quite pleased, thinking he had helped Liang Rurong find her relatives. But he didn't know that Liang Rurong was so furious she almost wanted to strangle him. Gritting her teeth, she said bitterly, "Thank you." Lu Xian didn't mind. "No need to thank me. We're all family." After Lu Xian left, Liang Dashan had settled everyone in the family. Once they changed into fresh clothes, they all looked energetic and spirited again. Liang Dashan arranged for them to eat again. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, the whole family sat in the front hall. Liang Rurong sat next to Zhao Xunyang. She couldn't leave now, or the hard-earned peaceful days at home would be lost again. Lu Yufin automatically took the seat of honor. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve and said, "Your father and your older brothers, they didn't escape when they tried to save us." After saying this, she started to cry. Liang Dashan's eyes also turned red. "I saw your father with my own eyes. We hid in the cellar to escape," Lu Yufin cried. "Mother, don't cry," Liang Dashan said. "It hurts my heart too." Zhao Xunyang sat expressionless beside Liang Rurong, her eyes slightly red. Both she and Liang Dashan are kind people. Even though this big family kept hurting her, she still felt sad when she heard someone had died at home. Lu Yufin wiped her eyes and quickly returned to normal. "Now only a few of us are left in the family. We should live well." She looked around and finally focused on Liang Rurong. She was still a little afraid of Liang Rurong. "Rurong, what do you think?" Lu Yufin asked. Liang Rurong looked up at her. "Aunt, we are all happy that you survived the big trouble." "That's right. From now on, we will live well. The whole family is together." "I know I made some mistakes before." Lu Yufin admitted her faults, which was rare. She deeply realized that if she didn't behave properly, Liang Rurong would definitely drive her out. Zhao Xunyang didn't expect Lu Yufin to say such words. She looked at Lu Yufin in disbelief, and then at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong gave her a reassuring look. "Yes, life must go on," Liang Rurong said, looking at everyone. "And I was the first to come to the capital, so I know this place better. I plan to rent a house in the suburbs for you. There's plenty of land to rent, and we won't go hungry." When she said this, everyone's faces changed. Right now, Lu Yufin's only man in the family was Liang Shuiyuan, who was weak and unable to do much. The others who could work. Lu Yufin used to hold a stick and scold her daughter-in-law, not doing much work herself and rarely cooking. Liang Baoru was born with bound feet, so she couldn't do much work, but she ate 3 times more than others. After begging along the street for a while, she suffered a lot and lost weight. Her skin was fair like Liufin's, looking better than before, more pleasing to the eye. Liang Xiyu was raised as a wealthy young lady, never doing chores and being very picky about her food. Seeing this group of people, Liang Rurong sneered. Liufin brushed her hair and said, "Rurong, we are family. Yes, we separated before, but now we have no men left. How can we survive?" She started crying again and looked at Liang Dashan. Liang Dashan felt troubled. These were his close relatives, and he couldn't just watch them suffer. But he also couldn't make decisions for his wife and children. Seeing Liang Dashan silent, Liufin said, "Dashan, give us a clear answer." "Mother, now the house is not my decision. Rurong makes the decisions. She bought this house and earns the family's living," Liang Dashan said. Liufin knew Liang Rurong was hard to talk to and looked at Liang Dashan. A woman should obey her father at home and her husband after marriage. "Can't you, a grown man, make decisions?" Liang Dashan hesitated, looking at his thin, hollow-cheeked mother, unsure what to say. "Mother, you also have men in the family. Isn't your cousin a man?" Liang Rurong said. "Yuan'er is destined to be a scholar. He must study." "How can he go farming?" Liufin said excitedly. "In the future, you all will rely on him." Hearing this, Liang Shuiyuan raised his chin proudly, looking at her as if he was already a scholar. Liang Rurong looked at Liufin and said, "Don't worry, I can help rent land and houses. My younger sister and cousin can also sell embroidery. Your days will definitely get better." "Bah," Liang Bowers sneered. "She wouldn't do those things. She bound her feet to marry a rich man." But Liang Xiyu kept her eyes fixed on Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong used to be the poorest, but now she wore a silk dress and shiny shoes made of brocade, and her hairpin was made of jade, worth a lot just by looking at it. She felt a twinge of sadness. In the past, Liang Rurong was someone she didn't even deserve to carry her shoes for. This made Liang Xiyu, who was proud since childhood, very unhappy. She believed all these things should belong to her. Liang Rurong didn't care whether they liked it or not. "I will send someone to handle these matters in the next few days. Don't worry." Liang Dashan could overlook past issues, but Liang Rurong wouldn't forget. Liang Xiyu was the person who wanted her to die. She wasn't generous enough to forgive that. If it weren't to make Liang Dashan feel better, she wouldn't bother with these things. Sure enough, Liang Dashan thought Liang Rurong had arranged everything well. "Mother, let's leave it at that. Rurong definitely won't let you go hungry. We're not far apart, and in the future, we can look out for each other." Lu Yufin saw that she had been pleading since she entered the house, but it didn't help. Her face immediately darkened. She took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on a stool. "What's the matter? Now that we're rich, you don't treat your mother well. You want to chase me out, right?" "Mother, I didn't mean that. Your big house has 3 entrances, but you 3 don't even live there full-time. We don't want anything but a meal. Just think of us as beggars. Is that okay?" "Uncle, I bow to you." Lu Yufin started causing a fuss. Liang Dashan hurriedly stood up. "Mother, why do you have to do this?" "Second uncle, we don't want anything. Just a meal is enough." Liang Shi spoke. "Rurong, sister, I was wrong before. I bow to you. Please forgive me." If Liang Rurong was really so easy to talk to, she wouldn't have cut ties with them in the first place. "I've raised a selfish wolf, a heartless person, a rotten scoundrel. If I knew I had you, I should have thrown you into the dung bucket. I raised you with my own sweat and tears. Now that I have money, I turn around and forget me." Lu Yufin cried out, slapping her thigh. Zhao Xunyang couldn't stand it anymore. "Rurong, maybe we should let them stay." "Yes, Rurong, look, your grandmother is quite pitiful." Liang Dashan also couldn't bear to see it. Liang Rurong knew that Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang were soft-hearted. As long as Lu Yufin kept pestering, they would easily agree. "Grandmother, don't cry anymore. I'll rent a house for you. It's rented, so I won't spend my money." "You shouldn't be ungrateful," Liang Rurong said firmly, refusing to give in. The family finally had a good day, and it shouldn't be easily broken. Lu Yufin knew Liang Rurong was hard to talk to, so she looked at Zhao Xunyang. "Xunyang, it was my fault before. I only cared about the eldest son, and didn't pay attention to you or Day. But that was what that old man said. He said the emperor's son should be the heir, and Dae is the eldest son. We will rely on him for our future. Mother, please don't say those things. It's all in the past, Zhao Xunyang replied, still calling her mother with respect, even after all Lu Yufan had done. Lu Yufan wiped her tears. Now that my old man is gone, and our eldest son is gone too, how can we survive? Yuan still needs to study, mother. Liang Baorong threw herself into Lu Yufan's arms and cried. Lu Yufan wiped her tears again. Shiyu, your brother still needs to study. As an old woman, I really can't do much. Your second uncle doesn't help us either. I can only sell you, and then it depends on your luck. Liang Shiyu's eyes widened as she looked at Liang Dashan. Seeing that he said nothing, she clenched her teeth. I won't let you arrange everything for me. If you force me, I won't live anymore. After saying that, she ran straight toward the corner of the table. Everyone was shocked by her behavior, so no one stopped her. They only saw her crash into the table corner, blood streaming down her forehead onto her face, and she collapsed weakly.
Shiyu.
Shiyu. Liang Shuiyuan ran over, shaking Liang Shiyu's arm. Seeing this, Lu Yufan slapped her thigh. I've driven my granddaughter to death. I don't want to live anymore. After saying that, she also ran toward the table corner. Liang Dashan finally reacted and hurriedly grabbed Lu Yufan. Mother, are you trying to kill me? Seeing the peaceful family turn into chaos, Liang Rurong closed her eyes briefly, then walked over to Shiyu. She grabbed her wrist, checked her pulse, and found she was just knocked out, not in danger.
Take her to the backyard.
I'll bandage her, Liang Rurong said calmly. Liang Dashan held Lu Yufan and looked at Liang Rurong. Rurong, winter is coming in a few months. How about we wait until spring next year to let your mother and them move out, he asked tentatively. Liang Rurong looked at Zhao Xunyang. Mother, what do you think? Rong, let's listen to your father this time. In the end, Zhao Xunyang softened her heart. Liang Rurong sighed. She knew these two people never learned from their mistakes. To make her parents happy, she had to agree. From now on, everything in the house will be decided by me. If anyone doesn't listen, they can leave. Don't worry, just give us enough to eat. Lu Yufan nodded repeatedly. And next spring, we must leave, Liang Rurong said before walking out. Lu Yufan agreed to stay because she wanted to remain here. Her attitude toward Zhao Xunyang was much gentler now. Xunyang, look where we can live. It doesn't need to be a big house, just enough to block the wind and rain. There are a few empty rooms in the backyard. I'll take you there, Zhao Xunyang said nervously. Since she married into the Liang family, Lu Yufan had never spoken to her so kindly before, which made her a bit uncomfortable. After Liang Rurong finished bandaging Liang Shi's wound, Zhao Xunyang had already arranged everyone's rooms. At this moment, she was discussing dinner with a cook in the backyard. Liang Rurong approached. Mother, you don't need to worry about these things. Just do it as usual. But how can that be? Now there are more people in the house. Your grandmother has bad teeth and needs soft food. Your younger sister likes spicy food, and your cousin likes fish. Zhao Xunyang saw Liang Rurong's face darken and stopped. Mother, have you forgotten how they treated you? After saying this, she and Chuer stormed out of the house. Zhao Xunyang felt guilty when she saw her daughters back. In the end, she could only tell the cook to prepare the food. After leaving the house, Liang Rurong went to Jishir Hall. Since her new home was very close, they didn't take a carriage and walked there after a short while. Master, why she was at the counter picking herbs. Seeing Liang Rurong, he grinned widely. You're back. Yan Yun, and I missed you so much. You're so sweet-tongued, Liang Rurong said. At this moment, Yan Yun came down from the second floor, holding a bunch of blood-stained cloth strips. Liang Rurong's smile faded. Is there a patient upstairs? He came a few days ago. Yan Yun and I followed your instructions, gave him anti-inflammatory medicine, and stitched his wound. This time, we're here to change the dressing. Yan Yun arrived before Huishi, so she has more experience handling these issues. Liang Rurong nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. At that moment, a group of guards, about 34 in number, came to the door of Jishir Hall and surrounded it. Liang Rurong looked over with a calm face. Yenyun and Huishi both changed their expressions, unsure if they were here to cause trouble. After a while, the guards gradually parted, making a path. Four people carried a sedan chair to the entrance of Jishir Hall. Then, a man stepped out of the sedan. He wore a deep blue robe, silk boots, and had 4 jade pendants hanging from his neck, each quite valuable. The man had very fair skin, clearly someone who rarely left the house. His appearance was delicate, especially his charming eyes, which looked very pleasing. He gently stroked his jade belt with one hand, while the other held a fan, swinging it leisurely. "Which one of you is Dr. Liang?" Liang Rurong stepped forward. "I am. Are you here for a consultation, young sir?" "I've heard of Dr. Liang's great reputation, but I didn't expect her to be so young," the man said softly, with a slight regional accent. His attitude was quite arrogant, showing he lacked confidence in a young girl just of age. Liang Rurong smiled calmly. "If you don't trust me, you wouldn't have come. That's wise," the man said, glancing at her deeply, then looked around the clinic. "Which room is the consultation in?" "Over there." Liang Rurong pointed to a room with white curtains. Huishi wisely opened the curtain, and a strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. The man frowned but still went inside. At this moment, Liang Rurong noticed that he was severely limping, and as he moved, his body tilted quite a bit, with the jade pendants on him jingling. "Chuer, go to the back and brew some tea," Liang Rurong instructed. Chuer responded and went to the kitchen. Only then did Liang Rurong enter the room. The man sat on a stool and started fiddling with a stethoscope on the table. Seeing the 3-finger cat's eye ring on his hand, Liang Rurong knew this person was of high status. His jade pendant at his waist was already quite valuable. It was clear he was wealthy, with many guards and a gift of cat's eye jade, indicating he was at least a noble or related to the royal family. Liang Rurong often visits the palace, and most of the royal relatives have seen her. However, she truly couldn't recognize this person. Anyway, she didn't want to seek favor from powerful people. She just focused on treating the patient seriously. "Young master, lie down on that bed over there, and then take off your pants," Liang Rurong said while wearing rubber gloves. Since they were about the same age, the man blushed when he heard her words. "Aren't you a divine doctor? Why do I have to take off my pants?" "That's so I can see your leg more easily," Liang Rurong replied calmly. "Don't worry, in the eyes of a healer, there are no distinctions between men and women. People in this era are very modest about gender, so even though she said that, the man still hesitated and was reluctant to take off his pants. Liang Rurong said, "You should think carefully. At your age, you're growing and developing. The longer you delay, the worse your limp will become. Even if a fairy came, they might not be able to cure it." Hearing this, the man became a little scared. He obediently went to the bed, took off his pants, but still covered most of his leg with a nearby bedsheet. His face was still red. Liang Rurong then approached and saw that his injury was just above the knee. It had been a fracture before, but it wasn't treated properly, causing the bone to dislocate and resulting in a leg that was shorter than the other. The cold rubber gloves slid over his leg, making him feel very ashamed. He closed his eyes in embarrassment. Everyone knew that Liang the divine doctor was highly skilled, capable of bringing the dead back to life, healing flesh and bones. He never expected her to be such a young and beautiful woman. After examining him, Liang Rurong removed her gloves. "Put your pants back on and come sit here." The man finally relaxed and put on his pants before walking over. "It looks like your leg was injured within the past 6 months," Liang Rurong said. "Yes, I fell off my horse and hurt it," he replied. Liang Rurong recorded his details in her notebook: name, age. Although the medical technology here was not advanced, she tried to make her methods as close to modern medicine as possible. She kept a record of everyone she treated. "Chu Linen 17, he said. Then he anxiously asked, "How is my leg? Will I be it for life?" Liang Rurong looked up at him. "Of course not. It depends on whether young Master Chu dares to try. As long as I won't be I can do anything," he said firmly. "The reason you are limping is because your bones are crooked. The only way is to break your leg and reattach it," Liang Rurong said. Chu Linen's eyes flicked slightly. Break my leg. He didn't directly answer Liang Rurong, but simply walked out. Probably no one could accept such a surgery, and Liang Rurong didn't stop him. She finished writing the files before coming out. Chuer had already brewed tea. The three of them sat leisurely, drinking. Miss. Chuer quickly poured a cup of tea for Liang Rurong and politely offered it to her. The guards at the door had already left, and a few people were watching nearby. Liang Rurong took the tea, took a sip, and said, Chuer, your tea tastes very good. After being praised, Chuer immediately smiled shyly, her eyes showing hidden happiness. Master, what kind of illness does this person have? Can it be cured? Why, she asked. Seeing that it was still early, Liang Rurong sat nearby and shared cases and methods about bone injuries. Yen Yun and Huai Shi listened eagerly, while Chuer was amazed. After finishing, it was already afternoon. The man hadn't returned, and Liang Rurong was worried that Lu Yufan and others might cause trouble at home, so she gave a few instructions before leaving. As she entered the yard, she saw Liang Shi scolding Lu Zhu. I told you to make tea at 7 parts hot. Are you trying to burn me to death? She said this while poking Lu Zhu's head. Since entering the residence, Lu Zhu had been serving Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang. They found it hard to get used to being served, so she didn't have to do much, let alone be scolded. Lu Zhu started crying sadly. Liang Shiyu continued, How can you be so bad at being a servant? You can't even do this small thing right and you still have the nerve to cry. I'll redo it right away. Lu Zhu sniffled. No need. Lady Li, go make tea. Lu Zhu, go to the backyard and get the cane, Liang Shi said, acting like a young lady. Liang Rurong then slowly approached. Cousin, you are really impressive. Hearing Liang Rurong's voice, Liang Shi stiffened, then quickly put on a smile. Sister is back. I was just teaching the servants a lesson. You have to keep them in check, or they'll try to climb over you. Liang Rurong looked at the cloth wrapped around her head. Cousin, is your injury okay? Your suggestion really does hurt a little, Liang Shiyu said with a smile. But it's okay. I can still help take care of things at home. Chuer went over to Green Pearl and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Green Pearl, with red eyes, didn't dare to lift her head. Older cousin, you should remember your status. You're a guest, not the owner. You have no right to scold me. When you were in Liangjia village, you could drink water from the river. But now that you're in the capital, you're acting so high and mighty, Liang Rurong said sarcastically. Liang Shiyu's face showed discomfort, but she didn't dare to argue with Liang Rurong, or else she would be wasting her effort. She gradually smiled and said, You're right, sister. It's my fault. By the way, I heard from Uncle that you've opened a clinic yourself. Can you take me to see it tomorrow? I may not know medicine, but I can help tidy up the rooms. As she spoke, she linked her arm with Liang Rurong's. Liang Rurong subtly moved away and then looked at Granny Li nearby. Granny Li, in the future, you should watch over the people in the front and backyards. If they really do something wrong, come and tell me. Granny Li's face lit up with a smile. Yes, miss. Rest assured, I will do my best. After all this, Liang Rurong could see that Granny Li was careful and clever, suitable for managing the household. Liang Rurong said to Liang Shiyu, Now that we have a housekeeper, if anyone does a bad job, just tell her. She will handle it. Oh, I'm not that picky, Liang Shiyu said with a smile. Liang Rurong looked cold. Yes. What do you have to complain about? You have food to eat, a place to stay, better than begging or fighting for it. After saying that, she went straight into the house and ignored Liang Shiyu. She knew that Liang Shiyu was just looking for trouble. Green Pearl, though a servant, was pretty, with charming almond-shaped eyes and a lovely smile that showed 2 dimples. Liang Shiyu, being narrow-minded, naturally felt jealous, which is why she caused trouble. At dinner, the family gathered for a meal. Lu Yufan surprisingly didn't cause any trouble, and everyone else behaved well. So well that Liang Rurong felt it was almost unreal. The next day, Liang Rurong went to the clinic as usual. Besides a few people who caught a cold and came to get medicine, no one else was waiting for Chu Linen. Liang Rurong was always worried about her family, so she stayed for a few hours and then went home. When she entered the house, she saw Liang Dashan working on small vegetables in the yard. Next to him stood a young man in fine clothes and a middle-aged man dressed as a servant. Because they were all turned away from her, Liang Rurong didn't recognize who they were. However, Liang Dashan's eyes sparkled with happiness. The young master is right. When the seedlings just sprout, they need fertilizer. I'll teach you later. The smell of farmyard manure. Father, Liang Rurong shouted, really afraid that Liang Dashan would teach them how to fertilize, because she couldn't stand that smell either. Rong, you're back. Your friend came to see you, Liang Dashan said happily. When the young man in fine clothes turned his head, Liang Rurong suddenly felt her knees go weak. Emperor. Miss Liang, my young master has been waiting for you for a while, the servant said. Liang Rurong never expected that Mu Jingyu could secretly leave the palace, and he only brought Lord Li with him. She reacted quickly. Young Master Huang, long time no see. You're still aware of that. Mu Jingyu pretended to be angry and turned his back. Seeing Liang Rurong silent, he added, I forgive you. Shall we talk somewhere private? Liang Rurong finally understood. Let's go to the main hall. She turned to Chuer and said, hurry up and serve tea. The best quality. After giving instructions, she followed Mu Jingyu to the main hall. Lord Li didn't go inside but stood at the door, watching everyone with a cautious look. Liang Dashan didn't notice anything wrong. Instead, he felt he got along well with Mu Jingyu. He was planning to teach Mu Jingyu how to grow loofah later. Why did the emperor leave the palace? Liang Rurong asked. Mu Jingyu rubbed his forehead. Don't worry, the Empress Dowager doesn't know. I asked someone to pretend I was in the study, reviewing documents. No one will find out for a short time. His gaze was steady, as if he had grown up a lot suddenly. Liang Rurong finally relaxed. Why did the emperor come this time? Ronger, I will never marry the empress chosen by the Empress Dowager, he said very firmly, with a gentle look in his eyes toward Liang Rurong. Your Majesty, although the Empress Dowager's power is not what it used to be, her influence in the court is still strong. It's not the right time to confront her directly, Liang Rurong said. Majinjia smiled warmly, like a gentle spring breeze. I knew you were worried about me. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. He lightly tapped the table with his finger. The people around her have been mostly taken care of by Uncle Wang, so I can move more freely. That's why I sneaked out of the palace to see you. Liang Rurong looked at him and felt a little pity. At such a young age, he was treated like a puppet. Now, being able to secretly leave the palace was like a child tasting candy for the first time, so happy, as if nothing else mattered. Also, I think Uncle Liang is very interesting. He taught me many cooking skills. When I return to the palace, I want to plant a patch of peas in the sleeping hall, Majinjia said with a smile. Liang Rurong nodded and smiled along with him. All right, I'll bring you some farm manure then. I've always wanted to see it, Majinjia said eagerly. Liang Rurong chuckled softly. If he knew that farm manure was just compost, he probably wouldn't look so excited. At that moment, Gong Li's voice came from the door. What are you doing? Just brewed some tea, Liang Shi replied. Gong Li took out a silver needle from his sleeve, tested both cups of tea, and then nodded in approval. Soon after, Liang Shuyu gracefully entered the room. She had removed the gauze from her head, leaving her bangs to cover the wound intentionally. The pink silk dress she wore was once Liang Rurong's, but somehow, it now fit her perfectly. Liang Shi's appearance was delicate and gentle. Now, dressed carefully and with rouge on her cheeks, she looked even more beautiful than before. She looked softly at Majinjiu and slightly bowed. Shiyu greets the young master. Seeing her like this, Liang Rurong knew she had feelings for Majinjiu. Although Majinjiu was already dressed modestly, his natural nobility and the jade pendant at his waist made it clear he was from a wealthy or noble family. Your sister probably doesn't blame me, right? I just thought Chuea was too tired, so I let her rest. It's not easy for servants either, Liang Shiyu sighed. When Majinjia heard she was Liang Rurong's sister, a faint smile appeared on his face. Mrs. Truly kind-hearted. You flatter me, she said, placing the tea beside Majinjiu. This is my first time brewing tea. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. All right, Majinjia took a sip and nodded. It's good. Thank you, young master, for your praise. I don't know how to address you. I am Ranjir's older sister, named Shiyu. Liang Shiyu said gently. Liang Rurong knew her old habit was coming again. She sighed and said, Older sister, young Master Huang is visiting our home for the first time. Please don't make him feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry, sister. Please don't be upset, Liang Shiyu said, her eyes turning red. Although Mu Jingyu grew up in the palace and could see through most women's tricks, Liang Shiyu was Rurong's sister, so he naturally believed her a little. She casually took out a silk handkerchief and handed it to Liang Shiyu. Shiyu, don't cry. Rurong is just straightforward. Liang Shiyu took the handkerchief with a happy face. Thank you, young Master Huang. As she spoke, she tilted her head and then, accidentally, fell into Mu Jingyu's arms. Mu Jingyu looked a bit embarrassed and glanced at Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong forced a smile. Young Master Huang, aren't you the best at understanding gentle feelings? I'm sorry, young Master Huang. I didn't mean to. Liang Shiyu struggled to free herself from his embrace, pretending to be weak. Mu Jingyu had never experienced such a situation before and blushed slightly. The Empress Dowager wanted to better control him, so anyone with a bit of beauty around him was sent out of the palace under various reasons. This was his first time being so close to a woman. Liang Rurong couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to pull Liang Shiyu aside. Older sister, your health isn't good. You should rest quickly, she said, calling out, Chuer, I'm here, Chuer replied, not far away. She hurried over when she heard Liang Rurong call her. Help older sister go rest. She was so weak she couldn't stand, Liang Rurong said meaningfully. Liang Shiyu didn't want to leave. She hesitated and looked at Mu Jingyu, but his gaze was entirely on Liang Rurong, not even noticing her. Suddenly, she felt a strange anger inside. Miss Shiyu. Chuer reached out to help her. She pushed Chuer's hand away, shot her a fierce look, then turned and left, no longer following proper manners. Liang Rurong knew her feelings well. Fortunately, Mu Jingyu was innocent and didn't take this matter to heart. Drink some tea, Liang Rurong said. Okay. Mu Jingyu took a sip of tea and then said, You, cousin, are in poor health. Have you taken her to see a doctor? She snorted and said, Cousin's illness isn't very serious. Once the emperor leaves, her condition will naturally improve. Mu Jingyu looked confused and asked after a moment, Is it my fault after all? Before they could say more, grandly coughed at the door. Your Majesty, we apologize for the disturbance. It's getting late, Li said after hesitating. Mu Jingyu's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't spoken much with Liang Rurong yet. He sighed and stood up. There will be a palace banquet in a few days. You must attend. Only at the palace banquet could he openly meet Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong responded softly. Your Majesty, I will see you off. She slightly bowed. Their farewell was private, away from others, because if Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang knew the emperor was here, they might not even be able to eat properly. After leaving the room, Mu Jingyu said, Uncle Liang, I will take my leave now. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master Huang, you're leaving so soon? It's almost mealtime. After eating, your aunt can cook some pork noodles for you, Liang Dashan said warmly, happy to chat with Mu Jingyu. Mu Jingyu felt a rare warmth and was a bit reluctant. He also knew he couldn't afford to offend the Empress Dowager, so he said, Uncle Liang, maybe another day. I must taste your wife's cooking someday. After saying that, he glanced at Liang Rurong. Don't forget about the palace banquet. Safe travels, young Master Huang. Soon, Mu Jingyu's carriage appeared around the corner. It was a small carriage, not very noticeable in the city. Li Grand looked around cautiously before getting in and leaving. Once the carriage was out of sight, only a cloud of dust remained at the alley's end. Liang Dashan sighed and said, People your age, not familiar with farming or planting, it's rare to find someone who can speak reasonably. This child is practical. Mother, it seems you like this young Master Huang, Liang Rurong said, crossing her arms. Liang Dashan was honest and smiled. Mu Zihui is a good person, not pretentious. But he's a prince. We're just simple villagers. Finding someone who truly understands how to live is enough. Liang Rurong's eyes widened gradually. No wonder Liang Dashan was so enthusiastic about Mu Jingyu. He wanted him to be his son-in-law. I wonder how Liang Dashan would feel if he knew Mu Jingyu's identity was more noble than Mu Tsiyue's. At this moment, Zhao Xuanyang came out wearing an apron. Dinner is almost ready. What about Mr. Huang? He's already left, Liang Dashan said. Mom, I think your effort to cook pork with vermicelli was in vain, Liang Rurong said with a smile. Zhao Xuanyang wiped her hands with her apron. It's okay. Your third uncle is coming back today, and he loves this dish too. Before Liang Rurong could say anything, Liang Da's voice sounded from behind. I heard you mentioning me from afar. He was dressed in dark blue silk clothes, carrying a package of sticky rice cakes, Lu Yufin's favorite snack. Third uncle, you're finally back. Grandma has been missing you, Liang Rurong said. The Liang family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. As the eldest son, Liang Dachuan is the most favored, followed by Liang Bear. These 2 are Lu Yufin's favorites. When Lu Yufin was in a good mood, she would sometimes smile at Liang De, the youngest son. Only Liang Dashan, who is neither the oldest nor the youngest, is the least favored and often the most teased. Liang De smiled and said, I thought I had no family anymore, but I didn't expect Mom to still be here. It was clear he was now alone, so he relied a little on Lu Yufin. After the big trouble, everyone seemed to forget past disagreements and was immersed in the joy of family reunion after surviving a disaster. Yes, Liang Dashan echoed softly. It was Zhao Xuanyang who said, Don't stand outside anymore. The food is ready. Come inside and eat. Liang De and Liang Dashan entered the house while talking. Liang Rurong followed behind them, since Lu Xinian had butted in to bring the whole family to the capital. Liang De, as his most capable subordinate, knew about it. Before Liang De could sit down, Lu Yufin was helped inside by Liang Bear and Liang Xiyu, with her beloved grandson Liang Xiuyuan following behind. Oh, my son. Lu Yufin saw Liang De and stretched out her arms, trembling as she spoke. Liang De stepped forward. Mother. They embraced and cried. Liang De, a strong man, was now crying like a child. Zhao Xuanyang was the most gentle-hearted. Seeing this scene, she turned her head to wipe her tears. After the mother and son finished crying, they exchanged greetings for a while before sitting down. Then, the dishes were served one by one. They were the usual meals, with a good mix of meat and vegetables. Liang Rurong paid attention to balancing meat and greens, so each meal had at least 2 meat dishes. Today, there were 4 meat dishes, and the most popular was Zhao Xuanyang's special dish, pork stewed with vermicelli. Third brother, you probably don't eat enough in the army. Eat more, Lu Yufin said, serving him a piece of pork belly. Mom, the food in the army is quite good. Now that I'm a small official, the meals are better than what ordinary soldiers get, Liang De said honestly. Liang Rurong shook her head. Sure enough. Lu Yufin's eyes brightened. You have quite a bit of money now, right? Liang De paused slightly while holding his wine cup, seeming to realize something, then said, Not that much. I still need to deal with the people above. Since he was Lu Yufin's son, he naturally understood what she was thinking. Hearing Liang De's words, Lu Yufin's eyes flickered. Then she sighed. Son, my heart is heavy. All the family's assets are gone. Your sister is over 20, but still unmarried, and she has no dowry. Who would want to marry her? Liang Baoru, who was happily eating, heard this and said, Even the beggars on the street say they'd rather not marry than marry someone without a dowry. Liang De frowned and sighed. He took a sip of his drink alone, then said, There are a few unmarried men in the army, but their family backgrounds are average, and their monthly pay is only 3 or 5 taels. I won't marry anyone like that. If I do, I want someone from a family with servants and a carriage, Liang Baoru said. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to think like that. But now, things are different. Liang Rurong can even ride in a carriage now. In the Liang family, Liang Rurong was at the bottom, someone Liang Baoru looked down on. Now, she either won't marry or, if she does, she wants to be better off than Liang Rurong. Lu Yufin stopped Liang Baoru and said to Liang Dae, "Now that I've come back and the family is settled, you shouldn't stay in the army anymore." "Mom, it's not that I don't want to come home. It's just that there's too much work in the army, and I can only come home 2 or 3 times a month," Liang Dae said helplessly. "Is that so?" Lu Yufin's eyes shifted. Then she said, "In the future, when you get your monthly silver, bring it home. Mom will save it for you, and when it's enough, you can marry a wife." Liang Rurong paused, exchanged looks with Zhao Xunyang, until Lu Yufin was about to start again. Sure enough, after Liang Dae didn't respond quickly, she put down her chopsticks, patted her thigh, and looked like she was about to cry. Although Liang Dae was better off than Liang Dashan, life was still hard. But after he joined the army and worked with the clever old fox Lu Xian, his mind became sharper, unlike Liang Dashan, who was more rigid. "Mom, how could I not give you money?" Liang Dae said, reaching into his pocket and finally pulling out 200 coins. "Mom, this is for you. Buy whatever you want to eat. Next month, when I get my monthly silver, I will give it all to you." Hearing this, not only Lu Yufin but also Liang Rurong was surprised. She didn't expect Liang Dae to agree so easily. Lu Yufin immediately smiled happily. "I knew you are a filial son." She picked up her chopsticks and served Liang Dae a piece of meat. "Eat more." Then she placed the dish of pork with vermicelli directly in front of Liang Shu. Originally, this dish was placed in the middle, so everyone could share. Now it was only in front of Liang Shuiyuan, and Liang Rurong, sitting farthest away, couldn't get a piece. Liang Shuiyuan didn't think anything was wrong and happily picked out the pork belly from the vermicelli to eat. Liang Rurong was about to stand up but was pressed down by Zhao Xunyang, who whispered, "It's rare for the family to gather. Let him have this one time. It's not like this happens every day." "Mom, tell me the truth. When I'm not home for meals, does Grandma always put the meat and dishes in front of him?" Liang Rurong asked. Actually, most of the time, Lu Yufin was quite restrained. She knew Liang Rurong was fearless and wouldn't be easily provoked. Now, Lu Yufin dared to put the meat and dishes in front of Liang Shuiyuan because she felt confident and supported. She believed she had control over Liang Dae, so if Liang Rurong caused trouble, she would have to think twice. After all, Liang Dae was now an official, while Liang Rurong, no matter how rich, was just an ordinary person. This move was also a test. If Liang Rurong didn't react, her next step would be to control Liang Dashan's family. Zhao Xunyang is kind-hearted and doesn't see the hidden dangers in the situation. However, Liang Rurong knows very well that if she doesn't stop it, Liang Dashan's family will become the lowest in the household. They will not only have to work hard to earn money, but also be scolded and beaten by Lu Yufin at will. These are small matters. With so much food, what's wrong with eating? In the past, our family couldn't even fill our stomachs. Now we can eat rice every day. There's nothing to complain about, Zhao Xunyang said contentedly. Liang Rurong helplessly rubbed her forehead. Her kind mother could never change her mind. At that moment, Liang Rurong suddenly stood up. In everyone's surprised eyes, she took the pork stew with vermicelli in front of Liang Shuiyuan and placed it directly in front of Zhao Xunyang. "Mom, eat more." Then she scooped some meat into Zhao Xunyang's bowl. On the table, Liang Baorong was the most straightforward. "Why are you doing that? Why give her the meat? Our good stuff should go to Shuiyun." Liang Rurong's cold gaze swept over her, causing Liang Baorong to shrink back slightly. "Right now, I am the only one earning money in the family. Supporting my parents is reasonable. My cousin is already an adult. If he wants to eat meat, he should go out and earn it himself." After speaking, she glanced at Lu Yufin's face. Lu Yufin's face had already darkened, but she didn't lash out immediately. Shuiyuan plans to take exams in the future. That is a promising talent. How can he go out to work? Liang Baorong, though lacking confidence, still argued. Liang Shuiyuan put down his chopsticks and slowly wiped his mouth. He never needed to defend his interests because everyone in the family would help him. "That's your business. Our family is split from the main family, and I don't expect to share any benefits with my cousin," Liang Rurong said coldly, then took a piece of meat for herself. Lu Yufin put down her chopsticks and snorted. "Third, what do you think?" She hoped Liang Dahu would side with her. Liang Dahu is closer to Lu Yufan, but he also understands the family matters. Otherwise, how could he get along well in the military camp? He immediately smiled. Rurong didn't get to eat much when she was young. Now she wants to eat more meat. Mom, next time I come back, I'll buy more meat for you. Yes, yes. Liang Dashan, with a simple mind, only managed to say these 2 words. Lu Yufan immediately understood and pointed her withered finger at Liang Dae. Old third, you've gone astray. Liang Dae just smiled happily and didn't reply. In an instant, Lu Yufan realized Liang Dae couldn't support her anymore. Her once straight posture collapsed, and she looked at her bowl of rice, unable to say a word. I'm going to read a book, Liang Shuyuan said, then stood up. But when he reached Green Pearl, he suddenly stopped. Green Pearl shyly looked up, and they exchanged a glance. Then Liang Shuyuan left, and soon Green Pearl quietly slipped out too. Because the atmosphere at the table was a bit tense, no one noticed this detail, but Liang Rurong did. She just lowered her head with a small smile and didn't stop them. I'm not eating anymore. Lu Yufan put down her chopsticks and turned to leave. Seeing this, Liang Baoruo hurriedly followed. But Liang Shuyu didn't move. Instead, she eagerly helped Liang Dae serve food. Third uncle, eat more. Okay, Liang Dae replied with a smile. Third uncle, it's been so long since we saw each other. You've lost weight. Is the food in the army camp not good? Maybe I should bring you some meals for a few days, Liang Shuyu said warmly. Liang Dae waved his hand with a smile. The army camp isn't a place to joke around. You can't go in and out freely. I understand your kindness, third aunt, Liang Shuyu awkwardly smiled. I see. Then she quickly added, soldiers usually get 3 or 5 taels of monthly pay. Your monthly pay should be at least dozens of taels, right? Sure enough, her real intention wasn't just about the money. Liang Dae hurriedly said, Shuyu, go check on your grandma. I think she hasn't eaten enough. Okay, I'll go see. Liang Shuyu didn't want to leave the table, but she also didn't want to offend Liang Dae, so she pretended to be obedient and left. After she left, Liang Dae's smile faded. He picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and said worriedly, I thought it would be a warm reunion after so long. Liang Rurong glanced at Liang Dashan, who also sighed. Soon, Liang Dae regained his usual spirit. By the way, Ronger Lu Xian, third uncle, Liang Rurong made a shushing gesture. Liang Dae immediately understood and lowered his voice, saying, I think Lu Xinian and the others are a bit strange. They often go out at night and only come back before dawn. Really? Liang Rurong asked. I also find it strange, and when they return, they smell like kerosene, Liang Dae said. Liang Rurong's expression darkened. Kerosene? Yes, kerosene, Liang Dae replied seriously. Both Liang Rurong and Liang Dae felt this was not a simple matter. Third uncle, we can't tell anyone else about this, Liang Dae nodded. Don't worry. After a while, Liang Ge left, saying he had things to do at the military camp. Lu Yufan was still angry, so she didn't come out to see him off. The next day, Liang Rurong went to Jishir Hall, as usual. She hadn't seen Mu Tsiue for several days. She wanted to tell him about the kerosene, but he hadn't appeared. Usually, Mu Tsiue would come to Jishir Hall to find her, but it had been days, and she hadn't seen him. Liang Rurong felt a strange emptiness in her heart, an uneasy feeling she couldn't explain. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the door. Liang Rurong happily turned around and saw Chu Linen. Her mood quickly fell, and her shoulders drooped. Chu Linen widened his eyes. What's with that look? Even if you dislike me, you shouldn't look like that, he said, limping over to Liang Rurong angrily. Young Master Chu, you misunderstand. We've only met twice, so how could I dislike you? Liang Rurong quickly regained her calm expression. Chu Linen thought about it carefully and realized she was right. He closed his mouth and said nothing. Liang Rurong didn't bother with words. It seems you've come to your senses. Let's go upstairs. She led the way, walking ahead. Huixi made a polite gesture, inviting Chu Linen to follow. Chu Linen snorted, but then went upstairs. The second floor had several closed rooms, and the smell of disinfectant was stronger. He couldn't help but sneeze. When he reached the innermost room, Liang Rurong stopped. Young Master Chu, go in and lie down. Take off your clothes. Chu Linen looked around, feeling the place was a bit eerie. Although afraid if he had to keep limping, he would rather die right now. Thinking this way, he felt less scared and quickly walked inside. Liang Rurong then entered the space, took out all the medical tools she needed, and then went into the room. Chu Linen looked at the hammers, scissors, and some unfamiliar objects in Liang Rurong's hands. He immediately felt a chill and lay there tightly clutching the blanket. I tell you, I am the heir of King Qianan, he stammered. If I can't get out of this door today, tomorrow your healing hall will disappear from the capital. At first, he didn't verify her identity, probably afraid she wouldn't treat him carefully, or worried she might use those tools to harm him, so he warned her cautiously. Liang Rurong looked at him with a calm face and said, in the eyes of a doctor, there is no high or low status, no gender distinction. After saying that, she put on gloves and started working. Chu Linen felt a bit uneasy inside, but showed no sign of it. He absolutely couldn't let Liang Rurong, this young girl, look down on him. Huaishi and Yanyan sat behind the counter drinking tea. Chuer stood opposite them, telling them how Lu Yufin had put meat in front of Liang Shuiyuan yesterday. The three young girls looked very angry and upset. Suddenly, a terrible scream came from the second floor. Immediately after, two men dressed in black rushed up to the second floor. Before Yanyan and Huaishi could react, the two men ran down in a panic. Liang Rurong fixed Chu Linen's broken leg. I told you to bite on the silk cloth, but you wouldn't listen. Your scream was really scary. Liang Rurong rolled her eyes and said with disgust. Chu Linen's face turned red. I didn't know you would be so harsh. You're not a woman, you're more like the king of. Although he was in pain, he didn't hold back his words. If you talk again, I will break your other leg, Liang Rurong said coldly. Sure enough, Chu Linen didn't dare to say anything more. Liang Rurong took off her rubber gloves. She used the most basic method to help his leg recover. If it still didn't heal well this time, she might have to break it again. But she didn't tell Chu Linen about this, worried it would burden him. What are you going to do? Chu Linen asked. Go rest now, Liang Rurong said. Chu Linen blinked. I command you to rest here. The emperor has already ordered otherwise. Who do you think you are? Liang Rurong replied, then turned and walked away. Before reaching the stairs, she was suddenly pulled into another room by a shadowy figure. Liang Rurong was startled by this sudden change, but her mind told her not to call for help. In an instant, a familiar smell filled her nose. Her tense heart immediately calmed down. She looked up and saw a silver mask shining with cold light. Mu Tsiua looked down at her. Seeing a hint of a smile in her eyes, he reached out to remove the mask but was stopped by Liang Rurong, who covered it. You came secretly to see me. To avoid trouble, it's better not to take it off, she whispered. This was the first time she saw Mu Tsiua with a mask. The silver mask covered half his face, giving him a more serious look. Mu Tsiua wanted to scare Liang Rurong a little, but he didn't expect her to recognize him. A slight smile appeared on Mu Tsiua's lips. He suddenly struck out with his palm, and the door of the room slammed shut with a sharp sound, dust falling from the frame. Liang Rurong's face darkened. If my door is broken, you'll have to pay for it. Seeing her worried expression, Mu Tsiua chuckled softly and then took off the mask. The people around the Empress Dowager are getting restless. I didn't want to drag you into trouble, so I rarely come to see you, he said in a deep voice. Liang Rurong looked at his pale face, which showed signs of fatigue, and couldn't help but feel more worried. You, Prince, should also take care of your health. Are you worried about me? Mu Tsiu asked. Liang Rurong turned her head. The prince cares for the people. As common folk, we naturally care about you, she said, unwilling to admit her true feelings. Mu Tsiu chuckled softly, then serious again. Lately, I've been drinking and having fun in the palace. That's why I came out this time, using a distraction. Is there something you need to tell me, Prince? Liang Rurong asked seriously. No matter what happens, just take care of yourself. Also, what you see may not be what it seems, Mu Tsiu said carefully, word by word. Liang Rurong did not understand what he meant. Mu Tsiue saw that Liang Rurong's beautiful face had her eyebrows furrowed, looking very cute. He unconsciously reached out to gently pat her head, but felt it was inappropriate. These days, he had been busy dealing with the Empress Dowager and had no time to see Liang Rurong. He felt uneasy inside, like a cat scratching at his heart. Finally, he found a free moment just to see her. Seeing Liang Rurong's charming appearance, his heart felt calm. "This is for you." Mu Tsiue took a cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Liang Rurong. Then, he seemed to think it was sudden and cleared his throat, saying, "Just something I carved while idling in the palace." Liang Rurong opened the cloth bag. Inside was a bracelet inlaid with gold and jade. The milky white jade bracelet seemed to have a trace of blood flowing through it. To make it stronger, a layer of hollowed-out gold was wrapped around the outside. Even the skilled craftsmen in the capital probably can't match the prince's craftsmanship, Liang Rurong sincerely praised. Mu Tsiue's face showed a smile. This bracelet was his most successful carving after 10 attempts, even more beautiful than the golden phoenix hairpin. But he still maintained his calm and elegant demeanor. "There is nothing in this world that can defeat me." The two looked at each other and smiled. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. At that moment, footsteps came from the wooden staircase. "You can't go up." "What's wrong with you?" Huaishi's voice sounded outside. Then came a familiar yet strange voice. "Cui Zhu was sent here by the Empress Dowager. Even your master would have to respectfully call her auntie." Liang Rurong and Mu Tsiue exchanged glances. Mu Tsiue nodded and put on his mask. Liang Rurong then stepped out, casually closing the door behind her. She saw 2 palace maids standing at the door. One was Cui Zhu, the most trusted maid of the Empress Dowager, and the other was unfamiliar but clearly from the Empress Dowager's palace. They wore ordinary clothes, but their expressions were serious. "Greetings, 2 aunts," Liang Rurong said. Cui Zhu was the first to react, slightly kneeling. "Lady Liang, you honor us." "I dare not accept such courtesy." She kept a stern face, as if even showing any emotion would be disrespectful to the Empress Dowager. Liang Rurong was used to this situation and asked, "Aunt Cui Zhu came to pick herbs? Could it be that Empress Dowager is not feeling well?" "Not exactly. The servants are here on the Empress Dowager's orders to check on Dr. Liang's clinic," Cui Zhu replied, showing the Empress Dowager's badge. She kept saying it was the Empress Dowager's command, so Liang Rurong couldn't stop her. Everyone knew she was pretending to visit the clinic, but really came to find someone. "Let's start by looking at this room," Cui Zhu said, about to push open the door behind Liang Rurong. Liang Rurong reached out and smiled. "It's not that I am stingy, but all clinics look the same, so there's nothing special to see. If Aunt wants to go back and report, I can show you some nice things." She then grabbed Cui Zhu's arm. Cui Zhu stiffened and quickly pulled away. "Dr. Liang, are you ignoring the Empress Dowager's orders? If she finds out, she will be very disappointed." She lifted her chin and said. Although Liang Rurong was smiling, her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Aunt, you're overreacting. The Empress Dowager has always been very respectful in my heart." They stood at the door, neither willing to step back. Huashi stood nervously, unsure of what to do. Just then, Tang Manfeng came over. "I haven't been here for a few days, and you all aren't working properly? What are you doing here?" Tang Manfeng wore a moon-white robe, holding a folding fan, tall and graceful, gentle and elegant. "Boss Tang is here." Liang Rurong sighed in relief. "These 2 are the Empress Dowager's aunts. Do you remember?" Tang Manfeng glanced and slightly bowed. "It's an honor to have the people around the Empress Dowager visit my small shop. I have met both of you." Cui Zhu looked serious but kept a friendly face, not wanting to lose her temper at Tang Manfeng. "Boss Tang, the Empress Dowager cares a lot about this clinic, so she sent us to check. But Dr. Liang doesn't seem happy about it." Her voice was cold. Tang Manfeng looked at Liang Rurong. "That's your fault. Our clinic has no secrets. If the aunts want to see, just look around." He then took Liang Rurong's sleeve and pulled her aside. "Your temper is getting worse." Without Liang Rurong's interference, Cui Zhu pushed the door open and looked around the room with sharp, eagle-like eyes. Liang Rurong clenched her fists tightly. Even though Mu Tsiue used some distraction tactics, it seemed the Empress Dowager had still discovered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come first and Cui Zhu would have arrived right after. Because of this, Liang Rurong was even more sure that there probably weren't many useful people around the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, Cui Zhu wouldn't have been sent here. How could her speed compare to Mu Tsiue's? After searching the room, Cui Zhu's expression darkened. She then made an excuse, saying, Lady Liang's medical hall is no different from other clinics. The bed and table are made of fine sandalwood, showing care. I will go back now and tell the Empress Dowager about it. Liang Rurong breathed a sigh of relief, and her clenched fists relaxed. Thank you both for your trouble. Cui Zhu also knew Mu Tsiue had already left. Even if she searched the entire house now, it would be a waste of time. She then said, I have a poor memory. The Empress Dowager also asked me to buy pastries at a shop on West Street. I won't bother you any longer. She slightly bowed, but her eyes showed little respect. Tang, Nanfeng nodded slightly. Take care, Auntie. Liang Rurong also nodded slightly, but said nothing. After Cui Zhu and her group's carriage disappeared into the distance, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Yan Yun, perceptive, poured tea for Liang Rurong and Tang Nanfeng. They're gone at last. Those two stern-faced ants look like two clay statues. Liang Rurong was amused by her words. You really know how to talk. I saw him at the street corner, Tang Nanfeng said after taking a sip of tea. Liang Rurong naturally knew who he meant. She relaxed a little. She had delayed a bit, guessing Mu Tsiue would definitely return to the palace before Cui Zhu. But for someone 2 stories tall, it was no problem at all. Liang Rurong gently tapped her fingers on the teacup. These 2 people are not friendly. I think they'll be quiet for a while. I've noticed you've lost some weight lately. Tang Nanfeng didn't continue the topic. Instead, he was more worried about Liang Rurong's health than all this chaos. Liang Rurong touched her cheek. Is it bad to be thinner? Now in the capital, women with slender waists are in fashion, she joked. Originally, Zhao Xuanyang had already made her chubby, but just a few days of good days passed, and the ancestors of the Liang family came. She was always worried and anxious. There's a new restaurant in the west of the city. Do you want to try it? Tang Nanfeng asked gently. Never mind, it's already late. I need to go home, she replied. If she didn't go back early, who knew what trouble Lu Yufan might cause? A hint of sadness flashed in Tang Nanfeng's eyes, but he still smiled warmly. Coincidentally, I'm heading that way too. Liang Rurong had already refused his invitation to dine, and if she refused his offer to take her home again, it would be awkward. So she agreed. Everything at the clinic was normal. For minor illnesses like headaches and colds, Yan Yun and Huai she could handle them. So Liang Rurong briefly told them what to do, then took Chuer onto Tang Nanfeng's carriage. Since their home was nearby, the horse reached the house before it even started running. As Liang Rurong stepped down from the carriage, Tang Nanfeng also got off, holding a paper-wrapped package. This is a cake. Did you buy it for me? Liang Rurong asked. I originally wanted to eat it myself, but seeing how weak you are, I couldn't bear it. I just wanted to do a good deed, he said before getting into the carriage. Liang Rurong smiled, handed the cake to Chuer, and then went inside. Today, the yard was quieter than usual. Liang Dashan wasn't tending to his seedlings. Curious, Liang Rurong quickly walked to the backyard. Sure enough, in Lu Yufan's room, she found Liang Dashan and Zhao Xuanyang, both looking worried. Father, Mother, why are you here in the nursery? Aren't you worried about disturbing her rest? Liang Rurong said with a smile. Lu Yufan was half leaning on the bed, wearing a headband, looking sickly. Your grandma is sick, Zhao Xuanyang said. That's nothing. Our family has me. Grandma, let me check on you, Liang Rurong said as she approached, suspecting Lu Yufan was pretending to be ill. After all, Lu Yufan usually spoke confidently, ate well, and never seemed to have headaches or fevers. Could it be that her good life had made her suffer from some rich person's illness? Liang Shuyu subtly blocked Liang Rurong's view. It's okay. Grandma just has her usual old illness. She's getting old. Liang Dashan sighed, holding his head as he squatted there. Liang Shuiyuan sat calmly in his chair, appearing very composed, as if nothing in the world concerned him. Deshawn, mother is getting old. Who knows when she might pass away? The great river has no clear path now. You've been married for many years, but you still have no son to carry on the family name. Mother can't rest in peace, Lu Yufin cried. Liang Rurong didn't know what she was about to say, so she quietly sat aside, watching Lu Yufin express her feelings. Mother, please don't say any more. Xionyang and I have a daughter named Ronger. That's enough for us. We have enough to eat and wear, and whether we have a son or not doesn't matter, Liang Dashan said. Liang Rurong was very touched when she heard this. Although her parents were quite helpless in many ways, they loved their children. In this traditional society, it was rare for parents to be so indulgent toward a girl. Lu Yufin almost stood up, saying, "A son is needed to enter the ancestral tomb. Do you know where you will be buried in the future? Tossed into a random graveyard." Liang Rurong knew the rules of Liangjia village. Families without a son were called abandoned families and had no right to be buried in the ancestral tomb. To them, having a daughter was almost the same as having no children. Hearing this, Zhao Xunyang's eyes turned red. Lu Yufin often used this phrase to criticize Zhao Xunyang before, and feeling guilty, Zhao Xunyang never fought back. Now, with her sad feelings brought up again, Zhao Xunyang became upset. Before Liang Rurong could comfort her, Zhao Xunyang knelt on the ground, covering her face and crying painfully as if she were a sinner, feeling she had betrayed the Liang family. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Yufin said, "Deshawn is still young. This old woman, will take a big step and make a decision for you. Marry a concubine for Deshawn." Mother, Zhao Xunyang looked up with red, swollen eyes, unable to believe what Lu Yufin said. Liang Rurong had thought of many possibilities, but she never expected Lu Yufin to consider taking a concubine for Liang Dashan. Liang Dashan also looked shocked. "Mother, what are you talking about?" The family of three looked stunned, but Liang Bayer and Liang Shiyu didn't seem surprised at all, clearly knowing about this beforehand. "Your mother is about to die. Before she goes, she's making arrangements for you. Am I wrong?" Lu Yufin said fiercely. Liang Rurong chuckled softly. She wanted to see what Lu Yufin would say. "Mom, you haven't been in the capital long. Where will you find a wife for my father?" Lu Yufin thought Liang Rurong would oppose, but she was surprised by her words and felt relieved. "Your girl has a friend named Elviju, right? She's pretty and looks like she can have children." "Mother, are you crazy? Elviju is not even as old as Ronger." Liang Dashan's deep upbringing made it impossible for him to accept taking a concubine, especially a child so young. Zhao Xunyang, though reluctant, couldn't say much. She felt it was all her fault. Liang Rurong had previously checked Zhao Xunyang's pulse. Her health was fine. The reason she hadn't had more children wasn't physical, but mental. Being oppressed by her mother-in-law for years, she couldn't possibly have children in that state. But Liang Dashan was still kind-hearted. He went to Zhao Xunyang and said, "Having Ronger as my daughter is enough for me. About ancestors' graves and such, Ronger, when we are gone, you can find a hill to bury us." Zhao Xunyang was deeply touched by Liang Dashan's words. "No." Liang Shuiyuan stood up, looking excited and flushed. "You can't decide that easily. Mom, Elviju is too young, and she's good at taking care of people." Liang Shuiyuan, usually just an observer in the Liang family, spoke more today than ever before. Lu Yufin was also very excited. "That little brat still wants to serve you? No way." She should look at herself in the mirror. Seeing the two generations so excited, Liang Rurong finally realized what was happening. She had noticed Liang Shuiyuan and Elviju acting close before but didn't care much, as long as it didn't involve their family. She chose to ignore it. Now it seemed Liang Shuiyuan and Elviju's relationship was exposed, so Lu Yufin was eager to separate them. After all, her grandson was destined for greatness, and she couldn't let him marry a servant girl. But Lu Yufin had just arrived in the capital and didn't know many people. Liang Day had just become an official, and marrying Elviju wasn't suitable. So she left this mess to Liang Dashan. Liang Rurong smiled. "Mom, Elviju is too young, and it would be a pity for my father." I think LV Zhu and my cousin are a good match. Why don't I make the decision? Let her marry my cousin. Liang Shuiyuan's eyes brightened, but he was not foolish. Her status, I have no objection to making her my concubine. What nonsense are you talking about? Your cousin is trying to pass the imperial exam. Sending that little fox spirit to his side. Does he still have the heart to study? Lu Yufan finished speaking, then added, I'm about to die soon. Before I go, I want to give Zhu to Dashan. Her strong voice didn't sound like someone who was about to die. Liang Rurong sneered. Nai, you can't decide this. The contract of her life is in my hands. I decide whether she stays or leaves. Lu Yufan had never used servants before, so she didn't know about the contract of her life. Hearing Liang Rurong say this, she paused, then realized she had underestimated the situation. But she didn't want to give up easily. So she said, then let Zhu come in and speak for herself. Lu Yufan said. Liang Shuyu looked proud. She had already convinced Zhu. Liang Rurong sent Chui'er to call Zhu. Chuina's face was pale because she didn't expect Zhu to become Dashan's concubine. Both of them were about the same age, and seeing Zhu, she seemed to see her own future. She stiffly walked out. Soon after, Zhu entered. Greetings to the old lady, to the master, madam, young master, and young lady. Zhu bowed politely, then stood shyly and timidly. She was naturally beautiful, and her shy expression made her look even more charming. Liang Shuiyuan had never seen such a beautiful girl beside him, and he naturally felt his heart flutter. Liang Shuyu said, Zhu, now that Nai has decided, she wants to betroth you to second uncle as a concubine. Are you willing? Servant, servant. She looked up at Liang Rurong, then gritted her teeth and said, the servant will obey the old lady's arrangement. Wait. Seeing Lu Yufan about to finalize the matter, Liang Rurong immediately stopped her. Zhu, what do you think? My father is quite old. Why are you willing to be a concubine? Are you and your cousin really just pretending? Zhu's face turned anxious. She quickly knelt down. Miss, I dare not. What do you dare not? There are many people here today. Think carefully. I will decide for you, Liang Rurong said. Green Pearl's big eyes turned around, then she said, being with the master, the lady is kind and will treat the servants well. If I have a son or daughter, the young lady will surely take care of them in the future, so I won't have to worry about food and clothing. If I stay with young Master Shuiyuan, the old lady will be furious. Actually, these words were spoken to her by Liang Shuyu. She is not as clever as Liang Shuyu and is younger, so she naturally became scared after hearing this. However, Liang Rurong said she would speak for Green Pearl, so Green Pearl immediately explained her relationship. Among these people, she trusts Liang Rurong the most. At least, Liang Rurong has never mistreated her. But Liang Shuyu, Lu Yufan, and the others all wished to torment her to death. Hearing this, Liang Shuyu's face darkened. She didn't expect Green Pearl to be so clueless, to say her words exactly as she had spoken. Green Pearl. Liang Rurong took her wrist and helped her up. Others may not know, but you do? Only the person with your marriage contract can be your master. Otherwise, if someone beats you to death, you'll end up in jail, she implied something. Lu Yufan shrank back slightly. Green Pearl, upon hearing this, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she knelt before Liang Rurong. Servant begs the young lady to speak for me. I don't want to be the master's concubine. I want to serve the young lady for a lifetime. Her main concern now was to show her loyalty. Liang Rurong shook her head, her expression indifferent. You can't serve me for a lifetime anymore. You are already pregnant. When she helped Green Pearl up just now, Liang Rurong's hand was on her pulse, confirming she was pregnant. Green Pearl was a bit surprised. She touched her belly. Pregnant? She couldn't help but look at Liang Shuiyuan. Liang Shuiyuan also looked a little surprised. He took a few steps forward, but then stopped. Nonsense, Lu Yufan said excitedly. Lu Yufan was very excited. She finally thought of a way to get rid of this girl, but unexpectedly, she was already pregnant. Now she could only deny it. There are so many servants and maids in the yard. Who knows who this girl's child belongs to? Lu Yufan said coldly. Green Pearl looked a little panicked, glancing at Liang Shuiyuan with a pleading look. Liang Shuiyuan was very talented when he was young, so from then on, he didn't have to do heavy or tiring work at home. He only focused on studying. Because of this, he gradually became someone who lacked responsibility and courage. When he saw that Lu Yufin didn't want to admit something, he backed away and didn't even dare to look at Lviju. Lviju was also young and covered her face as she cried. Lu Yufin hurriedly said, "See that? She feels ashamed to face people. Someone, come and hit her out." "Miss," Chui'er called out anxiously. She was about Lviju's age, and they entered the household together. Both served closely in the yard, so they lived nearby and had a good relationship. Now, seeing Lviju about to be driven out, Chui'er was worried. Liang Rurong patted her arm and said, "Since this girl is so unruly, we can't keep her. Better to just beat her to death, including the baby in her belly." Lu Yufin agreed and nodded repeatedly. But when she heard the word, baby, her body stiffened. "Are you saying she's pregnant with a boy?" "Mother, I run a clinic and I definitely won't be mistaken," Liang Rurong said with a smile. Even if she was a goddess, she couldn't tell if Lviju was carrying a boy or a girl. She said this mainly to help Lviju, because no one knew better than Liang Rurong how much Lu Yufin cared about passing on the family line. Lu Yufin hesitated and lowered her head to think. Seeing this, Liang Shuiyuan quickly took the chance and said, "Mother, Lviju and I love each other. Please let us be together." He clenched his fists for the first time, making his own decision. "Oh, cousin, is the baby in Lviju's belly yours?" Liang Rurong asked playfully, pretending not to know. Liang Shuiyuan could only nod helplessly. "Mother, you almost mixed up the match," Liang Rurong said, then looked at Zhao Xunyang. "Mother, it's fine. This girl is my cousin's woman. No matter what, she can't be a concubine for Dad." Zhao Xunyang nodded with red eyes. Although she thought that not having a son was her fault, she felt relieved that Lviju wouldn't have to marry Liang Dashan after hearing this. Finally, she reluctantly said, "Let Green Pearl stay with me to serve." "No," Liang Shuiyuan quickly replied, "Green Pearl is pregnant. How can she take care of others?" "Mother, I want to give her a proper status," Liang Shuiyuan said. Lu Yufin immediately fell back onto the bed. "Our hard-earned grandson, are you really going to oppose us?" Liang Rurong saw that Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang were still there and hurriedly said, "Father, I have a headache." After speaking, she looked unsteady. Liang Dashan saw this and became worried. "Let's help our daughter back to her room. It's too noisy here," Zhao Xunyang said. Liang Dashan agreed right away. "Okay, since this place isn't our business anyway." Liang Rurong didn't lift her head, but a smile played on her lips. Liang Dashan's answer made her very happy. They really had nothing to do here, so why stay? Maybe Lu Yufin would give Green Pearl to them again. As long as she couldn't handle things well, she would just leave the mess to Liang Dashan. This time, it was mainly because Green Pearl was strong and wasn't threatened. She naturally didn't want to marry the older Liang Dashan, especially since Liang Shuiyuan had been in love with her for a long time. Plus, Liang Shuiyuan was young, handsome, and talented. He often wrote poetry, which many young girls liked. The Liang family members all looked good, mainly thanks to Lu Yufin. When she was young, Lu Yufin was famous in 10 villages, so her 3 sons all looked handsome. Only Liang Bear, who looked like her old father Liang, wasn't very outstanding. When they returned to the room, Liang Rurong immediately became lively. She looked at Liang Dashan and Zhao Xunyang, surprised. "Daughter, are you okay?" Liang Dashan asked. Liang Rurong nodded. "Luckily, we escaped in the chaos. Otherwise, Mother might have caused trouble for us. Father, remember this, our house, you are the boss. You are the head of the family." Seeing that the child was fine, Zhao Xunyang finally relaxed. Now, seeing Liang Rurong explaining things to Liang Dashan, she couldn't help but smile softly. "Your head doesn't hurt at all now." Clearly, Liang Dashan was used to making decisions and didn't pay much attention to Liang Rurong's advice. This made Liang Rurong very angry, but she still calmly said, "Father, did you hear what I said? Today, my mother can introduce you to a concubine, and tomorrow she might persuade you to divorce. If you continue to be so indecisive and listen to everything your mother says, I will take my mother and leave." When Liang Dashan heard about the divorce, he became very alert. "Don't worry. If your mother mentions divorce, our family of 3 will leave and never see her again." As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Xuanyang. This was his promise to his wife. Zhao Xuanyang smiled even more when she heard this. Liang Rurong felt relieved. To keep things peaceful at home, she had been very accommodating to Lu Yufin. But from the way things looked, Lu Yufin was starting to act out of control. She thought she should teach her a lesson. "By the way, mother, you don't need to prepare dinner for me tomorrow. I will eat at the palace," Liang Rurong said happily. Zhao Xuanyang looked up in surprise. "Eat at the palace? The palace often holds banquets every few days. Since I helped the noble guests with their illnesses, I was lucky enough to be invited to eat there." Liang Rurong didn't tell Zhao Xuanyang and Liang Dashan everything. Although she was only going to eat at the palace once, the couple still felt proud of their daughter and worried about her. Liang Dashan said, "They say being close to the emperor is like being close to a tiger." "Daughter, maybe we shouldn't go." "Yes, we don't need to rely on those officials and nobles. As long as we have enough to live on, that's fine. Your father can weave baskets, and your mother can embroider and make lace. Even if you don't work at a clinic, we can support you," Zhao Xuanyang said. When Liang Rurong heard this, she couldn't help but smile. "Mother," she said, taking Zhao Xuanyang's arm, "I'm not from a noble family. How could I possibly see the emperor? I'll just sit at the farthest edge of the banquet, and no one will notice." She spoke lightly on purpose to avoid worrying her parents. She was determined to attend this palace banquet because she wanted to surprise Lu Yufin and make her behave for a while. "That sounds good," Liang Dashan said after thinking. Liang Rurong smiled slyly, like a clever little fox. "Father, mother, I plan to take my cousin with me to the palace. After all, we're sisters. We should share good fortune." Zhao Xuanyang looked at her daughter and felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. The expression on her daughter's face usually meant trouble was coming. "Ronger," Zhao Xuanyang called out with a frown. Liang Rurong immediately complained about her headache and asked Zhao Xuanyang and Liang Dashan to cook for her. The couple, caring for their child, put aside their worries and hurried to prepare the meal. At dinner, Lu Yufin and others arrived. Probably because Liang Shuiyuan insisted, Lu Yufin agreed to let Zhu stay close to Liang Shuiyuan. She said if they had a son, they could marry, and now he would be considered a concubine. This time, Liang Rurong looked at Liang Shuiyuan with new respect. He was already spoiled by both families, and people like him usually lacked responsibility. Maybe because it was his first time liking a girl, Liang Shuiyuan handled things very well. Because Lu Yufin was so controlling, no one else could really manage her except Liang Shuiyuan. The family had a relatively peaceful dinner. The next morning, during breakfast, Liang Rurong said, "Mother, don't bring lunch and dinner for my daughter anymore. The cakes in the palace are much better than ours." While everyone was eating, Liang Shiyu became interested. "Sister, are you going to the palace?" "Yes, there's a palace banquet today," Liang Rurong honestly replied. Liang Shiyu was now full of thoughts about marrying well to surpass Liang Rurong. Only the high officials and nobles could attend palace banquets, so even if she married blindly, she would get a good match. She couldn't miss this chance. "Sister, look, since the older cousin is just here with nothing to do, why don't you take your sister to see the palace and broaden your horizons?" Liang Shiyu said with a flattering smile. "The palace isn't like outside. There are many rules," Liang Rurong replied, feeling a bit hesitant. To Liang Shiyu, as long as Liang Rurong didn't outright refuse, it meant there was hope. But her parents were gone and couldn't help her, and her brother was selfish and wouldn't care about her. So Liang Shiyu held Liang Bear's hand, hoping Lu Yufin would help her. "Sister, you've seen and eaten everything. My little aunt and I haven't been to the palace yet," Liang Shiyu said. "Little aunt, do you want to go?" Certainly, after Liang Bear said this, Lu Yufin spoke up, "Take both of them for a walk. One is your sister, and the other is your aunt. They are the closest to you. If you don't take them to enjoy themselves, who will you take?" Liang Shi looked at Liang Rurong with anticipation. Liang Rurong hesitated and said, But there are many rules in the palace. My younger aunt and cousin haven't been inside before. If we make a mistake or offend the wrong person, what should we do?